increasing jealousies betwixt France and England encroachments on the part of the former instructions given by the first consul to his commercial agent's orders, issued by the English ministers Peltier's celebrated royalist publication, L.M. Big Peltier, tried for a libel against the first consul found guilty angry discussions respecting the Treaty of Amiens Malta report of Sebastiani resolution of the British government conferences betwixt Bonaparte and Lord Whitworth. Britain declares war against France on 18 May 1803. These advances towards universal empire, made during the very period when the pacific measures adopted by the preliminaries and afterwards confirmed by the Treaty of Amiens were in the act of being carried into execution, excited the natural jealousy of the people of Britain. They had not been accustomed to rely much on the sincerity of the French nation, nor did the character of its present chief, so full of ambition, and so bold and successful in his enterprises, incline them to feelings of greater security. On the other hand, Bonaparte seems to have felt as matter of personal offense the jealousy which the British entertained, and instead of soothing it as policy dictated by concessions and confidence, he showed a disposition to repress, or at least to punish it by measures which indicated anger and irritation. There ceased to be any cordiality of intercourse betwixt the two nations, and they began to look into the conduct of each other for causes of offense, rather than for the means of removing it. The English had several subjects of complaint against France, besides the general encroachments, which she had continued to make on the liberties of Europe. A law had been made during the times of the wildest Jacobinism, which condemned to forfeiture every vessel under 100 tons burden, carrying British merchandise. And approaching within 4 leagues of France, it was now thought proper that the enforcing a regulation of so hostile a character made during a war of unexampled bitterness should be the first fruits of returning peace. Several British vessels were stopped, their captains imprisoned, their cargoes confiscated, and all restitution refused. Some of these had been driven on the French coast unwillingly, and by stress of weather, but the necessity of the case created no exemption. An instance there was of a British vessel in ballast, which entered Charente in order to load with a cargo of brandy the plates, knives, forks Roman 100, used by the captain being found to be of British manufacture. The circumstance was thought a sufficient apology for seizing the vessel. These aggressions repeatedly made were not, so far as appears, remedied on the most urgent remonstrances, and seemed to argue that the French were already acting on the vexatious and irritating principle, which often precedes a war but very seldom immediately follows a peace. The conduct of France was felt to be the more unreasonable and ungracious, as all restrictions on her commerce imposed during the war had been withdrawn on the part of Great Britain, so soon as the peace was concluded. In like manner, a stipulation of the Treaty of Amiens providing that all sequestrations imposed on the property of French or of English in the two contending countries should be removed, was instantly complied with in Britain, but postponed and dallied with on the part of France. Commercial agents. The above were vexatious and offensive measures, intimating little respect for the government of England, and no desire to cultivate her good will. They were perhaps adopted by the chief consul in hopes of inducing Britain to make some sacrifices in order to obtain from his favor a commercial treaty, the advantages of which, according to his opinion of the English nation, was a boon calculated to make them quickly forgive the humiliating restrictions from which it would emancipate their trade. If this were any part of his policy, he was ignorant of the nature of the people to whom it was applied. It is the sluggish ox alone that is governed by a goad. But what gave the deepest offense and most lively alarm to Britain was that while Bonaparte declined affording the ordinary facilities for English commerce, it was his purpose, nevertheless, to establish a commercial agent in every part of the British dominions, whose ostensible duty was to watch over that very trade which the first consul showed so little desire to encourage, but whose real business resembled that of an accredited and privileged spy. These official persons were not only by their instructions directed to collect every possible information on commercial points, but also to furnish a plan of the ports of each district with all the soundings, and to point out with what wind vessels could go out and enter with most ease, and at what draught of water the harbor might be entered by ships of burden. To add to the alarming character of such a set three of agents, it was found that those invested with the office were military men and engineers. Consuls thus nominated had reached Britain, but had not in general occupied the posts assigned to them. When the British government, becoming informed of the duties they were expected to perform, announced to them that anyone who might repair to a British seaport under such a character should be instantly ordered to quit the island. The secrecy with which these agents had been instructed to conduct themselves was so great that one Fauvelet, to whom the office of commercial agent at Dublin had been assigned, and who had reached the place of his destination before the nature of the appointment was discovered, could not be found out by some persons who desired to make an affidavit before him. As consul of France, it can be no wonder that the very worst impression was made on the public mind of Britain respecting the further projects of her late enemies when it was evident that they availed themselves of the first moments of returning peace to procure by an indirect and most suspicious course of proceeding that species of information which would be most useful to France and most dangerous to Britain in the event of a renewed war. While these grievances and circumstances of suspicion agitated the English nation, the daily press, which alternately acts upon public opinion and is reacted upon by it was loud and vehement, the personal character of the chief consul was severely treated, his measures of self-aggrandizement arraigned, his aggressions on the liberty of France, of Italy, and especially of Switzerland, held up to open day, while every instance of petty vexation and oppression practiced upon British commerce or British subjects was quoted as expressing his deep resentment against the only country which possessed the will and the power to counteract his acquiring the universal dominion of Europe. There was at this period in Britain a large party of French royalists, who declining to return to France, or falling under the exceptions to the amnesty, regarded Bonaparte as their personal enemy, as well as the main obstacle to the restoration of the Bourbons, to which, but for him, only the people of France seemed otherwise more disposed than at any time since the commencement of the Revolution. These gentlemen found an able and active advocate of their cause in Monsieur Peltier, an emigrant, a determined royalist, and a man of that ready wit and vivacity of talent, which is peculiarly calculated for periodical writing. He had opposed the Democrats during the early days of the Revolution by a publication termed the Acts of the Apostles I, in which he held up to ridicule and execration the four actions, pretensions, and principles of their leaders, with such success as induced Brissot to assert that he had done more harm to the Republican cause than all the Allied armies at the present crisis. He commenced the publication of a weekly paper in London, in the French language, called L'Ambigue. The decoration at the top of the sheet was a head of Bonaparte, placed on the body of a sphinx. This ornament being objected to after the first 2 or 3 numbers, the sphinx appeared with the neck truncated, but being still decked with the consular emblems, continued to intimate emblematically the allusion at once to Egypt and to the ambiguous character of the first consul. The columns of this paper were dedicated to the most severe attacks upon Bonaparte and the French government, and as it was highly popular from the general feelings of the English nation towards both, it was widely dispersed and generally read. The torrent of satire and abuse poured forth from the English and Anglo-Gallican periodical press was calculated deeply to annoy and irritate the person against whom it was chiefly aimed in England. We are so much accustomed to see characters the most unimpeachable, nay, the most venerable, assailed by the daily press, that we account the individual guilty of folly, who, if he be innocent of giving cause for the scandal, takes it to heart more than a passenger would mind the barking of a dog that yelps at every passing sound. But this is a sentiment acquired partly by habit, partly by our knowledge that unsubstantiated scandal of this sort makes no impression on the public mind. Such indifference cannot be expected on the part of foreigners who in this particular resemble horses introduced from neighboring counties into the precincts of forest districts, where they are liable to be stung into madness by a peculiar species of gadfly, to which the race bred in the country are from habit almost totally indifferent. If it be thus with foreigners in general, it must be supposed that from natural impatience of censure, as well as rendered susceptible and irritable by his course of uninterrupted success, Napoleon Bonaparte must have winced under the animated and sustained attacks upon his person and government, which appeared in the English newspapers and Peltiers, and he attached at all times, as we have already had occasion to remark, much importance to the influence of the press, which in Paris he had taken under his own especial superintendence, and for which he himself often condescended to compose or correct paragraphs, to be assailed, therefore, by the whole body of British newspapers, almost as numerous as their navy, seems to have provoked him to the extremity of his patience, and resentment of these attacks aggravated the same hostile sentiments against England, which from causes of suspicion, already mentioned, had begun to be engendered in the British public against France and her ruler. 5. Napoleon, in the meantime, endeavored to answer in kind, and the columns of the Moniteur had many an angry and violent passage directed against England. 2 answers, replies, and rejoinders passed rapidly across the channel, inflaming, and augmenting the hostile spirit, reciprocally entertained by the two countries against each other. But there was this great disadvantage on Bonaparte's side that, while the English might justly throw the blame of this scandalous warfare on the license of a free press, the chief consul could not transfer the responsibility of the attack on his side, because it was universally known that the French periodical publications being under the most severe regulations, nothing could appear in them, except what had received the previous sanction of the government, every attack upon England, therefore, which was published in the French papers, was held to express the personal sentiments of the chief consul, who thus, by destroying the freedom of the French press, had rendered himself answerable for every such license, as it was permitted to take. Note by Roman 1000 Otto, July 25. It became speedily plain that Bonaparte could reap no advantage from a contest in which he was to be the defendant in his own person, and to maintain a literary warfare with anonymous antagonists, he had recourse therefore to a demand upon the British government, and after various representations of milder import, caused his envoy Monsieur Otto to state, in an official note, the following distinct grievances: first, the existence of a deep and continued system to injure the character of the first consul, and prejudice the effect of his public measures through the medium of the press; secondly, the permission of a part of the princes of the House of Bourbon and their adherents to remain in England, for the purpose it was alleged that they might hatch and encourage schemes against the life and government of the chief consul. It was therefore categorically demanded, first, that the British government do put a stop to the publication of the abuse complained of, as affecting the head of the French government; 2d, that the emigrants residing in Jersey be dismissed from England; that the bishops who had declined to resign their sees be also sent out of the country; that George Cadoutal be transported to Canada; that the princes of the House of Bourbon be advised to repair to Warsaw, where the head of their family now resided; and finally, that such emigrants six who continued to wear the ancient badges and decorations of the French court be also compelled to leave England, lest the British ministers should plead that the constitution of their country precluded them from gratifying the first consul. In any of these demands, Monsieur Otto forestalled the objection by reminding them that the Alien Act gave them full power to exclude any foreigners from Great Britain at their pleasure. 3. To this peremptory mandate, Lord Hawkesbury IV, then Minister for Foreign Affairs, instructed the British agent Mr. Mary to make a reply at once firm and conciliatory, avoiding the tone of pique and ill temper which is plainly to be traced in the French note, yet maintaining the dignity of the nation he represented. It was observed that if the French government had reason to complain of the license of the English journals, the British government had no less right to be dissatisfied with the retorts and recriminations which had been poured out from those of Paris, and that there was this remarkable feature of difference betwixt them, that the English ministry neither could have nor wished to have any control over the freedom of the British press, whereas the Monitor, in which the abuse of England had appeared, was the official organ of the French government. But finally, upon this point, the British monarch, it was said, would make no concession to any foreign power, at the expense of the freedom of the press. 5. If what was published was libelous or actionable, the printers and publishers were open to punishment, and all reasonable facilities would be afforded for prosecuting them. To the demands so peremptorily urged respecting the emigrants, Lord Hawkesbury replied by special answers applying to the different classes, but summed up in the general argument that His Majesty neither encouraged them in any scheme against the French government, nor did he believe there were any such in existence, and that while these unfortunate princes and their followers lived in conformity to the laws of Great Britain, and without affording nations with whom she was at peace any valid or sufficient cause of complaint, His Majesty would feel it inconsistent with his dignity, his honor, and the common laws of hospitality, to deprive them of that protection which individuals resident within the British dominions could only forfeit by their own misconduct. 6. Trial of Peltier. To render these answers being the only reply which an English minister could have made to the demands of France in some degree acceptable to Bonaparte, Peltier was brought to trial 7 for a libel against the first consul. At the instance of the Attorney General, he was defended by Mr. Mackintosh, now Sir James VIII, in one of the most brilliant speeches ever made at bar or in forum, in which the jury were reminded that every press on the continent was enslaved from Palermo to Hamburg, and that they were now to vindicate the right we had ever asserted to speak of men both at home and abroad not according to their greatness, but their crimes. The defendant was found guilty, but his cause might be considered as triumphant. 9. Accordingly, every part of the proceedings gave offense to Bonaparte. He had not desired to be righted by the English law, but by a vigor beyond the law. The publicity of the trial, the wit and eloquence of the advocate were ill calculated to soothe the feelings of Bonaparte, who knew human nature and the character of his usurped power too well to suppose that public discussion could be of service to him. He had demanded darkness, the English government had answered by giving him light. He had wished, like those who are conscious of flaws in their conduct, to suppress all censure of his measures, and by Peltier's trial the British ministers had made the investigation of them a point of legal necessity. The first consul felt the consciousness that he himself, rather than Peltier, was tried before the British public, with a publicity which could not fail to blaze abroad the discussion. Far from conceiving himself obliged by the species of atonement which had been offered him, he deemed the offense of the original publication was greatly aggravated, and placed it now directly to the account of the English ministers, of whom he could never be made to understand that they had afforded him the only remedy in their power. The paragraphs hostile to England in the Moniteur were continued. An English paper called the Argus, conducted by Irish refugees, was printed at Paris under permission of the government, 8 for the purpose of assailing Britain with additional abuse, while the fire was returned from the English side of the Channel, with double vehemence and tenfold success. These were ominous precursors to a state of peace, and more grounds of misunderstanding were daily added. The new discussions related chiefly to the execution of the Treaty of Amiens, in which the English government showed no promptitude. Most of the French colonies, it is true, had been restored, but the Cape and the other Batavian settlements, above all the island of Malta, were still possessed by the British forces at common law, if the expression may be used. England was bound instantly to redeem her engagement by ceding these possessions, and thus fulfilling the articles of the treaty in equity. She had a good defense, since in policy for herself and Europe, she was bound to decline the cession at all risks. The recent acquisitions of France on the continent afforded the plea of equity to which we have alluded. It was founded on the principle, adopted at the Treaty of Amiens, that Great Britain should, out of her conquests over the enemies, foreign settlements, retain so much as to counterbalance in some measure the power which France had acquired. In Europe, this principle being once established, it followed that the compact at Amiens had reference to the then existing state of things. And since after that period France had extended her sway over Italy, and Piedmont, England became thereby entitled to retain an additional compensation in consequence of France's additional acquisitions. This was the true and simple position of the case. France had innovated upon the state of things which existed when the treaty was made, and England might therefore in justice claim an equitable right to innovate upon the treaty itself, by refusing to make surrender of what had been promised in other and very different circumstances. Perhaps it had been better to fix upon this obvious principle as the ground of declining to surrender such British conquests as were not yet given up, unless France consented to relinquish the power which she had usurped upon the continent. This, however, would have produced instant war, and the ministers were naturally loth to abandon the prospect of prolonging the peace which had been so lately established, or to draw their pen through the Treaty of Amiens, while the ink with which it was written was still moist. They yielded, therefore, in a great measure. The Cape of Good Hope and the Dutch colonies were restored. Alexandria was evacuated, and the ministers confined their discussions with France to the island of Malta only, and condescending still farther, declared themselves ready to concede even this last point of discussion, providing a sufficient guarantee should be obtained for this important citadel of the Mediterranean being retained in neutral hands. The order itself was in no respect adequate to the purpose, and as to the proposed Neapolitan garrison, none of the most trustworthy in any case. France, 9 by her encroachments in Italy, had become so near and so formidable a neighbor to the King of Naples, that by a threat of invasion of his capital, she might have compelled him to deliver up Malta upon a very brief notice. All this was urged on the part of Britain. The French ministry, on the other hand, pressed for literal execution of the treaty. After some diplomatic evasions had been resorted to, it appeared as if the cession could be no longer deferred, when a publication appeared in the Moniteur, Jan. 30, 1803, which roused to a high pitch the suspicions, as well as the indignation of the British nation. Sebastiani's report. The publication alluded to was a report of General Sebastiani. This officer had been sent as the emissary of the first consul to various Mahometan courts in Asia and Africa, in all of which it seems to have been his object not only to exalt the greatness of his master, but to misrepresent and degrade the character of England. He had visited Egypt, of which, with its fortresses, and the troops that defended them. He had made a complete survey. He then waited upon Cesar Pacha, and gives a flattering account of his reception, and of the high esteem in which Cesar held the first consul, whom he had so many reasons for wishing well to at the Ionian Islands. He harangued the natives and assured them of the protection of Bonaparte. The whole report is full of the most hostile expressions towards England, and accuses General Stuart of having encouraged the Turks to assassinate the writer. Wherever Sebastiani went, he states himself to have interfered in the factions and quarrels of the country. He inquired into its forces, renewed old intimacies, or made new ones with leading persons, enhanced his master's power, and was liberal in promises of French aid. He concludes that a French army of 6,000 men would be sufficient to conquer Egypt, and that the Ionian Islands were altogether attached to the French interest. The publication of this report, which seemed as if Bonaparte were blazoning forth to the world his unaltered determination to persist in his Eastern projects of colonization and conquest, would have rendered it an act of treason in the English ministers, if by the cession of Malta they had put into his hand, or at least placed within his grasp, the readiest means of carrying into execution those gigantic schemes of ambition, which had for their ultimate, perhaps their most desired, object the destruction of the Indian commerce of Britain. As it were by way of corollary to the gasconading journal of Sebastiani, an elaborate account of the forces and natural advantages of France was published at the same period, which, in order that there might be no doubt concerning the purpose of its appearance at this crisis, was summed up by the express conclusion that Britain was unable to contend with France. Single-handed, this tone of defiance, officially adopted at such a moment, added not a little to the resentment of the English nation, not accustomed to decline a challenge or endure an insult. The court of Britain, on the appearance of this report on the state of France, together with that of Sebastiani, drawn up and subscribed by an official agent containing insinuations totally void of foundation, and disclosing intrigues inconsistent with the preservation of peace, and the objects for which peace had been made, declared that the king would enter into no farther discussion on the subject of Malta, until his Majesty had received the most ample satisfaction for this new and singular aggression. While things were thus rapidly approaching to a rupture, the chief consul adopted the unusual resolution of himself, entering personally into conference with the British ambassador. He probably took this determination upon the same grounds, which dictated his contempt of customary forms in entering or attempting to enter into direct correspondence with the princes whom he had occasion to treat with such a deviation from the established mode of procedure, seemed to mark his elevation above ordinary rules, and would afford him, he might think, an opportunity of bearing down the British ambassador's reasoning, by exhibiting one of those bursts of passion to which he had been accustomed to see most men give way. It would have been more prudent in Napoleon to have left the conduct of the negotiation to Talleyrand. A sovereign cannot enter in person upon such conferences, unless with the previous determination of adhering precisely, and finally, to whatever ultimatum he has to propose. He cannot, without a compromise of dignity, chaffer, or capitulate, or even argue, and of course is incapable of wielding any of the usual and almost indispensable weapons of negotiators. If it was Napoleon's expectation, by one stunning and emphatic declaration of his pleasure, to beat down all arguments and confound all opposition, he would have done wisely to remember that he was not now, as in other cases, a general, upon a victorious field of battle dictating terms to a defeated enemy, but was treating upon a footing of equality with Britain, the mistress of the seas, possessing strength as formidable as his own, though of a different character, and whose prince and people were far more likely to be incensed than intimidated by any menaces which his passion might throw out. Lord Whitworth, the character of the English ambassador, was as unfavorable for the chief consul's probable purpose as that of the nation he represented. Lord Whitworth was possessed of great experience and sagacity, his integrity and honor were undoubted, and with the highest degree of courage, he had a calm and collected disposition admirably calculated to give him the advantage in any discussion with an antagonist of a fiery, impatient, and overbearing temper. We will make no apology for dwelling at unusual length on the conferences betwixt the first consul and Lord Whitworth, as they are strikingly illustrative of the character of Bonaparte, and were in their consequences decisive of his fate and that of the world. Their first interview of a political nature took place in the Tuileries, 17th February 1803. Bonaparte, Having announced that this meeting was for the purpose of making his sentiments known to the King of England, in a clear and authentic manner, proceeded to talk incessantly. For the space of nearly 2 hours, not without considerable incoherence, his temper rising, as he dwelt on the alleged causes of complaint, which he preferred against England, though not so much or so incautiously, as to make him drop the usual tone of courtesy to the ambassador. He complained of the delay of the British in evacuating Alexandria, and Malta cutting short all discussion on the latter subject, by declaring he would as soon agree to Britons possessing the suburb of St. Antoine as that island. He then referred to the abuse thrown upon him by the English papers, but more especially by those French journals published in London. He affirmed that Georges and other Chouan chiefs whom he accused of designs against his life received relief or shelter in England, and that 2 assassins had been apprehended in Normandy, sent over by the French emigrants to murder him. This, he said, would be publicly proved in a court of justice. From this point, he diverged to Egypt, of which he affirmed he could make himself master whenever he had a mind, but that he considered it too paltry a stake to renew the war for. Yet, while on this subject, he suffered it to escape him that the idea of recovering this favorite colony was only postponed, not abandoned. Egypt, he said, must sooner or later belong to France, either by the falling to pieces of the Turkish government or in consequence of some agreement with the Porte. In evidence of his peaceable intentions, he asked what he should gain by going to war, since he had no means of acting offensively against England, except by a descent of which he acknowledged the hazard in the strongest terms. The chances, he said, were 100 to 1 against him, and yet he declared that the attempt should be made if he were now obliged to go to war. He extolled the power of both countries. The army of France, he said, should be soon recruited to 480,000 men, and the fleets of England were such as he could not propose to match within the space of 10 years. At least, united, the two countries might govern the world, would they? But understand each other. Had he found, he said, the least cordiality on the part of England, she should have had indemnities assigned her upon the continent, treaties of commerce, all that she could wish or desire. But he confessed that his irritation increased daily, since every gale that blew from England brought nothing but enmity and hatred against him. He then made an excursive digression, in which, taking a review of the nations of Europe, he contended that England could hope for assistance from none of them in a war with France. In the total result, he demanded the instant implement of the Treaty of Amiens, and the suppression of the abuse in the English papers. War was the alternative. During this excursive piece of declamation, which the first consul delivered with great rapidity, Lord Whitworth, notwithstanding the interview lasted 2 hours, had scarcely time to slide in a few words in reply or explanation, as he endeavored to state the new grounds of mistrust which induced the King of England to demand more advantageous terms, in consequence of the accession of territory and influence, which France had lately made Napoleon. Interrupted him. I suppose you mean Piedmont and Switzerland. The are trifling occurrences which must have been foreseen while the negotiation was independence. You have no right to recur to them at this time of day. To the hint of indemnities, which might be allotted to England out of the general spoil of Europe, if she would cultivate the friendship of Bonaparte. Lord Whitworth nobly answered that the King of Britain's ambition led him to preserve what was his, not to acquire that which belonged to others. They parted with civility, but with a conviction on Lord Whitworth's part that Bonaparte would never resign his claim to the possession of Malta. March 8. The British ministry were of the same opinion, for a message was sent down by His Majesty to the House of Commons, stating that he had occasion for additional aid to enable him to defend his dominions in case of an encroachment on the part of France. A reason was given which injured the cause of the ministers by placing the vindication of their measures upon simulated grounds. It was stated that these apprehensions arose from military preparations carrying on in the ports of France and Holland. No such preparations had been complained of during the intercourse between the ministers of France and England. In truth, none such existed to any considerable extent, and, in so far, the British ministers gave the advantage to the French by not resting the cause of their country on the just and true grounds. All, however, were sensible of the real merits of the dispute, which were grounded on the grasping and inordinate ambition of the French ruler, and the sentiments of dislike and irritation with which he seemed to regard Great Britain. The charge of the pretended naval preparations being triumphantly refuted by France, Talleyrand was next employed to place before Lord Whitworth the means which, in case of a rupture, France possessed of wounding England, not directly indeed, but through the sides of those states of Europe, whom she would most wish to see if not absolutely independent yet unoppressed by military exactions. It was natural a note of this statesman asserted that Britain being armed in consequence of the king's message France should arm also that she should send an army into Holland form an encampment on the frontiers of Hanover Continue to maintain troops in Switzerland mark others to the south of Italy and finally form encampments upon the coast. All these threats, excepting the last, referred to distant and to neutral nations, who were not alleged to have themselves given any cause of complaint to France, but who were now to be subjected to military occupation and exaction, because Britain desired to see them happy and independent, and because harassing and oppressing them must be in proportion unpleasing to her. It was an entirely new principle of warlike policy, which introduced the oppression of unoffending and neutral neighbors as a legitimate mode of carrying on war against a hostile power, against whom there was little possibility of using measures directly offensive. Shortly after this note had been lodged, Bonaparte, incensed at the message of the king, to Parliament seems to have formed the scheme of bringing the protracted negotiations betwixt France and England to a point in a time-place and manner equally extraordinary at a public court held at the Tuileries on the 13th March. The chief consul came up to Lord Whitworth in considerable agitation and observed aloud, and within hearing of the circle are then determined on warrant, without attending to the disclamations of the English ambassador proceeded we have been at war for 15 years you are determined on hostility for 15 years more and you force me to it. He then addressed Count Marco and the Chevalier Azara the English wish for war. But if they draw the sword first, I will be the last to return it to the scabbard. They do not respect treaties which henceforth we must cover with black crape. He then again addressed Lord Whitworth. To what purpose are these armaments against? Whom do you take these measures of precaution? I have not a single ship of the line in any port in France. But if you arm, I too will take up arms. If you fight, I will fight. You may destroy France, but you cannot intimidate her. We desire neither the one nor the other, answered Lord Whitworth calmly. We desire to live with her on terms of good intelligence. You must respect treaties, then said Bonaparte sternly. Woe to those by whom they are not respected. They will be accountable for the consequences to all Europe. So saying and repeating his last remark twice over, he retired from the levee, leaving the whole circle, surprised at the want of decency and dignity which had given rise to such a scene. This remarkable explosion may be easily explained if we refer it entirely to the impatience of a fiery temper, rendered by the most extraordinary train of success, morbidly sensitive to any obstacle which interfered with a favorite plan. And doubtless, it is not the least evil of arbitrary power that he who possesses it is naturally tempted to mix up his own feelings of anger, revenge, or mortification in affairs which ought to be treated under the most calm and impartial reference to the public good exclusively. But it has been averred by those who had best opportunity to know Bonaparte that the fits of violent passion which he sometimes displayed were less the bursts of unrepressed and constitutional irritability, the means previously calculated upon to intimidate and astound those with whom he was treating at the time. There may therefore have been policy amid the first consul's indignation, and he may have recollected that the dashing to pieces Cobensel's china jar in the violent scene, which preceded the signing of the Treaty of Campo Formio, was completely successful in its issue. But the condition of Britain was very different from that of Austria, and he might have broken all the porcelain at St. Cloud without making the slightest impression on the equanimity of Lord Whitworth. This angry parle therefore went for nothing unless, in so far as it was considered as cutting off the faint remaining hope of peace, and expressing the violent and obstinate temper of the individual upon whose pleasure, whether originating in judgment or caprice, the fate of Europe at this important crisis unhappily depended in England. The interview at the Tuileries, where Britain was held to be insulted in the person of her ambassador, and that in the presence of the representatives of all Europe, greatly augmented the general spirit of resentment. Talleyrand, to whom Lord Whitworth applied for an explanation of the scene, which had occurred, only answered that the first consul, publicly affronted, as he conceived himself, desired to exculpate himself, in presence of the ministers of all the powers of Europe. The question of peace or war came now to turn on the subject of Malta. The retention of this fortress by the English could infer no danger to France, whereas, if parted with by them, under an insecure guarantee, the great probability of its falling into the hands of France was a subject of the most legitimate jealousy to Britain, who must always have regarded the occupation of Malta as a preliminary step to the recapture of Egypt. There seemed policy, therefore, in Napoleon's conceding this point, and obtaining for France that respite which, while it regained her colonies and recruited her commerce, would have afforded her the means of renewing a navy which had been almost totally destroyed during the war, and consequently of engaging England at some future and propitious time on the element which she called peculiarly her own. It was accordingly supposed to be Talleyrand's opinion that, by giving way to England on the subject of Malta, Napoleon ought to lull her suspicions to sleep. Yet there were strong reasons besides the military character of Bonaparte, which might induce the first consul to break off negotiation. His empire was founded on the general opinion, entertained of his inflexibility of purpose, and of his unvaried success alike in political objects, as in the field of battle, were he to concede the principle which England now contested with him in the face of Europe. It would have in a certain degree derogated from the preeminence of the situation he claimed as autocrat of the civilized world in that character. He could not recede an inch from pretensions which he had once asserted to have allowed that his encroachment on Switzerland and Piedmont rendered it necessary that he should grant a compensation to England by consenting to her retention of Malta, would have been to grant that Britain had still a right to interfere in the affairs of the continent, and to point her out to nations disposed to throw off the French yoke, as a power to whose mediation he still owed some deference. These reasons were not without force in themselves, and joined to the natural impetuosity of Bonaparte's temper, irritated and stung by the attacks in the English papers, had their weight probably in inducing him to give way to that sally of resentment by which he endeavored to cut short the debate, as he would have brought up his guard in person, to decide the fate of a long-disputed action. Some lingering and hopeless attempts were made to carry on negotiations. The English ministry lowered their claim of retaining Malta in perpetuity to their right of holding it for 10 years. Bonaparte, on the other hand, would listen to no modification of the Treaty of Amiens, but offered as the guarantee afforded by the occupation of Neapolitan troops, was objected to, that the garrison should consist of Russians or Austrians. To this proposal Britain would not accede. Lord Whitworth left Paris, and on the 18th May 1803, Britain declared war against France. Before we proceed to detail the history of this eventful struggle, we must cast our eyes backwards and review some events of importance which had happened in France since the conclusion of the Treaty of Amiens. Chapter Roman 26. Domingo. The Negroes split into parties under different chiefs. Toussaint Louverture, the most distinguished of these, appoints a consular government. France sends an expedition against St. Domingo under General Leclerc in December 1801. Toussaint submits. He is sent to France, where he dies. The French are assaulted by the Negroes. Leclerc is succeeded by Rochambeau. The French finally obliged to capitulate to an English squadron. Bonaparte's scheme to consolidate his power. The consular guard, augmented Legion of Honor opposition, formed against the consular government application to the Count de Provence. Louis Roman 18. When the Treaty of Amiens appeared to have restored peace to Europe, one of Bonaparte's first enterprises was to attempt the recovery of the French possessions in the large, rich, and valuable colony of St. Domingo, the disasters of which island form a terrible episode in the history of the war. The convulsions of the French Revolution had reached St. Domingo, and catching like fire to combustibles, had bred a violent feud between the white people in the island and the mulattoes, the latter of whom demanded to be admitted into the privileges and immunities of the former, the newly established rights of men, as they alleged, having no reference to the distinction of color. While the whites and the people of color were thus engaged in a civil war, the Negro slaves, the most oppressed and most numerous class of the population, rose against both parties and rendered the whole island one scene of bloodshed and conflagration. The few planters who remained invited the support of the British arms, which easily effected a temporary conquest. But the European soldiery perished so fast through the influence of the climate that in 1798 the English were glad to abandon an island, which had proved the grave of so many of her best and bravest, who had fallen without a wound and void of renown. Toussaint Louverture. The Negroes left to themselves divided into different parties, who submitted to the authority of chiefs, more or less independent of each other, many of whom displayed considerable talent. Of these, the principal leader was Toussaint Louverture, who, after waging war like a savage, appears to have used the power which victory procured him with much political skill. Although himself a Negro, he had the sagacity to perceive how important it was for the civilization of his subjects that they should not be deprived of the opportunities of knowledge and examples of industry afforded them by the white people. He therefore protected and encouraged the latter, and established as an equitable regulation that the blacks, now freemen, should nevertheless continue to labor the plantations of the white colonists, while the produce of the estate should be divided in certain proportions betwixt the white proprietor and the sable cultivator. The least transgressions of these regulations he punished with African ferocity. On one occasion, a white female, the owner of a plantation, had been murdered by the Negroes by whom it was labored, and who had formerly been her slaves. Toussaint marched to the spot at the head of a party of his horse guards, collected the Negroes belonging to the plantation, and surrounded them with his black cavalry, who after a very brief inquiry received orders to charge, and cut them to pieces, of which order our informant witnessed the execution. His unrelenting rigor, joined to his natural sagacity, soon raised Toussaint to the chief command of the island, and he availed himself of the maritime peace to consolidate his authority by establishing a constitution on the model most lately approved of in France, which being that of the year 8 consisted of a consular government. Toussaint failed not of course to assume the supreme government to himself, with power to name his successor. The whole was a parody on the procedure of Bonaparte, which doubtless the latter was not highly pleased with, for there are many cases in which an imitation by others of the conduct we ourselves have held is a matter not of compliment, but of the most severe satire. The Constitution of St. Domingo was instantly put in force, although with an ostensible deference to France the sanction of her government had been ceremoniously required. It was evident that the African, though not unwilling to acknowledge some nominal degree of sovereignty on the part of France, was determined to retain in his own hands the effective government of the colony. But this in no respect consisted with the plans of Bonaparte, who was impatient to restore to France those possessions of which the British naval superiority had so long deprived Hercules shipping and commerce. A powerful expedition was fitted out at the harbors of Brest-l'Orient and Rochefort, destined to restore St. Domingo in full subjection to the French Empire. The fleet amounted to 34 ships bearing 40 guns and upwards, with more than 20 frigates and smaller armed vessels. They had on board above 20,000 men, and General Leclerc, the brother-in-law of the first consul, was named commander-in-chief of the expedition, having a staff composed of officers of acknowledged skill and bravery. It is said that Bonaparte had the art to employ a considerable proportion of the troops, which composed the late army of the Rhine in this distant expedition, to an insalubrious climate, but he would not permit it to be supposed that there was the least danger, and he exercised an act of family authority on the subject to prove that such were his real sentiments. His sister, the beautiful Pauline, afterwards the wife of Prince Borghese, showed the utmost reluctance to accompany her present husband General Leclerc upon the expedition, and only went on board when actually compelled to do so by the positive orders of the first consul, who, although she was his favorite sister, was yet better contented that she should share the general risk than by remaining behind. Leave it to be inferred that he himself augured a disastrous conclusion to the expedition. The armament set sail on the 14th of December 1801, while an English squadron of observation, uncertain of their purpose, waited upon and watched their progress to the West Indies. The French fleet presented themselves before Cape Francois on the 29th of January, 1802. Toussaint, summoned to surrender, seemed at first inclined to come to an agreement, terrified probably by the great force of the expedition, which time and the climate could alone afford the Negroes. Any chance of resisting a letter was delivered to him from the first consul, expressing esteem for his person, and General Leclerc offered him the most favorable terms together with the situation of lieutenant governor. Ultimately, however, Toussaint could not make up his mind to trust the French, and he determined upon resistance, which he managed with considerable skill. Nevertheless, the well-concerted military operations of the whites soon overpowered for the present the resistance of Toussaint, and his followers. Chief after chief surrendered and submitted themselves to General Leclerc. At length Toussaint L'Ouverture himself seems to have despaired of being able to make further or more effectual resistance. He made his formal submission, and received and accepted Leclerc's pardon under the condition that he should retire to a plantation at Gonaives, and never leave it without permission of the commander-in-chief. Death of Toussaint. The French had not long had possession of the colony ere they discovered, or supposed they had discovered, symptoms of a conspiracy amongst the Negroes, and Toussaint was on very slight grounds accused as encouraging a revolt. Under this allegation, the only proof of which was a letter capable of an innocent interpretation, the unfortunate chief was seized upon. With his whole family, and put on board of a vessel bound to France, nothing official was ever learned concerning his fate, farther than that he was imprisoned in the castle of Joux, in Franche-Comté, where the unhappy African fell a victim to the severity of an alpine climate to which he was unaccustomed, and the privations of a close confinement. The deed has been often quoted and referred to as one of the worst actions of Bonaparte, who ought, if not in justice, in generosity at least, to have had compassion on the man, whose fortunes bore in many respects a strong similarity to his own. It afforded but too strong a proof that though humanity was often in Napoleon's mouth, and sometimes displayed in his actions, yet its maxims were seldom found sufficient to protect those whom he disliked or feared from the fate which tyranny most willingly assigns to its victims, that of being silently removed from the living world, and enclosed in their prison, as in a tomb from which no complaints can be heard, and where they are to await the slow approach of death like men, who are literally buried alive. The perfidy with which the French had conducted themselves towards Toussaint was visited by early vengeance. That scourge of Europeans, the yellow fever, broke out among their troops, and in an incredible short space of time, swept off General Leclerc with many of his best officers and bravest soldiers. The Negroes, incensed at the conduct of the governor towards Toussaint, and encouraged by the sickly condition of the French army, rose upon them in every quarter. A species of war ensued of which we are thankful. It is not our task to trace the deplorable and ghastly particulars. The cruelty which was perhaps to be expected in the savage Africans just broke loose from the bondage of slavery, communicated itself to the civilized French. If the former tore out their prisoners' eyes with corkscrews, the latter drowned their captives by hundreds, which imitation of Carrier's republican baptism they called deportation into the sea on other occasions. Numerous bodies of Negroes were confined in hulks, and there smothered to death with the fumes of lighted sulfur. The issue of this hellish warfare was that the cruelty of the French enraged instead of terrifying their savage antagonists, and at length that the numbers of the former, diminished by disease and constant skirmishing, became unequal to the defense even of the garrison towns of the island, much more so to the task of reconquering it. General Rochambeau, who succeeded Leclerc as commander-in-chief, was finally obliged to save the poor wreck of that fine army by submitting at discretion to an English squadron, 1st December 1803. Thus was the richest colony in the West Indies finally lost to France, remaining entirely in the possession of the black population. St. Domingo will show in process of time how far the natives of Africa, having European civilization within their reach, are capable of forming a state governed by the usual rules of polity. Court of the Tuileries. While Bonaparte made these strong efforts for repossessing France in this fine colony, it was not to be supposed that he was neglecting the establishment of his own power upon a more firm basis. His present situation was, like every other in life, considerably short of what he could have desired, though so infinitely superior to all that his most unreasonable wishes could at one time have aspired to. He had all the real power of royalty, and since the settlement of his authority for life, he had daily assumed more of the pomp and circumstance with which sovereignty is usually invested. The Tuileries were once more surrounded with guards without, and filled by levies within. The ceremonial of a court was revived, and Bonaparte, judging of mankind with accuracy, neglected no minute observance by which the princes of the earth are wont to enforce their authority. Still, there remained much to be done. He held the sovereignty only in the nature of a life rent. He could indeed dispose of it by will, but the last wills even of kings have been frequently set aside, and at any rate, the privilege comes short of that belonging to an hereditary crown, which descends by the right of blood from one possessor to another, so that in one sense it may be said to confer on the dynasty a species of immortality. Bonaparte knew also the virtue of names. The title of chief consul did not necessarily infer sovereign rights. It might signify everything, or it might signify nothing. In common language, it inferred alike one of the annual executive governors of the Roman Republic, whose fasces swayed the world, or the petty resident, who presides over commercial affairs in a foreign seaport. There were no precise ideas of power or rights, necessarily and unalienably connected with it. Besides, Bonaparte had other objections to his present title of dignity. The title of first consul implied that there were two others, far indeed from being coordinate with Napoleon, but yet who occupied a higher rank on the steps of the throne, and approached his person more nearly than he could have desired. Again, the word reminded the hearer, even by the new mode of its application, that it belonged to a government of recent establishment and of revolutionary origin, and Napoleon, did not wish to present such ideas to the public mind, since that which was but lately erected might be easily destroyed, and that which last arose out of the revolutionary cauldron might, like the phantoms which had preceded it, give place in its turn to an apparition. More potent policy seemed to recommend to him to have recourse to the ancient model, which Europe had been long accustomed to reverence, to adopt the form of government best known and longest established through the greater part of the world, and assuming the title and rights of a monarch, to take his place among the ancient and recognized authorities of Europe. It was necessary to proceed with the utmost caution in this innovation, which, whenever accomplished, must necessarily involve the French people in the notable inconsistency of having murdered the descendant of their old princes, committed 1,000 crimes, and suffered under a mass of misery, merely because they were resolved not to permit the existence of that crown, which was now to be placed on the head of a soldier of fortune, before therefore he could venture on this bold measure, in which were it, but for very shame's sake, he must be certain of great opposition. Bonaparte endeavored by every means in his power to strengthen himself in his government. The army was carefully new-modeled, so as to make it as much as possible his own, and the French soldiers who regarded the power of Bonaparte as the fruit of their own victories were in general devoted to his cause, notwithstanding the fame of Moreau, to whom a certain part of their number still adhered. The consular guard, a highly privileged body of select forces, was augmented to the number of 6,000 men. These formidable legions, which included troops of every species of arms, had been gradually formed and increased upon the plan of the Corps of Guides, which Bonaparte introduced during the first Italian campaigns for immediate attendance on his person, and for preventing such accidents as once or twice had like to have befallen him by unexpected encounters with flying parties of the enemy. But the guards, as now increased in numbers, had a duty much more extended. They were chosen men taught to consider themselves as superior to the rest of the army and enjoying advantages in pay and privileges when the other troops were subject to privations. Care was taken that the guards should experience as little of them as possible, and that by every possible exertion they should be kept in the highest degree of readiness for action. They were only employed upon service of the utmost importance, and seldom, in the beginning of an engagement, when they remained in reserve under the eye of Napoleon himself. It was usually by means of his guard that the final and decisive exertion was made, which marked Bonaparte's tactics, and so often achieved victory at the very crisis, when it seemed inclining to the enemy, regarding themselves as considerably superior to the other soldiers. And accustomed also to be under Napoleon's immediate command, his guards were devotedly attached to him, and a body of troops of such high character might be considered as a formidable bulwark around the throne, which he meditated ascending. Legion of Honor. The attachment of these chosen legions, and of his soldiers in general, formed the foundation of Bonaparte's power, who of all sovereigns that ever mounted to authority, might be said to reign by dint of victory and of his sword. But he surrounded himself by another species of partisans. The Legion of Honor was destined to form a distinct and particular class of privileged individuals, whom by honors and bounties bestowed on them, he resolved to bind to his own interest. This institution, which attained considerable political importance, originated in the custom, which Napoleon had early introduced, of conferring on soldiers of whatever rank a sword, fusil, or other military weapon, in the name of the state, as acknowledging and commemorating some act of peculiar gallantry. The influence of such public rewards was, of course, very great. They encouraged those who had received them to make every effort to preserve the character which they had thus gained, while they awakened the emulation of hundreds and thousands who desired similar marks of distinction. Bonaparte now formed the project of embodying the persons who had merited such rewards into an association similar in many respects to those orders or brotherhoods of chivalry with which during the Middle Ages the feudal sovereigns of Europe surrounded themselves, and which subsist to this day, though in a changed and modified form. These, however, have been uniformly created on the feudal principles, and the honor they confer limited, or supposed to be limited, to persons of some rank and condition. But the scheme of Bonaparte was to extend this species of honorable distinction through all ranks in the quality proper, to each as medals to be distributed among various classes of the community, are struck upon medals of different value, but are all stamped with the same die. The outlines of the institution were these. The Legion of Honor was to consist of a great council of administration and 15 cohorts, each of which was to have its own separate headquarters in some distinguished town of the Republic. The council of administration was to consist of the 3 consuls and 4 other members, a senator, namely a member of the legislative body, a member of the tribunate, and one of the council of state each, to be chosen by the body to which he belonged. The order might be acquired by distinguished merit, either of a civil or a military nature, and various rules were laid down for the mode of selecting the members. The first consul was in right of his office captain general of the legion and president of the council of administration. Every cohort was to consist of 7 grand officers, 20 commanders, 30 subaltern officers, and 350 legionaries. Their nomination was for life, and their appointments considerable. The grand officers enjoyed a yearly pension of 5,000 francs, the commanders 2,500, the officers 1,000 francs, the privates or legionaries 250. They were to swear upon their honor to defend the government of France and maintain the inviolability of her empire, to combat by every lawful means against the reestablishment of the feudal institutions, and to concur in maintaining the principles of liberty and equality. Notwithstanding these last words, containing, when properly understood, the highest political and moral truth, but employed in France originally to cover the most abominable cruelties, and used more lately as mere words of course, the friends of liberty were not to be blinded regarding the purpose of this new institution. Their number was now much limited, but amidst their weakness they had listened to the lessons of prudence and experience, and abandoning these high-sworn illusory and absurd pretensions, which had created such general disturbance, seemed to have set themselves seriously, and at the same time moderately to work to protect the cause of practical and useful freedom by such resistance as the Constitution still permitted them to offer by means of the tribunate and the legislative body. Opposition to the government. Among the statesmen who associated to form an opposition which, on the principle of the constitutional opposition of England, were to act towards the executive government rather as to an erring friend, whom they desired to put right than as an enemy whom they meant to destroy, were Benjamin Constant, early distinguished by talent and eloquence, Chenier, author of the hymn of the Marseillaise, Savoy, Roland Chauvelin, and others, among whose names that of Carnot was most distinguished. These statesmen had learned, apparently, that it is better in human affairs to aim at that minor degree of good which is practicable, than to aspire to a perfection which is unattainable in the opinion of most of them. The government of Bonaparte was a necessary evil, without which, or something of the same strength, to control the factions by which she was torn to pieces, France must have continued to be a prey to a succession of such anarchical governments as had already almost ruined her. They therefore entertained none of the usual views of conspirators. They considered the country as in the condition of a wounded warrior, compelled for a short time to lay aside her privileges as he his armor. But they hoped, when France had renewed her strength and spirit by an interval of repose, they might see her under better auspices than before renew and assert her claims to be free from military law. Meantime, they held it their duty, professing at the same time the highest respect to the government, and its head the first consul, to keep alive, as far as was permitted, the spirit of the country, and oppose the encroachments of its ruler. They were not long allowed to follow the practical and useful path which they had sketched out, but the French debates were never so decently or respectably conducted as during this period. The opposition, as they may be called, had not objected to the reappointment of Bonaparte to the consulate for life. Probably they were reluctant to have the appearance of giving him personal offense, were aware they would be too feebly supported, and were sensible that struggling for a point which could not be attained was unlikely to lead to any good practical results. The institution of the Legion of Honor offered a better chance to try their new opposition tactics. Ardera, the orator by whom the measure was proposed to the tribunate, endeavored to place it in the most favorable light. It was founded, he said, upon the 85th article of the Constitutional Declaration, which provided that national recompenses should be conferred on those soldiers who had distinguished themselves in their country's service. He represented the proposed order as a moral institution, calculated to raise to the highest the patriotism and gallantry of the French people. It was a coin, he said, of a value different from, and far more precious, than that which was issued from the treasury, a treasure of a quality which could not be debased, and of a quantity which was inexhaustible, since the mind consisted in the national sense of honor. To this specious argument it was replied by Roland and others that the law was of a nature dangerous to public liberty. It was an abuse, they said, of the constitutional article on which it was alleged to be founded, since it exhausted at once, by the creation of a numerous corps, the stock of rewards which the article referred to, held in frugal reserve to recompense great actions, as they should occur if everything was given to remunerate merits which had been already ascertained, what stock it was asked remained for compensating future actions of gallantry, accepting the chance of a tardy admission into the corps as vacancies should occur. But especially, it was pleaded that the establishment of a military body, distinguished by high privileges and considerable pay, yet distinct and differing from all the other national forces, was a direct violation of the sacred principles of equality. Some reprobated the intermixture of the civil officers of the state in a military institution. Others were of opinion that the oath proposed to be taken was superfluous, if not ridiculous, since how could the members of the Legion of Honor be more bound to serve the state or watch over the Constitution than any other citizens? Or in what manner was it proposed they should exert themselves for that purpose? Other arguments were urged, but that which all felt to be the most cogent was rather understood than even hinted at. This was the immense additional strength which the first consul must attain by having at his command the distribution of the new honors, and being thus enabled to form a body of satellites entirely dependent upon himself, and carefully selected from the bravest and ablest within the realm. The institution of the Legion of Honor was at length carried in the tribunate by a majority of 56 voices over 38, and sanctioned in the legislative body by 166 over 110. The strong divisions of the opposition on this trying question showed high spirit in those who composed that party, but they were placed in a situation so insulated and separated from the public, so utterly deprived of all constitutional guarantees for the protection of freedom, that their resistance, however honorable to themselves, was totally ineffectual and without advantage to the nation. Proposition to Louis Roman 18. Meanwhile, Bonaparte was deeply engaged in intrigues of a different character, by means of which he hoped to place the sovereign authority, which he had acquired, on a footing less anomalous and more corresponding with that of the other monarchs in Europe than it was at present. For this purpose, an overture was made by the Prussian minister Haugwitz through the medium of Roman 1000 de Mayer, president of the Regency of Warsaw, proposing to the Comte de Provence, since Louis Roman 18, that he should resign his rights to the crown of France to the successful general who occupied the throne, in which case the exiled princes were to be invested with dominions in Italy and restored to a brilliant existence. The answer of Louis was marked at once by moderation sense, and that firmness of character which corresponded with his illustrious birth and high pretensions. I do not confound Monsieur Bonaparte, said the exiled monarch, with those who have preceded him. I esteem his bravery and military talents. I owe him goodwill for many acts of his government. For the good which is done to my people, I will always esteem done to me. But he is mistaken if he thinks that my rights can be made the subjects of bargain and composition. The very step he is now adopting would go to establish them, could they be otherwise called in question. I know not what may be the designs of God for myself and my family, but I am not ignorant of the duties imposed on me by the rank in which it was his pleasure I should be born as a Christian. I will fulfill those duties to my last breath. As a descendant of Saint Louis, I will know by his example how to respect myself, even were I in fetters. As the successor of Francis the First, I will at least have it to say with him, we have lost all excepting our honor. Such is the account which has been uniformly given by the princes of the House of Bourbon concerning this communication, which is said to have taken place on the 26th February 18,032,735. Bonaparte has indeed denied that he was accessory to any such transaction, and has said truly enough that an endeavor to acquire an interest in the Bourbons' title by compromise would have been an admission on his part that his own flowing, as he alleged from the people, was imperfect and needed repairs. Therefore he denied having taken any step which could in its consequences have inferred such an admission. But in the first place, it is not to be supposed that such a treaty would have been published by the Bourbon family unless it had been proposed by Mayer, and it is equally unlikely that either Haugwitz or Mayer would have ventured on such a negotiation, excepting at the instigation of Bonaparte, who alone could make good the terms proposed on the one side or derive advantage from the concessions stipulated on the other. Secondly, without stopping to inquire how far the title which Bonaparte pretended to the supreme authority was of a character incapable of being improved by a cession of the Comte de Provence's rights in his favor, it would still have continued an object of great political consequence to have obtained a surrender of the claims of the House of Bourbon, which were even yet acknowledged by a very considerable party within the kingdom. It was therefore worth while to venture upon a negotiation, which might have had the most important results, although when it proved fruitless, we can see strong reasons for Napoleon concealing and disowning his accession to a step which might be construed as implying some sense of deficiency of his own title and some degree of recognition of that of the exiled prince. It may be remarked that up to this period Napoleon had manifested no particular spleen towards the family of Bourbon. On the contrary, he had treated their followers with lenity and spoken with decency of their own claims. But the rejection of the treaty with Monsieur Bonaparte, however moderately worded, has been reasonably supposed to have had a deep effect on his mind, and may have been one remote cause of a tragedy, for which it is impossible to find an adequate one: the murder, namely of the Duc d'Enghien. But before we approach this melancholy part of Napoleon's history, it is proper to trace the events which succeeded the renewal of the war. Chapter Roman 27, Renewal of the War. England lays an embargo on French vessels. Napoleon retaliates by detaining British subjects. Effects of this unprecedented measure: Hanover and other places occupied by the French scheme of invasion renewed Napoleon's preparations. Defensive measures of England. The bloody war which succeeded the short peace of Amiens originated, to use the words of the satirist, in high words, jealousies, and fears. There was no special or determinate cause of quarrel which could be removed by explanation, apology, or concession. The English nation were jealous, and from the strides which Bonaparte had made towards universal power, not jealous without reason of the farther purposes of the French ruler, and demanded guarantees against the encroachments which they apprehended, and such guarantees he deemed it beneath his dignity to grant. The discussion of these adverse claims had been unusually violent and intemperate, and as Bonaparte conceived the English nation to be his personal enemies, so they on the other hand began to regard his power as totally incompatible with the peace of Europe and independence of Britain. To Napoleon, the English people, tradesmen and shopkeepers, as he chose to qualify them, seemed assuming a consequence in Europe, which was, he conceived, far beyond their due. He was affected by feelings similar to those with which Haman beheld Mordecai sitting at the king's gate, all things availing him nothing, while Britain held such a high rank among the nations, without deigning to do him reverence or worship. The English people, on the other hand, regarded him as the haughty and proud oppressor, who had the will, at least if not the power, to root Britain out from among the nations, and reduce them to a state of ignominy and bondage. When therefore the two nations again arose to the contest, it was like combatants whose anger against each other has been previously raised to the highest pitch by mutual invective. Each had recourse to the measures by which their enemy could be most prejudiced. England had at her command the large means of annoyance arising out of her immense naval superiority, and took her measures with the decision which the emergency required. Instant orders were dispatched to prevent the cession of such colonies as yet remained to be given up according to the Treaty of Amiens, and to seize by a coup de main such of the French settlements as had been ceded or were yet occupied by her. France, on the other hand, in consequence of her equally great superiority by land, assembled upon her extensive line of seacoast a very numerous army with which she appeared disposed to make good her ruler's threats of invasion. At the same time, Bonaparte occupied without ceremony the territory of Naples, Holland, and such other states as Britain must have seen in his hands with feelings of keen apprehension, and thus made good the previous menaces of Talleyrand in his celebrated note. But besides carrying to the utmost extent all the means of annoyance which the ordinary rules of hostility afford, Napoleon, going beyond these, had recourse to strange and unaccustomed reprisals, unknown as yet to the code of civilized nature, and tending only to gratify his own resentment and extend the evils of war already sufficiently numerous. Embargo on French vessels. Détenus. The English had, as is the universal custom, laid an embargo on all French vessels in their ports. At the instant the war was proclaimed, and the loss to France was of course considerable. Bonaparte took a singular mode of retaliating by seizing on the persons of the English of every description who chanced to be at Paris or traveling in the dominions of France, who, trusting to the laws of good faith hitherto observed by all civilized nations, expected nothing less than an attack upon their personal freedom. The absurd excuse at first set up for this extraordinary violation of humanity at once and of justice was that some of these individuals might be liable to serve in the English militia, and were therefore to be considered as prisoners of war. But this flimsy pretext could not have excused the seizing on the English of all ranks conditions, and ages the measure was adopted without the participation of the first consul's ministers. At least we must presume so, since Talleyrand himself encouraged some individuals to remain after the British ambassador had left Paris with an assurance of safety, which he had it not in his power to make good. It was the vengeful start of a haughty temper, rendered irritable, as we have often stated, by uninterrupted prosperity, and of consequence opposing itself to all resistance and contradiction, with an acuteness of feeling approaching to frenzy. The individuals who suffered under this capricious and tyrannical act of arbitrary power were treated in all respects like prisoners of war, and confined to prison, as such unless they gave their parole to abide in certain towns assigned them, and keep within particular limits. The mass of individual evil occasioned by this cruel measure was incalculably great. 12 years, a large proportion of human life were cut from that of each of these detenus, as they were called so far as regarded settled plan, or active exertion. Upon many the interruption fell with fatal influence, blighting all their hopes and prospects. Others learned to live only for the passing day, and were thus deterred from habitual study or useful industry. The most tender bonds of affection were broken asunder by this despotic sentence of imprisonment. The most fatal inroads were made on family feelings and affections. By this long separation between children and husbands and wives, all the nearest and dearest domestic relations. In short, if it was Buonaparte's desire to inflict the highest degree of pain on a certain number of persons, only because they were born in Britain, he certainly attained his end. If he hoped to gain anything farther, he was completely baffled. And when he hypocritically imputes the sufferings of the detenus to the obstinacy of the English ministry, his reasoning is the same with that of a captain of Italian banditti who murders his prisoner and throws the blame of the crime on the friends of the deceased who failed to send the ransom at which he had rated his life. Neither is his vindication more reasonable when he pretends to say that the measure was taken in order to prevent England on future occasions from seizing according to ancient usage on the shipping in her ports. This outrage must therefore be recorded as one of those acts of wanton willfulness in which Buonaparte indulged his passion at the expense of his honor, and if rightly understood of his real interest. The detention of civilians, unoffending and defenseless, was a breach of those courtesies, which ought to be sacred as mitigating the horrors of war. The occupation of Hanover was made in violation of the Germanic constitution. This patrimony of our kings had in former wars been admitted to the benefit of neutrality, a reasonable distinction being taken betwixt the Elector of Hanover, as one of the grand feudatories of the empire, and the same person in his character of King of Great Britain, in which latter capacity only he was at war with France. But Buonaparte was not disposed to recognize these metaphysical distinctions, nor were any of the powers of Germany in a condition to incur his displeasure by asserting the constitution and immunities of the Empire. Austria had paid too deep a price for her former attempts to withstand the power of France to permit her to extend her opposition beyond a feeble remonstrance, and Prussia had too long pursued a temporizing and truckling line of politics to allow her to break short with Napoleon by endeavoring to merit the title her monarch once claimed of protector of the north of Germany. Hanover seized everything in Germany, being thus favorable to the views of France. Mortier, who had already assembled an army in Holland, and on the frontiers of Germany, moved forward on Hanover. A considerable force was collected for resistance under His Royal Highness the Duke of Cambridge and General Walmoden. It soon appeared, however, that left to their own resources, and absolutely unsupported either by England or the forces of the Empire, the electorate was incapable of resistance, and that any attempt at an ineffectual defense would only serve to aggravate the distresses of the country, by subjecting the inhabitants to the extremities of war. In compassion, therefore, to the Hanoverians, the Duke of Cambridge was induced to leave the hereditary dominions of his father's house, and General Walmoden had the mortification to find himself obliged to enter into a convention by which the capital of the electorate and all its strongholds were to be delivered up to the French, and the Hanoverian army were to retire behind the Elbe on condition not to serve against France and her allies till previously exchanged. The British government having refused to ratify this convention of Sulingen, as it was termed, the Hanoverian army were summoned to surrender as prisoners of war. Hard terms, which upon the determined resistance of Walmoden, were only thus far softened that these tried and faithful troops were to be disbanded and deliver up their arms, artillery, horses, and military stores. In a letter to the first consul, Mortier declares that he granted these mitigated terms from respect to the misfortunes of a brave enemy, and mentions, in a tone of creditable feeling the distress of General Walmoden and the despair of the fine regiment of Hanoverian guards when dismounting from their horses to surrender them up to the French. At the same time that they occupied Hanover, the French failed not to make a further use of their invasion of Germany by laying forced loans on the Hanseatic towns and by other encroachments. The Prince Royal of Denmark was the only sovereign who showed an honorable sense of these outrages by assembling in Holstein an army of 30,000 men. But being unsupported by any other power, he was soon glad to lay aside the attitude which he had assumed Austria, accepted as current payment the declaration of France that by her occupation of Hanover, she did not intend any act of conquest or annexation of territory, but merely proposed to retain the electorate as a pledge for the Isle of Malta, which the English, contrary, as was alleged to the faith of treaties, refused to surrender. Prussia, naturally dissatisfied at seeing the aggressions of France extend to the neighborhood of her own territories, was nevertheless obliged to rest contented with the same excuse. The French ruler did not confine himself to the occupation of Hanover. Tarentum and other seaports of the King of Naples' dominions were seized upon under the same pretext of their being a pledge for the restoration of Malta, in fact by thus quartering his troops upon neutral territories, by whom he took care that they should be paid and clothed. Napoleon made the war support itself, and spared France the burden of maintaining a great proportion of his immense army, while large exactions, not only on the commercial towns, but on Spain, Portugal, and Naples, and other neutral countries in the name of loans, filled his treasury, and enabled him to carry on the expensive plans which he meditated. Any one of the separate maneuvers which we have mentioned would, before this eventful war, have been considered as a sufficient object for a long campaign, but the whole united was regarded by Bonaparte only as side-blows affecting Britain, indirectly through the occupation of her monarch's family, dominions, the embarrassment offered to her commerce, and the destruction of such independence as had been left to the continental powers. His great and decisive game remained to be played that scheme of invasion, to which he had so strongly pledged himself in his angry dialogue with Lord Whitworth. Here perhaps, if ever in his life, Bonaparte, from considerations of prudence, suffered the period to elapse which would have afforded the best chance for execution of his venturous project. It must be in the memory of most who recollect the period that the kingdom of Great Britain was seldom less provided against invasion than at the commencement of this second war, and that an embarkation from the ports of Holland, if undertaken instantly after the war had broken out, might have escaped our blockading squadrons, and have at least shown what a French army could have done on British ground at a moment when the alarm was general and the country in an unprepared state. But it is probable that Bonaparte himself was as much unprovided as England, for the sudden breach of the Treaty of Amiens, an event brought about more by the influence of passion than of policy, so that its consequences were as unexpected in his calculations as in those of Great Britain. Besides, he had not diminished to himself the dangers of the undertaking by which he must have staked his military renown, his power, which he held chiefly, as the consequence of his reputation, perhaps his life, upon a desperate game, which though he had already twice contemplated it, he had not yet found hardihood enough seriously to enter upon. He now, however, at length bent himself with the whole strength of his mind and the whole force of his empire to prepare for this final and decisive undertaking. The gunboats in the Bay of Gibraltar, where calms are frequent, had sometimes, in the course of the former war, been able to do considerable damage to the English vessels of war when they could not use their sails. Such small craft, therefore, were supposed the proper force for covering the intended descent. They were built in different harbors, and brought together by crawling along the French shore, and keeping under the protection of the batteries, which were now established on every cape, almost as if the seacoast of the Channel on the French side had been the lines of a besieged city, no one point of which could with prudence be left undefended by cannon. Boulogne was pitched upon as the center port, from which the expedition was to sail. By incredible exertions, Bonaparte had rendered its harbor and roads capable of containing 2,000 vessels of various descriptions. The smaller seaports of Weimar, Ambleteuse, and Etaples, Deep, Havre, St. Valery, Con, Gravelines, and Dunkirk were likewise filled with shipping. Flushing and Ostend were occupied by a separate flotilla. Brest, Toulon, and Rochefort were each the station of as strong a naval squadron as France had still the means to send to sea. Army of England. A land army was assembled of the most formidable description, whether we regard the high military character of the troops, the extent and perfection of their appointments, or their numerical strength. The coast from the mouth of the Seine to the Texel was covered with forces, and Soult, née Davoust and Victor, names that were then the pride and the dread of war, were appointed to command the army of England, for that menacing title was once more assumed, and execute those maneuvers planned and superintended by Bonaparte, the issue of which was to be the blotting out of Britain from the rank of independent nations. Far from being alarmed at this formidable demonstration of force, England prepared for her resistance with an energy becoming her ancient rank in Europe, and far surpassing in its efforts any extent of military preparation before heard of in her history. To nearly 100,000 troops of the line were added 80,000 and upwards of militia, which scarce yielded. To the regulars in point of discipline, the volunteer force by which every citizen was permitted and invited to add his efforts to the defense of the country, was far more numerous than during the last war, was better officered also, and rendered every way more effective. It was computed to amount to 350,000 men, who, if we regard the shortness of the time and the nature of the service, had attained considerable practice in the use and management of their arms. Other classes of men were embodied and destined to act as pioneers, drivers of wagons, and in the like services on a sudden, the land seemed converted to an immense camp, the whole nation into soldiers, and the good old king himself into a general-in-chief, all peaceful. Considerations appeared for a time to be thrown aside, and the voice calling the nation to defend their dearest rights sounded not only in Parliament and in meetings convoked to second the measures of defense, but was heard in the places of public amusement, and mingled even with the voice of devotion not unbecomingly, surely, since to defend our country is to defend our religion. Beacons were erected in conspicuous points, corresponding with each other all around, and all through the island, and morning and evening, one might have said every eye was turned towards them to watch for the fatal and momentous signal. Partial alarms were given in different places from the mistakes to which such arrangements must necessarily be liable, and the ready spirit which animated every species of troops, where such signals called to arms, was of the most satisfactory description, and afforded the most perfect assurance that the heart of every man was in the cause of his country. Amidst her preparations by land, England did not neglect or relax her precautions on the element she calls her own. She covered the ocean with 570 ships of war of various descriptions. Divisions of her fleet blocked up every French port in the Channel, and the army destined to invade our shores might see the British flag flying in every direction on the horizon, waiting for their issuing from the harbor, as birds of prey may be seen floating in the air above the animal, which they designed to pounce upon. Sometimes the British frigates and sloops of war stood in and cannonaded or threw shells into Havre Deep, Granville, and Boulogne itself. Sometimes the seamen and marines landed cut-out vessels, destroyed signal posts, and dismantled batteries. Such events were trifling, and it was to be regretted that they cost the lives of gallant men. But although they produced no direct results of consequence, yet they had their use in encouraging the spirits of our sailors and damping the confidence of the enemy, who must at length have looked forward with more doubt than hope to the invasion of the English coast, when the utmost vigilance could not prevent their experiencing insults upon their own. During this period of menaced attack and arranged defense, Bonaparte visited Boulogne and seemed active in preparing his soldiers for the grand effort. He reviewed them in an unusual manner, teaching them to execute several maneuvers by night, and experiments were also made upon the best mode of arranging the soldiers in the flat-bottomed boats, and of embarking and disembarking them with celerity. Omens were resorted to for keeping up the enthusiasm which the presence of the first consul naturally inspired. A Roman battle-axe was said to be found when they removed the earth to pitch Bonaparte's tent or barrack, and medals of William the Conqueror were produced as having been dug up upon the same honored spot. These were pleasant bodings, yet perhaps did not altogether in the minds of the soldiers counterbalance the sense of insecurity impressed on them by the prospect of being packed together in these miserable chaloops, and exposed to the fire of an enemy so superior at sea that during the chief consul's review of the fortifications, their frigates stood in shore with composure, and fired at him and his suite, as at a mark. The men who had braved the perils of the Alps and of the Egyptian deserts might yet be allowed to feel alarm at a species of danger which seemed so inevitable, and which they had no adequate means of repelling by force of arms. Boulogne flotille, a circumstance which seemed to render the expedition in a great measure hopeless, was the ease with which the English could maintain a constant watch upon their operations within the port of Boulogne. The least appearance of stir or preparation to embark troops, or get ready for sea, was promptly sent by signal to the English coast, and the numerous British cruisers were instantly on the alert to attend their motions. Nelson had in fact during the last war declared the sailing of a hostile armament from Boulogne to be a most forlorn undertaking on account of cross tides and other disadvantages together, with the certainty of the flotilla being lost, if there were the least wind west-northwest. As for rowing, he adds that is impossible. It is perfectly right to be prepared for a mad government, continued this most incontestable judge of maritime possibilities. But with the active force which has been given me, I may pronounce it almost impracticable. Bonaparte himself continued to the last to affirm that he was serious in his attempts to invade Great Britain, and that the scheme was very practicable. He did not, however, latterly talk of forcing his way by means of armed small craft and gunboats. While the naval forces on each side were in their present degree of comparative strength, the allowed risk of miscarriage being as 10 to 1 to that of success. This bravade which he had uttered to Lord Whitworth involved too much uncertainty to be really acted upon at times long after he talked slightingly to his attendants of the causes which prevented his accomplishing his project of invasion. But when speaking seriously, and in detail, he shows plainly that his sole hope of effecting the invasion was by assembling such a fleet as should give him the temporary command of the Channel. This fleet was to consist of 50 vessels which, dispatched from the various ports of France and Spain, were to rendezvous at Martinico, and returning from thence to the British Channel, protect the flotilla upon which were to embark 150,000 men. Napoleon was disappointed in his combinations respecting the shipping, for as it happened Admiral Cornwallis lay before Brest Pellew, observed the harbors of Spain. Nelson watched Toulon and Genoa, and it would have been necessary for the French and Spanish navy to fight their way through these impediments in order to form a union at Martinico. It is wonderful to observe how incapable the best understandings become of forming a rational judgment, where their vanity and self-interest are concerned in slurring over the total failure of a favorite scheme. While talking of the miscarriage of this plan of invasion, Napoleon gravely exclaimed to Law's cases, and yet the obstacles which made me fail were not of human origin. They were the work of the elements in the south. The sea undid my plans in the north. It was the conflagration of Moscow, the snows and ice, that destroyed me. Thus, water, air, fire, all nature, in short, have been the enemies of a universal regeneration, commanded by nature herself. The problems of providence are inscrutable, independent of the presumptuousness of expressions by which an individual being of the first-rate talents, doubtless, but yet born of a woman, seems to raise himself above the rest of his species, and deem himself unconquerable save by elementary resistance. The inaccuracy of the reasoning is worth remarking. Was it the sea which prevented his crossing to England, or was it the English ships and sailors? He might as well have affirmed that the hill of Mount St. John and the wood of Soignes, and not the army of Wellington, were the obstacles which prevented him from marching to Brussels. Before quitting the subject, we may notice that Bonaparte seems not to have entertained the least doubts of success. Could he have succeeded in disembarking his army? A single general action was to decide the fate of England. 5 days were to bring Napoleon to London, where he was to perform the part of William III, but with more generosity and disinterestedness. He was to call a meeting of the inhabitants, restore them what he calls their rights, and destroy the oligarchical faction. A few months would not, according to his account, have elapsed ere the two nations' late such determined enemies would have been identified by their principles, their maxims, their interests. The full explanation of this gibberish, for it can be termed no better, even proceeding from the lips of Napoleon, is to be found elsewhere, when he spoke a language more genuine than that of the Moniteur and the Bulletins. England, he said, must have ended by becoming an appendage to the France of my system. Nature has made it one of our islands as well as Oran and Corsica. It is impossible not to pursue the train of reflections which Bonaparte continued to pour forth to the companion of his exile on the rock of St. Helena, when England was conquered and identified with France in maxims and principles according to one form of expression, or rendered an appendage and dependency according to another phrase. The reader may suppose that Bonaparte would have considered his mission as accomplished. Alas, it was not much more than commenced. I would have departed from thence, from subjugated Britain, to carry the work of European regeneration, that is the extension of his own arbitrary authority from south to north, under the republican colors. for I was then chief consul in the same manner, which I was more lately on the point of achieving it under the monarchical forms when we find such ideas retaining hold of Napoleon's imagination and arising to his tongue after his irretrievable fall, it is impossible to avoid exclaiming, did ambition ever conceive so wild a dream, and had so wild a vision ever a termination so disastrous and humiliating? Defensive measures of England. It may be expected that something should be here said upon the chances, which Britain would have had of defending herself successfully against the army of invaders. We are willing to acknowledge that the risk must have been dreadful, and that Bonaparte, with his genius and his army, must have inflicted severe calamities upon a country which had so long enjoyed the blessings of peace. But the people were unanimous in their purpose of defense, and their forces composed of materials to which Bonaparte did more justice when he came to be better acquainted with them. Of the three British nations, the English have since shown themselves possessed of the same steady valor, which won the fields of Crecy and Agincourt, Blenheim and Minden. The Irish have not lost the fiery enthusiasm, which has distinguished them in all the countries of Europe. Have the Scots degenerated from the stubborn courage with which their ancestors for 2,000 years maintained their independence against a superior enemy? Even if London had been lost, we would not under so great a calamity have despaired of the freedom of the country, for the war would in all probability have assumed that popular and national character which sooner or later wears out an invading army. Neither does the confidence with which Bonaparte affirms the conviction of his winning the first battle appear so certainly well-founded. This, at least we know, that the resolution of the country was fully bent up to the hazard, and those who remember the period will bear us witness that the desire that the French would make the attempt was a general feeling through all classes, because they had every reason to hope that the issue might be such as forever to silence the threat of invasion. Chapter Roman 28 Disaffection begins to arise against Napoleon, among the soldiery purpose of setting up Moreau against him. Character of Moreau, causes of his estrangement from Bonaparte. Pichegru, the Duc d'Enghien, George's cadoudal Pichegru, and other royalists landed in France. Desperate enterprise of George's defeated. Arrest of Moreau. Pichegru and George's captain, right Duc d'Enghien, seized at Strasbourg, hurried to Paris, transferred to Vincennes, tried by a military commission, condemned and executed. Universal horror of France and Europe. Bonaparte's vindication of his conduct. His defense considered. Pichegru found dead in his prison. Attempt to explain his death by charging him with suicide. Captain Wright found with his throat cut. A similar attempt made. George's and other conspirators tried, condemned and executed. Royalists silenced. Moreau sent into exile. Disaffection of the soldiery. While Bonaparte was meditating the regeneration of Europe by means of conquering first Britain and then the northern powers, a course of opposition to his government and disaffection to his person was beginning to arise even among the soldiers themselves. The acquisition of the consulate for life was naturally considered as a deathblow to the Republic, and to that name many of the principal officers of the army, who had advanced themselves to promotion by means of the Revolution, still held a grateful attachment. The dissatisfaction of these military men was the more natural, as some of them might see in Bonaparte nothing more than a successful adventurer who had raised himself high above the heads of his comrades, and now exacted their homage. As soldiers, they quickly passed from murmurs to threats, and at a festive meeting, which was prolonged beyond the limits of sobriety, a colonel of hussars proposed himself as the Brutus to remove this new Caesar. Being expert at the use of the pistol, he undertook to hit his mark at 50 yards distance during one of those reviews which were perpetually taking place in presence of the first consul. The affair became known to the police, but was hushed up as much as possible by the address of Fouche, who saw that Bonaparte might be prejudiced by the bare act of making public that such a thing had been agitated, however unthinkingly. The discontent spread wide and was secretly augmented by the agents of the House of Bourbon, and besides the constitutional opposition, whose voice was at times heard in the legislative body, and the tribunate, there existed malcontents without doors, composed of two parties, one of whom considered Bonaparte as the enemy of public liberty, whilst the other regarded him as the sole obstacle to the restoration of the Bourbons, and the most eager partisans of both began to meditate on the practicability of removing him by any means. The most violent and the most secret not accepted those among the furious republicans or enthusiastic royalists who entertained such sentiments, excused them doubtless to their conscience by Napoleon's having destroyed the liberties and usurped the supreme authority of the country, thus palliating the complexion of a crime which can never be vindicated. These zealots, however, bore no proportion to the great body of Frenchmen, who, displeased with the usurpation of Bonaparte, and disposed to overthrow it, if possible held themselves yet obliged to refrain from all crooked and indirect practices against his life, proposing to destroy his power in the same way in which it had been built. The first and most necessary task of the discontented party was to find some military chief whose reputation might bear to be balanced against that of Napoleon, and no one could claim such distinction excepting Moreau if his campaigns were inferior to those of his great rival, in the lightning-like brilliancy and celerity of their operations, and in the boldness of combination on which they were founded. They were executed at smaller loss to his troops and were less calculated to expose him to disastrous consequences if they chanced to miscarry. Moreau was no less celebrated for his retreat through the defiles of the Black Forest in 1796 than for the splendid and decisive victory of Hohenlinden. Moreau's natural temper was mild, gentle, and accessible to persuasion, a man of great abilities, certainly, but scarcely displaying the bold and decisive character which he ought to possess, who, in such times as we write of, aspires to place himself at the head of a faction in the state. Indeed, it rather would seem that he was forced into that situation of eminence by the influence of general opinion, joined to concurring circumstances, than that he deliberately aspired to place himself there. He was the son of a lawyer of Bretagne, and in every respect a man who had risen by the Revolution. He was not therefore naturally inclined towards the Bourbons, yet, when Pichegru's communications with the exiled family in 1795 became known to him by the correspondence which he intercepted, Moreau kept the secret until some months after, when Pichegru had with the rest of his party fallen under the revolution of 18th Fructidor, which installed the directory of Barras Rubel and La Raveliere. After this period, Moreau's marriage with a lady who entertained sentiments favorable to the Bourbons seems to have gone some length in deciding his own political opinions. Moreau had lent Bonaparte his sword and countenance on 18th Brumaire, but he was soon dissatisfied with the engrossing ambition of the new ruler of France, and they became gradually estranged from each other. This was not the fault of Bonaparte, who, naturally desirous of attaching to himself so great a general, showed him considerable attention, and complained that it was received with coldness on one occasion. A most splendid pair of pistols had been sent to the first consul. They arrive in a happy time, he said, and presented them to Moreau, who at that instant entered his presence chamber. Moreau received the civility as one which he would willingly have dispensed with. He made no other acknowledgment than a cold bow, and instantly left the levee. Upon the institution of the Legion of Honor, one of the grand crosses was offered to him. The fool, said Moreau, does he not know that I have belonged to the ranks of honor for these 12 years? Another pleasantry on this topic, upon which Bonaparte was very sensitive, was a company of officers who dined together with Moreau, voting a saucepan of honor to the general's cook on account of his merits in dressing some particular dish. Thus, living estranged from Bonaparte, Moreau came to be gradually regarded as the head of the disaffected party in France, and the eyes of all those who disliked Napoleon or his government were fixed upon him as the only individual whose influence might be capable of balancing that of the chief consul. Meantime, the Peace of Amiens being broken, the British government, with natural policy, resolved once more to avail themselves of the state of public feeling in France and engage the partisans of royalty in a fresh attack upon the consular government. They were probably in some degree deceived concerning the strength of that party, which had been much reduced under Bonaparte's management, and had listened too implicitly to the promises and projects of agents who themselves, sanguine beyond what was warranted, exaggerated even their own hopes in communicating them to the British ministers. It seems to have been acknowledged that little success was to be hoped for unless Moreau could be brought to join the conspiracy. This, however, was esteemed possible, and notwithstanding the disagreement personal, as well as political, which had subsisted betwixt him and Pichegru, the latter seems to have undertaken to become the medium of communication betwixt Moreau and the royalists escaped from the deserts of Cayenne, to which he had been exiled. Pichegru had for some time found refuge and support in London, and there openly professed his principles as a royalist, upon which he had for a long time acted in secret. The Duc d'Enghien. A scheme was in agitation for raising the royalists in the west, and the Duc de Berry was to make a descent on the coast of Picardy. To favor the insurrection, the Duc d'Enghien, grandson of the Prince of Condé, fixed his residence under the protection of the Margrave of Baden at the Chateau of Ettenheim, with the purpose, doubtless, of being ready to put himself at the head of the royalists in the east of France, or if occasion should offer in Paris itself. This prince of the House of Bourbon, the destined inheritor of the name of the great Condé, was in the flower of youth. Handsome, brave, and high-minded, he had been distinguished for his courage in the emigrant army, which his grandfather commanded. He gained by his valor the Battle of Bortsheim, and when his army, to whom the French Republicans showed no quarter, desired to execute reprisals on their prisoners, he threw himself among them to prevent their violence. These men, he said, are Frenchmen. They are unfortunate. I place them under the guardianship of your honor and your humanity. Such was the princely youth whose name must now be written in bloody characters in this part of Napoleon's history. Whilst the French princes expected on the frontier the effect of commotions in the interior of France, Pichegru, Georges Cadoudal, and about 30 other royalists of the most determined character were secretly landed in France, made their way to the metropolis, and contrived to find lurking places invisible to the all-seeing police. There can be no reason to doubt that a part of those agents, and Georges in particular, saw the greatest obstacle of their enterprise in the existence of Bonaparte, and were resolved to commence by his assassination. Pichegru, who was constantly in company with Georges, cannot well be supposed ignorant of this purpose, although better befitting the fierce chief of a band of Chouans than the conqueror of Holland. In the meantime, Pichegru effected the desired communication with Moreau, then, as we have said, considered as the chief of the discontented military men and the declared enemy of Bonaparte. They met at least twice, and it is certain that on one of these occasions Pichegru carried with him Georges Cadoudal, at whose person and plans Moreau expressed horror, and desired that Pichegru would not again bring that irrational savage into his company. The cause of his dislike we must naturally suppose to have been the nature of the measures Georges proposed, being the last to which a brave and loyal soldier like Moreau would willingly have resorted to. But Bonaparte, when pretending to give an exact account of what passed betwixt Moreau and Pichegru, represents the conduct of the former in a very different point of view. Moreau, according to this account, informed Pichegru that while the first consul lived, he had not the slightest interest in the army, and that not even his own aides-de-camp would follow him against Napoleon. But were Napoleon removed, Moreau assured them all eyes would be fixed on himself alone, that he would then become first consul, that Pichegru should be second, and was proceeding to make farther arrangements when Georges broke in on their deliberations with fury, accused the generals of scheming their own grandeur, not the restoration of the king, and declared that to choose betwixt blue and blue, a phrase by which the Vendeans distinguished the Republicans, he would as soon have Bonaparte as Moreau at the head of affairs, and concluded by stating his own pretensions to be third consul, at least according to this account. Therefore Moreau was not shocked at the atrocity of George's enterprise, of which he himself had been the first to admit the necessity, but only disgusted at the share which the Chouan chief assorted to himself in the partition of the spoil. But we give no credit whatever to this story, though nothing could have been so important to the first consul at the time as to produce proof of Moreau's direct accession to the plot. On his life no such proof was ever brought forward, and therefore the statement, we have little doubt, was made up afterwards, and contains what Bonaparte might think probable and desire that others should believe, not what he knew from certain information, or was able to prove by credible testimony. The police was speedily alarmed, and in action notice had been received that a band of royalists had introduced themselves into the capital, though it was for some time very difficult to apprehend them. Georges, meanwhile, prosecuted his attempt against the chief consul, and is believed at one time to have insinuated himself in the disguise of a menial into the Tuileries, and even into Bonaparte's apartment, but without finding any opportunity to strike the blow which his uncommon strength and desperate resolution might otherwise have rendered decisive. All the barriers were closed, and a division of Bonaparte's guards maintained the closest watch to prevent anyone escaping from the city. By degrees sufficient light was obtained to enable the government to make a communication to the public upon the existence and tendency of the conspiracy, which became more especially necessary when it was resolved to arrest Moreau himself. This took place on the 15th February 1804. He was seized without difficulty or resistance while residing quietly at his country house on the day following. An order of the day signed by Murat, then governor of Paris, announced the fact to the citizens, with the additional information that Moreau was engaged in a conspiracy with Pichegru, Georges, and others who were closely pursued by the police. The news of Moreau's imprisonment produced the deepest sensation in Paris, and the reports which were circulated on the subject were by no means favorable to Bonaparte. Some disbelieved the plot entirely, while others less skeptical considered the chief consul as making a pretext of the abortive attempt of Pichegru and Georges for the purpose of sacrificing Moreau, who was at once his rival in military fame and the declared opponent of his government. It was even asserted that secret agents of Bonaparte in London had been active in encouraging the attempts of the original conspirators for the sake of implicating a man whom the first consul both hated and feared of this. There was no proof, but these and other dark suspicions pervaded men's minds, and all eyes were turned with anxiety upon the issue of the legal investigations which were about to take place. Upon the 17th February, the great judge of police, by a report which was communicated to the Senate, the legislative body, and the tribunate denounced Pichegru Georges, and others as having returned to France from their exile, with the purpose of overthrowing the government and assassinating the chief consul, and implicated Moreau as having held communication with them. When the report was read in the tribunate, the brother of Moreau arose, and recalling the merits and services of his relative, complained of the cruelty of calumniating him without proof, and demanded for him the privilege of an open and public trial. "This is a fine display of sensibility," said Curie, one of the tribunes, in ridicule of the sensation naturally produced by this affecting incident. "It is a display of indignation," replied the brother of Moreau, and left the assembly. The public bodies, however, did what was doubtless expected of them, and carried to the foot of the consular throne the most exaggerated expressions of their interest in the life and safety of him by whom it was occupied. Arrest of Pichegru and Georges. Meanwhile, the vigilance of the police and the extraordinary means employed by them accomplished the arrest of almost all the persons concerned in the plot. A false friend, whom Pichegru had trusted to the highest degree, betrayed his confidence for a large bribe, and introduced the gendarmes into his apartment. While he was asleep, they first secured the arms which lay beside him, and then his person after a severe struggle. Georges' capital, perhaps a yet more important capture, fell into the hands of the police soon after he had been traced so closely that at length he dared not enter a house, but spent many hours of the day and night in driving about Paris in a cabriolet. On being arrested, he shot one of the gendarmes dead, mortally wounded another, and had nearly escaped from them. All the other conspirators and those accused of countenancing their enterprise were arrested, to the number of 40 persons, who were of very different characters and conditions, some followers or associates of Georges, and others belonging to the ancient nobility. Among the latter were Messrs. Armand and Jules Polignac, Charles de la Rivière, and other royalists of distinction. Chance had also thrown into Bonaparte's power a victim of another description. Captain Wright, the commander of a British brig of war, had been engaged in putting ashore on the coast of Morbihan Pichegru, and some of his companions. Shortly afterwards, his vessel was captured by a French vessel of superior force, under pretense that his evidence was necessary to the conviction of the French conspirators. He was brought up to Paris, committed to the Temple, and treated with a rigor which became a prelude to the subsequent tragedy. It might have been supposed that among so many prisoners enough of victims might have been selected to atone with their lives for the insurrection which they were accused of meditating, nay, for the attempt which was alleged to be designed against the person of the first consul. Most unhappily for his fame, Napoleon thought otherwise, and from causes which we shall hereafter endeavor to appreciate sought to give a fuller scope to the gratification of his revenge than the list of his captives, though containing several men of high rank, enabled him to accomplish. The Duc d'Enghien. We have observed that the residence of the Duc d'Enghien upon the French frontier was to a certain degree connected with the enterprise undertaken by Pichegru so far as concerned the proposed insurrection of the royalists in Paris. This we infer from the Duke's admission that he resided at Ettenheim, in the expectation of having soon a part of importance to play in France. This was perfectly vindicated by his situation and connections, but that the Duke participated in or countenanced in the slightest degree the meditated attempt on Bonaparte's life has never even been alleged, and is contrary to all the proof led in the case, and especially to the sentiments impressed upon him by his grandfather, the Prince of Condé. He lived in great privacy, and amused himself principally with hunting. A pension allowed him by England was his only means of support. On the evening of the 14th March, a body of French soldiers and gendarmes, commanded by Colonel Ordiner, acting under the direction of Caulaincourt, afterwards called Duke of Vicenza, suddenly entered the territory of Baden, a power with whom France was in profound peace, and surrounded the chateau in which the unfortunate prince resided. The descendant of Condé sprung to his arms, but was prevented from using them by one of his attendants, who represented the force of the assailants as too great to be resisted. The soldiers rushed into the apartment, and presenting their pistols demanded to know which was the Duke d'Enghien. If you desire to arrest him, said the Duke, you ought to have his description in your warrant then. We must seize on you, all, replied the officer in command. And the prince with his little household were arrested and carried to a mill at some distance from the house, where he was permitted to receive some clothes and necessaries. Being now recognized, he was transferred with his attendants to the citadel of Strasbourg, and presently afterwards separated from the gentlemen of his household. With the exception of his aide-de-camp, the Baron de Saint-Jacques, he was allowed to communicate with no one. He remained a close prisoner for 3 days, but on the 18th, betwixt 1 and 2 in the morning, he was obliged to rise and dress himself hastily. Being only informed that he was about to commence a journey, he requested the attendance of his valet-de-chambre, but was answered that it was unnecessary. The linen which he was permitted to take with him amounted to 2 shirts. Only so nicely had his worldly wants been calculated and ascertained, he was transported with the utmost speed and secrecy towards Paris, where he arrived on the 20th, and after having been committed for a few hours to the Temple, was transferred to the ancient Gothic castle of Vincennes, about a mile from the city, long used as a state prison, but whose walls never received a more illustrious or a more innocent victim. There, he was permitted to take some repose, and as if the favor had only been granted for the purpose of being withdrawn, he was awaked at midnight and called upon to sustain an interrogatory on which his life depended, and to which he replied with the utmost composure. On the ensuing night, at the same dead hour, he was brought before the pretended court. The law enjoined that he should have had a defender appointed to plead his cause, but none such was allotted to him. The inquisitors before whom he was hurried formed a military commission of 8 officers, having General Hulin as their president. They were, as the proceedings express it, named by Bonaparte's brother-in-law Murat, then governor of Paris. Though necessarily exhausted with fatigue and want of rest, the Duc d'Enghien performed in this melancholy scene a part worthy of the last descendant of the great Condé. He avowed his name and rank, and the share which he had taken in the war against France, but denied all knowledge of Pichegru or of his conspiracy. The interrogations ended by his demanding an audience of the chief consul. My name, he said, my rank, my sentiments, and the peculiar distress of my situation lead me to hope that my request will not be refused. The military commissioners paused and hesitated, though selected, doubtless, as fitted for the office. They were even affected by the whole behavior, and especially by the intrepidity of the unhappy prince. But Savary, then chief of the police, stood behind the president's chair, and controlled their sentiments of compassion when they proposed to further the prisoner's request of an audience of the first consul. Savary cut the discussion short by saying that was inexpedient. At length, they reported their opinion that the Duc d'Enghien was guilty of having fought against the Republic, intrigued with England, and maintained intelligence in Strasbourg for the purpose of seizing the place, great part of which allegations, and especially the last, was in express contradiction to the only proof adduced, the admission, namely, of the prisoner himself. The report being sent to Bonaparte to know his farther pleasure, the court received for answer their own letter, marked with the emphatic words condemned to death. Napoleon was obeyed by his satraps with Persian devotion. The sentence was pronounced, and the prisoner received it with the same intrepid gallantry which distinguished him through the whole of the bloody scene. He requested the aid of a confessor. Would you die like a monk? Is said to have been the insulting reply. The Duke, without noticing the insult, knelt down for a minute, and seemed absorbed in profound devotion. Let us go, he said when he arose from his knees. All was in readiness for the execution, and as if to stamp the trial as a mere mockery, the grave had been prepared. Ere the judgment of the court was pronounced upon quitting the apartment in which the pretended trial had taken place, the prince was conducted by torchlight down a winding stair, which seemed to descend to the dungeons of the ancient castle. Am I to be immured in an oubliette? He said, naturally recollecting the use which had sometimes been made of those tombs for the living. No, monseigneur, answered the soldier he addressed, in a voice interrupted by sobs. Be tranquil on that subject. The stair led to a postern which opened into the castle ditch, where, as we have already said, a grave was dug beside, which were drawn up a party of the gendarmes. Delight. It was near 6 o'clock in the morning, and day had dawned. but as there was a heavy mist on the ground, several torches and lamps mixed their pale and ominous light with that afforded by the heavens, a circumstance which seems to have given rise to the inaccurate report that a lantern was tied to the button of the victim, that his slayers might take the more certain aim. Savary was again in attendance, and had taken his place upon a parapet, which commanded the place of execution the victim was placed. The fatal word was given by the future Duke de Rovigo. The party fired, and the prisoner fell, the body dressed as it was, and without the slightest attention to the usual decencies of sepulture, was huddled into the grave with as little ceremony as common robbers use towards the carcasses of the murdered. Paris learned with astonishment and fear the singular deed which had been perpetrated. So near her walls, no act had ever excited more universal horror both in France and in foreign countries, and none has left so deep a stain on the memory of Napoleon, if there were farther proof necessary of the general opinion of mankind on the subject. The anxiety displayed by Savary Hulin and the other subaltern agents in this shameful transaction, to diminish their own share in it, or transfer it to others, would be sufficient evidence of the deep responsibility to which they felt themselves subjected. There is but justice, however, in listening to the defense which Bonaparte set up for himself, when in St. Helena especially, as it appeared perfectly convincing to Law's cases. His attendant, who though reconciled to most of his master's actions, had continued to regard the Duc d'Enghien's death as so great a blot upon his escutcheon that he blushed, even when Napoleon himself introduced the subject. His exculpation seems to have assumed a different and inconsistent character. According to the audience to whom it was stated among his intimate friends and followers, he appears to have represented the whole transaction as an affair not of his own device, but which was pressed upon him by surprise by his ministers. I was seated, he said, alone, and engaged in finishing my coffee, when they came to announce to me the discovery of some new machination. They represented it was time to put an end to such horrible attempts by washing myself in the blood of one amongst the Bourbons, and they suggested the Duc d'Enghien as the most proper victim. Bonaparte proceeds to say that he did not know exactly who the Duc d'Enghien was, far less that he resided so near France as to be only 3 leagues from the Rhine. This was explained. In that case, said Napoleon, he ought to be arrested. His prudent ministers had foreseen this conclusion. They had the whole scheme laid, and the orders ready drawn up for Bonaparte's signature, so that according to this account, he was hurried into the enormity by the zeal of those about him, or perhaps in consequence of their private views and mysterious intrigues. He also charged Talleyrand with concealing from him a letter written by the unfortunate prisoner, in which he offered his services to Bonaparte, but which was intercepted by the minister. If this had reached him in time, he intimates that he would have spared the prince's life. To render this statement probable, he denies generally that Josephine had interested herself to the utmost to engage him to spare the Duke, although this has been affirmed by the testimony of such as declared that they received the fact from the Empress' own lips. It is unfortunate for the truth of this statement, and the soundness of the defense which it contains, that neither Talleyrand, nor any human being save Bonaparte himself, could have the least interest in the death of the Duc d'Enghien, that Napoleon should be furious at the conspiracies of Georges and Pichegru, and should be willing to avenge the personal dangers he incurred, and that he should be desirous to intimidate the family of Bourbon by washing himself, as he expresses it, in the blood of one of their house, was much in character, but that the sagacious Talleyrand should have hurried on a cruel proceeding in which he had no earthly interest is as unlikely as that if he had desired to do so, he could have been able to elicit from Bonaparte the powers necessary for an act of so much consequence, without his master having given the affair in all its bearings the most full and ample consideration. It may also be noticed that besides transferring a part at least of the guilt from himself, Bonaparte might be disposed to gratify his revenge against Talleyrand by stigmatizing him from St. Helena with a crime the most odious to his new sovereigns of the House of Bourbon. Lastly, the existence of the letter above mentioned has never been proved, and it is inconsistent with every thought and sentiment of the Duc d'Enghien. It is besides said to have been dated from Strasbourg, and the Duke's aide-de-camp, the Baron de Saint-Jacques, has given his testimony that he was never an instant separated from his patron during his confinement in that citadel, and that the Duke neither wrote a letter to Bonaparte nor to anyone else. But after all, if Bonaparte had actually proceeded in this bloody matter upon the instigation of Talleyrand, it cannot be denied that, as a man knowing right from wrong, he could not hope to transfer to his counselor the guilt of the measures which he executed at his recommendation, the murder like the rebellion of Absalom, was not less a crime, even supposing it recommended and facilitated by the unconscientious counsels of a modern Achitophel. Accordingly, Napoleon has not chosen to trust to this defense, but inconsistently with this pretense of being hurried into the measure by Talleyrand, he has upon other occasions broadly and boldly avowed that it was in itself just and necessary, that the Duc d'Enghien was condemned by the laws and suffered execution accordingly under their sanction. It is an easy task to show that even according to the law of France jealous and severe as it was in its application to such subjects, there existed no right to take the life of the Duke. It is true he was an emigrant, and the law denounced the penalty of death against such of these as should return to France with arms in their hands, but the Duke did not so return. His returning at all was not an act of his own, but the consequence of violence exercised on his person. He was in a more favorable case than even those emigrants whom storms had cast on their native shore, and whom Bonaparte himself considered as objects of pity not of punishment. He had indeed borne arms against France, but as a member of the House of Bourbon he was not, and could not be accounted a subject of Bonaparte, having left the country before his name was heard of, nor could he be considered as in contumacy against the state of France, for he, like the rest of the royal family, was specially excluded from the benefits of the amnesty, which invited the return of the less distinguished emigrants, the act by which he was trepanned and brought within the compass of French power, not of French law, was as much a violation of the rights of nations as the precipitation with which the pretended trial followed the arrest, and the execution. The trial was an outrage upon humanity. On the trial, no witnesses were produced, nor did any investigation take place, saving by the interrogation of the prisoner, whatever points of accusation therefore are not established by the admission of the Duke himself, must be considered as totally unproved. Yet this unconscientious tribunal not only found their prisoner guilty of having borne arms against the Republic, which he readily admitted, but of having placed himself at the head of a party of French emigrants in the pay of England, and carried on machinations for surprising the city of Strasbourg, charges which he himself positively denied, and which were supported by no proof whatever. Bonaparte, well aware of the total irregularity of the proceedings in this extraordinary case, seems on some occasions to have wisely renounced any attempt to defend what he must have been convinced was indefensible, and has vindicated his conduct upon general grounds of a nature well worthy of notice. It seems that, when he spoke of the death of the Duc d'Enghien among his attendants, he always chose to represent it as a case falling under the ordinary forms of law in which all regularity was observed, and where, though he might be accused of severity, he could not be charged with violation of justice. This was safe language to hearers, from whom he was sure to receive neither objection nor contradiction, and is just an instance of an attempt on the part of a conscientiously guilty party to establish by repeated asseverations an innocence which was inconsistent with fact, but with strangers from whom replies and argument might be expected. Napoleon took broader grounds. He alleged the death of the Duc d'Enghien to be an act of self-defense, a measure of state policy, arising out of the natural rights of humanity, by which a man, to save his own life, is entitled to take away that of another. I was assailed, he said, on all hands by the enemies whom the Bourbons raised up against me, threatened with air guns, infernal machines, and deadly stratagems of every kind. I had no tribunal on earth to which I could appeal for protection. Therefore, I had a right to protect myself, and by putting to death one of those whose followers threatened my life, I was entitled to strike a salutary terror into the others. We have no doubt that in this argument, which is, in the original much extended Bonaparte, explained his real motives. At least, we can only add to them the stimulus of obstinate resentment and implacable revenge, but the whole resolves itself into an allegation of that state necessity which has been justly called the tyrant's plea, and which has always been at hand to defend, or rather to palliate, the worst crimes of sovereigns. The prince may be lamented, who is exposed from civil disaffection to the dagger of the assassin, but his danger gives him no right to turn such a weapon even against the individual person by whom it is pointed at him. Far less could the attempt of any violent partisans of the House of Bourbon authorize the first consul to take by a suborned judgment and the most precipitate procedure the life of a young prince against whom the accession to the conspiracies of which Napoleon complained had never been alleged, far less proved. In every point of view, the act was a murder, and the stain of the Duc d'Enghien's blood must remain indelibly upon Napoleon Bonaparte. With similar sophistry, he attempted to daub over the violation of the neutral territory of Baden, which was committed for the purpose of enabling his emissaries to seize the person of his unhappy victim. This, according to Bonaparte, was a wrong which was foreign to the case of the Duke d'Enghien and concerned the sovereign of Baden alone, as that prince never complained of this violation. The plea he contended could not be used by any other person. This was merely speaking as one who has power to do wrong. To whom was the Duke of Baden to complain? Or what reparation could he expect by doing so? He was in the condition of a poor man who suffers injustice at the hands of a wealthy neighbor, because he has no means to go to law, but whose acquiescence under the injury cannot certainly change its character or render that invasion just which is in its own character. Distinctly otherwise, the passage may be marked as showing Napoleon's unhappy predilection to consider public measures, not according to the immutable rules of right and wrong, but according to the opportunities which the weakness of one kingdom may afford to the superior strength of another. It may be truly added that even the pliant argument of state necessity was far from justifying this fatal deed. To have retained the Duc d'Enghien a prisoner as a hostage, who might be made responsible for the royalists abstaining from their plots, might have had in it some touch of policy. But the murder of the young and gallant prince in a way so secret and so savage had a deep moral effect upon the European world and excited hatred against Bonaparte. Wherever the tale was told in the well-known words of Fouché, the Duke's execution was worse than a moral crime. It was a political blunder. It had this consequence most unfortunate for Bonaparte, that it seemed to stamp his character as bloody and unforgiving, and in so far prepared the public mind to receive the worst impressions, and authorized the worst suspicions when other tragedies of a more mysterious character followed that of the last of the race of Condé. Death of Pichegru. The Duc d'Enguien's execution took place on the 21st March. On the 7th April following, General Pichegru was found dead in his prison. A black handkerchief was wrapped round his neck, which had been tightened by twisting round a short stick. Inserted through one of the folds, it was asserted that he had turned this stick with his own hands until he lost the power of respiring, and then by laying his head on the pillow had secured the stick in its position. It did not escape the public that this was a mode of terminating life far more likely to be inflicted by the hands of others than those of the deceased himself. Surgeons were found but men, it is said, of small reputation, to sign a report upon the state of the body, in which they affirmed that Pichegru had died by suicide, yet as he must have lost animation and sense so soon as he had twisted the stick to the point of strangulation, it seems strange he should not have then unclosed his grasp on the fatal tourniquet which he used as the means of self-destruction. In that case, the pressure must have relaxed, and the fatal purpose have remained unaccomplished. No human eye could see into the dark recesses of a state prison, but there were not wanting many who entertained a total disbelief of Pichegru's suicide. It was argued that the first consul did not dare to bring before a public tribunal and subject to a personal interrogatory a man of Pichegru's boldness and presence of mind. It was said also that his evidence would have been decisively favorable to Morathat. The citizens of Paris were many of them attached to Pichegru's person, that the soldiers had not forgotten his military fame, and, finally, it was reported that, in consideration of these circumstances, it was judged most expedient to take away his life in prison. Public rumor went so far as to name as the agents in the crime four of those Mamelukes of whom Bonaparte had brought a small party from Egypt, and whom he used to have about his person as matter of parade. This last assertion had a strong impression on the multitude, who are accustomed to think and love to talk about the mutes and bowstrings of Eastern despotism. But with well-informed persons, its improbability threw some discredit on the whole accusation. The state prisons of France must have furnished from their officials enough of men as relentless and dexterous in such a commission as those Eastern strangers, whose unwonted appearance in these gloomy regions must have at once shown a fatal purpose, and enabled everyone to trace it to Bonaparte. A subsequent catastrophe of nearly the same kind increased by its coincidence the dark suspicions which arose out of the circumstances attending the death of Pichegru. Captain Wright, from whose vessel Pichegru and his companions had disembarked on the French coast, had become, as we have said, a prisoner of war, his ship being captured by one of much superior force. And after a most desperate defense under pretext that his evidence was necessary to the conviction of Pichegru and Georges, he was brought to Paris and lodged a close prisoner in the Temple. It must also be mentioned that Captain Wright had been an officer under Sir Sidney Smith, and that the mind of Bonaparte was tenaciously retentive of animosity against those who had aided to withstand a darling purpose or diminish and obscure the military renown, which was yet more dear to him. The treatment of Captain Wright was must have been severe, even if it extended no farther than solitary imprisonment, but reports went abroad that torture was employed to bring the gallant seaman to such confessions as might suit the purposes of the French government. This belief became very general when it was heard that Wright like Pichegru was found dead in his apartment, with his throat cut from ear to ear, the result, according to the account given by government, of his own impatience. And to spare this official account of the second suicide, committed by a state prisoner, augmented and confirmed the opinions entertained concerning the death of Pichegru, which it so closely resembled the unfortunate Captain Wright, was supposed to have been sacrificed partly perhaps to Bonaparte's sentiments of petty vengeance, but chiefly to conceal within the walls of the temple the evidence which his person would have exhibited in a public court of justice of the dark and cruel practices by which confession was sometimes extorted. Bonaparte always alleged his total ignorance concerning the fate of Pichegru and Wright, and affirmed upon all occasions that they perished so far as he knew by their own hands, and not by those of assassins. No proof has ever been produced to contradict his assertion, and so far as he is inculpated upon these heads, his crime can be only matter of strong suspicion. But it was singular that this rage for suicide should have thus infected the state prisons of Paris, and that both these men, determined enemies of the emperor, should have adopted the resolution of putting themselves to death, just when that event was most convenient to their oppressor above all. It must be confessed that by his conduct towards the Duc d'Enghien, Bonaparte had lost that fairness of character, to which he might otherwise have appealed as in itself an answer to the presumptions formed against him. The man who, under pretext of state necessity, ventured on such an open violation of the laws of justice, ought not to complain, if he is judged capable in every case of suspicion of sacrificing the rights of humanity to his passions, or his interest. He himself has affirmed that Wright died long before it was announced to the public, but has given no reason why silence was preserved with respect to the event. The Duc de Rovigo, also denying all knowledge of Wright's death, acknowledges that it was a dark and mysterious subject, and intimates his belief that Fouche was at the bottom of the tragedy, in Fouche's real or pretended memoirs. The subject is not mentioned. We leave in the obscurity in which we found it a dreadful tale of which the truth cannot in all probability be known, until the secrets of all hearts shall be laid open. Trial of Cadoudal and others. Rid of Pichegru by his own hand, or his jailers, Bonaparte's government was now left to deal with Georges and his comrades as well as with Moreau. With the first it was an easy task, for the Chouan chief retained in the court of criminal justice, before which he was conveyed, the same fearless tone of defiance which he had displayed from the beginning. He acknowledged that he came to Paris for the sake of making war personally on Napoleon, and seemed only to regret his captivity, as it had disconcerted his enterprise. He treated the judges with cool contempt and amused himself by calling Thuuriat, who conducted the process, and who had been an old Jacobin by the name of Monsieur Tuileries. There was no difficulty in obtaining sentence of death against Georges and 19 of his associates, amongst whom was Armand de Polignac, for whose life his brother affectionately tendered his own. Armand de Polignac, however, with 7 others, were pardoned by Bonaparte, or rather banishment, in some cases, and imprisonment in others, were substituted for a capital punishment. Georges and the rest were executed, and died with the most determined firmness. The discovery and suppression of this conspiracy seems to have produced in a great degree the effects expected by Bonaparte. The royal party became silent and submissive, and but that their aversion to the reign of Napoleon showed itself in lampoons, satires, and witticisms, which were circulated in their evening parties. It could hardly have been known to exist. Offers were made to Bonaparte to rid him of the remaining Bourbons in consideration of a large sum of money, but with better judgment than had dictated his conduct of late, he rejected the proposal. His interest, he was now convinced, would be better consulted by a line of policy which would reduce the exiled family to a state of insignificance than by any rash and violent proceedings which must necessarily draw men's attention, and in doing so were likely to interest them in behalf of the sufferers, and animate them against their powerful oppressor. With this purpose, the names of the exiled family were shortly after this period carefully suppressed in all periodical publications, and with 1 or 2 exceptions, little allusion to their existence can be traced in the pages of the official journal of France. And unquestionably, the policy was wisely adopted towards a people so light and animated so intensely with the interest of the moment as the French, to whom the present is a great deal, the future much less, and the past nothing at all. Though Georges part of the conspiracy was disposed of thus easily, the trial of Moro involved a much more dangerous task. It was found impossible to procure evidence against him, beyond his own admission that he had seen Pichegru twice. And this admission was coupled with a positive denial that he had engaged to be participant in his schemes. A majority of the judges seemed disposed to acquit him entirely, but were cautioned by the President Hemart that by doing so they would force the government upon violent measures, adopting this hint and willing to compromise matters. They declared Moro guilty, but not to the extent of a capital crime. He was subjected to imprisonment for 2 years. But the soldiers continuing to interest themselves in his fate, Fouch, who about this time was restored to the administration of police, interceded warmly in his favor and seconded the applications of Madame Moro for a commutation of her husband's sentence. His doom of imprisonment was therefore exchanged for that of exile, a mode of punishment safer for Moro, considering the late incidents in the prisons of state, and more advantageous for Bonaparte, as removing entirely from the thoughts of the Republican Party, and of the soldiers a leader whose military talents brooked comparison with his own, and to whom the public eye would naturally be turned when any cause of discontent with their present government might incline them to look elsewhere. Bonaparte thus escaped from the consequences of this alarming conspiracy, and like a patient whose disease is brought to a favorable crisis, by the breaking of an imposthume, he attained additional strength by the discomfiture of those secret enemies. Chapter Roman 29, General Indignation of Europe, in consequence of the murder of the Duc d'Enghien. Russia complains to Talleyrand of the violation of Badenand, along with Sweden remonstrates in a note laid before the German Diet, but without effect. Charges brought by Bonaparte against Mr. Drake and Mr. Spencer Smith, who are accordingly dismissed from the courts of Stuttgart and Munich. Seizure, imprisonment and dismissal off Sir George Rumbold, the British envoy at Lower Saxony. Treachery attempted against Lord Elgin by the agents of Bonaparte. Details defeated by the exemplary prudence of that nobleman. These charges brought before the House of Commons and peremptorily denied by the Chancellor of the Exchequer. General indignation of Europe. Bonaparte, as we have seen, gained a great accession of power by the event of Pichegru's conspiracy, but this was in some measure counterbalanced by the diminution of character which attached to the kidnapping and murdering the Duc d'Enghien, and by the foul suspicions arising from the mysterious fate of Pichegru. And right, he possessed no longer the respect which might be claimed by a victor and legislator, but had distinctly shown that either the sudden tempest of ungoverned passion or the rankling feelings of personal hatred could induce him to take the readiest means of wreaking the basest, as well as the bloodiest vengeance. Deep indignation was felt through every country on the continent, though Russia and Sweden alone ventured to express their dissatisfaction with a proceeding so contrary to the law of nations. The court of St. Petersburg went into state mourning for the Duc d'Enghien, and while the Russian minister at Paris presented a note to Roman 1000 Talleyrand, complaining of the violation of the Duke of Baden's territory, the Russian resident at Ratisbon was instructed to lay before the Diet of the Empire a remonstrance to the same effect. The Swedish minister did the same. The answer of the French minister was hostile and offensive. He treated with scorn the pretensions of Russia to interfere in the affairs of France and Germany, and accused that power of being desirous to rekindle the flames of war in Europe. This correspondence tended greatly to inflame the discontents already subsisting betwixt France and Russia, and was one main cause of again engaging France in war with that powerful enemy. The Russian and Swedish remonstrance to the Diet produced no effect. Austria was too much depressed. Prussia was too closely leagued with France to be influenced by it, and there were none of the smaller powers who could be expected to provoke the displeasure of the First Consul by seconding the complaint of the violation of the territory of Baden. The blood of the Duc d'Enghien was not, however, destined to sleep unavenged. In his obscure dwelling, the Duke of Baden himself requested the matter might be left to silence and oblivion, but many of the German potentates felt as men what they dared not in their hour of weakness resent as princes. It was a topic repeatedly and efficaciously resumed whenever an opportunity of resistance against the universal conqueror presented itself, and the perfidy and cruelty of the whole transaction continued to animate new enemies against him, until in the issue they became strong enough to work his overthrow from the various and inconsistent pleas which Bonaparte set up in defense of his conduct. No, attempting to justify, now to apologize for, now to throw on others a crime which he alone had means and interest to commit. It is believed that he felt the death of the Duc d'Enghien to be the most reprehensible, as well as the most impolitic act in his life. Already aware of the unpopularity which attached to his late cruel proceedings, Bonaparte became desirous to counterbalance it by filling the public mind with a terrific idea of the schemes of England, which in framing and encouraging attempts upon his life drove him to those unusual and extraordinary acts which he desired to represent as measures of retaliation. Singular maneuvers were resorted to for the purpose of confirming the opinions which he was desirous to impress upon the world. The imprudent so at least it seems of Mr. Drake, British resident at Munich, enabled Bonaparte to make his charges against England with some speciousness. This agent of the British government had maintained a secret correspondence with a person of infamous character called Mehi de la Touche, who, affecting the sentiments of a royalist and enemy of Bonaparte, was in fact employed by the first consul to trepan Mr. Drake into expressions which might implicate the English ministers, his constituents, and furnish grounds for the accusations which Bonaparte made against them. It certainly appears that Mr. Drake endeavored by the medium of de la Touche to contrive the means of effecting an insurrection of the royalists or other enemies of Bonaparte, with whom his country was then at war. And in doing so, he acted according to the practice of all belligerent powers who on all occasions are desirous to maintain a communication with such malcontents as may exist in the hostile nation. But unless by the greatest distortion of phrase and expression, there arises out of the letters not the slightest room to believe that Mr. Drake encouraged the party with whom he supposed himself to be in correspondence to proceed by the mode of assassination or any others that are incompatible with the law of nations. And acknowledged by civilized governments, the error of Mr. Drake seems to have been that he was not sufficiently cautious respecting the sincerity of the person with whom he maintained his intercourse. Mr. Spencer Smith, the British envoy at Stuttgart, was engaged in a similar intrigue, which appears also to have been a snare spread for him by the French government. Bonaparte failed not to make the utmost use of these pretended discoveries, which were promulgated with great form by Regnier, who held the office of Grand Judge. He invoked the faith of nations, as if the Duc d'Enghien had been still residing in peaceable neutrality at Ettenheim, and exclaimed against assassination as if his state dungeons could not have whispered of the death of Pichegru. The complacent sovereigns of Stuttgart and Munich readily ordered Smith and Drake to leave their courts, and the latter was forced to depart on foot and by crossroads to avoid being kidnapped by the French gendarmes. Sir George rumbled. The fate which Mr. Drake dreaded, and perhaps narrowly escaped actually, befell Sir George Rumbold, resident at the Free German city of Hamburg, in the capacity of His British Majesty's envoy to the Circle of Lower Saxony. On the night of the 25th October, he was seized in violation of the rights attached by the law of nations to the persons of ambassadors, as well as to the territories of neutral countries, by a party of the French troops who crossed the Elbe for that purpose. The envoy with his papers was then transferred to Paris in the capacity of a close prisoner, and thrown into the fatal temple. The utmost anxiety was excited even amongst Bonaparte's ministers, lest this imprisonment should be intended as a prelude to further violence, and both Fouche and Talleyrand exerted what influence they possessed over the mind of Napoleon to prevent the proceedings which were to be apprehended. The King of Prussia also extended his powerful interposition, and the result was that Sir George Rumbold, after 2 days' imprisonment, was dismissed to England on giving his parole not to return to Hamburg. It seems probable, although the Moniteur calls this gentleman the worthy associate of Drake and Spencer Smith, and speaks of discoveries amongst his papers, which were to enlighten the public on the policy of England, that nothing precise was alleged against him, even to palliate the outrage which the French ruler had committed. The tenor of Bonaparte's conduct in another instance, towards a British nobleman of distinction, though his scheme was rendered abortive by the sagacity of the noble individual against whom it was directed, is a striking illustration of the species of intrigue practiced by the French police, and enables us to form a correct judgment of the kind of evidence upon which Bonaparte brought forward his calumnious accusation against Britain and her subjects. Lord Elgin, the Earl of Elgin, lately ambassador of Great Britain at the Porte, had, contrary to the usage among civilized nations, been seized upon with his family, as he passed through the French territory. And during the period of which we are treating, he was residing upon his parole near Pau in the south of France, as one of the détenus, shortly after the arrest of Moro George's Roman 100, an order arrived for committing his lordship to close custody in reprisal. It was said of severities exercised in England on the French General Boyer. The truth was that the affair of General Boyer had been satisfactorily explained to the French government. In the Parisian papers, on the contrary, his lordship's imprisonment was ascribed to barbarities, which he was said to have instigated against the French prisoners of war in Turkey, a charge totally without foundation. Lord Elgin was however transferred to the strong castle of Lourdes, situated on the descent of the Pyrenees, where the commandant received him, though a familiar acquaintance with the reserve and coldness of an entire stranger. Attempts were made by this gentleman and his lieutenant to exasperate the feelings which must naturally agitate the mind of a man torn from the bosom of his family and committed to close custody in a remote fortress, where the accommodation was as miserable as the castle itself was gloomy, strong, and ominously secluded from the world. They failed, however, in extracting from their prisoner any expressions of violence or impatience, however warranted by the usage to which he was subjected. After a few days' confinement, a sergeant of the guard delivered to Lord Elgin a letter, the writer of which informed him that being his fellow prisoner and confined in a secluded dungeon, he regretted he could not wait on his lordship, but that when he walked in the courtyard, he could have conversation with him at the window of his room. Justly suspecting this communication, Lord Elgin destroyed the letter, and while he gave the sergeant a louis d'or, told him that if he or any of his comrades should again bring him any secret letter or message, he would inform the commandant of the circumstance. Shortly afterwards, the commandant of the fortress, in conversation with Lord Elgin, spoke of the prisoner in question as a person whose health was suffering for want of exercise, and next day his lordship saw the individual walking in the courtyard before his window. He manifested every disposition to engage his lordship in conversation, which Lord Elgin successfully avoided. A few weeks afterwards, and not till he had been subjected to several acts of severity and vexation, Lord Elgin was permitted to return to Pau, but he was not yet extricated from the nets, in which it was the fraudulent policy of the French government to involve him. The female who acted as porter to his lordship's lodgings one morning presented him with a packet which she said had been left by a woman from the country, who was to call for an answer with the same prudence which distinguished his conduct at Lord Elgin detained the portress in the apartment, and found that the letter was from the state prisoner already mentioned, that it contained an account of his being imprisoned for an attempt to burn the French fleet, and detailed his plan as one which he had still in view, and which he held out in the colors most likely, as he judged, to interest an Englishman. The packet also covered letters to the Comte d'Artois and other foreigners of distinction, which Lord Elgin was requested to forward with his best convenience. Lord Elgin thrust the letters into the fire in presence of the portress, and kept her in the room till they were entirely consumed, explaining to her at the same time that such letters to him as might be delivered by any other channel than the ordinary post should be at once sent to the governor of the town. His lordship judged it his farther duty to mention to the prefect the conspiracy detailed in the letter, under the condition, however, that no steps should be taken in consequence, unless the affair became known from some other quarter. Some short time after these transactions, and when Bonaparte was appointed to assume the imperial crown, at which period there was hope of a general act of grace, which should empty the prisons, Lord Elgin's fellow captive at Lourdes, being, it seems, a real prisoner as well as a spy, in hopes of meriting a share in this measure of clemency, made a full confession of all which he had done or designed to do against Napoleon's interest. Lord Elgin was naturally interested in this confession, which appeared in the Monitor, and was a good deal surprised to see that a detail otherwise minute bore no reference to or correspondence regarding the plan of burning the Brest fleet. He lost no time in writing an account of the particulars we have mentioned to a friend at Paris, by whom they were communicated to Monsieur Fargues, senator of the district of Béarn, whom these plots particularly interested, as having his senatory for their scene. When Lord Elgin's letter was put into his hand, the senator changed countenance, and presently after expressed his high congratulation at what he called Lord Elgin's providential escape. He then intimated with anxious hesitation that the whole was a plot to entrap Lord Elgin, that the letters were written at Paris and sent down to Béarn by a confidential agent, with the full expectation that they would be found in his lordship's possession. This was confirmed by the commandant of Lourdes, with whom Lord Elgin had afterwards an unreserved communication, in which he laid aside the jailer and resumed the behavior of a gentleman. He imputed Lord Elgin's liberation to the favorable report which he himself and his lieutenant had made of the calm and dignified manner in which his lordship had withstood the artifices which they had been directed to use, with a view of working on his feelings and leading him into some intemperance of expression against France or her ruler, which might have furnished a pretext for treating him with severity, and for implicating the British government in the imprudence of one of her nobles invested with a diplomatic character. The above narrative forms a singularly luminous commentary on the practices imputed to Messrs. Drake and Spencer, and subsequently to Sir George Rumbold, nor is it a less striking illustration of the detention of the unfortunate Captain Wright, with one iota less of prudence and presence of mind. Lord Elgin must have been entangled in the snare, which was so treacherously spread for him had he even engaged in 10 minutes' conversation with the villainous spy. An incendiary, it would have been in the power of such a wretch to represent the import after his own pleasure, or had his lordship retained the packet of letters, even for half an hour in his possession, which he might have most innocently done, he would probably have been seized with them upon his person. And it must in that case have been impossible for him to repel such accusations, as Bonaparte would have no doubt founded on a circumstance so suspicious. While Napoleon used such perfidious means, in order to attach if possible to a British ambassador of such distinguished rank the charge of carrying on intrigues against his person, the British ministers, in a tone the most manly and dignified disclaimed the degrading charges which had been circulated against them through Europe, when the topic was introduced by Lord Morpeth into the British House of Commons, by a motion respecting the correspondence of Drake, the Chancellor of the Exchequer replied, "I thank the noble lord for giving me an opportunity to repel openly and courageously one of the most gross and most atrocious calumnies ever fabricated in one civilized nation. To the prejudice of another I affirm that no power has been given, no instruction has been sent by this government to any individual to act in a manner contrary to the law of nations. I again affirm, as well in my own name, as in that of my colleagues, that we have not authorized any human being to conduct himself in a manner contrary to the honor of this country or the dictates of humanity." This explicit declaration made by British ministers, in a situation where detected falsehood would have proved dangerous to those by whom it was practiced, is to be placed against the garbled correspondence of which the French possessed themselves by means violently subversive of the law of nations, and which correspondence was the result of intrigues that would never have existed but for the treacherous suggestions of their own agents. Chapter Roman 30. Napoleon meditates a change of title from chief consul to emperor. Motion to this purpose, brought forward in the tribunate opposed by Carnot, adopted by the tribunate and senate outline of the new system coldly, received by the people. Napoleon visits Boulogne, Aix-la-Chapelle, and the frontiers of Germany, where he is received with respect. The coronation pews. Roman 7 is summoned from Rome to perform the ceremony at Paris. Details reflections changes that took place in Italy. Napoleon appointed sovereign of Italy and crowned at Milan. Genoa, annexed to France. Napoleon meditates a change of title. The time seemed now propitious for Bonaparte to make the last remaining movement in the great game, which he had hitherto played with equal skill, boldness, and success. The opposing factions of the state lay, in a great measure, prostrate before him. The death of the Duc d'Enghien and of Pichegru had intimidated the royalists, while the exile of Moreau had left the republicans without a leader. These events, while they greatly injured Bonaparte's character as a man, extended in a like proportion the idea of his power and of his determination to employ it to the utmost extremity against whoever might oppose him. This moment, therefore, of general submission and intimidation was the fittest to be used for transmuting the military baton of the first consul into a scepter resembling those of the ancient and established sovereignties of Europe, and it only remained for one who could now dispose of France as he listed to dictate the form and fashion of the new emblem of his sway. The title of king most obviously presented itself, but it was connected with the claims of the Bourbons, which it was not Bonaparte's policy to recall to remembrance. That of emperor implied a yet higher power of sovereignty, and there existed no competitor who could challenge a claim to it. It was a novelty also, and flattered the French love of change. And though in fact the establishment of an empire was inconsistent with the various oaths taken against royalty, it was not in terms so directly contradictory to them as the re-establishment of a kingdom. So far, it was agreeable to those who might seek not indeed how to keep their vows, but how to elude in words at least the charge of having broken them. To Napoleon's own ear the word king might sound as if it restricted his power within the limits of the ancient kingdom, while that of emperor might comprise dominions equal to the wide sweep of ancient Rome herself, and the bounds of the habitable earth alone could be considered as circumscribing their extent. The main body of the nation being passive or intimidated, there was no occasion to stand upon much ceremony with the constitutional bodies, the members of which were selected and paid by Bonaparte, himself held their posts at his pleasure, had every species of advancement to hope if they promoted his schemes, and every evil of which the least would be deprivation of office to expect should they thwart him. Change of title. On the 30th of April 1804, Curie, an orator of no great note, and who was perhaps selected on that very account that his proposal might be disavowed, should it meet with unexpected opposition, took the lead in this measure, which was to destroy the slight and nominal remains of a free constitution which France retained under her present form of government. It was time to bid adieu, he said, to political illusions. The internal tranquility of France had been regained peace, with foreign states had been secured by victory, the finances of the country had been restored, its code of laws renovated and reestablished. It was time to ascertain the possession of these blessings to the nation in future, and the orator saw no mode of doing this save rendering the supreme power hereditary in the person and family of Napoleon, to whom France owed such a debt of gratitude. This, he stated, was the universal desire of the army and of the people. He invited the tribunate, therefore, to give effect to the general wish and hail Napoleon Bonaparte by the title of emperor, as that which best corresponded with the dignity of the nation. The members of the tribunate contended with each other, who should most enhance the merits of Napoleon and prove in the most logical and rhetorical terms the advantages of arbitrary power over the various modifications of popular or limited governments. But one man, Carnot, was bold enough to oppose the full tide of sophistry and adulation. This name is unhappily to be read among the colleagues of Robespierre in the Revolutionary Committee, as well as amongst those who voted for the death of the misused and unoffending Louis Roman XVI, yet his highly honorable conduct in the urgent crisis, now under discussion, shows that the zeal for liberty which led him into such excesses was genuine and sincere, and that in point of firmness and public spirit Carnot equaled the ancient patriots whom he aspired to imitate. His speech was as temperate and expressive as it was eloquent. Bonaparte, he admitted, had saved France and saved it by the assumption of absolute power. But this, he contended, was only the temporary consequence of a violent crisis of the kind to which republics were subject, and the evils of which could only be stemmed by a remedy equally violent. The present head of the government, was he allowed a dictator, but in the same sense in which Fabius Camillus and Cincinnatus were so of yore, who retired to the condition of private citizens when they had accomplished the purpose for which temporary supremacy had been entrusted to them. The like was to be expected from Bonaparte, who on entering on the government of the state had invested it with republican forms which he had taken a solemn oath to maintain, and which it was the object of Cure's motion to invite him to violate. He allowed that the various republican forms of France had been found deficient in stability, which he contended was owing to the tempestuous period in which they had been adopted, and the excited and irritable temper of men fired with political animosity, and incapable at the moment of steady or philosophical reflection. But he appealed to the United States of America as an example of a democratical government equally wise, vigorous, and permanent. He admitted the virtues and talents of the present governor of France, but contended that these attributes could not be rendered hereditary. Along with the throne, he reminded the tribunate that Domitian had been the son of the wise Vespasian, Caligula of Germanicus, and Commodus of Marcus Aurelius. Again, he asked whether it was not wronging Bonaparte's glory to substitute a new title to that which he had rendered so illustrious, and to invite and tempt him to become the instrument of destroying the liberties of the very country to which he had rendered such inestimable services. He then announced the undeniable proposition that what services soever an individual might render to the state of which he was a member, there were bounds to public gratitude, prescribed by honor as well as reason. If a citizen had the means of operating the safety or restoring the liberty of his country, it could not be termed a becoming recompense to surrender to him that very liberty, the reestablishment of which had been his own work, or what glory, he asked, could accrue to the selfish individual who should claim the surrender of his country's independence in requital of his services and desire to convert the state which his talents had preserved into his own private patrimony. Carnot concluded his manly and patriotic speech by declaring that though he opposed on grounds of conscience the alteration of government which had been proposed, He would nevertheless, should it be adopted by the nation, give it his unlimited obedience. He kept his word accordingly, and retired to a private station in poverty, most honorable to a statesman who had filled the highest offices of the state and enjoyed the most unlimited power of amassing wealth. When his oration was concluded, there was a contention for precedence among the time-serving speakers, who were each desirous to take the lead in refuting the reasoning of Carnot. It would be tedious to trace them through their sophistry. The leading argument turned upon the talents of Bonaparte, his services rendered to France, and the necessity there was for acknowledging them by something like a proportionate act of national gratitude. Their eloquence resembled nothing so nearly as the pleading of a wily procuress, who endeavors to persuade some simple maiden that the services rendered to her by a liberal and gallant admirer can only be rewarded by the sacrifice of her honor. The speaking, for it could neither be termed debate nor deliberation, was prolonged for 3 days, after which the motion of curie was adopted by the tribunate without one negative voice, excepting that of the inflexible Carnot, Emperor of the French. The Senate, to whom the tribunate hastened to present their project of establishing despotism under its own undisguised title, hastened to form a senatus consultum, which established the new constitution of France, the outline for what would it serve to trace the minute details of a design sketched in the sand, and obliterated by the tide of subsequent events. 79 was as follows. First, Napoleon Bonaparte was declared hereditary emperor of the French nation. The empire was made hereditary first in the male line of the emperor's direct descendants. Failing these, Napoleon might adopt the sons or grandsons of his brothers to succeed him in such order as he might point out. In default of such adoptive heirs, Joseph and Louis Bonaparte were in succession declared the lawful heirs of the empire. Lucien and Jerome Bonaparte were excluded from this rich inheritance, as they had both disobliged Napoleon by marrying without his consent. 2d. The members of the imperial family were declared princes of the blood, and by the decree of the Senate, the offices of Grand Elector Arch-Chancellor of the Empire, Arch-Chancellor of State, High Constable, and Great Admiral of the Empire were established as necessary appendages of the Empire. These dignitaries, named of course by the Emperor himself, consisting of his relatives' connections and most faithful adherents, formed his Grand Council. The rank of Marshal of the Empire was conferred upon 17 of the most distinguished generals, comprehending Jourdan Augereau, and others formerly zealous republicans. Duroc was named Grand Marshal of the Palace, Caulaincourt Master of the Horse, Berthier Grand Huntsman, and the Comte de Segur, a nobleman of the Old Court, Master of Ceremonies. Thus did republican forms at length, and finally give way to those of a court, and that nation which no moderate or rational degree of freedom would satisfy now contentedly, or at least passively, assumed the yoke of a military despot. France in 1792 had been like the wild elephant in his fits of fury, when to oppose his course is death. In 1804, she was like the same animal tamed and trained who kneels down and suffers himself to be mounted by the soldier whose business is to drive him into the throng of the battle. Measures were taken, as on former occasions, to preserve appearances, by obtaining in show at least the opinion of the people on this radical change of their system. Government, however, were already confident of their approbation, which indeed had never been refused to any of the various constitutions, however inconsistent, that had succeeded each other, with such rapidity. Secure on this point, Bonaparte's accession to the empire was proclaimed with the greatest pomp, without waiting to inquire whether the people approved of his promotion or otherwise. The proclamation was coldly received, even by the populace, and excited little enthusiasm. It seemed, according to some writers, as if the shades of d'Enghien and Pichegru had been present invisibly, and spread a damp over the ceremony. The emperor was recognized by the soldiery with more warmth. He visited the encampments at Boulogne, with the intention, apparently, of receiving such an acknowledgment from the troops as was paid by the ancient Franks to their monarchs, when they elevated them on their bucklers, seated on an iron chair, said to have belonged to King Dagobert. He took his place between two immense camps, and having before him the Channel and the hostile coasts of England. The weather, we have been assured, had been tempestuous, but no sooner had the emperor assumed his seat to receive the homage of his shouting host than the sky cleared, and the wind dropped, retaining just breath sufficient gently to wave the banners. Even the elements seemed to acknowledge the imperial dignity, all save the sea, which rolled as carelessly to the feet of Napoleon as it had formerly done towards those of Canute the Dane. The emperor, accompanied with his empress, who bore her honors both gracefully and meekly, visited Aix-la-Chapelle, and the frontiers of Germany, they received the congratulations of all the powers of Europe, excepting England, Russia, and Sweden upon their new exaltation. And the German princes who had everything to hope and fear from so powerful a neighbor hastened to pay their compliments to Napoleon in person, which more distant sovereigns offered by their ambassadors. But the most splendid and public recognition of his new rank was yet to be made by the formal act of coronation, which therefore Napoleon determined should take place with circumstances of solemnity, which had been beyond the reach of any temporal prince however powerful for many ages. His policy was often marked by a wish to revive, imitate, and connect his own titles and interest with some ancient observance of former days, as if the novelty of his claims could have been rendered more venerable by investing them with antiquated forms, or as men of low birth, when raised to wealth and rank, are sometimes desirous to conceal the obscurity of their origin under the blaze of heraldic honors. Pope Leo, he remembered, had placed a golden crown on the head of Charlemagne and proclaimed him Emperor of the Romans. Pius Roman 7, he determined should do the same for a successor, to much more than the actual power of Charlemagne. But though Charlemagne had repaired to Rome to receive inauguration from the hands of the pontiff of that day, Napoleon resolved that he who now owned the proud, and in Protestant eyes profane title of Vicar of Christ, should travel to France to perform the coronation of the successful chief, by whom the See of Rome had been more than once humbled, pillaged, and impoverished, but by whom also her power had been re-erected and restored not only in Italy but in France itself. Humiliating as the compliance with Buonaparte's request must have seemed to the more devoted Catholics, Pius Roman 7 had already sacrificed to obtain the Concordat so much of the power and privileges of the Roman See that he could hardly have been justified if he had run the risk of losing the advantages of a treaty so dearly purchased by declining to incur some personal trouble, or it might be termed some direct self-abasement. The Pope and the cardinals whom he consulted implored the illumination of heaven upon their counsels, but it was the stern voice of necessity which assured them that except at the risk of dividing the church by a schism, they could not refuse to comply with Buonaparte's requisition. The Pope left Rome on the 5th November. He was everywhere received on the road with the highest respect and most profound veneration. The Alpine precipices themselves had been secured by parapets wherever they could expose the venerable father of the Catholic Church to danger or even apprehension. Upon the 25th November, he met Buonaparte at Fontainebleau, and the conduct of the Emperor Napoleon was as studiously respectful towards him as that of Charlemagne, whom he was pleased to call his predecessor, could have been towards Leo. The coronation. On the 2 December, the ceremony of the coronation took place in the ancient Cathedral of Notre Dame, with the addition of every ceremony which could be devised to add to its solemnity. Yet we have been told that the multitude did not participate in the ceremonial with that eagerness which characterizes the inhabitants of all capitals, but especially those of Paris. Upon similar occasions, they had within a very few years seen so many exhibitions, processions, and festivals, established on the most discordant principles, which, though announced as permanent and unchangeable, had successively given way to newer doctrines, that they considered the splendid representation before them as an unsubstantial pageant, which would fade away in its turn. Buonaparte himself seemed absent and gloomy, till recalled to a sense of his grandeur by the voice of the numerous deputies and functionaries sent up from all the several departments of France to witness the coronation. These functionaries had been selected with due attention to their political opinions, and many of them holding offices under the government or expecting benefits from the emperor, made up by the zealous vivacity of their acclamations for the coldness of the good citizens of Paris. Emperor of the French. The emperor took his coronation oath as usual on such occasions with his hands upon the scripture, and in the form in which it was repeated to him by the Pope. But in the act of coronation itself, there was a marked deviation from the universal custom, characteristic of the man, the age, and the conjuncture in all other similar solemnities. The crown had been placed on the sovereign's head by the presiding spiritual person, as representing the deity by whom princes rule, but not even from the head of the Catholic Church would Buonaparte consent to receive as a boon the golden symbol of sovereignty, which he was sensible he owed solely to his own unparalleled train of military and civil successes. The crown, having been blessed by the Pope, Napoleon took it from the altar with his own hands and placed it on his brows. He then put the diadem on the head of his empress, as if determined to show that his authority was the child of his own actions. Diem was sung the heralds, for they also had again come into fashion, proclaimed that the thrice glorious and thrice august Napoleon Emperor of the French was crowned, and installed thus concluded this remarkable ceremony. Those who remember having beheld it must now doubt whether they were waking, or whether fancy had framed a vision so dazzling in its appearance, so extraordinary in its origin and progress, and so ephemeral in its endurance. The very day before the ceremony of coronation, that is, on the 1st of December, the Senate had waited upon the emperor, with the result of the votes collected in the departments, which till that time had been taken for granted. Upwards of 3,500,000 citizens had given their votes on this occasion, of whom only about 3,500 had declared against the proposition. The Vice President Neufchâteau declared this report was the unbiased expression of the people's choice. No government could plead a title more authentic. This was the established language of the day, but when the orator went farther and mentioned the measure now adopted as enabling Bonaparte to guide into port the vessel of the Republic, one would have thought there was more irony than compliment in the expression. Napoleon replied by promises to employ the power which the unanimous consent of the Senate, the people, and the army had conferred upon him for the advantage of that nation, which he himself, writing from fields of battle, had first saluted with the title of the Great. He promised too, in name of his dynasty, that his children should long preserve the throne, and be at once the first soldiers in the army of France, and the first magistrates among her citizens. As every word on such an occasion was scrupulously sifted and examined, it seemed to some that this promise which Napoleon volunteered in behalf of children, who had as yet no existence, intimated a meditated change of consort, since from his present empress he had no longer any hope of issue. Others censured the prophetic tone in which he announced what would be the fate and conduct of unborn beings, and spoke of a reign newly commenced under the title of a dynasty, which is usually applied to a race of successive princes. The imperial constitution. We pause for a moment to consider the act of popular accession to the new government, because there, if anywhere, we are to look for something like a legal right in virtue of which Napoleon might claim obedience, he himself, when pleading his own cause after his fall, repeatedly, rests his right to be considered and treated as a legitimate monarch, upon the fact that he was called to the crown by the voice of the people. We will not stop to inquire how the registers in which the votes of the citizens were enrolled were managed by the functionaries who had the charge of them. It is only necessary to state, in passing, that these returning officers were in general accessible to the influence of government, and that there was no possibility of instituting any scrutiny into the authenticity of the returns. Neither will we repeat that instead of waiting for the event of the popular vote, he had accepted of the empire from the Senate, and had been proclaimed emperor accordingly. Waiving those circumstances entirely, let it be remembered that France is usually reckoned to contain upwards of 30 millions of inhabitants, and that 3,500,000 only gave their votes. This was not a third part, deducing women and children of those who had a title to express their opinion, where it was to be held decisive of the greatest change which the state could undergo. And it must be allowed that the authority of so limited a portion of the people is far too small to bind the remainder. We have heard it, indeed, argued that the question having been formally put to the nation at large, every one was under an obligation to make a specific reply, and they who did not vote must be held to have acquiesced in the opinion expressed by the majority of such as Roman 999, this argument being directly contrary to the presumption of law in all similar cases, is not more valid than the defense of the soldier who, accused of having stolen a necklace from an image of the Virgin, replied to the charge that he had first asked the Madonna's permission, and receiving no answer had taken silence for consent. In another point of view, it must be remembered that this vote, by which Napoleon claimed the absolute and irredeemable cession of the liberties of France in his favor, was not a jot more solemn than those by which the people had previously sanctioned the constitutional monarchy of 1791, the Republic of 1792, the Directory of 1795, and the consular government of 1799. Now either the vote upon all those occasions was binding and permanent, or it was capable of being denied and recalled at the pleasure of the people. If the former was the case, then the people had no right in 1804 to resume the votes they had given, and the oaths they had sworn to the first form of government in 1791, the others which they sanctioned in its stead, were in consequence mere usurpations, and that now attempted the most flagrant of all, since three constitutions, each resting on the popular consent, were demolished, and three sets of oaths broken, and discarded to make room for the present model again, if the people in swearing to one constitution retained inalienably the right of substituting another, whenever they thought proper the imperial constitution remained at their mercy as much as those that preceded it. And then on what could Bonaparte rest the inviolability of his authority, guarded with such jealous precaution, and designed to descend to his successors, without any future appeal to the people the dynasty which he supposed himself to have planted, was in that case not the oak tree which he conceived it, but held during the good pleasure of a fickle people, rather resembled the thistle whose unsubstantial crest rests upon the stalk only so long as the wind shall not disturb it. But we leave these considerations, nor do we stop to inquire how many amid the 3 millions and upwards of voters gave an unwilling signature which they would have refused if they had dared, nor how many more attached no greater consequence to the act than to a piece of formal complaisance which every government expected in its turn, and which bound the subject no longer than the ruler had means to enforce his obedience. Another and more formidable objection remains behind, which pervaded the whole pretended surrender by the French nation of their liberties, and rendered it void, null, and without force or effect, whatever it was from the commencement. What jurists call a pactum inelicitat, people gave that which they had no right to surrender, and Bonaparte accepted that which he had no title to take at their hands. In most instances of despotic usurpation, we need only look at the case of Caesar. The popular party have been made the means of working out their own servitude, the government being usurped by some demagogue who acted in their name and had the art to make their own hands the framers of their own chains. But though such consent on the part of the people elicited from an excess of partial confidence or of gratitude may have rendered such encroachments on the freedom of the state more easy, it did not, and could not render it in any case more legal. The rights of a free people are theirs to enjoy, but not theirs to alienate or surrender. The people are in this respect like minors to whom law assures their property, but invests them with no title to give it away or consume it. The national privileges are an estate entailed from generation to generation, and they can neither be the subject of gift exchange nor surrender by those who enjoy the usufruct or temporary possession of them. No man is lord even of his person to the effect of surrendering his life or limbs to the mercy of another. The contract of the Merchant of Venice would now be held null from the beginning in any court of justice in Europe, but far more should the report of 1804 upon Bonaparte's election be esteemed totally void, since it involved the cession on the part of the French people of that which ought to have been far more dear to them, and held more inalienable than the pound of flesh nearest the heart, or the very heart itself. As the people of France had no right to resign their own liberties, and that of their posterity for ever, so Bonaparte could not legally avail himself of their prodigal and imprudent cession. If a blind man give a piece of gold by mistake, instead of a piece of silver, he who receives it acquires no legal title to the surplus value. If an ignorant man enter unwittingly into an illegal compact, his signature, though voluntary, is not binding upon him. It is true that Bonaparte had rendered the highest services to France by his Italian campaigns, in the first instance, and afterwards by that wonderful train of success which followed his return from Egypt. Still the services yielded by a subject to his native land, like the duty paid by a child to a parent, cannot render him creditor of the country beyond the amount which she has legal means of discharging. If France had received the highest benefits from Bonaparte, she had in return raised him as high as any subject could be advanced, and had indeed in her reckless prodigality of gratitude given or suffered him to assume the very despotic authority which this compact of which we treat was to consolidate and sanction under its real name of empire. Here, therefore, we close the argument, concluding the pretended vote of the French people to be totally null, both as regarding the subjects who yielded their privileges and the emperor who accepted of their surrender. The former could not give away rights which it was not lawful to resign. The latter could not accept an authority which it was unlawful to exercise. An apology, or rather a palliation, of Bonaparte's usurpation has been set up by himself and his more ardent admirers, and we are desirous of giving to it all the weight which it shall be found to deserve. They have said, and with great reason, that Bonaparte, viewed in his general conduct, was no selfish usurper, and that the mode in which he acquired his power was gilded over by the use which he made of it. This is true, for we will not underrate the merits which Napoleon thus acquired by observing that shrewd politicians have been of opinion that sovereigns who have only a questionable right to their authority are compelled, were it but for their own sakes, to govern in such a manner as to make the country feel its advantage in submitting to their government, we grant willingly that in much of his internal administration, Bonaparte showed that he desired to have no advantage separate from that of France, that he conceived her interests to be connected with his own glory, that he expended his wealth in ornamenting the empire, and not upon objects more immediately personal to himself. We have no doubt that he had more pleasure in seeing treasures of art added to the museum than in hanging them on the walls of his own palace, and that he spoke truly when asserting that he grudged Josephine the expensive plants with which she decorated her residence at Malmaison, because her taste interfered with the prosperity of the public botanical garden of Paris. We allow, therefore, that Bonaparte fully identified himself with the country which he had rendered his patrimony, and that while it should be called by his name, he was desirous of investing it with as much external splendor and as much internal prosperity as his gigantic schemes were able to compass. No doubt, it may be said so completely was the country identified with its ruler, that as France had nothing but what belonged to its emperor, he was in fact improving his own estate when he advanced her public works, and could no more be said to lose sight of his own interest than a private gentleman does who neglects his garden to ornament his park. But it is not fair to press the motives of human nature to their last retreat, in which something like a taint of self-interest may so often be discovered. It is enough to reply that the selfishness which embraces the interests of a whole kingdom is of a kind so liberal, so extended, and so refined as to be closely allied to patriotism, and that the good intentions of Bonaparte towards that France over which he ruled with despotic sway can be no more doubted than the affections of an arbitrary father whose object it is to make his son prosperous and happy, to which he annexes, as the only condition, that he shall be implicitly obedient to every tittle of his. Well, the misfortune is, however, that arbitrary power is in itself a faculty which, whether exercised over a kingdom or in the bosom of a family, is apt to be used with caprice rather than judgment, and becomes a snare to those who possess it as well as a burden to those over whom it extends. A father, for example, seeks the happiness of his son, while he endeavors to assure his fortunes by compelling him to enter into a mercenary and reluctant marriage, and Bonaparte conceived himself to be benefiting as well as aggrandizing France, when preferring the splendor of conquest to the blessings of peace. He led the flower of her young men to perish in foreign fields, and finally was the means of her being delivered up, drained of her population, to the mercy of the foreign invaders whose resentment his ambition had provoked. Changes in Italy. Such are the considerations which naturally arise out of Napoleon's final and avowed assumption of the absolute power, which he had in reality possessed and exercised ever since he had been created first consul for life. It was soon after made manifest that France, enlarged and increased in strength, as she had been under his auspices, was yet too narrow a sphere for his domination. Italy afforded the first illustration of his grasping ambition. The northern states of Italy had followed the example of France through all her change of models. They had become republican in a directorial form. When Napoleon's sword conquered them from the Austrians, had changed to an establishment similar to the consular, when that was instituted in Paris by the 18th Brumaire, and were now destined to receive as a king him who had lately accepted and exercised with regal authority the office of their president. The authorities of the Italian late Cisalpine Republic had a prescient guess of what was expected of them. A deputation appeared at Paris to declare the absolute necessity, which they felt, that their government should assume a monarchical and hereditary form. On the 17th March 1805, they obtained an audience of the emperor, to whom they intimated the unanimous desire of their countrymen that Napoleon, founder of the Italian Republic, should be monarch of the Italian kingdom. He was to have power to name his successor, such being always a native of France or Italy, with an affectation of jealous independence. However, the authors of this humble petition and advice stipulated that the crowns of France and Italy should never, save in the present instance, be placed on the head of the same monarch. Napoleon might, during his life, devolve the sovereignty of Italy on one of his descendants, either natural or adopted, but it was anxiously stipulated that such delegation should not be made during the period, while France continued to occupy the Neapolitan territories, the Russians Corfu, and the British Malta. Bonaparte granted the petition of the Italian states, and listened with indulgence to their jealous scruples. He agreed with them that the separation of the crowns of France and Italy, which might be useful to their descendants, would be in the highest degree dangerous to themselves, and therefore he consented to bear the additional burden which their love and confidence imposed, at least, until the interest of his Italian subjects should permit him to place the crown on a younger head who animated by his spirit should. He engaged be ever ready to sacrifice his life for the people over whom he should be called to reign by providence, by the constitution of the country, and by the will of Napoleon in announcing this new acquisition to the French Senate. Bonaparte made use of an expression so singularly audacious that to utter it required almost as much courage as to scheme one of his most daring campaigns. The power and majesty of the French Empire, he said, are surpassed by the moderation which presides over her political transactions. Coronation at Milan. Upon the 11th April, Napoleon, with his empress, set off to go through the form of coronation. As King of Italy, the ceremony almost exactly resembled that by which he had been inaugurated emperor. The ministry of the Pope, however, was not employed on this second occasion, although as Pius Roman VII was then on his return to Rome, he could scarcely have declined officiating, if he had been requested by Bonaparte to take Milan in his route for that purpose perhaps. It was thought too harsh to exact from the pontiff the consecration of a king of Italy, whose very title implied a possibility that his dominion might be one day extended so as to include the patrimony of Saint Peter perhaps, and we rather believe it was the case. Some cause of dissatisfaction had already occurred betwixt Napoleon and Pius Roman VII. However this may be, the ministry of the Archbishop of Milan was held sufficient for the occasion, and it was he who blessed the celebrated iron crown said to have girded the brows of the ancient kings of the Lombards. Bonaparte, as in the ceremony at Paris, placed the ancient emblem on his head, with his own hands, assuming and repeating, aloud the haughty motto attached to it by its ancient owners, de me la donne guerre, qui la touche, God has given it me, let him beware who touches it. The new kingdom was in all respects modeled on the same plan, with the French Empire, an order called of the Iron Crown, was established on the footing of that of the Legion of Honor. A large French force was taken into Italian pay, and Eugene Beauharnois, the son of Josephine by her former marriage, who enjoyed and merited the confidence of his father-in-law, was created viceroy, and appointed to represent in that character the dignity of Napoleon. Napoleon did not leave Italy without further extension of his empire. Genoa, once the proud and the powerful, resigned her independence, and her doge presented to the emperor a request that the Ligurian Republic, laying down her separate rights, should be considered in future as a part of the French nation. It was but lately that Bonaparte had declared to the listening Senate that the boundaries of France were permanently fixed, and should not be extended for the comprehension of future conquests. It is farther true that by a solemn alliance with France, Genoa had placed her arsenals and harbors at the disposal of the French government, engaged to supply her powerful ally with 6,000 sailors and 10 sail of the line to be equipped at her own expense, and that her independence or such a nominal share of that inestimable privilege as was consistent with her connection with this formidable power had been guaranteed by France, but neither the charge of inconsistency with his own public declarations nor consideration of the solemn treaty acknowledging the Ligurian Republic prevented Napoleon from availing himself of the pretext afforded by the petition of the Doge. It was convenient to indulge the city and government of Genoa in their wish to become an integral part of the great nation. Bonaparte was well aware that by recognizing them as a department of France, he was augmenting the jealousy of Russia and Austria, who had already assumed a threatening front towards him. But as he visited the splendid city of the Dorias, and saw its streets of marble palaces ascending from and surrounding its noble harbors, he was heard to exclaim that such a possession was well worth the risks of war. The success of one mighty plan only induced him to form another, and while he was conscious that he was the general object of jealousy and suspicion to Europe, Napoleon could not refrain from encroachments which necessarily increased and perpetuated such hostile sentiments towards him. Chapter Roman 31. Napoleon addresses a second letter to the King of England, personally answered by the British Secretary of State to Talleyrand alliance, formed betwixt Russia and England. Prussia keeps aloof, and the Emperor Alexander visits Berlin. Austria prepares for war and marches an army into Bavaria. Her impolicy, in prematurely commencing hostilities, and in her conduct to Bavaria unsoldier-like conduct of the Austrian General Max Bonaparte, is joined by the electors of Bavaria and Württemberg, and the Duke of Baden's skillful maneuvers of the French generals and successive losses of the Austrians. Napoleon violates the neutrality of Prussia by marching through Anspach and Bayreuth. Further losses of the Austrian leaders and consequent disunion among them. Mack is cooped up in Olmischus, a formidable declaration on the 16th October, and surrenders on the following day. Fatal results of this man's poltroonery, want of skill, and probable treachery. Letter to the King of England. Bonaparte consul had affected to give a direct testimony of his desire to make peace by opening a communication immediately and personally with the King of Great Britain. Bonaparte Emperor had, according to his own interpretation of his proceedings, expiated by his elevation all the crimes of the Revolution and wiped out forever the memory of those illusory visions of liberty and equality, which had alarmed such governments as continued to rest their authority on the ancient basis of legitimacy. He had, in short, according to his own belief, preserved in his system all that the Republic had produced of good, and done away all the memory of that which was evil. With such pretensions, to say nothing of his absolute power, he hastened to claim admission among the acknowledged princes of Europe, and a second time too, January 1805, by a letter addressed to King George Roman III, personally under the title of Sir My brother endeavored to prove by a string of truisms the preference of a state of peace to war, and on the reciprocal grandeur of France and England. Both advanced to the highest pitch of prosperity that the hostilities between the nations ought to be ended. We have already stated the inconveniences which must necessarily attach to a departure from the usual course of treating between states, and to the transference of the discussions, usually entrusted to inferior and responsible agents, to those who are themselves at the head of the nation. But if Napoleon had been serious in desiring peace, and saw any reason for directly communicating with the English king, rather than with the English government, he ought to have made his proposal something more specific than a string of general propositions, which, affirmed on the one side and undisputed on the other, left the question between the belligerent powers as undecided as formerly. The question was not whether peace was desirable, but on what terms it was offered or could be obtained. If Bonaparte, while stating, as he might have been expected to do, that the jealousies entertained by England of his power were unjust, had agreed that, for the tranquility of Europe, the weal of both nations, and the respect in which he held the character of the monarch, whom he addressed Malta, should remain with Britain in perpetuity, or for a stipulated period, it would have given a serious turn to his overture, which was at present as vague in its tendency as it was unusual in the form. The answer to his letter, addressed by the British Secretary of State to Roman 1000 Talleyrand, declared that Britain could not make a precise reply to the proposal of peace intimated in Napoleon's letter, until she had communicated with her allies on the continent, and in particular with the Emperor of Russia. These expressions indicated what was already well known to Bonaparte: the darkening of another continental storm, about to be directed against his power on this occasion. Russia was the soul of the Confederacy, since the death of the unfortunate Paul had placed that mighty country under the government of a wise and prudent prince, whose education had been sedulously cultivated, and who had profited in an eminent degree by that advantage. Her counsels had been dignified, wise, and moderate. She had offered her mediation betwixt the belligerent powers, which, accepted willingly by Great Britain, had been somewhat haughtily declined by France, whose ruler was displeased, doubtless, to find that power in the hands of a sharp-sighted and sagacious sovereign, which, when lodged in those of Paul, he might reckon upon as at his own disposal through his influence over that weak and partial monarch. The King of Sweden. From this time there was coldness betwixt the French and Russian governments. The murder of the Duc d'Enghien increased the misunderstanding. The Emperor of Russia was too high-spirited to view this scene of perfidy and violence in silence, and as he not only remonstrated with Bonaparte himself, but appealed to the German Diet on the violation of the territories of the Empire, Napoleon unused to have his actions censured and condemned by others. How powerful soever seems to have regarded the Emperor Alexander with personal dislike, Russia and Sweden, and their monarchs became the subject of satire and ridicule in the Monitor. And as everyone knew such arrows were never discharged without Bonaparte's special authority, the latter prince withdrew his ambassador from Paris, and in a public note delivered to the French envoy at Stockholm, expressed his surprise at the indecent and ridiculous insolences which Monsieur Napoleon Bonaparte had permitted to be inserted in the Monitor. Gustavus was, it is true, of an irregular and violent temper, apt to undertake plans to the achievement of which the strength of his kingdom was inadequate, yet he would scarcely have expressed himself with so little veneration for the most formidable authority in Europe had he not been confident in the support of the Tsar. In fact, on the 10th of January 1805, the King of Sweden had signed a treaty of close alliance with Russia, and as a necessary consequence, on the 31st of October following, he published a declaration of war against France in terms personally insulting to Napoleon. Russia and England, in the meantime, had engaged in an alliance, the general purpose of which was to form a league upon the continent, to compel the French government to consent to the re-establishment of the balance of Europe. The objects proposed were briefly the independence of Holland and Switzerland, the evacuation of Hanover, and the north of Germany by the French troops, the restoration of Piedmont to the King of Sardinia, and the complete evacuation of Italy by the French. These were gigantic schemes, for which suitable efforts were to be made. 500,000 men were to be employed, and Britain, besides affording the assistance of her forces by sea and land, was to pay large subsidies for supporting the armies of the coalition. Great Britain and Russia were the animating sources of this new coalition against France, but it was impossible considering the insular situation of the first of those powers, and the great distance of the second, from the scene of action, that they alone, without the concurrence of the Emperor of Austria and the King of Prussia, should be able to assail France with any prospect of making a successful impression. Every effort, therefore, was used to awaken those states to a sense of the daily repeated encroachments of Bonaparte, and of the extreme danger to which they were respectively exposed by the rapidly increasing extent of his empire. Prussia. But since the unsuccessful campaign of the year 1792, Prussia had observed a cautious and wary neutrality. She had seen, not perhaps without secret pleasure, the humiliation of Austria, her natural rival in Germany, and she had taken many opportunities to make acquisition of petty objects of advantage, in consequence of the various changes upon the continent, so that she seemed to find her own interest in the successes of France. It is imagined also that Bonaparte had found some of her leading statesmen not altogether inaccessible to influence of a different kind, by the liberal exercise of which he was enabled to maintain a strong interest in the Prussian councils. But the principles of these ministers were far from being shared by the nation at large. The encroachments on the German Empire intimately concerned the safety of Prussia, and the nation saw in the decay of the Austrian influence the creation and increase of a strong German party in favor of France, to whom Bavaria, Württemberg, and almost all the petty princes upon the Rhine, and its vicinity began now to look up with the devotion and reverence which had hitherto been paid to the great states of Austria and Prussia. The subjects of the great Frederick also remembered his numerous victories, and proud of the army which he had created and bequeathed to his successor, felt neither apprehension nor unwillingness at the thought of measuring forces with the dictator of Europe. The councils, therefore, of Prussia were divided, and though those which were favorable to France prevailed so far as to prevent her immediately becoming a member of the coalition, yet by increasing her army to the war establishment and marching forces towards the country which appeared about to become the scene of hostilities, Prussia gave plain intimation that the continuance of her neutrality depended upon the events of war. Act 25. To animate her councils, if possible, with a more decided spirit, Alexander visited the court of Berlin in person. He was received with the utmost distinction, and both the King of Prussia and his beautiful and interesting queen gave manifest tokens of the share they took personally in the success of the alliance. An oath was taken by the two sovereigns at the tomb of the great Frederick, by which they are said to have devoted themselves to the liberation of Germany. 116 a vow, which, though at a distant period they amply redeemed, still, whatever might be the personal opinions of the King of Prussia, the councils of Haugwitz continued to influence his cabinet, and the emperor withdrew from Berlin to place himself at the head of his troops, while the Prussian monarch, assembling an army of observation, assumed the menacing air of a neutral who feels himself able to turn the scale in favor of either of the belligerent powers at his pleasure. This was not the moment for Bonaparte to take offense at these demonstrations, as the doing so might convert a doubtful friend into an avowed and determined enemy. But the dubious policy of Prussia was not forgotten. It was carefully treasured in Napoleon's memory, as that for which she was to be called to account at a future period. In the meantime, he had the full advantage of her hesitating counsels and doubtful neutrality. Austria was more accessible to the application of the Allies, notwithstanding the disasters of the last two wars, the loss of a large portion of Italy, the disasters of Bellegarde, Alvinzi, and Wurmser, and the disastrous defeats of Marengo and Hohenlinden, the extent and military character of her population, amongst whom a short interval of peace was sufficient to recruit the losses of the most bloody war, above all the haughty determination of a cabinet remarkable for the tenacity with which they retain and act upon the principles which they have once adopted, induced her government to accede to the alliance betwixt Russia and Great Britain. She had not forgotten the successes which her generals and armies had obtained when fighting by the side of Suwarrow, and might hope to see once more renewed the victories of Trebia and of Novi. She therefore increased her force in every quarter. And while the Archduke Charles took the command of 80,000 men, in Italy, on which country Austria always kept a wishful eye, 80,000 more destined to act upon the Lech, and it was hoped upon the Rhine were placed under the charge of General Mack, whose factitious and ill-merited reputation had unfortunately for Austria remained unabated notwithstanding his miserable Neapolitan campaign in 1799. The Archduke Ferdinand, a prince of great courage and hopes, was the nominal commander of the last-mentioned army, while the real authority was lodged in this old and empty professor of tactics. To conclude this detail of preparation, the Archduke John was appointed to command in the Tyrol. It remained only to try the event of negotiation ere, finally proceeding to military extremities. It was not difficult to state the causes of the war, which was now about to break out anew by the Peace of Luneville, finally concluded between Austria and France. The independence of the Italian Helvetian and Batavian republics had been stipulated, but instead of such terms being complied with, Napoleon, rendering himself Grand Mediator of Switzerland and King of Italy, had at the same time filled Holland with troops and occupied the whole three countries in such a manner as made them virtually, and almost avowedly, the absolute dependencies of France. Complaints on these heads, warmly urged by Austria, were sharply answered by France, who in her turn accused Austria of want of confidence and of assuming arms in the midst of peace. The Emperor of Russia interfered and sent a special ambassador to Paris with the purpose of coming if possible to an amicable accommodation, which might even yet preserve the tranquility of Europe. But ere Novosiltsov had reached his place of destination, the union of Genoa with the French Empire was announced. An encroachment, which joined to Napoleon's influence in Switzerland, rendered the whole northwestern frontier of Italy completely open for the march of French armies, and precluded the possible hope of that fine country assuming any character of independence, even if at a future time its crown should be vested in a person different from the ruler of France. Austria-Bavaria. Upon hearing of this new usurpation made at the very time when Napoleon's steps towards the aggrandizement of his power were under challenge, Russia countermanded her ambassador, and Austria, after the exchange of some more angry notes, began her daring enterprise by marching a large army upon Bavaria. It would have been better, probably, had the Emperor Francis suspended this decisive measure and continued to protract, if possible, the negotiation until the Russian auxiliary armies, too, in number of 50,000 men, each could have advanced to the assistance of their allies, or until a sense of the approaching crisis had removed the indecision in the Prussian councils, and induced the king to join the coalition. Either of these events, and more especially both, might have given a very different turn to this disastrous campaign. But Austria was not alone to be blamed for precipitating the war. She exposed herself to censure by the mode in which she conducted it, occupying Bavaria with numerous forces. The elector was required to join the Confederacy. Maximilian of Bavaria was not disinclined to unite his forces with those which proposed for their object the defense of Germany, but he pleaded that his son, now traveling in France, would be made responsible should he join the coalition. On my knees, he said, in a letter September 8 to the Emperor Francis, I implore you for permission to remain neutral. His reasonable request was rejected, and the elector was required to join the Confederacy with a violence of urgency, both unjust and impolitic. He was farther given to understand that his troops would not be permitted to remain as a separate army, but must be incorporated with those of Austria. These were terms so harsh as to render even the precarious alliance of France preferable to submission. Maximilian, retreating from his capital of Munich to Würzburg, and withdrawing his army into Franconia again, endeavored to negotiate for neutrality. It was again imperiously refused, and while the Austrian government insisted that the elector should join them with his whole forces, the Austrian troops were permitted to conduct themselves as in an enemy's country. Requisitions were raised, and other measures resorted to, tending to show that the invaders remembered the ancient grudge which had so long subsisted between Bavaria and Austria. It was natural that the Bavarian prince, incensed at this treatment, should regard the Allies as enemies and wait the arrival of the French as liberators. Unsoldier-like conduct of Mack. The military maneuvers of the Austrian army were not more able than her conduct towards the neutral state of Bavaria was politic. Or just there are two errors equally fatal into which a general of middling or inferior talent is apt to fall when about to encounter with an adversary of genius. If he mixes presumption with his weakness of parts, he will endeavor to calculate the probable motions of his antagonist, and having, as he supposes, ascertained what they are likely to be, will attempt to anticipate and interrupt them, and thereby expose himself to some signal disaster, by mistaking the principle on which his enemy designs to act, or, if intimidated by the reputation of the commander opposed to him, such a general is apt to remain passive and irresolute until the motions of the enemy make his purpose evident at a time when it is probably impossible to prevent his attaining it. It was left for General Mack, within the space of a very brief campaign, to unite both characters and fall first into errors of rashness and presumption, afterwards into those of indecision and cowardice. It required little experience to know that, after two singularly unfortunate wars, every precaution should have been taken to bring the Austrian troops into contact with their enemy under such advantages of position and numbers as might counterbalance the feelings of discouragement with which the bravest soldiers must be affected in consequence of a course of defeat and disaster so uniform that there seemed to be a fate in it. In this point of view, the Austrian armies ought to have halted on their own territories, where the river Inn forms a strong and excellent line of defense, extending betwixt the Tyrol and the Danube, into which the Inn empties itself at Passau, supposing Mack's large force, concentrated with this formidable barrier. In front, it seems as if the Austrians might have easily maintained a defensive position until the armies of Russia appeared to support them. If determined upon the imperious and unjust aggression on Bavaria, Mack found it necessary to advance more to the westward than the line of the Inn, in order to secure the country of the Elector. The Lech, in its turn, offered him a position in which he might have awaited the Russians, though their junction must necessarily have been protracted in proportion to the extent of his advance. But it was the choice of this unlucky tactician to leave Bavaria also behind him, and approaching the frontiers of France, to take possession of Ulm Memmingen and the line of the Iller and Danube, where he fortified himself with great care, as if to watch the defiles of the Black Forest. It can only be thought by those who judge most favorably of Mack's intentions, that, as the passes of that celebrated forest had been frequently the route by which the French invaded Germany, he had concluded it must therefore be by that road, and no other, that their approach on the present occasion was to be expected. Knowing with whom he had to contend, the Austrian general ought to have suspected the direct contrary, for Buonaparte's maneuvers were not more distinguished by talent than by novelty and originality of design. It is not to be supposed that this great confederacy took at unawares one who had so many reasons for being alert. The Austrian forces, though they had commenced the campaign so hastily, were not more early ready for the field than were the immense armies of the French Empire. The camps at Boulogne, so long assembled on the shores of the Channel, were now to be relieved from their inactivity, and serious as the danger was in which their assistance was required, Buonaparte was perhaps not displeased at finding a fair pretext to withdraw from the invasion to which he had hastily pledged himself. This formidable assemblage of troops, laying aside the appellation of the Army of England, was hereafter distinguished by that of the Grand Army. At the same time, the armies maintained in Holland and in the north of Germany were put into motion. In this remarkable campaign, Buonaparte commenced for the first time the system of issuing official bulletins for the purpose of announcing to the French nation his accounts of success, and impressing upon the public mind what truths he desired them to know, and at the same time what falsehoods he was desirous they should believe in. Every country such official accounts will naturally have a partial character, as every government must desire to represent the result of its measures in as favorable a light as possible. Where there is a free press, however, the deception cannot be carried to extremity. Imposture cannot be attempted on a grand scale, at least where it can be contrasted with other sources of information or refuted by arguments derived from evidence. But Buonaparte had the unlimited and exclusive privilege of saying what he pleased without contradiction or commentary, and he was liberal in using a license which could not be checked. Yet his bulletins are valuable historical documents, as well as the papers in the Monitor, which he himself frequently composed or superintended. Much correct information there certainly is, and that which is less accurate is interesting, since it shows, if not actual truths, at least what Napoleon desired should be received as such, and so throws considerable light both on his schemes and on his character. Buonaparte communicated to the Senate the approach of war by a report dated 23 September, in which, acquainting them with the cause of quarrel betwixt himself and the allied powers, he asked, and of course obtained, two decrees: one for ordering 80,000 conscripts to the field, another for the organization of the National Guard. He then put himself at the head of his forces and proceeded to achieve the destruction of Mac's army, not as at Marengo by one great general battle, but by a series of grand maneuvers, and a train of partial actions necessary to execute them, which rendered assistance and retreat alike impossible. These maneuvers we can only indicate, nor can they perhaps be well understood without the assistance of the map. Maneuvers of French generals. While Mac expected the approach of the French upon his front, Bonaparte had formed the daring resolution to turn the flank of the Austrian general, cut him off from his country and his resources, and reduce him to the necessity either of surrender or of giving battle without a hope of success. To execute this great conception, the French army was parted into 6 grand divisions, that of Bernadotte evacuating Hanover, which it had hitherto occupied, and traversing Hesse, seemed as if about to unite itself to the main army, which had now reached the Rhine on all points. But its real destination was soon determined, when turning towards the left Bernadotte ascended the river Main, and at Würzburg formed a junction with the Elector of Bavaria, who with the troops which had followed him into Franconia, immediately declared for the French cause. The Elector of Württemberg and the Duke of Baden followed the same line of politics, and thus Austria had arrayed against her those very German princes whom a moderate conduct towards Bavaria might perhaps have rendered neutral France at the outset of the contest scarce, having the power to compel them to join her, standard the other 5 columns of French troops under Ney-Soult. Davoust, Lannes, and Marmont crossed the Rhine at different points, and entered Germany to the northward of Mac's position, while Murat, who made his passage at Kehl, approaching the Black Forest, maneuvered in such a manner as to confirm Mac in his belief that the main attack was to come from that quarter. But the direction of all the other divisions intimated that it was the object of the French emperor to move round the right wing of the Austrians, by keeping on the north or left side of the Danube, and then by crossing that river to put themselves in the rear of Mac's army and interpose. Betwixt him and Vienna for this purpose Soult, who had crossed at Spires, directed his march upon Augsburg, while to interrupt the communication betwixt that city and Ulm, the Austrian headquarters, Murat and Lannes had advanced to Wertingen, where a smart action took place. The Austrians lost all their cannon, and it was said 4,000 men. Ominous commencement of the campaign. The action would have been termed a battle had the armies been on a smaller scale, but where such great numbers were engaged on either side, it did not rank much above a skirmish. With the same purpose of disquieting Mac in his headquarters, and preventing him from attending to what passed on his left wing and rear, Ney, who advanced from Stuttgart, attacked the bridges over the Danube at Günzburg, which were gallantly but fruitlessly defended by the Archduke Ferdinand, who had advanced from Ulm to that place. The Archduke lost many guns and nearly 3,000 men. In the meantime, an operation took place which marked in the most striking manner the inflexible and decisive character of Napoleon's counsels compared with those of the ancient courts of Europe, to accomplish the French plan of interposing betwixt Mac and the supplies and reinforcements, both Austrian and Russian, which were in motion towards him. It was necessary that all the French divisions should be directed upon Nordlingen, and particularly that the division under Bernadotte, which now included the Bavarian troops, should accomplish a simultaneous movement in that direction. But there was no time for the last-mentioned general to get into the desired position, unless by violating the neutrality of Prussia and taking the straight road to the scene of operations, by marching through the territories of Anspach and Berath, belonging to that power. A less daring general, a more timid politician than Napoleon, would have hesitated to commit such an aggression at such a moment. Prussia, undecided in her counsels, was yet known to be in point of national spirit hostilely disposed towards France, and a marked outrage of this nature was likely to raise the indignation of the people in general, to a point which Haugwitz and his party might be unable to stem. The junction of Prussia with the Allies at a moment so critical might be decisive of the fate of the campaign, and well if the loss ended there. Yet with these consequences before his eyes, Napoleon knew on the other hand that it was not want of pretexts to go to war which prevented Prussia from drawing the sword, but diffidence in the power of the Allies to resist the arms and fortune of France, if therefore by violating the territory of Prussia he should be able to inflict a sudden and terrible blow upon the Allies. He reckoned truly that the court of Berlin would be more astounded at his success than irritated at the means which he had taken to obtain it. Bernadotte received, therefore, the emperor's commands to march through the territory of Anspach and Berath, which were only defended by idle protests and reclamations of the rights of neutrality. The news of this aggression gave the utmost offense at the Prussian court, and the call for war which alone could right their injured honor became almost unanimous through the nation. But while the general irritation which Bonaparte of course foresaw was thus taking place on the one side, the success which he had achieved over the Austrians acted on the other as a powerful sedative. Capitulation of Memmingen. The spirit of enterprise had deserted Mack as soon as actual hostilities commenced. With the usual fault of Austrian generals, he had extended his position too far and embraced too many points of defense, rendering his communications difficult and offering facilities for Bonaparte's favorite tactics of attacking and destroying in detail the divisions. Opposed to him, the defeat at Günzburg induced Mack at length to concentrate his army around Ulm, but Bavaria and Swabia were now fully in possession of the French and Bavarians, and the Austrian general Spangenberg, surrounded in Memmingen, was compelled to lay down his arms with 5,000 men. The French had crossed the Rhine about the 26th September. It was now the 13th October, and they could scarcely be said to have begun the campaign when they had made on various points not fewer than 20,000 prisoners. Napoleon, however, expected that resistance from Mack's despair, which no other motive had yet engaged him to offer, and he announced to his army the prospect of a general action. He called on his soldiers to revenge themselves on the Austrians for the loss of the plunder of London, of which, but for this new continental war, they would have been already in possession. He pointed out to them that, as at Marengo, he had cut the enemy off from his reserves and resources, and he summoned them to signalize Ulm by a battle which should be yet more decisive. No general action, however, took place, though several sanguinary affairs of a partial nature were fought and terminated uniformly, to the misfortune of the Austrians. In the meantime, disunion took place among their generals, the Archduke Ferdinand Schwarzenberg, afterwards destined to play a remarkable part in this changeful history, with Colerath and others seeing themselves invested by toils which were daily narrowed upon them, resolved to leave Mack and his army, and cut their way into Bohemia at the head of the cavalry. The Archduke executed this movement with the greatest gallantry, but not without considerable loss. Indeed, the behavior of the Austrian princes of the blood throughout these wars was such as if fate had meant to mitigate the disasters of the imperial house by showing forth the talents and bravery of their ancient race and proving that, although fortune frowned on them, honor remained faithful to their line. Ferdinand, after much fighting and considerable damage done, and received at length, brought 6,000 cavalry in safety to Egra in Bohemia. Capitulation of Ulm. Meanwhile, Mack found himself with the remains of his army cooped up in Ulm, as Wurmser had been in Mantua. He published an order of the day, which intimated an intention to imitate the persevering defense of that heroic veteran. He forbade the word surrender to be used by anyone, announced the arrival of two powerful armies, one of Austrians, one of Russians, whose appearance would presently raise the blockade, declared his determination to eat horseflesh rather than listen to any terms of capitulation. This bravado appeared on the 16th October, and the conditions of surrender were subscribed by Mack on the next day, having been probably in the course of adjustment when he was making these notable professions of resistance. The course of military misconduct which we have traced singular, as it is might be perhaps referred to folly or incapacity on the part of Mack, though it must be owned, it was of that gross kind which civilians consider as equal to fraud. But another circumstance remains to be told, which goes far to prove that this once celebrated and trusted general had engrafted the traitor upon the fool. The terms of capitulation, as subscribed on the 17th October, bore that there should be an armistice until 26th October at midnight, and that if during this space an Austrian or Russian army should appear to raise the blockade, the army at Ulm should have liberty to join them with their arms and baggage. This stipulation allowed the Austrian soldiers some hope of relief, and in any event it was sure to interrupt the progress of Bonaparte's successes by detaining the principal part of his army in the neighborhood of Ulm until the term of 9 days was expired. But Mack consented to a revision of these terms, a thing which would scarcely have been proposed to a man of honor, and signed on the 19th a second capitulation, by which he consented to evacuate Ulm on the day following, thus abridging considerably at a crisis, when every minute was precious, any advantage direct or contingent which the Austrians could have derived from the delay originally stipulated. No reason has ever been alleged for this concession. Bonaparte, indeed, had given Mack an audience previous to the signing of this additional article of capitulation, and what arguments he then employed must be left to conjecture. The effects of Mack's poltroonery, want of skill, and probable treachery were equal to the results of a great victory. Artillery, baggage, and military stores were given up to an immense extent. 8 general officers surrendered upon parole. Upwards of 20,000 men became prisoners of war and were marched into France. The numbers of the prisoners taken in this campaign were so great that Bonaparte distributed them amongst the agriculturists, that their work in the fields might make up for the absence of the conscripts whom he had withdrawn from such labor. The experiment was successful, and from the docile habits of the Germans and the good humor of their French employers, this new species of servitude suited both parties and went some length to soften the hardships of war. For not the field of battle itself, with its wounded and dead, is a more distressing sight to humanity and reflection than prison barracks and hulks, in which hundreds and thousands of prisoners are delivered up to idleness, and all the evils which idleness is sure to introduce, and not unfrequently to disease and death. Bonaparte meditated introducing this alteration into the usages of war upon a great scale, and thought of regimenting his prisoners for the purpose of laboring on public works. His jurists objected to the proposal as contrary to the law of nations. This scruple might have been avoided by employing only volunteers, which would also have prevented the appearance of retrograding towards those barbarous times when the captive of the sword became the slave of his victor. But national character would in most instances render the scheme impracticable. Thus an attempt was afterwards made to dispose of the Spanish prisoners in a similar way, who in most cases made their escape, and in some rose upon and destroyed their taskmasters. A French soldier would in like manner make an indifferent serf to an English farmer, an English prisoner, a still more intractable assistant to a French agriculturist. The advantages of comparative freedom would be in both cases counterbalanced by a feeling of degradation in the personal subjection experienced. When the general officers of the Austrians were admitted to a personal interview with the French emperor, he behaved with courtesy to Clenau and others of reputation, whose character had become known to him in the Italian campaigns. But he complained of the politics of their court, which he said had forced him into war when he knew not what he was fighting for. He prophesied the fall of the House of Austria, unless his brother, the emperor, hastened to make peace, and reprobated the policy which brought the uncivilized Russians to interfere in the decision of more cultivated countries than their own. Mac had the impudence to reply that the Emperor of Austria had been forced into the war by Russia. Then said Napoleon, "You no longer exist as an independent power." The whole conversation appeared in the Bulletin of the Day, which also insinuates with little probability that the Austrian officers and soldiers concurred generally in blaming the alliance between their own emperor and Alexander. From this, we infer that the union between those two powerful sovereigns was, even in the moment of this great success, a subject of apprehension to Bonaparte, whose official notes are sometimes expressed with generosity towards the vanquished who had ceased to struggle, but always with an eager tone of reproach and offense towards those from whom an animated resistance was to be apprehended. Chapter Roman 32. Position of the French armies. Napoleon advances towards Vienna. The Emperor Francis leaves his capital. French enter Vienna on the 13th November. View of the French successes in Italy and the Tyrol schemes of Napoleon to force on a general battle. Battle of Austerlitz is fought on the 2d December, and the combined Austro-Russian armies completely defeated. Interview betwixt the Emperor of Austria and Napoleon. The Emperor Alexander retreats towards Russia. Treaty of Pressburg signed on the 26th December. Its conditions. Fate of the King of Sweden and of the two Sicilies. Position of the French armies. The tide of war now rolled eastward, having surmounted and utterly demolished the formidable barrier which was opposed to it. Napoleon placed himself at the head of his central army. Ney, upon his right, was ready to repel any descent which might be made from the passes of the Tyrol. Murat on his left watched the motions of the Austrians under the Archduke Ferdinand, who, refusing to join in the unworthy capitulation of Ulm, had cut their way into Bohemia, and there united themselves with other forces either stationed in that kingdom, or who had like themselves escaped thither. Lastly, the division of Augereau, who had recently advanced from France at the head of an army of reserve occupying part of Swabia, served to protect the rear of the French army against any movement from the Vorarlberg, and at the same time menaced the Prussians in case, acting upon the offense given by the violation of their territory, they should have crossed the Danube and engaged in the war. If, however, the weight of Prussia had been thrown into the scale with sufficient energy at this decisive moment, it would not probably have been any resistance which Augereau could have offered that could have saved Napoleon from a perilous situation. since the large armies of the new enemy would have been placed in his rear. And of course, his communications with France entirely cut off. It was a crisis of the same kind which opened to Austria in the year 1813, but she was then taught wisdom by experience and availed herself of the golden opportunity, which Prussia now suffered to escape. Bonaparte had reckoned with accuracy upon the timid and fluctuating counsels of that power. The aggression on their territories of Anspach and Berath was learned at Berlin, but then the news of the calamity sustained by the Austrians at Ulm succeeded these tidings almost instantly. And while the first article of intelligence seemed to urge instant hostilities, the next was calculated to warn them against espousing a losing cause. Thus, trusting to the vacillating and timid policy of Prussia, Napoleon, covered on his flank and rear, as we have stated, continued to push forward with his central forces towards Vienna, menaced repeatedly in the former wars, but whose fate seemed decided after the disaster of Ulm. It is true that an army partly consisting of Russians and partly of Austrians had pressed forward to prevent that disgraceful calamity, and finding that the capitulation had taken place, were now retreating step by step in front of the advancing French, but not exceeding 4 to 5,000 men. They were unable to make any effectual stand upon the the Enns, or in any other position which might have covered Vienna. They halted indeed, repeatedly, made a considerable show of resistance, and fought some severe, though partial actions, but always ended by continuing their retreat, which was now directed upon Moravia, where the Grand Russian army had already assembled under the command of the Emperor Alexander, and were expecting still further reinforcements under General Buxhowden. Some attempts were made to place Vienna in a state of defense, and the inhabitants were called upon to rise in mass for that purpose, but as the fortifications were ancient and in disrepair, an effort at resistance could only have occasioned the destruction of the city. The Emperor Francis saw himself, therefore, under the necessity of endeavoring to provide for the safety of his capital by negotiation, and for that of his person by leaving it on the 7th November. Accordingly, he departed from Vienna for Brunn in Moravia, in order to place himself under the protection of the Russian forces. On the same day, but late in the evening, Count Gilles arrived at Bonaparte's headquarters, then established at Linz with a proposal for an armistice previous to a general negotiation for peace. Napoleon refused to listen to the proposal unless Venice and the Tyrol were put into his hands. These terms were too hard to be accepted. Vienna, therefore, was left to its fate, and that proud capital of the proud House of Austria remained an unresisting prize to the invader. Vienna taken. On the 13th November, the French took possession of Vienna, where they obtained an immense quantity of military stores, arms, and clothing, a part of which spoils were bestowed by Napoleon on his ally, the Elector of Bavaria, who now witnessed the humiliation of the imperial house which had of late conducted itself so haughtily towards him. General Clark was appointed governor of Vienna, and by a change as rapid as if it had taken place on the stage, the new Emperor of France occupied Schönbrunn, the splendid palace of the long-descended Emperor of Austria. But though such signal successes had crowned the commencement of the campaign, it was necessary to defeat the haughty Russians, in whose aid the Emperor of Austria still confided, before the object of the war could be considered, as attained. The broken and shattered remnant of the Austrian forces had rallied from different quarters around the yet untouched army of Alexander, and although the latter retreated from Brunn towards Olmütz, it was only with the purpose of forming a junction with Buxhowden before they hazarded a general battle. In the meantime, the French army, following close on their back into Moravia, fought one or two partial actions, which, though claimed as victories, were so severely disputed as to make Napoleon aware that he had to do with a more obstinate enemy than he had of late encountered in the dispirited Austrians. He waited, therefore, until the result of his skillful combinations should have drawn around him the greatest force he could expect to collect ere venturing upon an engagement of which, if he failed to obtain a decisive victory, the consequences were likely to be fatal to him. At this period, success had smiled on the French in Italy, and in the Tyrol as well as in Germany. In the former country, it may be remembered that the Archduke Charles, at the head of 75 or 80,000 men, exclusive of garrisons, was opposed to Massena, whose forces considerably exceeded that amount. The prince occupied the left bank of the Adige with the purpose of maintaining a defensive warfare until he should hear news of the campaign in Germany. Massena, however, after some fighting, succeeded in forcing the passage of the river at Verona, and in occupying the village of St. Michael. This was on the 20th October. Soon afterwards, the account of the surrender at Ulm reached the Frenchman and determined him on a general attack along the whole Austrian line, which was strongly posted near Caldero. The assault took place on the 30th October and was followed by a very desperate action, for the Austrians, confident in the presence of their favorite commander, fought with the greatest courage. They were, however, defeated, and a column of 5,000 men under General Hellinger detached for the purpose of attacking the French in the rear failed in their purpose, and being themselves surrounded were obliged to lay down their arms. The victors were joined by General St. Cyr at the head of 25,000 men, who had evacuated the kingdom of Naples upon a treaty of neutrality, entered into with the king, and now came to join their countrymen in Lombardy. In the midst of his own misfortunes, the Archduke Charles received the fatal intelligence of the capitulation of Ulm, and that the French were advancing in full march towards Vienna to cover his brother's capital, became a matter of more pressing necessity than to attempt to continue the defense of Italy, which circumstances rendered almost hopeless. He commenced his retreat, therefore, on the night of the 1st of November, determining to continue it through the mountain passes of Carinthia, and so on into Hungary. If he had marched by the Tyrol, he would have found Augereau in his front with Ney and Marmont threatening his flanks, while Massena, before whom he was now retreating, pressed on his rear. The Archduke commenced this dispiriting and distressing movement over nearly the same ground which he had passed, while retreating before Bonaparte himself, in 1797. He did not, however, as on that occasion, avail himself of the Tagliamento or Palma Nova. His purpose was retreat, not defense, and though pursued closely by Massena, he halted no longer at these strong posts than was necessary to protect his march, and check the vivacity of the French advance. He effected at length his retreat upon Laybach, where he received tidings from his brother, the Archduke John, whose situation on the Tyrol was not more agreeable than his own in Italy, and who, like Charles himself, was desirous to escape into the vicinity of Hungary, with what forces remained to him. The distress of the Archduke John was occasioned by an army of French and Bavarians, commanded by Ney, who had penetrated into the Tyrol by paths deemed impracticable, taken the forts of Schwartz Neustadt and Innsbruck itself, and placed the Archduke's army in the most precarious situation. Adopting a determination worthy of his birth, the Austrian prince resolved at all risks to effect a junction with his brother, and though hard pressed by the enemy, he accomplished his purpose. Two considerable corps of Austrians being left in an insulated situation, by these movements of the two princes were obliged to surrender. These were the divisions of Jellachich in the Vorarlberg, and of the Prince of Rohan in Lombardy. The whole of the north of Italy, with the Tyrol, and all its passes, was left to the undisturbed and unresisted occupation of the French. The army of the royal brothers had, however, become formidable by their junction, and was daily growing stronger. They were in communication with Hungary, the brave inhabitants of which warlike country were universally rising in arms. They were also joined by volunteers from Croatia, the Tyrol, and all those wild and mountainous countries, which have so long supplied the Austrian army with the finest light troops in the world. It might seem to counterbalance these advantages that Massena had also entered into communications with the French army of Germany, at Klagenfurt, the capital of Carinthia, but having left great part of his troops in Italy, he had for the time ceased to be formidable to the Austrian princes, who now meditated advancing on the French Grand Army, which the audacity of its leader had placed in a situation extremely perilous to any other than French troops, acting under the eye of their emperor. Succession of grand maneuvers. Nothing, it is true, could be more admirably conceived and satisfactorily accomplished than the succession of grand maneuvers, which, distinguishing the opening of the campaign, had produced the great yet cheaply purchased success of Ulm, and the capture of Vienna, nor was the series of combination less wonderful by which, clearing the Vorarlberg, the Tyrol, and the north of Italy of the enemy Napoleon, had placed almost all the subordinate divisions of his own army at his disposal, ready to assist him in the grand enterprise against the Austro-Russian forces. But he has been considered by military critics as having trusted too great a risk upon the precarious event of battle when he crossed the Danube and plunged into Moravia, where a defeat or even a check might have been attended with the most fatal consequences. The position of the Archdukes Charles and John, the organization of the Hungarian insurrection, which proceeded rapidly, the success of the Archduke Ferdinand in raising a similar general levy in Bohemia, threatened alarming operations in the French rear, while Prussia, with the sword drawn in her hand and the word war upon her lips, watched but the slightest waning of Bonaparte's star to pronounce the word, and to strike a blow at the same moment. Napoleon, accordingly, though he had dared the risk, was perfectly sensible that as he had distinguished the earlier part of this campaign by some of the most brilliant maneuvers, which military history records, it was now incumbent upon him, without delay, to conclude it by a great and decisive victory over a new and formidable enemy. He neglected therefore no art by which success could be ensured in the first place. It was necessary to determine the Allies to immediate battle, for situated in the heart of an enemy's country, with insurrection spreading wide and wider around him, an immediate action was as desirable on his part as delay would have been advantageous to his opponents. Some attempts at negotiation were made by the Austrians, to aid which Haugwitz, the Prussian minister, made his appearance in the French camp with the offer of his master's mediation, but with the alternative of declaring war in case it was refused to temporize with Prussia, was of the last consequence, and the French emperor found a willing instrument in Haugwitz. The French and Austrian outposts, said Napoleon, are engaged. It is a prelude to the battle which I am about to fight. Say nothing of your errand to me at present. I wish to remain in ignorance of it. Return to Vienna and wait the events of war. Haugwitz, to use Napoleon's own expression, was no novice and returned to Vienna without waiting for another hint, and doubtless the French emperor was well pleased to be rid of his presence. Napoleon next sent Savary to the Russian camp under pretense of compliment to the Emperor Alexander, but in reality as a spy upon that monarch and his generals. He returned having discovered, or affected to discover, that the Russian sovereign was surrounded by counselors whom their youth and rank rendered confident and presumptuous, and who he concluded might be easily misguided into some fatal act of rashness. Bonaparte acted on the hint, and upon the first movement of the Austro-Russian army, in advance, withdrew his forces from the position they had occupied. Prince Dolgoruki, aide-de-camp of the Emperor Alexander, was dispatched by him to return the compliments which had been brought him. He, too, was doubtless expected to use his powers of observation, but they were not so acute as those of the old officer of police, Bonaparte, as if the interior of his camp displayed scenes which he did not desire Dolgoruki to witness, met the prince at the outposts, which the soldiers were in the act of hastily covering with fieldworks like an army, which seeks to shelter conscious weakness under entrenchments. Encouraged by what he thought he saw of the difficulties in which the French seemed to be placed, Dolgoruki entered upon politics, and demanded in plain terms the cession of the crown of Italy. To this proposal Bonaparte listened with a patience which seemed to be the effect of his present situation. In short, Dolgoruki carried back to his imperial master the hastily conceived opinion that the French emperor was retreating, and felt himself in a precarious posture. On this false ground, the Russian council of war determined to act. Their plan was to extend their own left wing with the purpose of turning the right of the French army and taking them upon the flank and rear. Austerlitz. It was upon the 1st December at noon that the Russians commenced this movement, by which, in confidence of success, they abandoned a chain of heights, where they might have received an attack with great advantage, descended into ground more favorable to the enemy, and finally placed their left wing at too great a distance from the center. The French general no sooner witnessed this rash maneuver than he exclaimed, "Before tomorrow is over, that army is my own." In the meantime, withdrawing his outposts and concentrating his forces, he continued to intimate a conscious inferiority which was far from existing. The two armies seem to have been very nearly of the same strength, for though the bulletin to enhance the victory makes the opposite army amount to 100,000 men, yet there were not actually above 50,000 Russians, and about 25,000 Austrians in the field of battle. The French army might be about the same force, but they were commanded by Napoleon, and the Russians by Kutuzov, a veteran soldier, indeed full of bravery and patriotism, and accustomed to war as it was waged against the Turks, but deficient in general talent, as well as in the alertness of mind necessary to penetrate into and oppose the designs of his adversary, and as is not unusual, obstinate in proportion to the narrowness of his understanding and the prejudices of his education. Meanwhile, Bonaparte, possessed of his enemy's plan, by the demonstrations of the preceding day, passed the night in making his arrangements. He visited the posts in person, and apparently desired to maintain an incognito, which was soon discovered. As soon as the person of the emperor was recognized, the soldiers remembered that next day, 2 December, was the anniversary of his coronation. Bunches of lighted hay placed on the end of poles made an extempore illumination, while the troops with loud acclamations protested they would present him on the following day, with a bouquet becoming the occasion, and an old grenadier approaching his person swore that the emperor should only have to combat with his eyes, and that without his exposing his person, the whole colors and artillery of the Russian army should be brought to him to celebrate the festival of the morrow. In the proclamation which Napoleon, according to his custom, issued to the army, he promises that he will keep his person out of the reach of fire, thus showing the full confidence that the assurance of his personal safety would be considered as great an encouragement to the troops as the usual protestation of sovereigns and leaders that they will be in the front and share the dangers of the day. This is perhaps the strongest proof possible of the complete and confidential understanding which subsisted between Napoleon and his soldiers. Yet there have not been wanting those who have thrown the imputation of cowardice on the victor of 100 battles, and whose reputation was so well established amongst those troops, who must be the best judges that his attention to the safety of his person was requested by them, and granted by him as a favor to his army. Battle of Austerlitz. The Battle of Austerlitz fought against an enemy of great valor, but slender experience was not of a very complicated character. The Russians we have seen were extending their line to surround the French flank. Marshal Davoust, with a division of infantry and another of dragoons, was placed behind the convent of Ragern to oppose the forces destined for this maneuver at the moment when they should conceive the point. Carried Soult, commanded the right wing lands, conducted the left, which last rested upon a fortified position called Santon, defended by 20 pieces of cannon. Bernadotte led the center, where Murat and all the French cavalry were stationed. 10 battalions of the Imperial Guard, with 10 of Oudinot's division, were kept in reserve in the rear of the line, under the eye of Napoleon himself, who destined them with 40 field pieces to act wherever the fate of battle should render their services most necessary. Such were the preparations for this decisive battle, where 3 emperors each at the head of his own army strove to decide the destinies of Europe. The sun rose with unclouded brilliancy. It was that sun of Austerlitz which Napoleon, upon so many succeeding occasions, apostrophized and recalled to the minds of his soldiers. As its first beams rose above the horizon, Bonaparte appeared in front of the army surrounded by his marshals, to whom he issued his last directions, and they departed at full gallop to their different posts. The column detached from the left of the Austro-Russian army was engaged in a false maneuver, and it was ill executed. The intervals between the regiments of which it consisted were suffered to become irregular, and the communications between this attacking column itself and the main body were not maintained with sufficient accuracy. When the Russians thought themselves on the point of turning the right flank of the French, they found themselves suddenly and at unawares engaged with Davoust's division, of whose position behind the convent of Ragern they had not been aware. At the same time, Soult, at the head of the French right wing, rushed forward upon the interval between the Austro-Russian center and left caused by the march of the latter upon Ragern, and completely intersecting their line, severed the left wing entirely from the center. The Emperor of Russia perceived the danger and directed a desperate attempt to be made upon Soult's division by the Russian guards for the purpose of restoring the communication with his left. The French infantry were staggered by this charge, and one regiment completely routed, but it was in such a crisis that the genius of Bonaparte triumphed. Bessières had orders to advance with the Imperial Guard while the Russians were disordered with their own success. The encounter was desperate, and the Russians displayed the utmost valor before they at length gave way to the discipline and steadiness of Bonaparte's veterans. Their artillery and standards were lost, and Prince Constantine, the emperor's brother who fought gallantly at their head, was only saved by the speed of his horse. The center of the French army now advanced to complete the victory, and the cavalry of Murat made repeated charges with such success that the emperors of Russia and Austria from the heights of Austerlitz beheld their center and left completely defeated. The fate of the right wing could no longer be protracted, and it was disastrous even beyond the usual consequences of defeat. They had been actively pressed during the whole battle by Lannes, but now the troops on their left being routed, they were surrounded on all sides and unable to make longer resistance, were forced down into a hollow where they were exposed to the fire of 20 pieces of cannon. Many attempted to escape across a lake, which was partially frozen, but the ice proving too weak, gave way under them, or was broken by the hostile cannonade. This fatality renewed, according to Bonaparte's description, the appearance of the battle with the Turks at Aboukir, where so many thousand men flying from the battle perished by drowning. It was with the greatest difficulty that, rallying the remains of their routed forces around them, and retiring in the best manner, they could. The emperors effected their personal retreat. Only the devoted bravery of the Russians and the loyalty of the Austrian cavalry who charged repeatedly to protect the retrograde movement, could have rendered it possible, since the sole passage to the rear lay along a causeway extending between two lakes. The retreat was however accomplished, and the emperors escaped, without sustaining the loss in the pursuit which might have been expected. But in the battle at least 20,000 men had remained killed, wounded, and prisoners, and 40 standards with a great proportion of the hostile artillery were the trophies of Napoleon, whose army had thus amply redeemed their pledge. It was, however, at a high rate that they had purchased the promised bouquet. Their own ranks had lost probably 5,000 men, though the bulletin diminishes the numbers to 2,500. The Austrian emperor considered his last hope of successful opposition to Napoleon as extinguished by this defeat, and conceived, therefore, that he had nothing remaining save to throw himself upon the discretion of the victor. There were indeed some who accused his counsels of pusillanimity. It was said that the levies of Prince Charles in Hungary and of Prince Ferdinand in Bohemia were in great forwardness, that the emperors had still a considerable army under their own commandant, that Prussia, already sufficiently disposed for war, would certainly not permit Austria to be totally overwhelmed. But it ought to be considered, on the other hand, that the new levies, however useful in a partisan war, could not be expected to redeem the loss of such a battle as Austerlitz, that they were watched by French troops, which, though inferior in number, were greatly more formidable in disciplining, that as for Prussia it was scarce rational to expect that she would interfere by arms to save in the hour of distress those to whom she had given no assistance, when such would probably have been decisive of the contest, and that in favor of the Allies. Convention with Prussia. The influence of the victory on the Prussian councils was indeed soon made evident for Count Haugwitz, who had been dismissed to Vienna, till the battle should take place, now returned to Bonaparte's headquarters, having changed the original message of defiance of which he was the bearer into a handsome compliment to Napoleon upon his victory. The answer of Napoleon intimated his full sense of the duplicity of Prussia. This, he said, is a compliment designed for others, but fortune has transferred the address to me. It was, however, still necessary to conciliate a power which had 150,000 men in the field, and a private treaty with Haugwitz assigned the electorate of Hanover to Prussia in exchange for Anspach, or rather, as the price of her neutrality at this important crisis. Thus all hopes of Prussian interference being over, the Emperor Francis must be held justified in yielding to necessity and endeavoring to secure the best terms which could be yet obtained by submitting at discretion. His ally Alexander refused indeed to be concerned in a negotiation which in the circumstances could not fail to be humiliating. A personal interview took place betwixt the Emperor of Austria and Napoleon, to whose camp Francis resorted almost in the guise of a suppliant. The defeated prince is represented as having thrown the blame of the war upon the English. They are a set of merchants, he said, who would set the continent on fire in order to secure to themselves the commerce of the world. The argument was not very logical, but the good prince in whose mouth it is placed is not to be condemned for holding at such a moment the language which might please the victor. When Bonaparte welcomed him to his military hut, and said it was the only palace he had inhabited for nearly 2 months, the Austrian answered with a smile, "You have turned your residence, then, to such good account that you ought to be content with it." The Emperor of Austria, having satisfied himself that he would be admitted to terms of greater or less severity, next stipulated for that which Alexander had disdained to request in his own person, unmolested retreat of the Russians to their own country. The Russian army is surrounded, said Napoleon. Not a man can escape me, but I wish to oblige their emperor, and will stop the march of my columns if your majesty promises me that these Russians shall evacuate Germany and the Austrian and Prussian parts of Poland. It is the purpose of the Emperor Alexander to do so. The arrangement was communicated by Savary to the Russian emperor, who acquiesced in the proposal to return with his army to Russia by regular marches. No other engagement was required of Alexander than his word, and the respectful manner in which he is mentioned in the bulletins indicates Bonaparte's desire to cultivate a good understanding with this powerful and spirited young monarch. On the other hand, Napoleon has not failed to place in the Tsar's mouth such compliments to himself as the following: "Tell your master," said he to Savary, "that he did miracles yesterday, that this bloody day has augmented my respect for him. He is the predestined of heaven. It will take 100 years ere my army equals that of France." Savary is then stated to have found Alexander, despite of his reverse of fortune, a man of heart and head. He entered into details of the battle. "You were inferior to us on the whole," he said, Yet we found you superior on every point of action. That replied Savary arises from warlike experience, the fruit of 16 years of glory. This is the 40th battle which the emperor has fought. He is a great soldier, said Alexander. I do not pretend to compare myself with him. This is the first time I have been under fire. But it is enough I came hither to the assistance of the Emperor of Austria, has no farther occasion for my services. I return to my capital. Accordingly, he commenced his march towards Russia. In pursuance of the terms agreed upon, the Russian arms had been unfortunate, but the behavior of their youthful emperor, and the marked deference shown towards him by Bonaparte, made a most favorable impression upon Europe at large. Armistice with Austriatic 6. The Austrian monarch, left to his fate, obtained from Bonaparte an armistice 168, a small part of the price, was imposed in the shape of a military contribution of 100 millions of francs, to be raised in the territories occupied by the French armies. The cessation of hostilities was to endure while Talleyrand on the one side, and Prince John of Liechtenstein on the other, adjusted the terms of a general pacification. Bonaparte failed not to propitiate the Austrian negotiator by the most extravagant praises in his bulletins, and has represented the Emperor of Austria as asking why, possessing men of such distinguished talent, should the affairs of my cabinet be committed to knaves and fools of this question. We can only say that if really asked by Francis, which we doubt, he was himself the only person by whom it could have been answered. The compliments to the Prince John of Liechtenstein were intended to propitiate the public in favor of the treaty of peace negotiated by a man of such talents. Some of his countrymen, on the other hand, accused him of selfish precipitation in the treaty for the purpose of removing the scene of war from the neighborhood of his own family estates. But what could the wisdom of the ablest negotiator, or the firmness of the most stubborn patriot, have availed, when France was to dictate terms and Austria to receive them? The treaties of Campo Formio and Luneville, though granted to Austria by Napoleon in the hour of victory, were highly advantageous compared to that of Pressburg, which was signed on the 26th of December 1805, about a fortnight after the Battle of Austerlitz. By this negotiation, Francis ceded to Bavaria the oldest possession of his house, the mountains of Tyrol, and of the Vorarlberg, filled with the best, bravest, and most attached of his subjects, and which by their geographical situation had hitherto given Austria influence at once in Germany, and Italy. Venice, Austria's most recent possession, and which had not been very honorably obtained, was also yielded up, and added to the kingdom of Italy. She was again reduced to the solitary seaport of Trieste in the Adriatic. By the same treaty, the Germanic allies of Bonaparte were to be remunerated. Württemberg, as well as Bavaria, received large additions at the expense of Austria and of the other princes of the empire, and Francis consented that both the electors should be promoted to the kingly dignity. In reward of their adherence to the French cause, other provisions there were equally inconsistent with the immunities of the Germanic body, for which scarcely a shadow of respect was retained save by an illusory clause or species of protest, by which Austria declared that all the stipulations to which she consented were under reservation of the rights of the empire. By the Treaty of Pressburg, Austria is said to have lost upwards of 20,000 square miles of territory, 2.5 millions of subjects, and a revenue to the amount of 10.5 millions of florins, and this momentous surrender was made in consequence of one unfortunate campaign, which lasted but 6 months, and was distinguished by only one general action. There were 2 episodes in this war of little consequence in themselves, but important considered with reference to the alterations they produced in 2 of the ancient kingdoms of Europe, which they proved the proximate cause of remodeling, according to the new form of government, which had been introduced by Bonaparte, and sanctioned by the example of France. The King of Sweden had been an ardent and enthusiastic member of the Anti-Gallican League. He was brave, enterprising, and chivalrous and ambitious, to play the part of his namesake and progenitor Gustavus Adolphus, or his predecessor Charles Roman XII, without however considering that since the time of those princes, and partly in consequence of their wars and extensive undertakings, Sweden had sunk into a secondary rank in the great European family, and without reflecting that, when great enterprises are attempted, without adequate means, to carry them through valor becomes quixotic and generosity ludicrous, he had engaged to join in a combined effort for the purpose of freeing Hanover and the northern parts of Germany from the French, by means of an army of English, Russians, and Swedes. Had Prussia acceded to the Confederacy, this might have been easily accomplished, especially as Saxony, Hesse, and Brunswick would under her encouragement have willingly joined in the war, nay, even without the accession of Prussia, a diversion in the north ably conducted, and strongly supported, might have at least found Bernadotte sufficient work in Hanover and prevented him from materially contributing by his march to the Danube to the disasters of the Austrian army at Ulm, but by some of those delays and misunderstandings, which are so apt to disappoint the objects of a coalition and disconcert enterprises attempted by troops of different nations. The forces designed for the north of Europe did not assemble until the middle of November, and then only in strength sufficient to undertake the siege of the Hanoverian fortress of Hamelin, in which Bernadotte had left a strong garrison. The enterprise, too tardy in its commencement, was soon broken off by the news of the Battle of Austerlitz and its consequences, and being finally abandoned, the unfortunate King of Sweden returned to his own dominions, where his subjects received with unwillingness and terror a prince who on many accounts had incurred the fatal and persevering resentment of Buonaparte machinations, began presently to be agitated for removing him from the kingdom, as one with whom Napoleon could never be reconciled, and averting from Sweden by such sacrifice the punishment which must otherwise fall on the country as well as on the king. Naples, while the trifling attempt against Hamelin joined to other circumstances, was thus preparing the downfall of the ancient dynasty of Sweden. A descent made by the Russians and English on the Neapolitan territories afforded a good apology to Buonaparte for depriving the King of the Two Sicilies of his dominions, so far as they lay open to the power of France. Governed entirely by the influence of the Queen, the policy of Naples had been of a fickle and insincere character, repeatedly saved from the greatest hazard of dethronement. The king, or his royal consort, had never omitted an opportunity to resume arms against France, under the conviction, perhaps, that their ruin would no longer be deferred, then whilst political considerations induced the French emperor to permit their possession of their power. The last interference in their behalf had been at the instance of the Emperor Paul. After this period, we have seen that their Italian dominions were occupied by French troops, who held Otranto and other places in Calabria as pledges, so they pretended, for the restoration of Malta. But upon the breaking out of the War of 1805, it was agreed by a convention, entered into at Paris 21st of September, and ratified by the King of Naples on the 8th of October, that the French should withdraw their forces from the places which they occupied in the Neapolitan territories, and the King should observe a strict neutrality. Neither of the contracting parties was quite sincere. The French troops, which were commanded by St. Cyr, were, as we have seen, withdrawn from Naples for the purpose of reinforcing Messina in the beginning of the campaign of Austerlitz. Their absence would probably have endured no longer than the necessity which called them away. But the court of Naples was equally insincere, for no sooner had St. Cyr left the Neapolitan territories to proceed northward than the king, animated by the opportunity which his departure afforded, once more raised his forces to the war establishment, and received with open arms an army consisting of 12,000 Russian troops from Corfu and 8,000 British from Malta, who disembarked in his dominions. Had this armament occupied Venice at the commencement of the war, they might have materially assisted in the campaign of the Archduke Charles against Messina. The sending them in November to the extremity of the Italian peninsula only served to seal the fate of Ferdinand IV. On receiving the news of the armistice at Austerlitz, the Russians and the British re-embarked, and not long after their departure, a large French army commanded by Joseph Bonaparte approached once more to enforce the doom passed against the royal family of Naples, that they should cease to reign. The king and queen fled from the storm which they had provoked. Their son, the Prince Royal, in whose favor they had abdicated, only made use of his temporary authority to surrender Gita Pescara, and Naples itself with its castles, to the French general in Calabria, however, whose wild inhabitants were totally disinclined to the French yoke. Count Roger de Damas and the Duke of Calabria attempted to make a stand, but their hasty and undisciplined levies were easily defeated by the French under General Regnier, and nominally, at least, almost the whole Neapolitan kingdom was subjected to the power of Joseph Bonaparte. Surrender of Gita. One single trait of gallantry illuminated the scene of universal pusillanimity. The Prince of Hesse Philippsthal, who defended the strong fortress of Gita in name of Ferdinand Roman IV, refused to surrender it in terms of the capitulation. Tell your general, said he in reply to the French summons, that Gita is not Ulm, nor the Prince of Hesse General Mack. The place was defended with a gallantry corresponding to these expressions, nor was it surrendered until the 17th of July, 1806, after a long siege in which the brave governor was wounded. This heroic young prince only appeared on the public scene, to be withdrawn from it by an untimely death, which has been ascribed to poison his valor, however honorable to himself, was of little use to the royal family of Naples, whose deposition was determined on by Bonaparte, in order to place upon the throne one of his own family. Chapter Roman 30, Three relative situations of France and England hostilities, commenced with Spain by the stoppage, by Commodore Moore, of 4 Spanish galleons, when 3 of their escort were taken, and one blew up Napoleon's plan of invasion, stated and discussed. John, clerk of Eldon's great system of breaking the line, explained the French admiral. Villeneuve forms a junction with the Spanish fleet, under Gravina attacked, and defeated by Sir Robert Calder Nelson, appointed to the command in the Mediterranean Battle of Trafalgar, fought 21st October 1805, death of Nelson. Behavior of Napoleon, on learning the intelligence of this signal defeat. Villeneuve commits suicide. Address of Bonaparte to the legislative body. Statement of Roman 1000 de Champagne, on the internal improvements of France. Elevation of Napoleon's brothers Louis and Joseph to the thrones of Holland and Naples. Principality of Lucca, conferred on Eliza, the eldest sister of Bonaparte, and that of Guastella on Pauline, the youngest. Other alliances made by his family. Napoleon appoints a new hereditary nobility. Converts from the old noblesse anxiously sought for and liberally rewarded confederation of the Rhine established, and Napoleon appointed protector. The Emperor Francis lays aside the imperial crown of Germany, retaining only the title of Emperor of Austria. Vacillating and impolitic conduct of Prussia. The triumphs of Napoleon had been greater at this period of his reign than had ever before been recorded in history, as achieved by a single man, yet even these, like everything earthly, had their limit. Fate, while she seemed to assign him complete domination over the land, had vested in other hands the empire of the seas, and it frequently happened that, when his victorious eagles were flying their highest pitch upon the continent, some conspicuous naval disaster warned the nations that there was another element where France had a rival and a superior. It is true that the repeated success of England, resembling almost that of the huntsman over his game, had so much diminished the French navy, and rendered so cautious such seamen as France had remaining, that the former country, unable to get opportunities of assailing the French vessels, was induced to have recourse to strange, and as it proved, ineffectual means of carrying on hostilities. Such was the attempt at destroying the harbor of Boulogne by sinking in the roads ships loaded with stones, and another scheme to blow up the French ships by means of detonating machines to be affixed to them under water. The one, we believe, only furnished the inhabitants of Boulogne with a supply of useful building stone. The other, from the raft on which the machines were conveyed, was much ridiculed under the name of the catamaran expedition. Bonaparte, meanwhile, never lost sight of that combination of naval maneuvers, through means of which, by the time that the subjugation of Austria should permit the Grand Army to resume its destination for England, he hoped to assemble in the Channel such a superior fleet as might waft his troops in safety to the devoted shores of Britain. The unbounded influence which he exercised over the court of Spain seemed likely to facilitate this difficult enterprise. Yet as from Spain the French emperor derived large supplies of treasure, it would have been convenient for him that for a time at least she should retain the mask of neutrality, while in fact she was contributing to serve France and prejudice England more effectually than if she had been in a state of avowed hostility with the latter power. The British government determined to bring this state of things to a decided point by stopping 4 galleons or vessels loaded with treasure proceeding under an escort from the South Sea, and destined for Cadiz. The purpose of the English was only to detain these ships as a pledge for the sincerity of the government of Spain in observing a more strict neutrality than hitherto, but unhappily the British force under Commodore Moore amounted only to 4 frigates. Spanish honor rendered the admiral unwilling to strike the national flag to an equal strength, and an action ensued in which 3 of the Spanish vessels were taken, and one unfortunately blew up. An accident greatly to be regretted, Mr. Southey observes with his usual sound sense, and humanity. Had a stronger squadron been sent against the Spaniards, this deplorable catastrophe might have been saved. A catastrophe which excited not more indignation in Spain than it did grief in those who were its unwilling instruments in the British people and in the British government. War betwixt Spain and England. This action took place on the 5th of October 1804, and as hostilities were of course immediately commenced betwixt Spain and Britain, Bonaparte losing the advantages he derived from the neutrality of the former power, had now only to use the naval and military means, which she afforded for the advancement of his own purposes. The court of Spain devoted them to his service with a passive complacence of which we shall hereafter see the reward. Napoleon persisted to the last in asserting that he saw clearly the means of utterly destroying the English superiority at sea. This, he proposed to achieve by evading the blockades of the several ports of France and Spain, which, while weather permitted, were each hermetically sealed by the presence of a British squadron, and by finally assembling in the Channel that overwhelming force which, according to his statement, was to reduce England to a dependency on France, as complete as that of the Isle of Oleron. But men of the greatest talents must necessarily be liable to error when they apply the principles of a science with which they are well acquainted upon one element to the operations, which are to be carried on by means of another. It is evident that he erred, when calculating his maritime combinations, in not sufficiently considering two most material differences betwixt them, and those which had exalted his glory upon land. In the first place, as a landsman, Napoleon did not make sufficient allowance for the action of contrary winds and waves, as indeed it was perhaps his fault even in land operations, where their influence is less essential, to admit too little consequence to the opposition of the elements. He complained, when at St. Helena, that he could never get a seaman sufficiently emancipated from the technicality of his profession to execute or enter into any of his schemes. If I proposed, he said, any new idea, I had Gantham and all the marine department to contend with, sir. That is impossible, sir. Winds comsa currents will not permit it. And thus I was stopped short. We believe little dread could have been entertained of the result of naval combinations, in which the influence of the winds and waves was not previously and accurately calculated, and that British seamen would have desired nothing more ardently than that their enemies should have acted upon a system in which these casualties were neglected, even if that system had been derived from the genius of Napoleon. But secondly, there was this great difference betwixt the land and the sea service, to which the vehemence of his wishes, doubtless overpowering his judgment, Bonaparte did not give sufficient weight upon land the excellence of the French troops, their discipline, and the enthusiasm arising from uninterrupted success might be safely reckoned upon as likely to bear down any obstacle which they might unexpectedly meet with in the execution of the movements which they were commanded to undertake. The situation of the French seamen was diametrically the contrary. Their only chance of safety consisted in their being able to elude a rencontre with a British squadron, even of very inferior force. So much was this the case at the period of which we treat, that Linois, their admiral, in the East Indian seas, commanding an 80 ship, and at the head of a considerable squadron of ships of war, was baffled and beaten off in the Straits of Malacca by a squadron of merchant vessels belonging to the British East India Company, although built of course for traffic, and not for war, and as usual in wartime, very imperfectly manned. Yet notwithstanding the great and essential difference which we have pointed out between the French navy and their land forces, and that the former was even more inferior to that of England than the continental troops in general were to the French soldiers, it is evident that Bonaparte, when talking of ships of the line, was always thinking of battalions. Thus he imagines that the defeat of the Nile might have been prevented had the headmost vessels of the French line, instead of remaining at anchor, slipped their cables and borne down to the assistance of those which were first attacked by the British. But in urging this, the leading principle of the maneuver of breaking the line had totally escaped the French emperor. It was the boast of the patriotic sage, who illustrated and recommended this most important system of naval tactics, that it could serve the purpose of a British fleet. Only the general principle is briefly this: by breaking through the line, a certain number of ships are separated from the rest, which the remainder must either abandon to their fate by sailing away, or endeavor to save by bearing down or doubling, as it were, upon the assailants, and engaging in a close and general engagement. Now this last alternative is what Bonaparte recommends, what he would certainly have practiced on land, and what he did practice in order to extricate his right wing at Marengo. But the relative superiority of the English navy is so great that while it has maintained a close engagement with an enemy in the least approaching to equality, is equivalent to a victory. And to recommend a plan of tactics, which should render such a battle inevitable, would be in other words advising a French admiral to lose his whole fleet, instead of sacrificing those ships which the English maneuver had cut off, and crowding sail to save such as were yet unengaged. Under this consciousness of inferiority, the escape of a Spanish or French squadron, when a gale of wind forced from the port, in which they lay the British blockading vessels, was a matter the ultimate success of which depended not alone on the winds and waves, but still more upon the chance of their escaping any part of the hostile navy with whom battle, except with the most exorbitant superiority on their side, was certain and unavoidable defeat. Their efforts to comply with the wishes of the Emperor of France were therefore so partially conducted, so insulated, and so ineffectual, that they rather resembled the children's game of hide and seek than anything like a system of regular combination, a more hasty and less cautious compliance with Napoleon's earnest wishes to assemble a predominant naval force would have only occasioned the total destruction of the combined fleets at an earlier period than when it actually took place. Rochefort Squadron. Upon this desultory principle, and seizing the opportunity of the blockading squadron being driven by weather from the vicinity of their harbor, a squadron of 10 French vessels escaped from Rochefort on the 11th of January 1805, and another under Villeneuve got out of Toulon on the 18th by a similarly favorable opportunity. The former, after rendering some trifling services in the West Indies, was fortunate enough to regain the port from which they had sailed with the pride of a party who have sallied from a besieged town and returned into it without loss. Villeneuve also regained Toulon without disaster, and encouraged by his success, made a second sortie upon the 18th of March, having on board a large body of troops designed, it was supposed, for a descent upon Ireland or Scotland. He made, however, towards Cadiz and formed a junction there with the Spanish fleet under Gravina. They sailed for the West Indies, where the joint squadrons were able to possess themselves of a rock called Diamond, which is scarce to be discovered on the map. And with this trophy, which served at least to show they had been actually out of harbor, they returned with all speed to Europe. As for executing maneuvers and forming combinations, as Napoleon's plans would lead us to infer was the purpose of their hurried expedition, they attempted none save of that kind, which the hare executes when the hound is at its heels. Nelson, they were aware, was in full pursuit of them, and to have attempted anything which involved a delay, or gave a chance of his coming up with them, was to court destruction. They were so fortunate as to escape him, though very narrowly, yet did not reach their harbors in safety. On the 22 July, the combined fleets fell in, with Sir Robert Calder commanding a British squadron. The enemy amounted to 20 sail of the line, 3 50-gun ships, and 4 frigates, and the British to 15 sail of the line, and 2 frigates. Only under this disparity of force, nevertheless, the English admiral defeated the enemy, and took 2 ships of the line. Yet such was the opinion in both countries of the comparative superiority of the British Navy, that the French considered their escape as a kind of triumph. Bonaparte alone grumbled against Villeneuve for not having made use of his advantages, for so it pleased him to term an engagement in which 2 ships of the line were lost, whilst the English murmured at the inadequate success of Sir Robert Calder against an enemy of such superior strength. As if he had performed something less than his duty, a court-martial ratified, to a certain extent, the popular opinion, though it may be doubted whether impartial posterity will concur in the justice of the censure, which was passed upon the gallant admiral, at any other period of our naval history. The action of the 22 of July would have been rated as a distinguished victory. The combined fleets escaped into Vigo, where they refitted, and venturing to sail from that port, they proceeded to Ferrol, united themselves with the squadron which was lying there, and continued their course for Cadiz, which they entered in safety. This did not consist with the plans of Bonaparte, who would have had the whole naval force united at Brest, to be in readiness to cover the descent upon England. General terror was spread, he said, throughout that divided nation, and never was England so near to destruction. Of the general terror few of the British, we believe, remember anything, and of the imminent danger we were not sensible had the combined fleets entered the British Channel. Instead of the Mediterranean, they would have found the same admiral, the same seamen, nay, in many instances, the same ships to which Villeneuve's retreat into Cadiz gave the trouble of going to seek him there. Nelson in the Mediterranean. When the certainty was known that the enemy's fleets were actually in Cadiz, Nelson was put at the head of the British naval force in the Mediterranean, which was reinforced with an alertness and secrecy that did the highest honor to the Admiralty. Villeneuve, in the meantime, had, it is believed, his master's express orders to put to sea, and if he had been censured for want of zeal in the action off Cape Finisterre with Calder, he was likely, as a brave man, to determine on running some risk to prove the injustice of his emperor's reproaches. Cadiz also being strictly blockaded by the English, the fleets of France and Spain began to be in want of necessaries. But what principally determined the French admiral on putting to sea was his ignorance of the reinforcements received by the English, which though they left Nelson's fleet still inferior to his own, yet brought them nearer to an equality, than had he been aware of it, would have rendered their meeting at all desirable to Villeneuve. It was another and a special point of encouragement that circumstances led him to disbelieve the report that Nelson commanded the British fleet under the influence of these united motives, and confiding in a plan of tactics, which he had formed for resisting the favorite mode of attack practiced by the English. The French admiral sailed from Cadiz on the 19th October 1805 in an evil hour for himself and for his country. The hostile fleets were not long in meeting, and the wind never impelled along the ocean two more gallant armaments. The advantage of numbers was greatly on the side of Villeneuve. He had 33 sail of the line and 7 large frigates. Nelson, only 27 line-of-battle ships and 3 frigates. The inferiority of the English in number of men and guns was yet more considerable. The combined fleet had 4,000 troops on board, many of whom excellent riflemen were placed in the tops, but all odds were compensated by the quality of the British sailors and the talents of Nelson. Villeneuve showed no inclination to shun the eventful action. His disposition was singular and ingenious. His fleet formed a double line, each alternate ship being about a cable's length to the windward of her second ahead and astern, and thus the arrangements represented the checkers of a draftboard and seemed to guard against the operation of cutting the line, as usually practiced by the British. But Nelson had determined to practice the maneuver in a manner as original as the mode of defense adopted by Villeneuve. His order for sailing was in 2 lines, and this was also the order for battle. An advanced squadron of 8 of the fastest sailing two-deckers was to cut off 3 or 4 of the enemy's line ahead of their center. The second in command, Admiral Collingwood, was to break in upon the enemy about the 12th ship from the rear, and Nelson himself determined to bear down on the center. The effect of these maneuvers must, of course, be a close and general action. For the rest, Nelson knew he could trust to the determination of his officers, and seamen to his admirals and officers. He explained in general that his object was a close and decisive engagement, and that if in the confusion and smoke of the battle signals should not be visible, the captain would never do wrong who laid his ship alongside of the enemy. With such dispositions on either side, the 2 gallant fleets met on the memorable 21st of October. Admiral Collingwood, who led the van, went down on the enemy with all his sails set, and disdaining to furl them in the usual manner, cut the sheets, and let his canvas fly loose in the wind, as if he needed it no longer after it had borne him amidst the thickest of the enemy. Nelson run his vessel the Victory on board the French Redoubtable the Temeraire. A second British ship fell on board the same vessel on the other side. Another enemy's ship fell on board of the Temeraire, and the action was fiercely maintained betwixt these 4 vessels, which lay as close as if they had been moored together in some friendly harbor, while the Victory thus engaged the Redoubtable. On the starboard she maintained from her larboard guns an incessant fire on the Bucentaur, and the colossal Santa Trinidad, a vessel of 4 decks, the example of the admiral, was universally followed by the British captains. They broke into the enemy's line on every side, engaged 2 or 3 ships at the same time, and maintained the battle at the very muzzles of the cannon. The superiority which we have claimed for our countrymen was soon made manifest. 19 ships of the line were captured. 2 were first-rate vessels. None were under 7 to 4 guns. 4 ships of the line were taken in a subsequent action by Sir Richard Strachan. 7 out of the vessels which escaped into Cadiz were rendered unserviceable. The whole combined fleet was almost totally destroyed. Death of Nelson. It is 20 years and upwards since that glorious day, but the feelings of deep sorrow, mingled with those of exultation, with which we first heard the tidings of the Battle of Trafalgar, still agitate our bosoms, as we record that Nelson, the darling of Britain, bought with his life this last and decided triumph over his country's enemies. Britain himself in every word, and thought the discharge of a sailor's duty, according to his idea, was a debt involving every feat which the most exalted bravery could perform, and every risk which the extremity of danger could present. The word, to which he attached such an unlimited meaning, was often in his mouth, the idea never, we believe, absent from his mind. His last signal intimated that England expected every man to do his duty. His first words on entering the action were, "I thank the great disposer of events for this great opportunity of doing my duty." And with his last departing breath, he was distinctly heard to repeat the same pious and patriotic sentiment, "I thank God. I have done my duty." That duty was indeed performed, even to the utmost extent of his own comprehensive interpretation of the phrase. the good servant of his country, slept not before his task was fulfilled, for, by the victory, in which he fell, the naval force of the enemy was altogether destroyed, and the threat of invasion silenced forever. It is a remarkable coincidence that Mac's surrender having taken place the 20th October Napoleon was probably entering Ulm in triumph upon the very day when the united remains of his maritime force, and the means on which, according to his own subsequent account, he relied for the subjugation of England, were flying, striking, and sinking before the banners of Nelson. What his feelings may have been on learning the news, we have no certain means of ascertaining. The memoirs of Fouché say, upon the alleged authority of Berthier, that his emotion was extreme, and that his first exclamation was, "I cannot be," everywhere implying certainly that his own presence would have changed the scene. The same idea occurs in his conversations with Law's cases. It may be greatly doubted, however, whether Napoleon would have desired to have been on board the best ship in the French navy on that memorable occasion, and it seems pretty certain that his being so could have had no influence whatever on the fate of the day. The unfortunate Villeneuve dared not trust to his master's forgiveness. He ought, so Bonaparte states it, to have been victorious, and he was defeated for this, although the mishap which usually must attend one out of the two commanders who engage in action, Villeneuve, felt there was no apology to be accepted or even offered, and the brave but unfortunate seaman committed suicide. Bonaparte on all occasions spoke with disrespect of his memory, nor was it a sign of his judgment in nautical matters that he preferred to this able but unfortunate admiral the Gasconading braggart Latich Treville. The unfortunate event of the Battle of Trafalgar was not permitted to darken the brilliant picture which the extraordinary campaign of Ulm and Austerlitz enabled the victor to present to the empire which he governed, and which detailed his successes in the full-blown pride of conquest. His armies, he said, addressing the legislative body, the session of which he opened with great pomp on 2 March 1806, had never ceased to conquer, until he commanded them to cease to combat. His enemies were humbled and confounded. Royal House of Naples had ceased to reign for ever. The term was too comprehensive. The entire peninsula of Italy, now made a part of the great empire, his generosity had permitted the return of the defeated Russians to their own country, and had re-established the throne of Austria after punishing her by the privation of a part of her dominions. Trafalgar was then touched upon. A tempest, he said, had deprived him of some few vessels after a combat imprudently entered into 195, and thus he glossed over a calamitous and decisive defeat in which so many of his hopes were shipwrecked. Internal improvements. When a sovereign has not sufficient greatness of mind to acknowledge his losses, we may, without doing him wrong, suspect him of exaggerating his successes. Those of France in her external relations were indeed scarcely capable of being overestimated, but when Roman 1000 de Champagny, on the 4th March following, made a relation of the internal improvements of France under the government of Bonaparte, he seems to have assumed the merit of those which only existed upon paper, and of others which were barely commenced, as well as of some that were completed. All was, of course, ascribed to the inspiring genius of the emperor, to whose agency France was indebted for all her prosperity. The credit of the good city of Paris was restored, and her revenue doubled. Agriculture was encouraged by the draining of immense morass. Mendicity was abolished. Beneficial results, apparently inconsistent with each other, were produced by his regulations. The expenses of legal proceedings were abridged, and the appointments of the judges were raised. Immense and most expensive improvements, which in other countries, or rather under other sovereigns, are necessarily reserved for times of peace, were carried on by Napoleon. During the most burdensome wars against entire Europe, 40 millions had been expended on public works, of which 8 great canals were quoted with peculiar emphasis as opening all the departments of the empire to the influence of internal navigation. To conclude, the emperor had established 370 schoolshed, restored the rights of religion, reinforced public credit by supporting the bank, reconciled jarring factions, diminished the public imposts, and ameliorated the condition of every existing Frenchman. To judge from the rapturous expressions of Roman 1000 de Champagny, the emperor was already the subject of deserved adoration. It only remained to found temples and raise altars. Much of this statement was unquestionably the exaggeration of flattery, which represented everything as commenced as soon as it had been resolved upon by the sovereign, everything finished as soon as it was begun. Other measures there were which, like the support afforded to the bank, merely repaired injuries, which Napoleon himself had inflicted. The credit of this commercial establishment had been shaken, because in setting off for the campaign Napoleon had stripped it of the reserve of specie laid up to answer demands, and it was restored because his return with victory had enabled him to replace what he had borrowed, considering that there was no small hazard of his being unable to remedy the evil which he had certainly occasioned. His conduct on the occasion scarcely deserves the name of a national benefit. Some part of this exaggeration might even deceive Napoleon. It is one of the great disadvantages of despotism that the sovereign himself is liable to be imposed upon by false representations of this nature. As it is said, the Empress Catherine was flattered by the appearance of distant villages and towns in the desert, places of her empire which were in fact no more than painted representations of such objects upon the plan of those that are exhibited on the stage, or are erected as points of view in some fantastic pleasure gardens. It was a part of Bonaparte's character to seize with ready precision upon general ideas of improvement. Wherever he came, he formed plans of important public works, many of which never existed. But in the bulletin having issued his general orders, he was apt to hold them as executed. It was impossible to do all himself, or even to overlook with accuracy those to whom the details were committed. There were therefore many magnificent schemes commenced under feelings of the moment, which were left unfinished for want of funds or perhaps because they only regarded some points of local interest. And there were many adopted that were forgotten amid the hurry of affairs or postponed till the moment of peace, which was never to appear during his reign. But with the same frankness with which history is bound to censure the immeasurable ambition of this extraordinary man, she is bound also to record that his views towards the improvement of his empire were broad, clear-sighted, and public-spirited. And we think it probable that had his passion for war been a less predominant point of his character, his care applied to the objects of peace would have done as much for France as Augustus did for Rome. Still, it must be added that having bereft his country of her freedom, and proposing to transmit the empire like his own patrimony to his heirs, the evil which he had done to France was as permanent as his system of government, while the benefits which he had conferred on her, to whatever extent they might have been realized, must have been dependent upon his own life and the character of his successor. But as such reflections had not prevented Napoleon from raising the fabric of supreme power to the summit of which he had ascended, so they did not now prevent him from surrounding and strengthening it with such additional bulwarks as he could find materials for erecting at the expense of the foes whom he subdued, sensible of the difficulty, or rather the impossibility of retaining all power in his own hands. He now bent himself so to modify and organize the governments of the countries adjacent that they should always be dependent upon France. And to ensure this point, he determined to vest immediate relations of his own with the supreme authority in those states, which under the name of allies were to pay to France the same homage in peace and render her the same services in war which ancient Rome exacted from the countries which she had subdued. Germany, Holland, and Italy were each destined to furnish an appanage to the princes born of the imperial blood of Napoleon, or connected with it by matrimonial alliances. In return for these benefits, Bonaparte was disposed to subject his brothers to the ordinary monarchical restrictions, which preclude princes nearly connected with the throne from forming marriages according to their own private inclinations, and place them in this respect entirely at the devotion of the monarch, and destined to form such political alliances as may best suit his views. They belonged, he said in the decree creating them, entirely to the country, and must therefore lay aside every sentiment of individual feeling when the public weal required such a sacrifice. Two of Napoleon's brothers resisted this species of authority, the services which Lucien had rendered him upon the 18th Brumaire, although without his prompt assistance that daring adventure might have altogether failed, had not saved him from falling under the imperial displeasure. It is said that he had disapproved of the destruction of the Republic, and that in remonstrating against the murder of the Duc d'Enghien, he had dared to tell his brother that such conduct would cause the people to cast himself and his kindred into the common sewer, as they had done the corpse of Marat. But Lucien's principal offense consisted in his refusing to part with his wife, a beautiful and affectionate woman, for the purpose of forming an alliance more suited to the views of Napoleon. He remained therefore long in a private situation, notwithstanding the talent and decision which he had evinced on many occasions during the Revolution, and was only restored to his brother's favor and countenance when, after his return from Elba, his support became again of importance. Jerome, the youngest brother of the family, incurred also for a time his brother's displeasure by having formed a matrimonial connection with an American lady of beauty and accomplishments. Complying with the commands of Napoleon, he was at a later period restored to his favor, but at present He too was in disgrace. Neither Lucian nor Jerome was therefore mentioned in the species of entail, which, in default of Napoleon's naming his successor, destined the French Empire to Joseph and Louis in succession, nor were the former called upon to partake in the splendid provisions, which after the campaign of Austerlitz Napoleon was enabled to make for the other members of his family. Louis, King of Holland. Of these establishments, the most princely were the provinces of Holland, which Napoleon now converted into a kingdom, and conferred upon Louis Bonaparte this transmutation of a republic, whose independence was merely nominal, into a kingdom, which was completely and absolutely subordinate, was affected by little more than an expression of the French emperors. Will that such an alteration should take place? The change was accomplished, without attracting much attention, for the Batavian Republic was placed so absolutely at Bonaparte's mercy as to have no power whatever to dispute his pleasure. They had followed the French Revolution through all its phases, and under their present constitution, a grand pensionary, who had the sole right of presenting new laws for adoption, and who was accountable to no one for the acts of his administration, corresponded to the first consul of the French consular government. This office-bearer was now to assume the name of king, as his prototype had done that of emperor, but the king was to be chosen from the family of Bonaparte. On the 18th March 1806, the secretary of the Dutch legation at Paris arrived at The Hague bearing a secret commission. The States General were convoked, Grand Pensionary was consulted, and, finally, a deputation was sent to Paris, requesting that the Prince Louis Bonaparte should be created hereditary King of Holland. Bonaparte's assent was graciously given, and the transaction was concluded. It is indeed probable that, though the change was in every degree contradictory of their habits and opinions, the Dutch submitted to it, as affording a prospect of a desirable relief from the disputes and factions, which then divided their government. Louis Bonaparte was of a singularly amiable and gentle disposition. Besides his near relationship to Napoleon, he was married to Hortensia, the daughter of Josephine, stepchild, of course, to the emperor, and who was supposed to share a great proportion of his favor. The conquered states of Holland, no longer the high and mighty as they had been accustomed to style themselves, hoped in adopting a monarch so nearly and intimately connected with Bonaparte, and received from his hand that they might be permitted to enjoy the protection of France and be secured against the subaltern oppression exercised over their commerce and their country. The acceptance of Louis as their king, they imagined, must establish for them a powerful protector in the councils of that autocrat, at whose disposal they were necessarily placed. Louis Bonaparte was therefore received as King of Holland. How far the prince and his subjects experienced fulfillment of the hopes which both naturally entertained belongs to another page of this history. Germany also was doomed to find more than one appanage for the Bonaparte family. The effect of the campaign of Ulm and Austerlitz had been almost entirely destructive of the influence which the House of Austria had so long possessed in the southwest districts of Germany. Stripped of her dominions in the Vorarlberg and the Tyrol as she had formerly been of the larger portion of the Netherlands, she was flung far back from that portion of Germany, bordering on the right of the Rhine, where she had formerly exercised so much authority, and often, it must be confessed, with no gentle hand. Defeated and humbled, the Emperor of Austria was no longer able to offer any opposition to the projects of aggrandizement which Napoleon meditated in those confines of the empire which lay adjacent to the Rhine, and to France, of which that river had been declared the boundary, nor indeed to his scheme of entirely numiddling the empire itself. Prussia, however, remained a party interested, and too formidable from her numerous armies and high military reputation to be despised by Napoleon. He was indeed greatly dissatisfied with her conduct during the campaign, and by no means inclined either to forget or to forgive the menacing attitude which the court of Berlin had assumed, although finally determined by the course of events to abstain from actual hostility. Yet, notwithstanding these causes of irritation, Napoleon still esteemed it more politic to purchase Prussia's acquiescence in his projects by a large sacrifice to her selfish interests than to add her to the number of his avowed enemies. She was therefore to be largely propitiated at the expense of some other state. We have already noticed the critical arrival of Haugwitz, the Prime Minister of Prussia, at Vienna, and how the declaration of war against France with which he was charged was exchanged for a friendly congratulation to Napoleon by the event of the Battle of Austerlitz. Napoleon was no dupe to the versatility of the Prussian cabinet, but the Archduke Ferdinand had rallied a large army in Bohemia. His brother, Charles was at the head of a yet larger in Hungary. Alexander, though defeated, refused to enter into any treaty and retained a menacing attitude, and Victor, as he was Bonaparte, could not wish to see the great and highly esteemed military force of Prussia thrown into the scale against him. He entered therefore into a private treaty with Haugwitz by which Prussia was to cede to France, or rather to place at her disposal, the territories of Anspach and Berath, and by way of indemnification was to have the countenance of France in occupying Hanover, from which the French troops had been withdrawn to join the Grand Army. The conduct of the Prussian minister for with him, rather than with his court, the fault lay was at once mean-spirited and unprincipled. He made his country surrender to France that very territory which the French armies had so recently violated, and he accepted as an indemnification the provinces belonging to the King of Britain, with whom Prussia was so far from having any quarrel that she had been on the point of making common cause with her against the aggressions of France, and which provinces had been seized by France, in violation of the rights of neutrality claimed by the Elector of Hanover, as a member of the Germanic body. Such gross and complicated violations of national law and justice have often carried with them their own punishment, nor did they fail to do so in the present instance. Muret, those states Anspach and Berath were united to Bavaria. That kingdom was also aggrandized by the Tyrol at the expense of Austria, and it ceded the Grand Duchy of Berg, which with other lordships Napoleon erected into a Grand Duchy, and conferred as an appanage upon Joachim Murat, originally a soldier of fortune, and an undaunted one. Murat had raised himself to eminence in the Italian campaigns. On the 18th Brumaire, he commanded the party which drove the council of 500 out of their hall in reward for this service. He obtained the command of the consular guard, and the hand of Marie de l'Annonçade afterwards, called Caroline, sister of Napoleon. Murat was particularly distinguished as a cavalry officer, his handsome person, accomplished horsemanship, and daring bravery at the head of his squadrons procured him the title of Le Beau Sabreur out of the field of battle. He was but a weak man, liable to be duped by his own vanity and the flattery of those around him. He affected a theatrical foppery in dress, which rather evinced a fantastic love of finery than good taste, and hence he was sometimes called King Franconi from the celebrated mountebank of that name. His wife Caroline was an able woman and well versed in political intrigue. It will presently be found that they arose to higher fortunes than the Grand Duchy of Berg. Meantime, Murat was invested with the hereditary dignity of Grand Admiral of France, for it was the policy of Bonaparte to maintain the attachment of the new princes to the great nation, were it but by wearing some string or tassel of his own imperial livery. The fair territories of Naples and Sicily were conferred upon Joseph, the former in possession, the latter in prospect. He was a good man, who often strove to moderate the fits of violence, to which his brother gave way in society. He was accomplished and amiable, fond of letters, and though not possessed of anything approaching his brother's high qualifications, had yet good judgment, as well as good inclinations. Had he continued King of Naples, it is probable he might have been as fortunate as Louis in conciliating the respect of his subjects, but his transference to Spain was fatal to his reputation, in conformity with the policy which we have noticed. The King of Naples was to continue a high feudatory of the empire, under the title of the Vice-Grand Elector. The Principality of Lucca had been already conferred on Eliza, the eldest sister of Bonaparte, and was now augmented by the districts of Massa Carrara and Garfagnana. She was a woman of a strong and masculine character, which did not, however, prevent her giving way to the feminine weakness of encouraging admirers who, it is said, did not sigh in vain. The public opinion was still less favorable to her younger sister Pauline, who was one of the most beautiful women in France and perhaps in Europe. Leclerc, her first husband, died in the fatal expedition to St. Domingo, and she was afterwards married to the prince. Borghese, her encouragement of the fine arts was so little limited by the ordinary ideas of decorum that the celebrated Canova was permitted to model from her person a naked Venus. The most beautiful, it is said, of his work Scandal went the horrible length of imputing to Pauline an intrigue with her own brother, which we willingly reject as a crime too hideous to be imputed to anyone without the most satisfactory evidence. The gross and guilty enormities practiced by the ancient Roman emperors do not belong to the character of Bonaparte, though such foul aspersions have been cast upon him by those who were willing to represent him, as in all respects the counterpart of Tiberius or Caligula. Pauline Borghese received the Principality of Guastella in the distribution of honors among the family of Napoleon. Eugene, Viceroy of Italy. At this period, also Bonaparte began first to display a desire of engrafting his own family upon the ancient dynasties of Europe, with whom he had been so long at war, and the ruin of most of whom had contributed to his elevation. The Elector of Bavaria had to repay the patronage which raised him to the rank of king, and enlarged his territories with the fine country of the Tyrol, by forming an alliance which should mix his ancient blood with that of the family connections of the fortunate soldier Eugene Beauharnais, Viceroy of Italy, the son of Josephine by her first husband, and now the adopted son of Napoleon, was wedded to the eldest daughter of the King of Bavaria. Eugene was deservedly favored by his father-in-law Napoleon. He was a man of talents, probity, and honor, and displayed great military skill, particularly during the Russian campaign of 1812. Stephanie Beauharnais, the niece of Josephine, was married about the same time to the hereditary Prince of Baden's son, to the reigning duke, the neutrality of whose territories had been violated in the seizure of the Duc d'Enghien. These various kingdoms and principalities, erected in favor of his nearest relations, imposed on the mind a most impressive image of Bonaparte's unlimited authority, who distributed crowns among his kinsfolk, as ordinary men give veils to their domestics. But the sound policy of his conduct may be greatly doubted. We have elsewhere stated the obvious objections to the transference of cities and kingdoms from hand to hand, with as little ceremony as the circulation of a commercial bill payable to the holder authority, is a plant of a slow growth, and to obtain the full veneration which renders it most effectual, must have arisen by degrees in the place which it overshadows and protects. Suddenly transferred to new regions, it is apt to pine, and to perish. The theoretical evils of a long-established government are generally mitigated by some practical remedy, or those who suffer by them have grown callous from habit. The reverse is the case with a newly established domination, which has no claim to the veneration, due to antiquity, and to which the subjects are not attached by the strong though invisible chains of long habit. Fox, in his own nervous language, has left his protest against the principle, adopted at this time in Europe, of transferring the subjects of one prince to another by way of equivalence. And under the pretext of general arrangement, the wildest schemes, he remarked, that were ever before broached would not go so far to shake the foundations of all established government as this new practice. There must be in every nation a certain attachment of the people to its form of government, without which no government could exist. The system, then, of transferring the subjects of one prince to another strikes at the foundation of every government and the existence of every nation. These observations apply generally to violent alterations upon the European system, but other and more special objections arise to Bonaparte's system of erecting thrones in Holland, in Naples, and all through Europe for the members of his own family. It was particularly impolitic, as marking too strongly his determination to be satisfied with nothing less than the dominion of the world, for while he governed France in his own person, the disposing of other countries to his brothers and near relations, feudatories of France, and his dependents as well by blood as by allegiance, what else could be expected than that the independence of such kingdoms must be merely nominal, and their monarchs bound to act in every respect as the agents of Bonaparte's pleasure? This indeed was their most sacred duty according to his own view of the matter, and he dilated upon it to law's cases. While at St. Helena, the following passage contains an express avowal of the principles on which he desired and expected his brothers to regulate the governments entrusted to them. At another time, the emperor recurred to the subject of his relations, the little aid he had received from them, the embarrassment and mischief which they had caused him. He dwelt especially on that false idea upon their part, that, when once placed at the head of a state, they ought to identify themselves with it to such an extent as to prefer its interests to those of the common country. He agreed that the source of this sentiment might be in some degree honorable, but contended that they made a false and hurtful application of it, when in their whims of absolute independence they considered themselves as in an isolated posture, not observing that they made only parts of a great system, the movements of which it was their business to aid and not to thwart. Subsidiary monarchies. This is explaining in few words the principle on which Napoleon established these subsidiary monarchies, which was not for the benefit of the people of whom they were respectively composed, but for the service of France, or more properly of himself, the sole moving principle by which France was governed in devolving the crown of Holland on the son of Louis. After the abdication of Louis in July 1810, he repeats the same principle as a fundamental condition of its tenure, Never forget, he said, that in the situation to which my political system and the interest of my empire have called you, your first duty is towards me, your second towards France, all your other duties, even those towards the people whom I have called you to govern, rank after these. When Napoleon censures his delegate princes for preferring the interest of the kingdoms, which he had assigned them, instead of sacrificing it to him and his government, he degrades them into mere puppets, which might indeed bear regal titles and regal attendants, but entirely dependent on the will of another, had no choice save to second the views of an ambition, the most insatiable certainly that ever reigned in a human breast. This secret did not remain concealed from the Dutch, from the Neapolitans, or other foreigners subjected to these pageant monarchs. And as it naturally incensed them against Napoleon's government, so it prevented the authority which he had delegated from obtaining either affection or reverence, and disposed the nations who were subjected to it to take the first opportunity of casting the yoke aside. The erection of these kindred monarchies was not the only mode by which Napoleon endeavored to maintain an ascendancy in the countries which he had conquered, and which he desired to retain independence upon France, though not nominally or directly making parts of the French Empire. Bonaparte had already proposed to his council the question whether the creation of grandees of the empire, a species of nobility whose titles were to depend not on their descents, but on their talents and services to the state, was to be considered as a violation of the laws of liberty and equality. He was universally answered in the negative, for having now acquired an hereditary monarch, it seemed a natural, if not an indispensable consequence, that France should have peers of the kingdom and great officers of the crown. Such an establishment, according to Bonaparte's view, would at once place his dignity on the same footing with those of the other courts of Europe, an assimilation to which he attached a greater degree of consequence than was consistent with policy, and by blending the new nobles of the empire with those of the ancient kingly government, would tend to reconcile the modern state of things with such relics of the old court as yet existed. From respect perhaps to the republican opinions, which had so long predominated, the titles and appanages of these grand feudatories were not chosen within the bounds of France herself, but from provinces which had experienced the sword of the ruler, 15 dukedoms, grand fiefs, not of France, but of the French Empire, which extended far beyond France itself, were created by the fiat of the emperor. The income attached to each amounted to the 15th part of the revenue of the province, which gave title to the dignitary. The emperor invested with these endowments those who had best served him in war, and in state affairs princedoms also were erected, and while marshals and ministers were created dukes, the superior rank of prince was bestowed on Talleyrand, Bernadotte, and Berthier by the titles of Beneventum, Pont Corvo, and Neufchâtel. The transformation of republican generals and ancient Jacobins into the peerage of a monarchical government gave a species of incongruity to this splendid masquerade, and more than one of the personages showed not a little awkwardness in supporting their new titles. It is true, the high degree of talent annexed to some of the individuals thus promoted, the dread inspired by others, and the fame in war which many had acquired, might bear them out against the ridicule, which was unsparingly heaped upon them in the saloons frequented by the ancient noblesse. But whatever claims these dignitaries had to the respect of the public had been long theirs, and received no accession from their new honors and titles. In this and on similar occasions Napoleon overshot his aim, and diminished to a certain extent his reputation, by seeming to set a value upon honors, titles, and ceremonies, which, if matters of importance to other courts, were certainly not such as he ought to have rested his dignity upon. Ceremonial is the natural element of a long-established court, and etiquette and title are the idols which are worshipped there. But Bonaparte reigned by his talents, and his sword, like Mezentius, in the need he ought to have acknowledged no other source of his authority. It was imprudent to appear to attach consequence to points, which even his otherwise almost boundless power could not attain, since his nobility and his court ceremonial must still retain the rawness of novelty, and could no more possess that value which, whether real or imaginary, has been generally attached to ancient institutions and long descent, than the emperor could, by a decree of his complacent senate, have given his modern coinage the value which antiquaries attach to ancient metals. It was imprudent to descend to a strife in which he must necessarily be overcome, for where power rests in a great measure on public opinion, it is diminished in proportion to its failure in objects aimed at, whether of greater or less consequence. This half-feudal, half-oriental establishment of grand feudatories, with which Bonaparte now began to decorate the structure of his power, may be compared to the heavy Gothic devices, with which modern architects sometimes overlay the front of their buildings, where they always encumber what they cannot ornament, and sometimes overload what they are designed to support. New nobility. The system of the new noblesse was settled by an imperial edict of Napoleon himself, which was communicated to the Senate 30th March 1806, not for the purpose of deliberation or acceptance, but merely that, like the old Parliament of Paris, they might enter it upon their register. The court of Bonaparte now assumed a character of the strictest etiquette, in which these important trifles, called by a writer on the subject, the superstitions of gentlemen ushers, were treated as matters of serious import, and sometimes occupied the thoughts of Napoleon himself, and supplied the place of meditated conquests and the future destruction or erection of kingdoms. The possessors of ancient titles, tempted by revival of the respect paid to birth and rank, did not fail to mingle with those whose nobility rested on the new creation. The emperor distinguished these ancient minions of royalty with considerable favor as half-blushing for their own apostasy in doing homage to Bonaparte in the palace of the Bourbons, half-sneering at the maladroit and awkward manners of their new associates. They mingled among the men of new descent and paid homage to the monarch of the day, because, as one of them expressed himself to Madame de Stael, one must serve some one or other. Bonaparte encouraged these nobles of the ancient antechambers, whose superior manners seemed to introduce among his courtiers some traits of the former court, so inimitable for grace and for address, and also because he liked to rank among his retainers, so far as he could, the inheritors of those superb names which ornamented the history of France in former ages, but then he desired to make them exclusively his own. Nothing less than complete and uncompromising conversion to his government would give satisfaction. A baron of the old noblesse, who had become a councillor of state, was in 1810 summoned to attend the emperor at Fontainebleau. "What would you do," said the emperor, "should you learn that the Comte de Lille was this instant at Paris?" "I would inform against him and have him arrested," said the candidate, "for favor the law commands it." "And what would you do if appointed a judge on his trial?" demanded the emperor again. "I would condemn him to death," said the unhesitating noble, "the law denounces him." "With such sentiments you deserve a prefecture," said the emperor, and the catechumen, whose respect for the law was thus absolute, was made prefect of Paris. Such converts were searched for, and when found were honored and rewarded, and trusted for the power of recompensing his soldiers, statesmen, and adherents. The conquered countries were again, the emperor's resource. National domains were reserved to a large amount throughout those countries and formed funds, out of which gratifications and annuities were at Napoleon's sole pleasure assigned to the generals, officers, and soldiers of the French army, who might in this way be said to have all Europe for their paymaster. Thus every conquest increased his means of rewarding his soldiers, and that army which was the most formidable instrument of his ambition was encouraged and maintained at the expense of those states which had suffered most from his arms. Confederation of the Rhine. We have not yet concluded the important changes introduced into Europe by the consequences of the fatal campaign of Austerlitz. The Confederation of the Rhine, which withdrew from the German Empire so large a portion of its princes, and transferring them from the influence of Austria, placed them directly and avowedly under the protection of France, was an event which tended directly to the dissolution of the Germanic League, which had subsisted since the year 800, when Charlemagne received the imperial crown from Pope Leo III. By the new Federation of the Rhine, the courts of Württemberg and Bavaria of Hesse-Darmstadt, with some petty princes of the right bank of the Rhine, formed among themselves an alliance offensive and defensive, and renounced their dependence upon the Germanic body, of which they declared they no longer recognized the constitution. The reasons assigned for this league had considerable weight. It was urged that the countries governed by these princes were in every case of war betwixt France and Austria exposed to all the evils of invasion, from which the Germanic body had no longer power to defend them, therefore being obliged to seek for more effectual protection from so great an evil. They placed themselves directly under the guardianship of France. Napoleon, on his part, did not hesitate to accept the title of protector of the Confederation of the Rhine. It is true that he had engaged to his subjects that he would not extend the limits of his empire beyond that river which he acknowledged as the natural boundary of France, but this engagement was not held to exclude the sort of seigneury attached to the new protectorate, in virtue of which he plunged the German states, who composed the Confederacy, into every war in which France herself engaged, and at pleasure carried their armies against other German states their brethren in language and manners, or transferred them to more distant climates to wage wars in which they had no interest and to which they had received no provocation, it was also a natural consequence that a number of inferior members of the empire, who had small tenures under the old constitutions, having no means of defense, excepting their ancient rights, were abolished in their capacity of imperial feudatories, and reduced from petty sovereigns to the condition of private nobles. This, though certainly unjust in the abstract principle, was not in practice an inconvenient result of the great change introduced. The military contingents which the Confederation placed, not perhaps in words, but certainly in fact at the disposal of their protector, not less than 60,000 men were of a character, and in a state of military organization, very superior to those which they had formerly furnished to the Germanic body. These last, much fewer in number, were seldom in a complete state of equipment, and were generally very inferior in discipline. But Napoleon not only exacted that the contingents furnished under this new federation should be complete in numbers and perfect in discipline and appointments, but imparting to them, and to their officers, a spark of his own military ardor, he inspired them with a spirit of bravery and confidence, which they had been far from exhibiting when in the opposite ranks no troops in his army behaved better than those of the Confederacy of the Rhine. But the strength which the system afforded to Napoleon was only temporary, and depended on the continuance of the power by which it was cheated. It was too arbitrary, too artificial, and too much opposed both to the interests and national prejudices of the Germans not to bear within it the seeds of dissolution. When the tide of fortune turned against Bonaparte, after the Battle of Leipzig, Bavaria hastened to join the Allies for the purpose of completing his destruction, and the example was followed by all the other princes of the Rhine. It fared with Napoleon and the German Confederation, as with a necromancer, and the demon whom for a certain term he has bound to his service, and who obeys him with fidelity during the currency of the obligation, but when that is expired, is the first to tear his employer to pieces. Francis of Austria, seeing the empire of which his house had been so long the head going to pieces like a parting wreck, had no other resource than to lay aside the imperial crown of Germany, and to declare that league dissolved which he now saw no sufficient means of enforcing. He declared the ties dissevered which bound the various princes to him as emperor, to each other as allies. And although he reserved the imperial title, it was only as the sovereign of Austria and his other hereditary states. France became therefore in a great measure the successor to the influence and dignity of the Holy Roman Empire, as that of Germany had been proudly styled for 1,000 years, and the empire of Napoleon gained a still nearer resemblance to that of Charlemagne. At least France succeeded to the imperial influence exercised by Austria and her empire over all the southwestern provinces of that powerful district of Europe. In the eastern districts, Austria, stunned by her misfortunes, and her defeats, was passive, and unresisting Prussia in the north of Germany was halting between two very opposite set of counselors, one of which, with too much confidence in the military resources of the country, advised war with France, for which the favorable opportunity had been permitted to escape, while the other recommended that, like the jackal in the train of the lion, Prussia should continue to avail herself of the spoils which Napoleon might permit her to seize upon without presuming to place herself in opposition to his will in either case. The course recommended was sufficiently perilous, but to vacillate as the cabinet of Berlin did betwixt the one and the other inferred almost certain ruin. While Napoleon thus reveled in augmented strength and increased honors, Providence put it once more, and for the last time in his power, to consolidate his immense empire by a general peace maritime, as well as upon the continent. Chapter Roman 34. Death of Pitt. He is succeeded by Fox as prime minister. Negotiation with France. The Earl of Lauderdale sent to Paris as the British negotiation broken off in consequence of the refusal of England to cede Sicily to France. Temporizing policy of Prussian attempt made by her to form a confederacy in opposition to that of the Rhine, defeated by Napoleon. General disposition of the Prussians to war. Legal murder of Palm, a bookseller. The Emperor Alexander again visits Berlin. Prussia begins to arm in August 1806, and after some negotiation takes the field in October under the Duke of Brunswick. Policy of the plans of the campaign. Details action at Saalfeld. Battle of Auerstadt or Jena on 14th October. Duke of Brunswick mortally wounded. Consequences of this total defeat. Bonaparte takes possession of Berlin on the 25th. Situations of Austria and Prussia after their several defeats. Reflections on the fall of Prussia. Death of Pitt. The death of William Pitt, 23d Jan, was accelerated by the campaign of Ulm and Austerlitz, as his health had been previously injured by the defeat of Marengo, great as he was as a statesman ardent in patriotism and comprehensive in his political views, it had been too much the habit of that great minister to trust for some re-establishment of the balance of power on the continent to the exertions of the ancient European governments, whose efforts had gradually become fainter and fainter, and their spirits more and more depressed when opposed to the power of Bonaparte, whose blows like the thunderbolt seemed to inflict inevitable ruin wherever they burst. But while resting too much hope on coalitions, placing too much confidence in foreign armies, and too little considering, perhaps, what might have been achieved by our own, had sufficient numbers been employed on adequate objects, Pitt maintained with unabated zeal the great principle of resistance to France unless France should be disposed to show that satisfied with the immense power which she possessed her emperor was willing to leave to the rest of Europe, such precarious independence as his victorious arms had not yet bereft them of. The British Prime Minister was succeeded upon his death by the statesman to whom in life he had waged the most uniform opposition. Charles Fox, now at the head of the British government, had uniformly professed to believe it possible to effect a solid and lasting peace with France, and in the ardor of debate, had repeatedly thrown on his great adversary the blame that such had not been accomplished when he himself became possessed of the supreme power of administration. He was naturally disposed to realize his predictions if Napoleon should be found disposed to admit a treaty upon anything like equal terms in a visit to Paris. During the Peace of Amiens, Mr. Fox had been received with great distinction by Napoleon. The private relations betwixt them were therefore of an amicable nature, and gave an opening for friendly intercourse. The time, too, appeared favorable for negotiation for whatever advantages had been derived by France from her late triumphant campaign on the continent, were so far as Britain was concerned neutralized and outbalanced by the destruction of the combined fleets, all possibility of invasion which appears before this event to have warmly engrossed the imagination of Napoleon seemed at an end, and forever. The delusion which represented a united navy of 50 sail of the line, triumphantly occupying the British Channel, and escorting an overpowering force to the shores of England, was dispelled by the cannon of 21st October. The gay dreams, which painted a victorious army marching to London reforming the state of England, by the destruction of her aristocracy, and reducing her to her natural condition, as Napoleon termed it, of such a dependency on France as the island of Oran or of Corsica were gone. After the Battle of Trafalgar, all hopes were extinguished that the fair provinces of England could in any possible event have been cut up into new fiefs of the French Empire. It was no longer to be dreamed that dotations, as they were termed, might be formed upon the royal exchange for the payment of annuities by hundreds of thousands, and by millions for rewarding the soldiers of the great nation, to work purses for the French officers, that they might be filled with British gold, had of late been a favorite amusement among the fair ladies of France. But it was now evident that they had labored in vain. All these hopes and projects were swallowed up in the billows, which entombed the wrecks of Trafalgar. In a word, if Austria had fallen in the contest of 1805, Britain stood more preeminent than ever, and it might have been rationally expected that the desire of war on the part of Napoleon should have ended when every prospect of bringing that war to the conclusive and triumphant termination which he meditated had totally disappeared. The views of the British cabinet, also we have said, were now amicable, and an incident occurred for opening a negotiation under circumstances which seemed to warrant the good faith of the English ministers. Negotiation with England. A person pretending to be an adherent of the Bourbons, but afterwards pretty well understood to be an agent of the French government, acting upon the paltry system of espionage, which had infected both their internal and exterior relations, obtained an audience of Mr. Fox for the purpose, as he pretended, of communicating to the British minister a proposal for the assassination of Bonaparte. It had happened that Mr. Fox, in conversation with Napoleon while at Paris, had indignantly repelled a charge of this kind, which the latter brought against some of the English ministry. "Clear your head of that nonsense," was said to be his answer, with more of English bluntness than of French politeness. Perhaps Bonaparte was desirous of knowing whether his practice would keep pace with his principles, and on this principle had encouraged the spy Fox, as was to be expected, not only repelled with abhorrence the idea suggested by this French agent, but caused it to be communicated to the French emperor, and this gave rise to some friendly communication, and finally to a negotiation for peace. Lord Yarmouth and afterwards Lord Lauderdale acted for the British government, Champagny, and General Clark for the Emperor of France, Napoleon, who, like most foreigners, had but an inaccurate idea of the internal structure of the British Constitution, had expected to find a French party in the bosom of England, and was surprised to find that a few miscreants of the lowest rank, whom he had been able to bribe, were the only English who were accessible to foreign influence, and that the party which had opposed the war with France in all its stages were nevertheless incapable of desiring to see it cease on such terms as were dishonorable to the country. The French commissioners made several concessions, and even intimated in verbal conference with Lord Yarmouth that they would be content to treat upon the principle of iudi possidetis, that is, of allowing each party to retain such advantages as she had been able to gain by her arms during the war. But when the treaty was farther advanced, the French negotiators resisted this rule and showed themselves disposed to deny that they had ever assented to it. They were indeed willing to resign a long contested point, and consented that the island of Malta, with the Cape of Good Hope and other possessions in the East and West Indies, should remain under the dominion of Great Britain. But then they exacted the surrender of Sicily and Naples, proposing that Frederick Roman IV should be indemnified at the expense of Spain. By the cession of the Balearic Isles, Britain could not implicitly consent to this last proposition either in policy or in justice to her unfortunate ally Naples, was indeed occupied by the French, and had received Joseph Bonaparte as her king, but the insular situation of Sicily rendered it easy for Britain to protect that rich island which was still in the possession of its legitimate monarch. The principle of iudi possidetis was therefore in favor of the English so far as Sicily was concerned, as it was in that of the French. In the case of Naples, the English envoy, for this reason, refused an ultimatum in which the cession of Sicily was made an indispensable article. Lord Lauderdale, at the same time, demanded his passports, which, however, he did not receive for several days, as if there had been some hopes of renewing the treaty. Bonaparte was put to considerable inconvenience by the shrewdness and tenacity of the noble negotiator, and had not forgotten them, when in 1815 he found himself on board the Bellerophon, commanded by a relation of the noble earl. It is indeed probable that had Mr. Fox lived, the negotiation might have been renewed. That eminent statesman then, in his last illness, was desirous to accomplish two great objects: peace with France and the abolition of the slave trade. But although Bonaparte's deference for Fox might have induced him to concede some of the points in dispute, and although the British statesman's desire of peace might have made him relinquish others on the part of England, still, while the two nations retained their relative power and positions, the deep jealousy and mutual animosity which subsisted between them would probably have rendered any peace which could have been made a mere suspension of arms a hollow and insincere truce, which was almost certain to give way on the slightest occasion. Britain could never have seen with indifference Bonaparte making one stride after another towards universal dominion, and Bonaparte could not long have borne with patience the neighborhood of our free institutions and our free press, the former of which must have perpetually reminded the French of the liberty they had lost, while the latter was sure to make the emperor his government, and his policy the daily subject of the most severe and unsparing criticism. Even the war with Prussia and Russia, in which Napoleon was soon afterwards engaged, would in all probability have renewed the hostilities between France and England, supposing them to have been terminated for a season by a temporary peace. Yet Napoleon always spoke of the death of Fox as one of the fatalities on which his great designs were shipwrecked, which makes it the more surprising that he did not resume intercourse with the administration formed under his auspices, and who might have been supposed to be animated by his principles even after his decease. That he did not do so may be fairly received in evidence to show that peace, unless on terms which he could dictate, was not desired by him. Prussia. As the conduct of Prussia had been fickle and versatile during the campaign of Austerlitz, the displeasure of Napoleon was excited in proportion against her. She had, it is true, wrenched from him an unwilling acquiescence in her views upon Hanover by the treaty which Haugwitz had signed at Vienna after the Battle of Austerlitz. It was agreed that Prussia should receive the electoral dominions of the King of England, his ally, instead of Anspach-Barath and Neufchâtel, which she was to cede to France. The far superior value of Hanover was to be considered as a boon to Prussia in guerdon of her neutrality, but Napoleon did not forgive the hostile disposition which Prussia had manifested, and it is probable he waited with anxiety for the opportunity of inflicting upon her condign chastisement. He continued to maintain a large army in Swabia and Franconia, and by introducing troops into Westphalia, intimated not obscurely an approaching rupture with his ally. Meantime, under the influence of conflicting councils, Prussia proceeded in a course of politics, which rendered her odious for her rapacity and contemptible for the short-sighted views under which she indulged it. It was no matter of difficulty for the Prussian forces to take possession of Hanover, which, when evacuated by Bernadotte, and his army lay a prey to the first invader, with the exception of the fortress of Hamelin, still occupied by a French garrison, the electorate, the hereditary dominions of the King of Great Britain, with whom Prussia was at profound peace, was accordingly seized upon, and her cabinet pretended to justify that usurpation by alleging that Hanover, having been transferred to France, by the rights of war had been ceded to the Prussian government in exchange for other districts. At the same time, an order of the Prussian monarch shut his ports in the Baltic against the admission of British vessels. These measures taken together were looked upon by England as intimating determined and avowed hostility, and Fox described in the House of Commons the conduct of Prussia as a compound of the most hateful rapacity, with the most contemptible servility. War was accordingly declared against her by Great Britain, and her flag being banished from the ocean by the English cruisers, the mouth of the Elbe and the Prussian seaports were declared in a state of blockade, and her trade was subjected to a corresponding degree of distress. Meantime, it was the fate of Prussia to find that she held by a very insecure tenure that very electorate the price of her neutrality at Austerlitz, and which was farther purchased at the expense of war with England. Her ministers, while pressing France to confirm the cession of Hanover, had the mortification to discover that Napoleon, far from regarding the Prussian right in it as indefeasible, was in fact negotiating for a general peace upon the condition, amongst others, that the electorate should be restored to the King of England, its hereditary sovereign, while the disclosure of this double game showed Frederick William upon what insecure footing he held the premium assigned to Prussia. By the Treaty of Vienna, farther discovery of the projects of France seemed to impel him to change the pacific line of his policy. Hitherto, the victories of Napoleon had had for their chief consequences the depression of Austria and the diminution of that power, which was the natural and ancient rival of the House of Brandenburg. But now, when Austria was thrust back to the eastward and deprived of her influence in the southwest of Germany, Prussia saw with just alarm that France was assuming that influence herself, and that unless opposed, she was likely to become as powerful in the north of Germany as she had rendered herself in the southwestern circles. Above all, Prussia was alarmed at the Confederacy of the Rhine, an association which placed under the direct influence of France so large a proportion of what had been lately component parts of the Germanic Empire. The dissolution of the Germanic Empire itself was an event no less surprising and embarrassing, for besides all the other important points in which the position of Prussia was altered by the annihilation of that ancient confederacy, she lost thereby the prospect of her own monarch being upon the decline of Austria chosen to wear the imperial crown as the most powerful member of the federation. One way remained to balance the new species of power which France had acquired by these innovations on the state of Europe. It was possible by forming the northern princes of the German Empire into a league of the same character, with the Confederacy of the Rhine having Prussia instead of France for its protector, to create such an equilibrium as might render it difficult or dangerous for Bonaparte to use his means, however greatly enlarged, to disturb the peace of the north of Europe. It was therefore determined in the Prussian cabinet to form a league on this principle. This proposed Northern Confederacy, however, could not well be established without communication with France and Bonaparte, though offering no direct opposition to the formation of a league, sanctioned by the example of that of the Rhine, started such obstacles to the project in detail as were likely to render its establishment on an effectual footing impossible. It was said by his ministers that Napoleon was to take the Hanseatic towns under his own immediate protection, that the wise prince who governed Saxony showed no desire to become a member of the proposed confederacy, and that France would permit no power to be forced into such a measure. Finally, the Landgrave of Hesse-Kassel, who was naturally reckoned upon as an important member of the proposed Northern League, was tampered with to prevail upon him to join the Confederacy of the Rhine, instead of that which was proposed to be formed under the protectorate of Prussia. This prince, afraid to decide which of these powerful nations he should adhere to, remained in a state of neutrality, notwithstanding the offers of France, and by doing so incurred the displeasure of Napoleon, from which in the sequel he suffered severely. By this partial interruption and opposition Napoleon rendered it impossible for Prussia to make any effectual efforts for combining together those remaining fragments of the German Empire, over which her military power and geographical position gave her natural influence. This disappointment, with the sense of having been outwitted by the French government, excited feelings of chagrin and resentment. In the Prussian cabinet, which corresponded with the sentiments expressed by the nation at large in the former, the predominant feeling was despite for disappointed hopes, and a desire of revenge on the sovereign and state, by whom they had been overreached in the latter. There prevailed a keen and honorable sense that Prussia had lost her character through the truckling policy of her administration. Whatever reluctance the cabinet of Berlin had shown to enter into hostilities with France, the court and country, never appear to have shared that sensation. The former was under the influence of the young, beautiful, and high-spirited queen, and of Louis of Prussia, a prince who felt with impatience the decaying importance of that kingdom, which the victories of the great Frederick had raised to such a pitch of glory. These were surrounded by a numerous band of noble youths impatient for war as the means of emulating the fame of their fathers, but ignorant how little likely were even the powerful and well-disciplined forces of Frederick, unless directed by his genius, to succeed in opposition to troops not inferior to themselves, and conducted by a leader who had long appeared to chain victory to his chariot wheels. The sentiments of the young Prussian noblesse were sufficiently indicated by their going to sharpen their sabers on the threshold of La Fort, the ambassador of Napoleon, and the wilder frolic of breaking the windows of the ministers, supposed to be in the French interest. The queen appeared frequently in the uniform of the regiment which bore her name, and sometimes rode at their head, to give enthusiasm to the soldiery. This was soon excited to the highest pitch, and had the military talents of the Prussian generals borne any correspondence to the gallantry of the officers and soldiers, an issue to the campaign might have been expected far different from that which took place. The manner in which the characters of the Queen, the King, and Prince Louis were treated in the Moniteur tended still more to exasperate the quarrel, for Napoleon's studious and cautious exclusion from the government paper of such political articles as had not his own previous approbation rendered him in reason accountable for all which appeared there. The people of Prussia at large were clamorous for war. They too were sensible that the late versatile conduct of their cabinet had exposed them to the censure and even the scorn of Europe, and that Bonaparte, seeing the crisis ended in which the firmness of Prussia might have preserved the balance of Europe, retained no longer any respect for those whom he had made his dupes, but treated with total disregard the remonstrances which, before the advantages obtained at Ulm and Austerlitz, he must have listened to with respect and deference. Another circumstance of a very exasperating character took place at this time. One Palm, a bookseller at Nuremberg, had exposed to sale a pamphlet containing remarks on the conduct of Napoleon, in which the emperor and his policy were treated with considerable severity. The bookseller was seized upon for this offense by the French gendarmes and transferred to Braunau, where he was brought before a military commission, tried for a libel on the Emperor of France, found guilty, and shot to death. Aug. 26 in terms of his sentence. The murder of this poor man, for such it literally was, whether immediately flowing from Bonaparte's mandate or the effects of the furious zeal of some of his officers, excited deep and general indignation. The constitution of many of the states in Germany is despotic, but nevertheless, the number of independent principalities and the privileges of the free towns have always ensured to the nation at large the blessings of a free press, which, much addicted as they are to literature, the Germans value as it deserves. The cruel effort now made to fetter this unshackled expression of opinion was of course most unfavorable to his authority, by whom it had been commanded. The thousand presses of Germany continued on every possible opportunity to dwell on the fate of Palm, and at the distance of 6 or 7 years from his death, it might be reckoned among the leading causes which ultimately determined the popular opinion against Napoleon. It had not less effect at the time when the crime was committed, and the eyes of all Germany were turned upon Prussia as the only member of the late Holy Roman League by whom the progress of the public enemy of the liberties of Europe could be arrested in its course. Amidst the general ferment of the public mind, Alexander once more appeared in person at the court of Berlin, and more successful than on the former occasion prevailed on the King of Prussia at length to unsheath the sword. The support of the powerful hosts of Russia was promised, and defeated on the fatal field of Austerlitz in his attempt to preserve the southeast of Germany from French influence. Alexander now stood forth to assist Prussia as the champion of the north. An attempt had indeed been made through means of d'Aubrel, a Russian envoy at Paris to obtain a general peace for Europe, in concurrence with that which Lord Lauderdale was endeavoring to negotiate on the part of Britain, but the treaty entirely miscarried. While Prussia thus declared herself the enemy of France, it seemed to follow as a matter of course that she should become once more the friend of Britain, and indeed that power lost no time in manifesting an amicable disposition on her part, by recalling the order which blockaded the Prussian ports and annihilated her commerce. But the cabinet of Berlin, evinced in the moment, when about to commence hostilities, the same selfish insincerity which had dictated all their previous conduct, while sufficiently desirous of obtaining British money to maintain the approaching war, they showed great reluctance to part with Hanover, an acquisition made in a manner so unworthy. And the Prussian minister Lucasini did not hesitate to tell the British ambassador Lord Morpeth that the fate of the electorate would depend upon the event of arms. Little good could be augured from the interposition of a power who, pretending to arm in behalf of the rights of nations, refused to part with an acquisition which she herself had made contrary to all the rules of justice and good faith. Still less was a favorable event to be hoped for when the management of the war was entrusted to the same incapable or faithless ministers, who had allowed every opportunity to escape of asserting the rights of Prussia, when perhaps her assuming a firm attitude might have prevented the necessity of war altogether. But the resolution which had been delayed, when so many favorable occasions were suffered to escape unemployed, was at length adopted with an imprudent precipitation, which left Prussia neither time to adopt the wisest warlike measures, nor to look out for those statesmen and generals by whom such measures could have been most effectually executed. Prussia arms against France. About the middle of August, Prussia began to arm. Perhaps there are few examples of a war declared with the almost unanimous consent of a great and warlike people, which was brought to an earlier and more unhappy termination on the 1st of October. Nobelsdorf, the Prussian envoy, was called upon by Talleyrand to explain the cause of the martial attitude assumed by his state. In reply, a paper was delivered containing three propositions, or rather demands. First, that the French troops which had entered the German territory should instantly recross the Rhine. Secondly, that France should desist from presenting obstacles to the formation of a league in the northern part of Germany, to comprehend all the states without exception, which had not been included in the Confederation of the Rhine. Thirdly, that negotiations should be immediately commenced for the purpose of detaching the fortress of Wesel from the French Empire, and for the restitution of three abbeys, which Murat had chosen to seize upon as a part of his Duchy of Berg. With this manifesto was delivered a long explanatory letter, containing severe remarks on the system of encroachment, which France had acted upon. Such a text and commentary, considering their peremptory tone, and the pride and power of him to whom they were addressed in such unqualified terms, must have been understood to amount to a declaration of war. And yet, although Prussia, in common with all Europe, had just reason to complain of the encroachments of France and her rapid strides to universal empire, it would appear that the two first articles in the King's declaration were subjects rather of negotiation than grounds of an absolute declaration of war, and that the fortress of Wesel and the three abbeys were scarce of importance enough to plunge the whole empire into blood for the sake of them. Prussia, indeed, was less actually aggrieved than she was mortified and offended. She saw she had been outwitted by Bonaparte in the negotiation of Vienna, that he was juggling with her in the matter of Hanover, that she was in danger of beholding Saxony and Hesse withdrawn from her protection to be placed under that of France, and under a general sense of these injuries, though rather apprehended than really sustained, she hurried to the field. If negotiations could have been protracted till the advance of the Russian armies, it might have given a different face to the war. But in the warlike ardor which possessed the Prussians, they were desirous to secure the advantages which in military affairs belonged to the assailants, without weighing the circumstances which in their situation rendered such precipitation fatal. Besides, such advantages were not easily to be obtained over Bonaparte, who was not a man to be amused by words. When the moment of action arrived 4 days before the delivery of the Prussian note to his minister, Bonaparte had left Paris and was personally in the field collecting his own immense forces and urging the contribution of those contingents, which the Confederate princes of the Rhine were bound to supply. His answer to the hostile note of the King of Prussia was addressed not to that monarch, but to his own soldiers. They have dared to demand, he said, that we should retreat at the first sight of their army. Fools, could they not reflect how impossible they found it to destroy Paris, a task incomparably more easy than to tarnish the honor of the great nation? let the Prussian army expect the same fate which they encountered 14 years ago, since experience has not taught them that, while it is easy to acquire additional dominions and increase of power, by the friendship of France her enmity on the contrary, which will only be provoked by those who are totally destitute of sense and reason, is more terrible than the tempests of the ocean. The King of Prussia had again placed at the head of his armies the Duke of Brunswick in his youth. This general had gained renown under his uncle Prince Ferdinand, but it had been lost in the retreat from Champagne in 1792, where he had suffered himself to be outmaneuvered by Tuileries, and his army of conscripts he was 72 years old and is said to have added the obstinacy of age to others of the infirmities which naturally attend it. He was not communicative, nor accessible to any of the other generals, excepting Mollendorf, and this generated a disunion of counsels in the Prussian camp, and the personal dislike of the army to him, by whom it was commanded. Plans of the campaign. The plan of the campaign formed by this ill-fated prince seems to have been singularly injudicious, and the more so as it is censurable on exactly the same grounds as that of Austria in the late war. Prussia could not expect to have the advantage of numbers in the contest. It was therefore her obvious policy to procrastinate and lengthen out negotiation until she could have the advantage of the Russian forces instead of this. It was determined to rush forward towards Franconia and oppose the Prussian army alone to the whole force of France, commanded by their renowned emperor. The motive, too, was similar to that which had determined Austria to advance as far as the banks of the Iller Saxony, was in the present campaign as Bavaria, in the former desirous of remaining neuter, and the hasty advance of the Prussian armies was designed to compel the Elector Augustus to embrace their cause. It succeeded accordingly, and the sovereign of Saxony united his forces, though reluctantly, with the left wing of the Prussians under Prince Hohenlohe. The conduct of the Prussians towards the Saxons bore the same ominous resemblance to that of the Austrians. To the Bavarians, their troops behaved in the country of Saxony more as if they were in the land of a tributary than an ally, and while the assistance of the good and peaceable prince was sternly exacted, no efforts were made to conciliate his goodwill or soothe the pride of his subjects in their behavior to the Saxons. In general, the Prussians showed too much of the haughty spirit that goes before a fall. The united force of the Prussian army, with its auxiliaries, amounted to 150,000 men, confident in their own courage in the rigid discipline, which continued to distinguish their service. And in the animating recollections of the victorious career of the great Frederick, there were many generals and soldiers in their ranks who had served under him, but amongst that troop of veterans Blücher alone was destined to do distinguished honor to the school. Notwithstanding these practical errors, the address of the Prussian king to his army was in better taste than the vaunting proclamation of Bonaparte, and concluded with a passage which, though its accomplishment was long delayed, nevertheless proved at last prophetic. We go, said Frederick William, to encounter an enemy who has vanquished numerous armies, humiliated monarchs, destroyed constitutions, and deprived more than one state of its independence, and even of its very name. He has threatened a similar fate to Prussia, and proposes to reduce us to the dominion of a strange people, who would suppress the very name of Germans. The fate of armies and of nations is in the hands of the Almighty, but constant victory and durable prosperity are never granted save to the cause of justice. While Bonaparte assembled in Franconia an army considerably superior in number to that of the Prussians, the latter occupied the country in the vicinity of the river Zala, and seemed in doing so to renounce all the advantage of making the attack on the enemy ere he had collected his forces. Yet to make such an attack was, and must have been, the principal motive of their hasty and precipitate advance, especially after they had secured its primary object, the accession of Saxony to the campaign. The position which the Duke of Brunswick occupied was indeed very strong as a defensive one, but the means of supporting so large an army were not easily to be obtained in such a barren country as that about Weimar, and their magazines and depots of provisions were injudiciously placed not close in the rear of the army, but at Naumburg and other places upon their extreme left, and where they were exposed to the risk of being separated from them. It might be partly owing to the difficulty of obtaining forage and subsistence that the Prussian army was extended upon a line by far too much prolonged to admit of mutual support. Indeed, they may be considered rather as disposed in cantonments than as occupying a military position, and as they remained strictly on the defensive, an opportunity was gratuitously afforded to Bonaparte to attack their divisions, in detail of which he did not fail to avail himself with his usual talent, the headquarters of the Prussians, where were the king and Duke of Brunswick were at Weimar, their left under Prince Hohenlohe were at Schlatz, and their right extended as far as Mulhausen, leaving thus a space of 90 miles betwixt the extreme flanks of their line. Bonaparte, in the meantime, commenced the campaign, according to his custom, by a series of partial actions fought on different points, in which his usual combinations obtained his usual success, the whole tending to straighten the Prussians in their position, to interrupt their communications, separate them from their supplies and compel them to fight a decisive battle from necessity, not choice, in which dispirited troops under baffled and outwitted generals were to encounter with soldiers who had already obtained a foretaste of victory, and who fought under the most renowned commanders, the combined efforts of the whole being directed by the master spirit of the age. Upon the 8th October, Bonaparte gave vent to his resentment in a bulletin, in which he complained of having received a letter of 20 pages, signed by the King of Prussia, being, as he alleged, a sort of wretched pamphlet, such as England engaged hireling authors to compose at the rate of £500 sterling a year. I am sorry, he said, for my brother, who does not understand the French language and has certainly never read that rhapsody. The same publication contained much in ridicule of the Queen and Prince Louis. It bears evident marks of Napoleon's own composition, which was as singular though not so felicitous as his mode of fighting. But it was of little use to censure either the style or the reasoning of the lord of so many legions. His arms soon made the impression which he desired upon the position of the enemy. The French advanced in 3 divisions upon the dislocated and extended disposition of the large, but a-larynxed Prussian army. It was a primary and irretrievable fault of the Duke of Brunswick that his magazines and reserves of artillery and ammunition were placed at Naumburg instead of being close in the rear of his army, and under the protection of his main body. This ill-timed separation rendered it easy for the French to interpose betwixt the Prussians and their supplies, providing they were able to clear the course of the Zala. Action at Saalfeld. With this view, the French right wing, commanded by Soult, and Ney, marched upon Hof. The center was under Bernadotte, and Davoust with the guard commanded by Murat. They moved on Saalburg and Schlatz. The left wing was led by Augereau against Coburg and Saalfeld. It was the object of this grand combined movement to overwhelm the Prussian right wing, which was extended farther than prudence permitted, and having beaten this part of the army, to turn their whole position and possess themselves of their magazines. After some previous skirmishes, a serious action took place at Saalfeld, where Prince Louis of Prussia commanded the advanced guard of the Prussian left wing. In the ardor and inexperience of youth, the brave prince, instead of being contented with defending the bridge on the Zala, quitted that advantageous position to advance with unequal forces against Lannes, who was marching upon him from Grafenthal. If bravery could have atoned for imprudence, the battle of Saalfeld would not have been lost. Prince Louis showed the utmost gallantry in leading his men when they advanced, and in rallying them when they fled. He was killed fighting hand to hand with a French subaltern, who required him to surrender, and receiving a sabround for reply, plunged his sword into the prince's body. Several of his staff fell around him. The victory of Saalfeld opened the course of the Zala to the French, who instantly advanced on Naumburg. Bonaparte was at Gera, within half a day's journey from the latter city, whence he sent a letter to the King of Prussia, couched in the language of a victor for victorious. He already felt himself by his numbers and position, and seasoned with the irony of a successful foe, he regretted his good brother had been made to sign the wretched pamphlet which had borne his name, but which, he protested, he did not impute to him, as his composition. Had Prussia asked any practicable favor of him, he said he would have granted it, but she had asked his dishonor, and ought to have known there could be but one answer in consideration of their former friendship. Napoleon stated himself to be ready to restore peace to Prussia and her monarch, and advising his good brother to dismiss such counselors as recommended the present war, and that of 1792, he bade him heartily farewell. Bonaparte neither expected nor received any answer to this missive, which was written under the exulting sensations experienced by the angler when he feels the fish is hooked and about to become his secure prey. Naumburg and its magazines were consigned to the flames, which first announced to the Prussians that the French army had gotten completely into their rear, had destroyed their magazines, and being now interposed betwixt them and Saxony, left them no alternative save that of battle, which was to be waged at the greatest disadvantage with an alert enemy to whom their supineness had already given the choice of time and place for it. There was also this ominous consideration, that in case of disaster the Prussians had neither principle, nor order, nor line of retreat. The enemy were betwixt them, and Magdeburg, which ought to have been their rallying point, and the army of the great Frederick was, it must be owned, brought to combat with as little reflection or military science as a herd of schoolboys might have displayed in a mutiny. Auerstedt, too late determined to make some exertion to clear their communications to the rear, the Duke of Brunswick with the King of Prussia in person, marched with great part of their army to the recovery of Naumburg. Here Davoust, who had taken the place, remained at the head of a division of 36,000 men, with whom he was to oppose nearly double the number. The march of the Duke of Brunswick was so slow as to lose the advantage of this superiority. He paused on the evening of the 13th on the heights of Auerstadt, and gave Davoust time to reinforce the troops with which he occupied the strong defile of Cosen. The next morning, Davoust with strong reinforcements, but still unequal in numbers to the Prussians, marched towards the enemy, whose columns were already in motion. The vanguard of both armies met, without previously knowing that they were so closely approaching each other, so thick lay the mist upon the ground. The village of Hassenhausen, near which the opposite armies were first made aware of each other's proximity, became instantly the scene of a severe conflict, and was taken and retaken repeatedly, the Prussian cavalry being superior in numbers to that of the French and long famous for its appointments and discipline, attacked repeatedly, and was as often resisted by the French squares of infantry, whom they found it impossible to throw into disorder or break upon any point. The French, having thus repelled the Prussian horse, carried at the point of the bayonet some woods and the village of Spielberg, and remained in undisturbed possession of that of Hassenhausen. The Prussians had by this time maintained the battle from 8 in the morning till 11, and being now engaged on all points, with the exception of 2 divisions of the reserve, had suffered great loss. The Generalissimo Duke of Brunswick, wounded in the face by a grape shot, was carried off, so was General Schmettau, and other officers of distinction. The want of an experienced chief began to be felt, when, to increase the difficulties of their situation, the King of Prussia received intelligence that General Mollendorf, who commanded his right wing, stationed near Jena, was in the act of being defeated by Bonaparte in person. The king took the generous, but perhaps desperate, resolution of trying whether in one general charge he could not redeem the fortune of the day. By defeating that part of the French with which he was personally engaged, he ordered the attack to be made along all the line, and with all the forces which he had in the field, and his commands were obeyed with gallantry enough to vindicate the honor of the troops, but not to lead to success. They were beaten off, and the French resumed the offensive in their turn. Still the Prussian monarch, who seems now to have taken the command upon himself, endeavoring to supply the want of professional experience by courage, brought up his last reserves, and encouraged his broken troops, rather to make a final stand for victory than to retreat in face of a conquering army. This effort also proved in vain. The Prussian line was attacked everywhere at once. Center and wings were broken through by the French at the bayonet's point, and the retreat, after so many fruitless efforts, in which no division had been left unengaged, was of the most disorderly character. But the confusion was increased tenfold when, as the defeated troops reached Weimar, they fell in with the right wing of their own army, fugitives like themselves, and who were attempting to retreat in the same direction. The disorder of 2 routed armies meeting in opposing currents soon became inextricable. The roads were choked up with artillery and baggage wagons. The retreat became a hurried flight, and the king himself, who had shown the utmost courage during the Battle of Auerstadt, was at length, for personal safety, compelled to leave the highroads and escape across the fields, escorted by a small body of cavalry. Battle of Jena. While the left of the Prussian army were in the act of combating Davoust at Auerstadt, their right, as we have hinted, were, with equally bad fortune, engaged at Jena. This second action, though the least important of the two, has always given the name to the double battle, because it was at Jena that Napoleon was engaged in person. Act 14. The French emperor had arrived at this town, which is situated upon the Zala, on the 13th of October, and had lost no time in issuing those orders to his marshals, which produced the demonstrations of Davoust and the victory of Auerstadt. His attention was not less turned to the position he himself occupied, and in which he had the prospect of fighting Mollendorf and the right of the Prussians on the next morning. With his usual activity, he formed or enlarged in the course of the night the roads by which he proposed to bring up his artillery on the succeeding day, and by hewing the solid rock, made a path practicable for guns to the plateau or elevated plain in the front of Jena, where his center was established. The Prussian army lay before them, extended on a line of 6 leagues, while that of Napoleon, extremely concentrated, showed a very narrow front, but was well secured both in the flanks and in the rear. Bonaparte, according to his custom, slept in the bivouac surrounded by his guards in the morning. He harangued his soldiers and recommended to them to stand firm against the charges of the Prussian cavalry, which had been represented as very redoubtable as before Ulm. He had promised his soldiers a repetition of the Battle of Marengo, so now he pointed out to his men that the Prussians, separated from their magazines and cut off from their country, were in the situation of Mack at Ulm. He told them that the enemy no longer fought for honor and victory, but for the chance of opening a way to retreat, and he added that the corps which should permit them to escape would lose their honor. The French replied with loud shouts and demanded instantly to advance to the combat. The emperor ordered the columns destined for the attack to descend into the plain. His center consisted of the imperial guard and two divisions of lands. Augereau commanded the right, which rested on a village, and a Forest and Solt's division with a part of Ney's were upon the left. General Mollendorf advanced on his side, and both armies, as at Auerstadt, were hid from each other by the mist, until suddenly the atmosphere cleared and showed them to each other within the distance of half cannon shot. The conflict instantly commenced. It began on the French right, where the Prussians attacked with the purpose of driving Augereau from the village, on which he rested. His extreme flank Lannes was sent to support him, by whose succor he was enabled to stand his ground. The battle then became general, and the Prussians showed themselves such masters of discipline that it was long impossible to gain any advantage over men who advanced, retired, or moved to either flank with the regularity of machines. Soult at length, by the most desperate efforts, dispossessed the Prussians opposed to him of the woods from which they had annoyed the French left, and at the same conjuncture the division of Ney and a large reserve of cavalry appeared upon the field of battle. Napoleon, thus strengthened, advanced the center, consisting in a great measure of the imperial guard, who, being fresh and in the highest spirits, compelled the Prussian army to give way. Their retreat was at first orderly, but it was a part of Bonaparte's tactics to pour attack after attack upon a worsted enemy, as the billows of a tempestuous ocean follow each other in succession, till the last waves totally disperse the fragments of the bulwark, which the first have breached. Murat, at the head of the dragoons and the cavalry of reserve, charged as one who would merit, as far as bravery could merit, the splendid destinies which seemed now opening to him. The Prussian infantry were unable to support the shock, nor could their cavalry protect them. The rout became general. Great part of the artillery was taken, and the broken troops retreated in disorder upon Weimar, whereas we have already stated their confusion became inextricable by their encountering the other tide of fugitives from their own left, which was directed upon Weimar. Also all leading and following seemed now lost in this army, so lately confiding in its numbers and discipline. There was scarcely a general left to issue orders, scarcely a soldier disposed to obey them, and it seems to have been more by a sort of instinct than any resolved purpose that several broken regiments were directed themselves upon Magdeburg, where Prince Hohenlohe endeavored to rally them. The French accounts state that 20,000 Prussians were killed and taken in the course of this fatal day, that 300 guns fell into their power, with 20 generals or lieutenant generals, and standards and colors to the number of 60. The mismanagement of the Prussian generals in these calamitous battles, and in all the maneuvers which preceded them, amounted to infatuation. The troops also, according to Bonaparte's evidence, scarcely maintained their high character, oppressed probably by a sense of the disadvantages under which they combated. But it is unnecessary to dwell on the various causes of a defeat when the vanquished seem neither to have formed one combined and general plan of attack in the action, nor maintained communication with each other, while it endured nor agreed upon any scheme of retreat. When the day was lost, the Duke of Brunswick too, and General Schmettau being mortally wounded early in the battle, the several divisions of the Prussian army fought individually, without receiving any general orders, and consequently without regular plan or combined maneuvers. The consequences of the defeat were more universally calamitous than could have been anticipated, even when we consider that no mode of retreat having been fixed on or general rallying place appointed, the broken army resembled a covey of heathful which the sportsman marks down and destroys in detail and at his leisure. Next day after the action, a large body of the Prussians, who under the command of Mollendorf had retired to Erfurt, were compelled to surrender to the victors, and the Marshal with the Prince of Orange Fulda became prisoners. Other relics of this most unhappy defeat met with the same fate. General Kalkruth, at the head of a considerable division of troops, was overtaken and routed in an attempt to cross the Harz Mountains. Prince Eugene of Württemberg commanded an untouched body of 16,000 men, whom the Prussian general-in-chief had suffered to remain at Memmingen, without an attempt to bring them into the field, instead of retiring when he heard all was lost, the prince was rash enough to advance towards Halle, as if to put the only unbroken division of the Prussian army in the way of the far superior and victorious hosts of France. He was accordingly attacked and defeated by Bernadotte. Prince Hohenlohe. The chief point of rallying, however, was Magdeburg, under the walls of which strong city Prince Hohenlohe, though wounded, contrived to assemble an army amounting to 50,000 men, but wanting everything and in the last degree of confusion. But Magdeburg was no place of rest for them. The same improvidence which had marked every step of the campaign had exhausted that city of the immense magazines which it contained, and taken them for the supply of the Duke of Brunswick's army. The wrecks of the field of Jena were exposed to famine as well as the sword. It only remained for Prince Hohenlohe to make the best escape he could to the Oder, and considering the disastrous circumstances in which he was placed, he seems to have displayed both courage and skill in his proceedings. After various partial actions, however, in all of which he lost men, he finally found himself with the advanced guard and center of his army on the heights of Prenzlau. Without provisions, forage, or ammunition, surrender became unavoidable, and at Prenzlau and Passwalk, nearly 20,000 Prussians laid down their arms. The rear of Prince Hohenlohe's army did not immediately share this calamity. They were at Boitzenburg when the surrender took place, and amounted to about 10,000 men, the relics of the battle in which Prince Eugene of Württemberg had engaged near Weimar, and were under the command of a general, whose name hereafter was destined to sound like a war trumpet, the celebrated Blücher. In the extremity of his country's distresses, this distinguished soldier showed the same indomitable spirit, the same activity in execution and daringness of resolve, which afterwards led to such glorious results. He was about to leave Boitzenburg on the 29th, in consequence of his orders from Prince Hohenlohe. When he learned that general's disaster at Prenzlau, he instantly changed the direction of his retreat and by a rapid march towards Strelitz contrived to unite his forces with about 10,000 men gleanings of Jena and Auerstadt, which under the Dukes of Weimar and of Brunswick-Oles had taken their route in that direction. Thus reinforced, Blücher adopted the plan of passing the Elbe at Lauenburg and reinforcing the Prussian garrisons in Lower Saxony. With this view, he fought several sharp actions and made many rapid marches, but the odds were too great to be balanced by courage and activity. The division of Soult, which had crossed the Elbe, cut him off from Lauenburg. That of Muret interposed between him and Stralsund, while Bernadotte pressed upon his rear. Blücher had no resource but to throw himself and his diminished and dispirited army into Lübeck. The pursuers came soon up, and found him like a stag at bay. A battle was fought on the 6th of November in the streets of Lübeck, with extreme fury on both sides, in which the Prussians were overpowered by numbers, and lost many slain, besides 4,000 prisoners. Blücher fought his way out of the town, and reached Schwerte, but he had now retreated as far as he could without violating the neutrality of the Danish territory, which would only have raised up new enemies to his unfortunate master. On the 7th November, therefore, he gave up his good sword to be resumed under happier auspices, and surrendered with the few thousand men which remained under his command. But the courage which he had manifested like the lights of St. Elmo, amid the gloom of the tempest, showed that there was at least one pupil of the great Frederick worthy of his master, and afforded hopes on which Prussia long dwelt in silence, till the moment of action arrived. Surrender of fortresses. The total destruction, for such it might almost be termed, of the Prussian army, was scarcely so wonderful as the facility with which the fortresses which defend that country, some of them ranking among the foremost in Europe, were surrendered by their commandants without shame and without resistance to the victorious enemy. Strong towns and fortified places, on which the engineer had exhausted his science, provided too with large garrisons and ample supplies, opened their gates at the sound of a French trumpet or the explosion of a few bombs. Spandau, Stettin, Kustrin, Hamelin were each qualified to have arrested the march of invaders for months, yet were all surrendered on little more than a summons. In Magdeburg was a garrison of 22,000 men, 2,000 of them being artillerymen, and nevertheless this celebrated city capitulated with Marshal Ney at the first flight of shells. Hamelin was garrisoned by 6,000 troops amply supplied with provisions, and every means of maintaining a siege. The place was surrendered to a force scarcely one-third in proportion to that of the garrison. These incidents were too gross to be imputed to folly and cowardice alone. The French themselves wondered at their conquests, yet had a shrewd guess at the manner in which they were rendered so easy, when the recreant governor of Magdeburg was insulted by the students of Halle for treachery as well as cowardice. The French garrison of the place sympathized as soldiers with the youthful enthusiasm of the scholars, and afforded the sordid old coward but little protection against their indignation from a similar generous impulse. Scholes, the commandant. Hamelin was nearly destroyed by the troops under his orders. In surrendering the place, he had endeavored to stipulate that in case the Prussian provinces should pass by the fortune of war to some other power, the officers should retain their pay, and rank the soldiers were so much. Incensed at this stipulation, which carried desertion in its front, and a proposal to shape a private fortune to himself, amid the ruin of his country, that Scholes only saved himself by delivering up the place to the French, before the time stipulated in the Articles of Capitulation. It is believed that on several of these occasions, the French constructed a golden key to open these iron fortresses, without being themselves at the expense of the precious metal, which composed it. Every large garrison has, of course, a military chest, with treasure for the regular payment of the soldiery, and it is said that more than one commandant was unable to resist the proffer, that in case of an immediate surrender, this deposit should not be inquired into by the captors, but left at the disposal of the governor, whose accommodating disposition had saved them the time and trouble of a siege. While the French army made this uninterrupted progress, the new king of Holland, Louis Bonaparte, with an army partly composed of Dutch and partly of Frenchmen, possessed himself with equal ease of Westphalia, great part of Hanover Emden, and East Friesland. Act 25. To complete the picture of general disorder, which Prussia now exhibited, it is only necessary to add that the unfortunate king, whose personal qualities deserved a better fate, had been obliged after the battle to fly into East Prussia, where he finally sought refuge in the city of Königsberg el Estock. A faithful and able general was still able to assemble out of the wreck of the Prussian army a few thousand men for the protection of his sovereign. Bonaparte took possession of Berlin on the 25th October, 11 days after the Battle of Jena. The mode in which he improved his good fortune we reserve for future consideration. Fall of Prussia. The fall of Prussia was so sudden and so total as to excite the general astonishment of Europe. Its prince was compared to the rash and inexperienced gambler, who risks his whole fortune on one desperate cast, and rises from the table totally ruined. That power had for 3/4 of a century ranked among the most important of Europe, but never had she exhibited such a formidable position as almost immediately before her disaster, when holding in her own hand the balance of Europe, she might, before the day of Austerlitz, have inclined the scale to which side she would, and now she lay at the feet of the antagonist whom she had rashly, and in ill time, defied, not fallen merely, but totally prostrate, without the means of making a single effort to arise. It was remembered that Austria, when her armies were defeated and her capital taken, had still found resources in the courage of her subjects, and that the insurrections of Hungary and Bohemia had assumed, even after Bonaparte's most eminent successes, a character so formidable as to aid in procuring peace for the defeated emperor on moderate terms. Austria, therefore, was like a fortress repeatedly besieged and as often breached and damaged, but which continued to be tenable though diminished in strength and deprived of important outworks. But Prussia seemed like the same fortress swallowed up by an earthquake, which leaves nothing either to inhabit or defend, and where the fearful agency of the destroyer reduces the strongest bastions and bulwarks to crumbled masses of ruins and rubbish. The cause of this great distinction between two countries, which have so often contended against each other for political power, and for influence in Germany, may be easily traced. The Empire of Austria combines in itself several large kingdoms, the undisturbed and undisputed dominions of a common sovereign to whose sway they have been long accustomed, and towards whom they nourish the same sentiments of loyalty, which their fathers entertained to the ancient princes of the same house. Austria's natural authority, therefore, rested, and now rests on this broad and solid base, the general and rooted attachment of the people to their prince and their identification of his interests with their own. Prussia had also her native provinces in which her authority was hereditary, and where the affection, loyalty, and patriotism of the inhabitants were natural qualities which fathers transmitted to their sons, but a large part of her dominions consist of late acquisitions obtained at different times by the arms or policy of the great Frederick, and thus her territories, made up of a number of small and distant states, want geographical breadth, while their disproportioned length stretches, according to Voltaire's well-known simile like a pair of garters across the map of Europe. It follows as a natural consequence that a long time must intervene betwixt the formation of such a kingdom and the amalgamation of its component parts, differing in laws, manners, and usages, into one compact and solid monarchy, having respect and affection to their king as the common head, and regard to each other as members of the same community. It will require generations to pass away ere a kingdom so artificially composed can be cemented into unity and strength, and the tendency to remain disunited is greatly increased by the disadvantages of its geographical situation. These considerations alone might explain why, after the fatal Battle of Jena, the inhabitants of the various provinces of Prussia contributed no important personal assistance to repel the invader, and why, although almost all trained to arms and accustomed to serve a certain time in the line, they did not display any readiness to exert themselves against the common enemy. They felt that they belonged to Prussia only by the right of the strongest, and therefore were indifferent when the same right seemed about to transfer their allegiance elsewhere. They saw the approaching ruin of the Prussian power, not as children view the danger of a father which they are bound to prevent at the hazard of their lives, but as servants view that of a master which concerns them no otherwise than as leading to a change of their employers. There were other reasons tending to paralyze any effort at popular resistance, which affected the hereditary states of Prussia, as well as her new acquisitions. The power of Prussia had appeared to depend almost entirely upon her standing army, established by Frederick, and modeled according to his rules. When therefore this army was at once annihilated, no hope of safety was entertained by those who had so long regarded it as invincible the Prussian peasant who would gladly have joined the ranks of his country, while they continued to keep the field new, or thought he knew too much of the art of war to have any hope in the efforts, which might be made in a desultory guerrilla warfare, which, however, the courage, devotion, and pertinacity of an invaded people have rendered the most formidable means of opposition, even to a victorious army. The ruin of Prussia, to whatever causes it was to be attributed, seemed, in the eyes of astonished Europe, not only universal, but irremediable. The king, driven to the extremity of his dominions, could only be considered as a fugitive, whose precarious chance of restoration to the crown depended on the doubtful success of his ally of Russia, who now, as after the capture of Vienna, had upon his hands, strong as those hands were, not the task of aiding an ally who was in the active resistance to the common enemy, but the far more difficult one of raising from the ground a prince who was totally powerless and prostrate. The French crossed the Oder, Glago, and Breslau, were invested. Their defense was respectable, but it seemed not the less certain that their fall involved almost the last hopes of Prussia, and that a name raised so high by the reign of one wise monarch was like to be blotted from the map of Europe by the events of a single day. Men looked upon this astonishing calamity with various sentiments according as they considered it with relation to the Prussian administration alone, or as connected with the character of the king and kingdom and the general interests of Europe. In the former point of view, the mind could not avoid acknowledging with a feeling of embittered satisfaction that the crooked and selfish policy of Prussia's recent conductors, short-sighted as it was grasping and unconscientious, had met in this present hour of disaster with no more than merited chastisement the indifference with which the Prussian cabinet had viewed the distresses of the House of Austria, which their firm interposition might probably have prevented. The total want of conscience and decency with which they accepted Hanover from France at the moment when they meditated war with the power at whose hand they received it, shameless rapacity with which they proposed to detain the electorate from its legal owner, at the very time when they were negotiating an alliance with Britain, intimated that contempt of the ordinary principles of justice, which, while it renders a nation undeserving of success, is frequently a direct obstacle to their attaining it. Their whole procedure was founded on the principles of a felon who is willing to betray his accomplice, providing he is allowed to retain his own share of the common booty. It was no wonder men said that a government setting such an example to its subjects of greediness and breach of faith in its public transactions should find among them in the hour of need many who were capable of preferring their own private interests to that of their country. And if the conduct of this wretched administration was regarded in a political, instead of a moral point of view, the disasters of the kingdom might be considered as the consequence of their incapacity, as well as the just remuneration of their profligacy. The hurried and presumptuous declaration of war, after every favorable opportunity, had been suffered to escape, and indeed the whole conduct of the campaign showed a degree of folly not far short of actual imbecility, and which must have arisen either from gross treachery or something like infatuation. So far, therefore, as the ministers of Prussia were concerned, they reaped only the reward due to their political want of morality and their practical want of judgment. Very different indeed were the feelings with which the Battle of Jena and its consequences were regarded when men considered that great calamity in reference, not to the evil counselors by whom it was prepared, but to the prince and nation who were to pay the penalty. We are human, and according to the sentiment of the poet on the extinction of the state of Venice, must mourn even when the shadow of that which has once been great passes away. But the apparent destruction of Prussia was not like the departure of the aged man, whose life is come to the natural close, or the fall of a ruined tower, whose moldering arches can no longer support the incumbent weight. These are viewed with awe indeed, and with sympathy, but they do not excite astonishment or horror. The seeming fate of the Prussian monarchy resembled the agonizing death of him who expires in the flower of manhood. The fall of the House of Brandenburg was as if a castle, with all its trophied turrets strong and entire, should be at once hurled to the earth by a superhuman power. Men alike stunned with the extent and suddenness of the catastrophe, were moved with sympathy for those instantly involved in the ruin, and struck with terror at the demolition of a bulwark, by the destruction of which all found their own safety, endangered the excellent and patriotic character of Frederick William, on whose rectitude and honor even the misconduct of his ministers had not brought any stain. The distress of his interesting, high-spirited, and beautiful consort, the general sufferings of a brave and proud people, accustomed to assume and deserve the name of protectors of the Protestant faith and of the liberties of Germany, and whose energies corresponding with the talents of their leader, had enabled them in former times to withstand the combined force of France, Austria, and Russia, excited deep and general sympathy. Still wider did that sympathy extend, and more thrilling became its impulse when it was remembered that in Prussia fell the last state of Germany who could treat with Napoleon in the style of an equal, and that to the exorbitant power which France already possessed in the south of Europe was now to be added an authority in the north almost equally arbitrary and equally extensive. The prospect was a gloomy one, and they who felt neither for the fallen authority of a prince nor the destroyed independence of a kingdom trembled at the prospect, likely to be entailed on their own country by a ruin which seemed as remediless as it was extensive and astounding. But yet the end was not. Providence, which disappoints presumptuous hopes by the event, is often mercifully pleased to give aid when human aid seems hopeless. Whatever may be thought of the doctrine of an intermediate state of sufferance and purification in an after stage of existence, it is evident from history that in this world kingdoms as well as individuals are often subjected to misfortunes arising from their own errors, and which prove in the event conducive to future regeneration. Prussia was exposed to a long and painful discipline in the severe school of adversity, by which she profited in such a degree as enabled her to regain her high rank in the Republic of Europe, with more honor perhaps to her prince and people than if she had never been thrust from her lofty station. Her government, it may be hoped, have learned to respect the rights of other nations from the sufferings which followed the destruction of their own. Her people have been taught to understand the difference between the dominion of strangers and the value of independence. Indeed, the Prussians showed in the event, by every species of sacrifice, how fully they had become aware that the blessing of freedom from foreign control is not to be secured by the efforts of a regular army only, but must be attained and rendered permanent by the general resolution of the nation from highest to lowest to dedicate their united exertions to the achievement of the public liberty at every risk, and by every act of self-devotion, their improvement under the stern lessons, which calamity taught them, we shall record in a brighter page. For the time, the cloud of misfortune sunk hopelessly dark over Prussia, of which not merely the renown, but the very national existence seemed in danger of being extinguished forever. Chapter Roman 35 Ungenerous conduct of Bonaparte to the Duke of Brunswick. The approach of the French troops to Brunswick compels the dying prince to cause himself to be carried to Altona, where he expires oath of revenge taken by his son at Potsdam and Berlin. The proceedings of Napoleon are equally cruel and vindictive. His clemency towards the Prince of Hatzfeld, his treatment of the lesser powers. Jerome Bonaparte seizure of Hamburg. Berlin decrees against British commerce. Napoleon rejects all application from the continental commercial towns to relax or repeal them. Commerce nevertheless flourishes, in spite of them. Second anticipation, called for of the conscription for 1807, The King of Prussia applies for an armistice which is clogged with such harsh terms that he refuses them. The will of Napoleon seemed now the only law from which the conquered country that so late stood forth as the rival of France was to expect her destiny and circumstances, indicated that, with more than the fortune of Caesar or Alexander, the conqueror would not emulate their generosity or clemency. The Duke of Brunswick. The treatment of the ill-fated Duke of Brunswick did little honor to the victor. After receiving a mortal wound on the field of battle, he was transported from thence to Altona upon his way to his native dominions, in the government of which his conduct had been always patriotic and praiseworthy. He wrote to Napoleon, representing that, although he had fought against him as a general in the Prussian service, he nevertheless, as a prince of the empire, recommended his hereditary principality to the moderation and clemency of the victor. This attempt to separate his two characters or to appeal to the immunities of a league, which Napoleon had dissolved, although natural in the Duke's forlorn situation, formed a plea not likely to be attended to by the conqueror. But on other and broader grounds Bonaparte, if not influenced by personal animosity against the Duke or desirous to degrade in his person the father-in-law of the heir of the British crown, might have found reasons for treating the defeated general with the respect due to his rank. And his misfortunes, the Duke of Brunswick was one of the oldest soldiers in Europe, and his unquestioned bravery ought to have recommended him to his junior in arms. He was a reigning prince, and Bonaparte's own aspirations towards confirmation of aristocratical rank should have led him to treat the vanquished with decency above all. The Duke was defenseless, wounded, dying, a situation to command the sympathy of every military man who knows on what casual circumstances the fate of battle depends. The answer of Napoleon was nevertheless harsh and insulting in the last degree. He reproached the departing general with his celebrated proclamation against France in 1792, with the result of his unhappy campaign in that country. With the recent summons by which the French had been required to retreat beyond the Rhine, he charged him as having been the instigator of a war which his counsels ought to have prevented. He announced the right which he had acquired to leave not one stone standing upon another in the town of Brunswick, and summed up his ungenerous reply by intimating that, though he might treat the subjects of the Duke like a generous victor, it was his purpose to deprive the dying prince and his family of their hereditary sovereignty. As if to fulfill these menaces, the French troops approached the city of Brunswick, and the wounded veteran, dreading the further resentment of his ungenerous victor, was compelled to cause himself to be removed to the neutral town of Altona, where he expired. An application from his son requesting permission to lay his father's body in the tomb of his ancestors was rejected with the same sternness which had characterized Bonaparte's answer to the attempt of the Duke. When living to soften his enmity, the successor of the Duke vowed, it is believed, to requite these insults with mortal hatred much, to express it during his life end, bequeathed to his followers the legacy of revenge, which the Black Brunswickers had the means of amply discharging upon the 18th of June, 1815. Some have imputed this illiberal conduct of Bonaparte to an ebullition of spleen against the object of his personal dislike. Others have supposed that his resentment was in whole, or in part, affected in order to ground upon it his resolution of confiscating the state of Brunswick and uniting it with the kingdom of Westphalia, which, as we shall presently see, he proposed to erect as an appanage for his brother Jerome, whether arising from a burst of temperament or a cold calculation of interested selfishness. His conduct was equally unworthy of a monarch and a soldier. At Potsdam and at Berlin, Napoleon showed himself equally as the sworn and implacable enemy, rather than as the generous conqueror. At Potsdam, he seized on the sword, belt, and hat of the great Frederick, and at Berlin, he appropriated and removed to Paris the monument of victory erected by the same monarch. In consequence of the defeat of the French at Rossbach, the finest paintings and works of art in Prussia were seized upon for the benefit of the French National Museum. The language of the victor corresponded with his actions. His bulletins and proclamations abounded with the same bitter sarcasms against the king, the queen, and those whom he called the war faction of Prussia, ascribing the war to the unrepressed audacity of the young nobility. He said, in one of those proclamations, he would permit no more rioting. In Berlin, no more breaking of windows, and in addressing the Count Neil, he threatened in plain terms to reduce the nobles of Prussia to beg their bread. These and similar expressions of irritated spleen, used in the hour of conquest level the character of the great victor, with that of the vulgar Englishman, in the farce who cannot be satisfied with beating his enemy but must scold him. Also, Napoleon's constant study of the poetry, ascribed to Ossian, might have taught him that wrath should fly on eagle's wings from a conquered foe. The soldiers, and even the officers, caught the example of their emperor, and conceived they met his wishes by behaving more imperiously in quarters and producing more distress to their hosts than had been their custom. In the Austrian campaigns, great aggressions perhaps were rarely perpetrated, and would have been punished as contrary to military discipline. But a grinding, constant, and unremitting system of vexation and requisition was bitterly felt by the Prussians at the time, and afterwards sternly revenged. The Prince of Hatzfeld. It is but justice, however, to record an act of clemency of Napoleon amid these severities. He had intercepted a letter containing some private intelligence respecting the motions of the French sent by Prince Hatzfeld, late the Prussian governor of Berlin, to Prince Hohenlohe, then still at the head of an army. Napoleon appointed a military commission for the trial of Hatzfeld, and his doom for continuing to serve his native prince after his capital had been occupied by the enemy would have been not less certain than severe. His wife, however, threw herself at Napoleon's feet, who put into her hands the fatal document which contained evidence of what was called her husband's guilt, with permission to throw it into the fire. The French emperor is entitled to credit for the degree of mercy he showed on this occasion, but it must be granted at the same time that to have proceeded to sentence and execution upon such a charge would have been an act of great severity, if not of actual atrocity. If, as has been alleged, the correspondence of Prince Hatzfeld was dated before, not after, the capitulation of Berlin, his death would have been an unqualified murder. Hesse-Kassel. The victor, who had all at his disposal, was now to express his pleasure concerning those satellites of Prussia, which till her fall had looked up to her as their natural protector and ally. Of these, Saxony and Hesse-Kassel were the principal, and in his proceedings towards them, Bonaparte regarded the train of his own policy much more than the merits which the two electors might have respectively pleaded towards France. Saxony had joined her arms to those of Prussia first, as she said, by the arguments which a powerful neighbor can always apply to a weaker still. She had joined her, and fought on her side at the Battle of Jena. The apology of compulsion was admitted by Bonaparte. The Saxon troops were dismissed upon their parole, and their prince raised to the rank of a king, shortly afterwards admitted as a member of the Confederacy of the Rhine, and treated by Bonaparte with much personal consideration. The Dukes of Saxe-Weimar and Saxe-Gotha also were permitted to retain their dominions on acknowledging a similar vassalage to the French Empire. The Landgrave or Elector of Hesse-Kassel might have expected a still more favorable acceptance in the eyes of the victor, for he had refused to join Prussia, and in spite of threats and persuasions had observed neutrality during the brief contest. But Napoleon remembered, to the prejudice of the Landgrave, that he had resisted all previous temptations to enter into the Confederation of the Rhine. He imputed his neutrality to fear, not choice. He alleged that it had not been strictly observed, and treating the inaction of Hesse, whose inclinations were with Prussia, as a greater crime than the actual hostilities of Saxony, whose will was with France. He declared, according to his usual form of dethronement, that the House of Hesse-Kassel had ceased to reign. The doom was executed even before it was pronounced. Louis Bonaparte, with Marshal Mortier, had possessed himself of Hesse-Kassel. By the 1st of November, the army of the Landgrave made no resistance. A part of them passed under the banners of France, the rest were disbanded. The real cause of seizing the territories of an unoffending prince who was totally helpless, unless in so far as right or justice could afford him protection, was Bonaparte's previous resolution, already hinted at, to incorporate Hesse-Kassel with the adjacent territories for the purpose of forming a kingdom to be conferred on his youngest brother Jerome. This young person bore a gay and dissipated character, and though such men may at times make considerable sacrifices for the indulgence of transient passion, they are seldom capable of retaining for a length of time a steady affection for an object, however amiable. Jerome Bonaparte, as before stated, had married an American young lady distinguished for her beauty and her talents, and had thus lost the countenance of Napoleon, who maintained the principle that, segregated as his kindred were from the nation at large by their connection with him, his rank, and his fortunes, they were not entitled to enter into alliances according to the dictates of their own feelings, but were bound to form such as were most suitable to his policy. Jerome was tempted by ambition finally to acquiesce in this reasoning, and sacrificed the connection which his heart had chosen to become the tool of his brother's ever-extending schemes of ambition. The reward was the Kingdom of Westphalia, to which was united Hesse-Kassel, with the various provinces which Prussia had possessed in Franconia, Westphalia proper, and Lower Saxony, as also the territories of the unfortunate Duke of Brunswick's security could be scarcely supposed to attend upon a sovereignty, where the materials were acquired by public rapine, and the crown purchased by domestic infidelity. About the middle of November, Mortier formally reoccupied Hanover in the name of the emperor, and marching upon Hamburg, took possession of that ancient free town so long the emporium of commerce for the north of Europe, here as formerly at Leipzig. The strictest search was made for British commodities and property which were declared the lawful subject of confiscation. The Monitor trumpeted forth that these rigorous measures were accompanied with losses to British commerce, which would shake the credit of the nation. This was not true. The citizens of Hamburg had long foreseen that their neutrality would be no protection, and in spite of the fraudful assurances of the French envoy, designed to lull them into security, the merchants had availed themselves of the last 2 years to dispose of their stock call in their capital, and wind up their trade, so that the rapacity of the French was, in a great measure, disappointed. The strict search after British property, and the confiscation which was denounced against it at Hamburg and elsewhere, were no isolated acts of plunder and spoliation, but made parts of one great system for destroying the commerce of England, which was shortly after laid before the world by the celebrated decrees of Berlin. It was frequently remarked of Bonaparte that he studied a sort of theatrical effect in the mode of issuing his decrees and proclamations, the subject matter of which formed often a strange contrast with the date, the latter perhaps being at the capital of some subdued monarch, while the matter promulgated respected some minute regulation affecting the municipality of Paris, but there was no such discrepancy in the date and substance of the Berlin decrees against British enterprise. It was when Bonaparte had destroyed the natural bulwark, which protected the independence of the north of Germany, and had necessarily obtained a corresponding power on the shores of the Baltic, that he seriously undertook to promulgate his sweeping plan of destroying the commerce of his island foe. When slight inconveniences, according to Bonaparte's expression, put an end to his hopes of invading Britain, or when, as at other times, he more candidly admitted the defeat at Trafalgar, induced him to throw Helve after Hatchet and resign all hope of attaining any success by means of his navy, he became desirous of sapping and undermining the bulwark which he found it impossible to storm, and by directing his efforts to the destruction of British commerce, he trusted gradually to impair the foundations of her national wealth and prosperity. He erred perhaps in thinking that even if his object could have been fully attained, the full consequences would have followed which his animosity anticipated. Great Britain's prosperity mainly rests on her commerce, but her existence as a nation is not absolutely dependent upon it, as those foreigners are apt to imagine who have only seen the numerous vessels with which she covers the ocean and fills foreign ports, but have never witnessed the extent of her agricultural and domestic resources, but entertaining the belief which Napoleon did in regard to the indispensable connection betwixt British commerce and British power. The policy of his war upon the former cannot be denied. It was that of the Abyssinian hunter, who, dreading to front the elephant in his fury, draws his saber along the animal's heel joint and waits, until the exertions of the powerful brute burst the injured sinews, and he sinks prostrate under his own weight. Berlin Decrees. The celebrated Decrees of Berlin appeared on the 21st November 1806, interdicting all commerce betwixt Great Britain and the continent, which interdiction was declared a fundamental law of the French Empire, until the English should consent to certain alterations in the mode of conducting hostilities by sea, which should render her naval superiority less useful to herself and less detrimental to the enemy. This measure was justified upon the following grounds: that England had either introduced new customs into her maritime code, or revived those of a barbarous age; that she seized on merchant vessels, and made their crews prisoners, just as if they had been found on board ships of war; declared harbors blockaded, which were not so in reality, and extended the evils of war to the peaceful and unarmed citizen. This induction to the celebrated project, afterwards called the Continental System of the Emperor, was false in the original proposition and sophistical in those by which it was supported. It was positively false that Great Britain had introduced into her maritime law, either by new enactment or by the revival of obsolete and barbarous customs, any alteration by which the rights of neutrals were infringed, or the unarmed citizen prejudiced more than necessarily, arose out of the usual customs of war. The law respecting the blockade of ports and the capture of vessels at sea was the same on which every nation had acted for 3 centuries past France herself, not excepted. It is true that the maritime code seemed at this period to be peculiarly that of England, because no nation save herself had the means of enforcing them, but she did not in this respect possess any greater advantage by sea than Napoleon enjoyed by land. The reasoning of the Emperor Napoleon upon the inequality and injustice of the maritime mode of exercising war compared with the law of hostilities by land was not more accurate than his allegation that Britain had innovated upon the former for the purpose of introducing new or reviving old severities. This will appear plain from the following considerations. At an early period of society, the practice of war was doubtless the same by land or sea, and the savage slaughtered or enslaved his enemy, whether he found him in his hut or in his canoe. But when centuries of civilization began to mitigate the horrors of barbarous warfare, the restrictive rules introduced into naval hostilities were different from those adopted in the case of wars by land, as the difference of the services obviously dictated a land army has a precise object which it can always attain if victorious. If a general conquer a town, he can garrison it, he can levy contributions, nay, he may declare that he will appropriate it to himself, in right of sovereignty. He can afford to spare the property of private individuals when he is at liberty to seize, if he is so minded, upon all their public rights and numold them at his pleasure. The seaman, on the other hand, seizes on the merchant vessel and its cargo by the same right of superior force in virtue of which the victor by land has seized upon castles, provinces, and on the very haven, it may be, which the vessel belongs to. If the maritime conqueror had no right to do this, he would gain nothing by his superiority, except blows when he met with vessels of force, and would be cut off from any share of the spoils of war, which form the reward of victory. The innocent and unarmed citizen, perhaps the neutral stranger, suffers in both cases, but a state of war is, of course, a state of violence, and its evils unhappily cannot be limited to those who are actually engaged in hostilities. If the spirit of philanthropy affected in the peroration to Bonaparte's decrees had been real, he might have attained his pretended purpose of softening the woes of war by proposing some relaxation of the rights of a conqueror by land in exchange for restrictions to be introduced into the practice of hostilities by sea. Instead of doing so, he, under the pretext of exercising the right of reprisals, introduced the following decrees, unheard of hitherto among belligerent powers, and tending greatly to augment the general distress, which must under all circumstances attend a state of war. Roman 1. The British Isles were declared in a state of blockade. Roman 2. All commerce and correspondence with England was forbidden. All English letters were to be seized in the posthouses. Roman 3. Every Englishman of whatever rank or quality found in France or the countries allied with her was declared a prisoner of war. Roman 4. All merchandise or property of any kind belonging to English subjects was declared lawful prize. Roman 5. All articles of English manufacture and articles produced in her colonies were in like manner declared contraband and lawful prize. Roman 6. Half of the produce of the above confiscations was to be employed in the relief of those merchants whose vessels had been captured by the English cruisers. Roman 7. All vessels coming from England or the English colonies were to be refused admission into any harbor. 4 additional articles provided the mode of promulgating and enforcing the decree, and directed that it should be communicated to the allies of France. This was the first link of a long chain of arbitrary decrees and ordinances, by which Napoleon, aiming at the destruction of British finance, interrupted the whole commerce of Europe and destroyed for a season, and as far as lay in his power, that connection between distant nations, which unites them to each other by the most natural and advantageous means, the supply of the wants of the one country by the superfluous produce of the other, the extent of public inconvenience and distress which was occasioned by the sudden suppression of commercial communication with England, may be judged of by reflecting how many of the most ordinary articles of consumption are brought from foreign countries, in how many instances the use of these articles have brought them into the list of necessaries, and how before an ordinary mechanic or peasant sits down to breakfast distant climes, must be taxed to raise the coffee and sugar which he consumes. The painful embarrassment of those deprived of their habitual comforts was yet exceeded by the clamor and despair of the whole commercial world on the continent, who were thus, under pretext of relieving them from the vexation of the English cruisers, threatened with a total abrogation of their profession. Hamburg, Bordeaux, Nantes, and other continental towns solicited by petitions and deputations, some relaxation of decrees, which inferred their general ruin. They pleaded the prospect of universal bankruptcy, which this prohibitory system must occasion. Let it be so, answered the emperor, the more insolvency on the continent the greater will be the distress of the merchants in London, the fewer traders in Hamburg the less will be the temptation to carry on commerce with England. Britain must be humbled, were it at the expense of throwing civilization back for centuries and returning to the original mode of trading by barter. But great as was Bonaparte's power, he had overrated it in supposing that by a mere expression of his will he could put an end to an intercourse, in the existence of which the whole world possessed an interest. The attempt to annihilate commerce resembled that of a child who tries to stop with his hand the stream of an artificial fountain, which escapes in 100 partial jets from under his palm and between his fingers. The genius of commerce, like a second Proteus, assumed every variety of shape in order to elude the imperial interdiction, and all manner of evasions was practiced for that purpose. False papers, false certificates, false bills of lading were devised, and these frauds were overlooked in the seaports by the very agents of the police and custom-house officers to whom the execution of the decrees was committed, douaniers, magistrates, generals, and prefects, nay, some of the kindred princes of the house of Napoleon, were well pleased to listen to the small, still voice of their interest, rather than to his authoritative commands. And the British commerce, though charged with heavy expenses, continued to flourish in spite of the Continental System. The new and still more violent measures which Napoleon had recourse to for enforcing his prohibitions will require our notice. Hereafter, meantime, it is enough to say that such acts of increasing severity had the natural consequence of rendering his person and power more and more unpopular, so that while he was sacrificing the interests and the comforts of the nations under his authority to his hope of destroying England, he was in fact digging a mine under his own feet, which exploded to his destruction long before the security of England was materially affected. Napoleon had foreseen that, in order to enforce the decrees by which, without possession of any naval power, he proposed to annihilate the naval supremacy of England, it would be necessary to augment to a great extent the immense superiority of land forces, which France already possessed. It was necessary, he was aware, that to enable him to maintain the prohibitions which he had imposed upon general commerce, as well as to prosecute the struggle in which he was about to be engaged with Russia, a large draft should be made on the population of France. He had accordingly, by a requisition, addressed to the Senate dated from Bamberg 7th of October, required a second anticipation of the conscription of 1807, amounting to a levy of 80,000 men. The measure was supported in the Senate by the oratory of Regnault de Saint-Jean d'Angely, an ancient republican. This friend of freedom saw nothing inconsistent in advocating a measure which the absolute monarch recommended as the necessary step to a general peace. The conscripts who had first marched had secured victory. Those who were now to be put in motion were to realize the prospect of peace, the principal object of their brethren's success. The obsequious Senate readily admitted these arguments, as they would have done any which had been urged in support of a request which they dared not deny. The sole purpose of Regnault's eloquence was to express in decent amplification the simple phrase "Napoleon so wills it." A deputation of the Senate, carrying to Napoleon in person their warm acquiescence in the proposed measure, received in guerdon the honorable task of conveying to Paris the spoils of Potsdam and Berlin, with 346 stand of colors, the trophies of the war against Prussia, with the task of announcing the celebrated decrees by which the general commerce of Europe and of France itself was annihilated. To secure it from the aggressions of the British naval force, the military trophies were received, the decrees were recorded, and no one dared undertake the delicate task of balancing the victories of the emperor against the advantage which his dominions were likely to derive from them. Prussia. In the meanwhile, the unfortunate Frederick William, whose possession of his late flourishing kingdom was reduced to such territories as Prussia held beyond the Vistula and a few fortresses on the Oder, which still held out, sent an embassy to Berlin for the purpose of learning upon what terms he might be yet admitted to treat for peace with the victor who had hold of his capital and the greater part of his dominions. The Marquis Lucassini was employed on this mission, a subtle Italian who, being employed in negotiations at Paris, had been accustomed to treat with France on a footing of equality. But these times were past since the Battle of Jena, and the only terms to which Prussia could be now admitted were to be so dearly purchased that even a mere temporary armistice was to cost the surrender of Grodance, Danzig, Kolbergen, short all the fortresses, yet remaining to Prussia, and still in a state of defense, as this would have been placing himself entirely at the mercy of Bonaparte, and in as bad circumstances as he could be reduced to even by the most unsuccessful military operations, the king refused to acquiesce in such severe terms and determined to repose his fate in the chance of war, and in the support of the auxiliary army of Russia, which was now hastily advancing to his assistance. Chapter Roman 36 Retrospect of the Partition of Poland. Napoleon receives addresses from Poland, which he evades. He advances into Poland. Bennigsen, retreating before him. Character of the Russian soldiery. The Cossacks' engagement at Pultusk on 26 November, terminating to the disadvantage of the French. Bennigsen continues his retreat. The French go into winter quarters. Bennigsen, appointed commander-in-chief in the place of Kamenskoy, who shows symptoms of insanity. He resumes offensive operations. Battle of Eylau, 8 February 1807, claimed as a victory by both parties. The loss on both sides amounts to 50,000 men, killed the greater part Frenchmen. Bennigsen retreats upon Königsberg. Napoleon offers favorable terms for an armistice to the King of Prussia, who refuses to treat save for a general peace. Napoleon falls back to the line of the Vistula. Danzig is besieged and surrenders. Russian army is poorly recruited. The French powerfully actions during the summer battle of Heilsberg and retreat of the Russians. Battle of Friedland. 14th June. An armistice takes place on the 23rd. Poland. Napoleon was politically justified in the harsh terms which he was desirous to impose on Prussia by having now brought his victorious armies to the neighborhood of Poland, in which he had a good right to conceive himself sure to find numerous followers and a friendly reception. The partition of this fine kingdom by its powerful neighbors, Russia, Austria, and Prussia, was the first open and audacious transgression of the law of nations, which disgraced the annals of civilized Europe. It was executed by a combination of three of the most powerful states of Europe, against one too unhappy in the nature of its constitution, and too much divided by factions to offer any effectual resistance. The kingdom subjected to this aggression had appealed in vain to the Code of Nations for protection against an outrage to which, after a desultory and uncombined, and therefore a vain defense, she saw herself under the necessity of submitting. The Poles retained, too, a secret sense of their fruitless attempt to recover freedom in 1791, and an animated recollection of the violence, by which it had been suppressed by the Russian arms. They waited with hope and exultation the approach of the French armies, and candor must allow that, unlawfully subjected as they had been to a foreign yoke, they had a right to avail themselves of the assistance, not only of Napoleon, but of Mahomet or of Satan himself, had he proposed to aid them in regaining the independence of which they had been oppressively and unjustly deprived. This feeling was general among the middling classes of the Polish aristocracy, who recollected with mortified pride the diminution of their independent privileges, the abrogation of their diets, and the suppression of the liberum veto, by which a private gentleman might render null the decision of a whole assembly, unless unanimity should be attained by putting the dissentient to death upon the spot. But the higher order of nobility, gratified by the rank they held, and the pleasures they enjoyed at the courts of Berlin, Vienna, and especially at Petersburg, preferred in general the peaceful enjoyment of their immense estates to the privileges of a stormy independence, which raised the most insignificant of the numerous aristocracy to a rank and importance nearly resembling their own. They might too with some justice distrust the views of Napoleon, though recommended by the most specious promises the dominion of Russia, in particular from similarity of manners, and the particular attention paid to their persons and interests, was not so unpopular among the higher branches of the aristocracy as might have been expected from the unjust and arbitrary mode in which she had combined to appropriate so large a part of their once independent kingdom. These did not therefore so generally embrace the side of France, as the minor nobles or gentry had done, as, for the ordinary mass of the population being almost all in the estate of serfage or villanage, which had been general over Europe during the prevalence of the feudal system, they followed their respective lords without pretending to entertain any opinion of their own. Addresses from Poland. While Russia was marching her armies hastily forward, not only to support or rather, raise up once more her unfortunate ally the King of Prussia, but to suppress any ebullition of popular spirit in Poland, Bonaparte received addresses from that country which endeavored to prevail on him to aid them in their views of regaining their independence. Their application was of a nature to embarrass him considerably to have declared himself the patron of Polish independence, might have indeed brought large forces to his standard, might have consummated the disasters of Prussia, and greatly embarrassed even Russia herself. And so far policy recommended to Napoleon to encourage their hopes of her restored independence. But Austria had been a large sharer in the various partitions of Poland and Austria. Humbled as she had been, was still a powerful state, whose enmity might have proved formidable if by bereaving her of her Polish dominions, or encouraging her subjects to rebel. Bonaparte had provoked her to hostilities at the time when he himself and the best part of his forces were engaged in the north of Europe. The same attempt would have given a very different character to the war which Russia at present waged only in the capacity of the auxiliary of Prussia. The safety and integrity of the Russian Empire south of the Volga depends almost entirely upon the preservation of those territories which she has acquired in Poland. And if she had engaged in the war as a principal, Bonaparte was scarcely yet prepared to enter upon a contest with the immense power of that empire, which must be waged upon the very frontier of the enemy, and as near to their resources as he was distant from his own. It might have been difficult also to have stated any consistent grounds why he who had carved out so many new sovereignties in Europe with the point of the sword should reprobate the principle of the partition of Poland. Influenced by these motives, the modern setter-up and puller-down of kings abstained from re-establishing the only monarchy in Europe, which he might have new-modeled to his mind in the character, not of a conqueror but a liberator. While Napoleon declined making any precise declaration, or binding himself by any express stipulations to the Polish delegates, the language he used to them was cautiously worded so as to keep up their zeal and animate their exertions. Dombrowski, a Polish exile in the French army, was employed to raise men for Napoleon's service, and the enthusiasm of those who entered as well as the expectations of the kingdom at large were excited by such oracular passages as the following, which appeared in the 36th Bulletin: Is the throne of Poland to be re-established? And will that great nation regain her existence and independence? Will she be recalled to life, as if summoned to arise from the tomb? God, only the great disposer of events, can be the arbiter of this great political problem. The continuance of war was now to be determined upon a war to be waged with circumstances of more than usual horror, as it involved the sufferings of a winter campaign in the northern latitudes. The French, having completely conquered the Prussian estates to the east of the Oder, had formed the sieges of Great Glogau, of Breslau, and of Grodance, and were at the same time pushing westward to occupy Poland. The Russian General Bennigsen had on his side pressed forward for the purpose of assisting the Prussians, and had occupied Warsaw, but finding that their unfortunate allies had scarcely the remnant of an army in the field, the Russian general retreated after some skirmishes and recrossed the Vistula, while the capital of Poland, thus evacuated, was entered on the 28th November by Murat at the head of the French vanguard. About the 25th, Napoleon, leaving Berlin, had established himself at Posen, a central town of Poland, which country began to manifest an agitation, partly the consequence of French intrigues, partly arising from the animating prospect of restored independence. The Poles resumed in many instances their ancient national dress and manners, and sent deputies to urge the decision of Bonaparte in their favor. The language in which they entreated his interposition resembled that of Oriental idolatry. The Polish nation, said Count Radomyski, the Palatine of Nesna, presents itself before your Majesty, groaning still under the yoke of German nations, and salutes with the purest joy the regenerator of their dear country, the legislator of the universe. Full of submission to your will, they adore you, and repose on you with confidence all their hopes, as upon him who has the power of raising empires and destroying them, and of humbling the proud. The address of the President of the Judicial Council Chamber of the Regency of Poland was not less energetic. Already, he said, we see our dear country saved, for in your person we adore the most just and the most profound Solon. We commit our fate and our hopes into your hands, and we implore the mighty protection of the most august Caesar. Not even these Eastern hyperboles could extort anything from Bonaparte more distinctly indicative of his intentions than the obscure hints we have already mentioned. In the meanwhile, Warsaw was put into a state of defense, and the auxiliary forces of Saxony and the new confederates of the Rhine were brought up by forced marches, while strong reinforcements from France repaired the losses of the early part of the campaign. The French army at length advanced in full force and crossed successively the rivers Vistula and Bug forcing a passage wherever it was disputed. But it was not the object of Bennigsen to give battle to forces superior to his own, and he therefore retreated behind the W-Craw and was joined by the large bodies of troops commanded by Generals Buxhowden and Kamenskoy. The latter took the general command. He was a contemporary of Suwarrow and esteemed an excellent officer, but more skilled in the theory than the practice of war. Kamenskoy said Suwarrow knows war, but war does not know him. I do not know war, but war knows me. It appears also that during this campaign, Kamenskoy was afflicted with mental alienation. On the 23 December, Napoleon arrived in person upon the W-Craw and ordered the advance of his army in 3 divisions. Kamenskoy, when he saw the passage of this river, determined to retreat behind the Niemen, and sent orders to his lieutenants accordingly. Bennigsen therefore fell back upon Pultusk and Prince Galitzin upon Golomin, both pursued by large divisions of the French army. The Russian generals Buxhowden and d'Anrep also retreated in different directions, and apparently without maintaining a sufficiently accurate communication, either with Bennigsen or with Galitzin in their retrograde movements. The Russians sustained some loss which the bulletins magnified to such an extent as to represent their army as entirely disorganized, their columns wandering at hazard in unimaginable disorder, and their safety only caused by the shortness of the days, the difficulties of a country covered with woods and intersected with ravines, and a thaw which had filled the roads with mud to the depth of 5 feet. It was therefore predicted that, although the enemy might possibly escape from the position in which he had placed himself, it must necessarily be effected at the certain loss of his artillery, his carriages, and his baggage. The Russian soldiery, these were exaggerations calculated for the meridian of Paris. Napoleon was himself sensible that he was approaching a conflict of a different kind from that which he had maintained with Austria, and more lately against Prussia. The common soldier in both those services was too much leveled into a mere moving piece of machinery, the 100,000th part of the great machine called an army, to have any confidence in himself or zeal beyond the mere discharge of the task entrusted to him, according to the word of command. These troops, however highly disciplined, wanted that powerful and individual feeling which, in armies possessing a strong national character, by which the Russians are peculiarly distinguished, induces the soldier to resist to the last moment, even when resistance can only assure him of revenge. They were still the same Russians of whom Frederick the Great said that he could kill but could not defeat them. They were also strong of constitution, and inured to the iron climate in which Frenchmen were now making war for the first time. They were accustomed from their earliest life to spare nourishment and hardship in, a word they formed then, as they do now, the sole instance in Europe of an army, the privates of which are semi-barbarians with the passions, courage, love of war, and devotion to their country which is found in the earlier periods of society, while the education received by their superior officers places them on a level with those of any other nation. That of the inferior regimental officers is too much neglected, but they are naturally brave, kind to the common soldier, and united among themselves like a family of brothers. Attributes which go far to compensate the want of information among the higher officers are some of the best informed men in Europe. The Russian army was at this period deficient in its military staff, and thence imperfect in the execution of combined movements, and their generals were better accustomed to lead an army in the day of actual battle than to prepare for victory by a skillful combination of previous maneuvers. But this disadvantage was balanced by their zealous and unhesitating devotion to their emperor and their country. There scarcely existed a Russian even of the lowest rank within the influence of bribery, and an officer like the Prussian commandant of Hamelin, who began to speculate upon retaining his rank in another service, when surrendering the charge entrusted to him by his sovereign, would have been accounted in Russia a prodigy of unexampled villainy. In the mode of disciplining their forces, the Russians proceeded on the system most approved in Europe. Their infantry was confessedly excellent, composed of men in the prime of life, and carefully selected as best qualified for military service. Their artillery was of the first description so far as the men, guns, carriages, and appointments were concerned, but the rank of general of artillery had not the predominant weight in the Russian army, which ought to be possessed by those particularly dedicated to the direction of that arm, by which, according to Napoleon, modern battles must be usually decided. The direction of their guns was too often entrusted to general officers of the line. The service of cavalry is less natural to the Russians than that of the infantry, but their horse regiments are nevertheless excellently trained and have uniformly behaved well. Cossacks action of Poltusk. But the Cossacks are a species of force belonging to Russia exclusively. And although subsequent events have probably rendered every reader in some degree acquainted with their national character, they make too conspicuous a figure in the history of Napoleon to be passed over without a brief description here. The natives on the banks of the Don and the Volga hold their lands by military service and enjoy certain immunities and prescriptions, in consequence of which each individual is obliged to serve 4 years in the Russian armies. They are trained from early childhood to the use of the lance and sword and familiarized to the management of a horse peculiar to the countryfar from handsome in appearance, but tractable, hardy, swift, and sure-footed, beyond any breed perhaps in the world at home. And with his family and children, the Cossack is kind, gentle, generous, and simple, but when in arms and in a foreign country, he resumes the predatory, and sometimes the ferocious habits of his ancestors, the roving Scythians, as the Cossacks receive no pay plunder, is generally their object. And as prisoners were esteemed a useless encumbrance, they granted no quarter until Alexander promised a ducat for every Frenchman whom they brought in alive in the actual field of battle. Their mode of attack is singular. Instead of acting in line, a body of Cossacks about to charge disperse, at the word of command, very much in the manner of a fan suddenly flung open and joining in a loud yell or aura, rush each acting individually upon the object of attack, whether infantry, cavalry, or artillery, to all of which they have been in this wild way of fighting formidable assailants. But it is as light cavalry that the Cossacks are perhaps unrivaled. They and their horses have been known to march 100 miles in 24 hours. Without halting, they plunge into woods, swim rivers, thread passes, cross deep morasses, and penetrate through deserts of snow. Without undergoing material loss or suffering from fatigue, no Russian army, with a large body of Cossacks in front, can be liable to surprise, nor, on the other hand, can an enemy surrounded by them ever be confident against it. In covering the retreat of their own army, their velocity, activity, and courage render pursuit by the enemy's cavalry peculiarly dangerous. And in pursuing a flying enemy, these qualities are still more redoubtable. In the campaign of 1867, the Cossacks took the field in great numbers under their celebrated hetman, or ataman Plato, who himself a Cossack, knew their peculiar capacity for warfare, and raised their fame to a pitch which it had not attained in former European wars. The Russians had also in their service Tartar tribes, who in irregularity resembled the Cossacks, but were not to be compared with them in discipline or courage, being in truth little better than hordes of roving savages. It remains only to be mentioned that at this time, the Russian commissariat was very indifferent, and above all deficient in funds. The funds of the imperial treasury were exhausted, and an aid amounting only to £80,000 was obtained from England. With difficulty in consequence of these circumstances, the Russians were repeatedly during the campaign obliged to fight at disadvantage for want of provisions. We return to the progress of the war. On the 25th of December, the Russian army of Bennigsen, closely concentrated, occupied a position behind Poltusk, their left commanded by Count Osterman, resting upon the town, which is situated on the river Ner. A corps occupied the bridge to prevent any attack from that point, the right under Barclay de Tolly was strongly posted in a wood, and the center was under the orders of General Zashin. A considerable plain extended between the town of Poltusk and the wood which formed the right of the Russian position. They had stationed a powerful advance guard, had occupied the plain with their cavalry, and established a strong reserve in their rear. On the 26th, the Russian position was attacked by the French divisions of Lannes and Davoust together with the French guards, after skirmishing some time in the center. Without making the desired impression, the battle appeared doubtful when suddenly assembling a great strength on their own left. The French made a decisive effort to overwhelm the Russians. By turning their right wing, the attack prevailed to a certain extent. The accumulated and superior weight of fire determined Barclay de Tolly to retreat on his reserves, which he did without confusion, while the French seized upon the wood and took several Russian guns. But Bennigsen, in spite of Kamenskoy's order to retreat, was determined to abide the brunt of battle, and to avail himself of the rugged intrepidity of the troops, which he commanded, ordering Barclay de Tolly to continue his retreat, and thus, throwing back his right wing, he enticed the French, confident in victory, to pursue their success, until the Russian cavalry, which had covered the maneuver, suddenly withdrawing, they found themselves under a murderous and well-directed fire from 120 guns, which extending along the Russian front played on the French advancing columns with the utmost success. The Russian line at the same time advanced in turn, and pushing the enemy before them, recovered the ground from which they had been driven. The approach of night ended the combat, which had been both obstinate and bloody. The French lost near 8,000 men killed and wounded, including General Lannes and 5 other general officers among the latter. The Russian loss amounted to 5,000. The French retreated after nightfall with such rapidity that on the next day the Cossacks could not find a rearguard in the vicinity of Pultusk. The action of Pultusk raised the reputation of Bennigsen and the character, as well as the spirits of the Russian army. But its moral effect on the soldiers was its only important consequence had Bennigsen been joined during the action by the division of Buxhowden or D. Anrep, of whom the former was only 8 miles distant. The check might have been converted into a victory highly influential on the issue of the campaign, but either the orders of Kamenskoy or some misunderstanding prevented either of these corps from advancing to support the efforts of Bennigsen. It became impossible for him, therefore, notwithstanding the advantages he had obtained, to retain his position at Pultusk, where he must have been surrounded. He accordingly fell back upon Ostrolenka, where he was joined by Prince Galitzin, who had been engaged in action at Golomin upon the day of the Battle of Pultusk, had like Bennigsen driven back the enemy, and like him had retreated for the purpose of concentrating his forces with those of the Grand Army. The French evinced a feeling of the unusual and obstinate nature of the contest in which they had been engaged at Pultusk and Golomin. Instead of pressing their operations, they retreated into winter quarters. Napoleon, withdrawing his guard as far as Warsaw, while the other divisions were cantoned in the towns to the eastward, but without attempting to realize the prophecies of the bulletins concerning the approaching fate of the Russian army. The conduct of Kamenskoy began now to evince decided tokens of insanity. He was withdrawn from the supreme command, which with the general approbation of the soldiers was conferred upon Bennigsen. This general was not equal in military genius to Suwarrow, but he seems to have been well fitted to command a Russian army. He was active, hardy, and enterprising, and showed none of that peculiarly fatal hesitation by which officers of other nations, opposed to the French generals, and to Bonaparte in particular, seem often to have been affected, as with a sort of moral palsy which disabled them for the combat at the very moment when it seemed about to commence. On the contrary, Bennigsen, finding himself in a supreme command of 90,000 men, was resolved not to wait for Bonaparte's onset but determined to anticipate his motions, wisely concluding that the desire of desisting from active operations, which the French emperor had evinced by cantoning his troops in winter quarters, ought to be a signal to the Russians again to take the field. Action of Morungen. The situation of the King of Prussia tended to confirm that determination. This unfortunate monarch, well, surely did Frederick William then deserve that epithet, was cooped up in the town of Königsberg, only covered by a small army of a few thousand men and threatened by the gradual approach of the divisions of Ney and Bernadotte, so that the king's personal safety appeared to be in considerable danger. Graudenz, the key of the Vistula, continued indeed to hold out, but the Prussian garrison was reduced to distress, and the hour of surrender seemed to be approaching to relieve this important fortress. Therefore, and at the same time, protect Königsberg, were motives added to the other reasons which determined Bennigsen to resume offensive operations. A severe and doubtful skirmish was fought near Morungen, in which the French sustained considerable loss. The Cossacks spread abroad over the country, making numerous prisoners, and the scheme of the Russian general succeeded so well as to enable the faithful L. Estock to relieve Graudenz with reinforcements and provisions. By these daring operations, Bonaparte saw himself forced into a winter campaign, and issued general orders for drawing out his forces with the purpose of concentrating them at Willenberg, in the rear of the Russians, then stationed at Morungen, and betwixt them and their own country he proposed, in short, to force his enemies eastward towards the Vistula. As at Jena he had compelled the Prussians to fight with their rear, turned to the Rhine. Bernadotte had orders to engage the attention of Bennigsen upon the right, and detain him in his present situation, or rather, if possible, induce him to advance eastward towards Thorn, so as to facilitate the operation he meditated. The Russian general learned Bonaparte's intention from an intercepted dispatch, and changed his purpose of advancing on Ney and Bernadotte. Marches and countermarches took place through a country at all times difficult, and now covered with snow, The experience and dexterity of the French secured some advantages, but these were fully counterbalanced by the daily annoyance and loss which they in turn sustained from Plato and his Cossacks in cases where the French retreated. The Scythian lances were always on their rear, and when the Russians retired in turn and were pursued by the French with the same venturous spirit which they had displayed against others, the latter seldom failed to suffer for their presumption. There was found in the spearmen of the Don and Wolga a natural and instinctive turn for military stratagem, ambuscade, and sudden assault, which compelled the French light troops to adopt a caution very different from their usual habits of audacity. Bennigsen was aware that it was the interest of Russia to protract the campaign in this manner. He was near his reinforcements, the French were distant from theirs. Every loss, therefore, told more in proportion on the enemy than on his army. On the other hand, the Russian army, impatient of protracted hostilities, became clamorous for battle, for the hardships of their situation were such as to give them every desire to bring the war to a crisis. We have noticed the defects of the Russian commissariat. They were especially manifest during those campaigns, when the leader was obliged more than once, merely from want of provisions, to peril the fate of the war upon a general battle which prudence would have induced him to avoid in those northern latitudes. And in the month of February, the troops had no resource but to prowl about and dig for the hoards of provision concealed by the peasants. This labor, added to their military duty, left them scarcely time to lie down, and when they did so they had no bed but the snow, no shelter but the wintry heaven, and no covering but their rags. The distresses of the army were so extreme that it induced General Bennigsen, against his judgment, to give battle at all risks, and for this purpose to concentrate his forces at Prias Eylau, which was pitched on as the field on which he proposed to await Bonaparte. Battle of Prias Eylau. In marching through Landsberg to occupy the selected ground, the Russian rearguard was exposed to a serious attack by the French, and was only saved from great loss by the gallantry of Prince Bagration, who redeemed by sheer dint of fighting the loss sustained by want of conduct in defiling through the streets of a narrow village, while pursued by an enterprising enemy. The Russian army lost 3,000 men on the 7th February. The same gallant prince with the Russian rearguard gained such decided advantages over the French van as nearly balanced the loss at Landsberg, and gave time for the whole army to march through the town of Prias Eylau, and to take up a position behind it. It had been intended to maintain the town itself, and a body of troops had been left for that purpose. But in the confusion attending the movement of so large an army, the orders issued had been misunderstood, and the division designed for this service evacuated the place so soon as the rearguard had passed through it. A Russian division was hastily ordered to reoccupy Prias Eylau. They found the French already in possession, and although they dislodged them, were themselves driven out in turn by another division of French, to whom Bonaparte had promised the plunder of the town. A third division of Russians was ordered to advance for Bennigsen was desirous to protract the contest for the town until the arrival of his heavy artillery, which joined him by a different route. When it came up, he would have discontinued the struggle for possession of Prias Eylau. But it was impossible to control the ardor of the Russian columns, who persevered in advancing. With drums beating, rushed into the town, and surprising the French in the act of sacking, it put many of them to the bayonet. Even in the acts of license which they were practicing, Prias Eylau, however, proved no place of shelter. It was protected by no works of any kind, and the French, advancing under cover of the hillocks and broken ground which skirt the village, threw their fire upon the streets, by which the Russians sustained some loss. General Barclay de Tolly was wounded, and his forces again evacuated the town, which was once more and finally occupied by the French. Night fell, and the combat ceased to be renewed with treble fury on the next day. The position of the two armies may be easily described. That of Russia occupied a space of uneven ground about 2 miles in length, and a mile in depth, with the village of Serpellin on their left. In the front of their army lay the town of Prias Eylau, situated in a hollow, and in possession of the French. It was watched by a Russian division, which, to protect the Russian center from being broken by an attack from that quarter, was strongly reinforced, though by doing so the right wing was considerably weakened. This was thought of the less consequence that L. Estock, with his division of Prussians, was hourly expected to join the Russians on that point. The French occupied Eylau with their left, while their center and right lay parallel to the Russians, upon a chain of heights, which commanded in a great measure the ground possessed by the enemy. They also expected to be reinforced by the division of Ney, which had not come up, and which was destined to form on the extreme left. The space betwixt the hostile armies was open and flat, and intersected with frozen lakes they might trace each other's position by the pale glimmer of the watchlights upon the snow. The difference of numerical force was considerably to the advantage of the French. Sir Robert Wilson rates them at 90,000 men, opposed to 60,000 only, but the disproportion is probably considerably overrated. The eventful action commenced with daybreak on the 8th of February. Two strong columns of the French advanced with the purpose of turning the right and storming the center of the Russians at one and the same time, but they were driven back in great disorder by the heavy and sustained fire of the Russian artillery. An attack on the Russian left was equally unsuccessful. Russian infantry stood like stone ramparts. They repulsed the enemy. Their cavalry came to their support, pursued the retiring assailants, and took standards and eagles about midday. A heavy storm of snow began to fall, which the wind drove right in the face of the Russians, and which added to the obscurity caused by the smoke of the burning village of Serpellin that rolled along the line. Under cover of the darkness, 6 columns of the French advanced with artillery and cavalry, and were close on the Russian position, ere they were opposed. Bennigsen, at the head of his staff, brought up the reserves in person, who, uniting with the first line, bore the French back at the point of the bayonet. Their columns, partly broken, were driven again to their own position, where they rallied with difficulty. A French regiment of cuirassiers, which during this part of the action had gained an interval in the Russian army, were charged by the Cossacks, and found their defensive armor no protection against the lance. They were all slain except 18. At the moment when victory appeared to declare for the Russians, it was on the point of being wrested from them. Davoust's division had been maneuvering since the beginning of the action to turn the left and gain the rear of the Russian line. They now made their appearance on the field of battle with such sudden effect that Serpellin was lost. The Russian left wing and a part of their center were thrown into disorder and forced to retire and change their front so as to form almost at right angles with the right, and that part of the center which retained their original position. At this crisis, and while the French were gaining ground on the rear of the Russians, L'Estaque, so long expected, appeared in his turn suddenly on the field, and passing the left of the French, and the right of the Russians, pushed down in 3 columns to redeem the battle on the Russian center, and rear the Prussians under that loyal and gallant leader. Regained in this bloody field their ancient military reputation, they never fired till within a few paces of the enemy, and then used the bayonet with readiness and courage. They redeemed the ground which the Russians had lost, and drove back in their turn the troops of Davoust and Bernadotte, who had been lately victorious. Ney in the meanwhile appeared on the field and occupied Schlotten, a village on the road to Königsberg. As this endangered the communication of the Russians with that town, it was thought necessary to carry it by storm. A gallant resolution, which was successfully executed. This was the last act of the bloody day. It was 10 o'clock at night, and the combat was ended. 50,000 men perished in this dreadful battle, best contested in which Bonaparte had yet engaged, and by far the most unsuccessful. He retired to the heights from which he had advanced in the morning, without having gained one point for which he had struggled, and after having suffered a loss considerably greater than that which he had inflicted on the enemy. But the condition of the Russian army was also extremely calamitous. Their generals held a council of war upon the field of battle, and without dismounting from their horses, the general sentiment which prevailed among them was a desire to renew the battle on the next day. At all hazards, Tolstoy undertook to move forward on the French lines. L'Estaque urged the same council. They offered to pledge their lives that would Bennigsen advance. Napoleon must necessarily retire, and they urged the moral effect which would be produced not on their army only but on Germany and on Europe by such an admission of weakness on the part of him who had never advanced but to victory. But Bennigsen conceived that the circumstances of his army did not permit him to encounter the hazard of being cut off from Königsberg and endangering the person of the King of Prussia, or that of risking second general action with an army diminished by at least 20,000 killed and wounded, short of ammunition, and totally deprived of provisions. The Russians accordingly commenced their retreat on Königsberg. That very night the division of Count Ostermann did not move till the next morning, when it traversed the field in front of Preuss-Eylau, without the slightest interruption from the French, who still occupied the town. The Battle of Preuss-Eylau was claimed as a victory by both parties, though it was very far from being decided in favor of either. Bennigsen had it to boast that he had repelled the attacks of Bonaparte along the whole of his line, and that the fighting terminated unfavorably to the French. He could also exhibit the unusual spectacle of 12 imperial eagles of France taken in one action. For many days after the battle, also, the Cossacks continued to scour the country and bring into Königsberg great numbers of French prisoners. On the other hand, the subsequent retreat of the Russians was interpreted by the French into an acknowledgement of weakness, and they appealed to their own possession of the field of battle, with the dead and wounded as the usual testimonials of victory. But there were two remarkable circumstances by which Napoleon virtually acknowledged that he had received an unusual check on the 13th February, 4 days after the battle. A message was dispatched to the King of Prussia by Bonaparte, proposing an armistice on grounds far more favorable to the prince than those Frederick William might have been disposed to accept, or which Bonaparte would have been inclined to grant after the Battle of Jena. It was even intimated that, in case of agreeing to make a separate peace, the Prussian king might obtain from the French emperor the restoration of his whole dominions, true to his ally, the Emperor of Russia Frederick William, even in the extremity of his distress, refused to accede to any save a general peace. The proposal of an armistice was also peremptorily refused, and the ground on which it was offered was construed to indicate Bonaparte's conscious weakness. Another decisive proof of the loss which Napoleon had sustained in the Battle of Preuss-Eylau was his inactivity after the battle for 8 days. He remained without making any movement excepting by means of his cavalry, which were generally worsted, and on the 19th February he evacuated the place and prepared himself to retreat upon the Vistula, instead of driving the Russians, as he had threatened behind the Prigel. Various actions took place during his retreat with different fortunes, but the Russian Cossacks and light troops succeeded in making numbers of prisoners and collecting much spoil. Danzig. The operations of Napoleon when he had again retired to the line of the Vistula intimated caution, and the sense of a difficult task before him. He appeared to feel that the advance into Poland had been premature, while Danzig remained in the hands of the Prussians, from whence the most alarming operations might take place in his rear. Should he again advance to the Vistula, without subduing it, the siege of Danzig was therefore to be formed. Without delay, the place was defended by General Kalkreuth, to the last extremity. After many unsuccessful attempts to relieve it, Danzig finally surrendered in the end of May, 1807, after trenches had been opened before it for 52 days. If the season of the year had admitted a British expedition to Danzig, might, if ably conducted, have operated in the rear of the Emperor Napoleon, the relief of Prussia and perhaps effected the liberation of Europe. The utmost care was also taken to supply the loss which Napoleon's armies had sustained in these hard-fought campaigns. He raised the siege of Kolberg, drew the greater part of his forces out of Silesia, ordered a new levy in Switzerland, urged the march of bodies of troops from Italy, and to complete his means, demanded a new conscription of the year 1808, which was instantly complied with by the Senate as a matter of course. At length, as summer approached, the surrender of Danzig enabled him to unite the besieging division 25,000 strong to his main army, and to prepare to resume offensive operations. A large levy of Poles was made at the same time, and they with other light troops of the French were employed in making strong reconnaissances with various fortune, but never. Without the exchange of hard blows, it became evident to all Europe that whatever might be the end of this bloody conflict, the French emperor was contending with a general and troops against whom it was impossible to gain those overpowering and irresistible advantages which characterized his campaigns in Italy and Germany. The bulletins, it is true, announced new successes from day to day, but as the geographical advance upon the Polish territory was by no means in proportion to the advantages claimed, it was plain that Napoleon was as often engaged in parrying as in pushing in repairing losses, as in improving victories. The Russian generals composed plans with skill and executed them with activity and spirit for cutting off separate divisions and disturbing the French communications. The Russian army had received reinforcements, but they were deficient in numerical amount, and only made up their strength at the utmost to their original computation of 90,000 men. This proved unpardonable negligence in the Russian government, considering the ease with which men can there be levied to any extent by the mere will of the emperor, and the vital importance of the war which they were now waging. It is said, however, that the poverty of the Russian administration was the cause of this failure to recruit their forces, and that the British being applied to negotiate a loan of 6 millions and advance 1 million to account, had declined the transaction, and thereby given great offense to the Emperor Alexander. Napoleon, so much more remote from his own territories, had already by exertions unparalleled in the history of Europe, assembled 280,000 men between the Vistula and Memel, including the garrison of Danzig. With such unequal forces the war recommenced. The Russians were the assailants making a combined movement on Ney's division, which was stationed at Gutstadt, and in the vicinity they pursued him as far as Dieppe, where there was some fighting. But upon the 8th of June, Napoleon advanced in person to extricate his marshal, and Bennigsen was obliged to retreat in his turn. He was hardly pressed on the rear by the Grand Army of France, but even in this moment of peril Plateau with his Cossacks made a charge, or in their phrase a aura upon the French, with such success that they not only dispersed the skirmishers of the French vanguard and the advanced troops destined to support them, but compelled the infantry to form squares, endangered the personal safety of Napoleon, and occupied the attention of the whole French cavalry, who bore down on them at full speed. Musketry and artillery were all turned on them at once, but to little or no purpose, for having once gained the purpose of checking the advance, which was all they aimed at, the cloud of Cossacks, dispersed over the field like mist before the sun, and united behind the battalions whom their demonstration had protected. By this means, Plateau and his followers had got before the retreating division of the Russian army, under Bagration, which they were expected to support, and had reached first a bridge over the Aller. The Cossacks were alarmed by the immense display of force demonstrated against them, and showed a disposition to throw themselves confusedly on the bridge, which must certainly have been attended with the most disastrous consequences to the rearguard, who would thus have been impeded in their retreat by the very troops appointed to support them. The courage and devotion of Plateau prevented that great misfortune. He threw himself from his horse. Let the Cossack that is base enough, he exclaimed, desert his hetman. The children of the wilderness halted around him, and he disposed them in perfect order to protect the retreat of Bagration, and the rearguard, and afterwards achieved his own retreat with trifling loss. Action of Heilsberg. The Russian army fell back upon Heilsberg, and there concentrating their forces made a most desperate stand. A very hard-fought action, 10th June here, took place. The Russians, overpowered by superior numbers, and forced from the level ground, continued to defend with fury their position on the heights, which the French made equally strenuous efforts to carry by assault. The combat was repeatedly renewed with cavalry, infantry, and artillery, but without the fiery valor of the assailants making any effectual impression on the iron ranks of the Russians. The battle continued till the approach of midnight upon terms of equality, and when the morning dawned, the space of ground between the position of the Russians and that of the French was not merely strewed but literally sheeted over with the bodies of the dead and wounded. The Russians retired unmolested after the Battle of Heilsberg, and crossing the river Aller, placed that barrier betwixt them and the army of Bonaparte, which, though it had suffered great losses, had in consequence of the superiority of numbers been less affected by them than the Russian forces. In the condition of Bennigsen's army, it was his obvious policy to protract the war, especially as reinforcements to the number of 30,000 men were approaching the frontier from the interior of the empire. It was probably with this view that he kept his army on the right bank of the Aller, with the exception of a few bodies of cavalry, for the sake of observation and intelligence. On the 13th, the Russian army reached Friedland, a considerable town on the west side of the Aller, communicating with the eastern or right bank of the river by a long wooden bridge. It was the object of Napoleon to induce the Russian general to pass by this narrow bridge to the left bank, and then to decoy him into a general action in a position where the difficulty of defiling through the town and over the bridge must render retreat almost impossible. For this purpose, he showed such a proportion only of his forces as induced General Bennigsen to believe that the French troops on the western side of the Aller consisted only of Oudinot's division, which had been severely handled in the Battle of Heilsberg, and which he now hoped altogether to destroy. Under this deception, he ordered a Russian division to pass the bridge, defile through the town, and march to the assault. The French took care to offer no such resistance as should intimate their real strength. Bennigsen was thus led to reinforce this division with another. The battle thickened, and the Russian general at length transported all his army, one division, excepted to the left bank of the Aller by means of the wooden bridge and 3 pontoons, and arrayed them in front of the town of Friedland to overpower, as he supposed, the crippled division of the French, to which alone he believed himself opposed. Battle of Friedland. But no sooner had he taken this irretrievable step than the mask was dropped. The French skirmishers advanced in force. Heavy columns of infantry began to show themselves. Batteries of cannon were got into position, and all circumstances concurred with the report of prisoners to assure Bennigsen that he, with his enfeebled forces, was in presence of the grand French army. His position, a sort of plain surrounded by woods and broken ground, was difficult to defend with the town, and a large river in his rear. It was dangerous to attempt a retreat, and to advance was prevented by the inequality of his force. Bennigsen now became anxious to maintain his communication with Wehlau, a town on the Progel, which was the original point of retreat, and where he hoped to join with the Prussians under General L. Estock if the enemy should seize the bridge at Allerberg some miles lower down the Aller than Friedland. This plan would become impossible, and he found himself therefore obliged to diminish his forces by detaching 6,000 men to defend that point. With the remainder of his force, he resolved to maintain his present position till night. The French advanced to the attack about 10 o'clock. The broken and wooded country which they occupied enabled them to maintain and renew their efforts at pleasure, while the Russians in their exposed situation could not make the slightest movement without being observed, yet they fought with such obstinate valor that at noon the French seemed sickening of the contest, and about to retire, but this was only a feint to repose such of their forces as had been engaged and to bring up reinforcements. The cannonade continued till about 4:30, when Bonaparte brought up his full force in person, for the purpose of one of those desperate and generally irresistible efforts, to which he was wont to trust. The decision of a doubtful day. Columns of enormous power and extensive depth appeared partially visible among the interstices of the wooded country, and seen from the town of Friedland, the hapless Russian army looked as if surrounded by a deep semicircle of glittering steel. The attack upon all the line with cavalry, infantry, and artillery was general and simultaneous, the French advancing with shouts of assured victory, while the Russians, weakened by the loss of at least 12,000 killed and wounded, were obliged to attempt that most dispiriting and dangerous of movements, retreat through encumbered defiles in front of a superior enemy. The principal attack was on the left wing, where the Russian position was at length forced. The troops which composed it streamed into the town and crowded the bridge and pontoons. The enemy thundered on their rear, and without the valor of Alexander's imperial guard, the Russians would have been utterly destroyed. These brave soldiers charged with the bayonet the corps of Ney, who led the French vanguard, disordered his column, and though they were overpowered by numbers, prevented the total ruin of the left wing. Meanwhile, the bridge and pontoons were set on fire to prevent the French, who had forced their way into the town, from taking possession of them. The smoke rolling over the combatants increased the horror and confusion of the scene, yet a considerable part of the Russian infantry escaped through a ford close by the town, which was discovered in the moment of defeat. The Russian center and right, who remained on the west bank of the Aller, effected a retreat by a circuitous route, leaving on the right the town of Friedland, with its burning bridges, no longer practicable for friend or foe, and passing the Aller by a ford considerably farther down the river. This also was found out in the very moment of extremity, was deep and dangerous, took the infantry up to the breast, and destroyed what ammunition was left in the tumbrils. Thus were the Russians once more united on the right bank of the Aller, and enabled to prosecute their march towards Wehlau. Amid the calamities of defeat, they had saved all their cannon except 17, and preserved their baggage. Indeed, the stubborn character of their defense seems to have paralyzed the energies of the victor, who, after carrying the Russian position, showed little of that activity in improving his success which usually characterized him. Upon such occasions, he pushed no troops over the Aller in pursuit of the retreating enemy, but suffered Bennigsen to rally his broken troops without interruption. Neither, when in possession of Friedland, did he detach any force down the left bank to act upon the flank of the Russian center and right and cut them off from the river. In short, the Battle of Friedland, according to the expression of a French general, was a battle gained, but a victory lost. Yet the most important consequences resulted from the action, though the French success had been but partially improved. Königsberg, which had been so long the refuge of the King of Prussia, was evacuated by his forces, as it became plain his Russian auxiliaries could no longer maintain the war in Poland. Bennigsen retreated to Tilsit towards the Russian frontiers, but the moral consequences of the defeat were of far greater consequence than could have been either the capture of guns and prisoners or the acquisition of territory. It had the effect evidently desired by Napoleon of disposing the Emperor Alexander to peace. The former could not but feel that he was engaged with a more obstinate enemy in Russia than any he had yet encountered. After so many bloody battles, he was scarce arrived on the frontiers of an immense empire, boundless in its extent and almost inexhaustible in resources, while the French, after suffering extremely in defeating an army that was merely auxiliary, could scarce be supposed capable of undertaking a scheme of invasion so gigantic as that of plunging into the vast regions of Muscovy. Such an enterprise would have been peculiarly hazardous in the situation, in which the French emperor now stood. The English expedition to the Baltic was daily expected. Gustavus was in Swedish Pomerania at the head of a considerable army, which had raised the siege of Stralsund. A spirit of resistance was awakening in Prussia, where the resolute conduct of Blücher had admirers and imitators, and the nation seemed to be reviving from the consternation inflicted by the defeat of Jena. The celebrated Schill, a partisan of great courage and address, had gained many advantages and was not unlikely, in a nation bred to arms, to acquire the command of a numerous body of men. Hesse, Hanover, Brunswick, and the other provinces of Germany, deprived of their ancient princes, and subjected to heavy exactions by the conquerors, were ripe for insurrection. All these dangers were of a nature from which little could be apprehended, while the Grand Army was at a moderate distance. But were it to advance into Russia, especially were it to meet with a check there, these sparks of fire left in the rear might be expected to kindle a dreadful conflagration. Moved by such considerations, Napoleon had fully kept open the door for reconciliation betwixt the Tsar and himself, abstaining from all those personal reflections against him, which he usually showered upon those who thwarted his projects, and intimating more than once by different modes of communication that a peace which should enable Russia and France to divide the world betwixt them should be placed within Alexander's reach so soon as he was disposed to accept it. Armistice. The time was now arrived when the Emperor of Russia was disposed to listen to terms of accommodation with France. He had been for some time dissatisfied with his allies against Frederick William. Indeed, nothing could be objected save his bad fortune. But what is it that so soon deprives us of our friends, as a constant train of bad luck rendering us always a burden? More than an aid to them, the King of Sweden was a feeble ally at best, and had become so unpopular with his subjects that his dethronement was anticipated, and it was probably remembered that the Swedish province of Finland extended so near to St. Petersburg as to be a desirable acquisition, which in the course of a treaty with Bonaparte might be easily attained. The principal ally of the Tsar had been Britain, but he was displeased, as we have already noticed, with the economy of the English cabinet, who had declined, in his instance, the loans and subsidies, of which they used to be liberal to allies of far less importance. A subsidy of about £80,000 was all which he had been able to extract from them. England had indeed sent an army into the north to join the Swedes in forming the siege of Stralsund, but this was too distant an operation to produce any effect upon the Polish campaign. Alexander was also affected by the extreme sufferings of his subjects. His army had been to him, as to most young sovereigns, a particular object of attention, and he was justly proud of his noble regiments of guards, which, maltreated as they had been in the desperate actions of which we have given some account, remained scarce the shadow of themselves in numbers and appearance. His fame, moreover, suffered little in withdrawing from a contest in which he was engaged as an auxiliary only, and Alexander was no doubt made to comprehend that he might do more in behalf of the King of Prussia, his ally, by negotiation than by continuation of the war. The influence of Napoleon's name and the extraordinary splendor of his talents and his exploits must also have had an effect upon the youthful imagination of the Russian emperor. He might be allowed to feel pride high, as his own situation was, that the destined victor who had subdued so many princes was willing to acknowledge an equality in his case, and he might not yet be so much aware of the nature of ambition as to know that it holds the world as inadequate to maintain two coordinate sovereigns. The Russian emperor's wish of an armistice was first hinted at by Bennigsen on the 21st of June, was ratified on the 23rd of the same month, and was soon afterwards followed not only by peace with Russia and Prussia on a basis which seemed to preclude the possibility of future misunderstanding, but by the formation of a personal intimacy and friendship between Napoleon and the only sovereign in Europe who had the power necessary to treat with him on an equal footing. The negotiation for this important pacification was not conducted in the usual style of diplomacy, but in that which Napoleon had repeatedly shown a desire to substitute for the conferences of inferior agents, by the intervention, namely, of the high contracting parties in person. The armistice was no sooner agreed upon than preparations were made for a personal interview betwixt the two emperors. It took place upon a raft prepared for the purpose, and moored in the midst of the river Niemen, which bore an immense tent or pavilion at half-past 9:25 June 1807. The two emperors, in the midst of thousands of spectators, embarked at the same moment from the opposite banks of the river Bonaparte, was attended by Murat Berthier Bessières Duroc and Caulaincourt Alexander by his brother, the Archduke Constantine. Generals Bennigsen and Augereau, with the Count de Leven, one of his aides de camp, arriving on the raft, they disembarked and embraced amid the shouts and acclamations of both armies, and entering the pavilion, which had been prepared, held a private conference of 2 hours there. Officers who remained at a distance during the interview were then reciprocally introduced, and the fullest good understanding seemed to be established between the sovereigns who had at their disposal so great a portion of the universe. It is not to be doubted that on this momentous occasion Napoleon exerted all those personal powers of attraction, which exercised on the part of one otherwise so distinguished rarely failed to acquire the goodwill of all with whom he had intercourse, when he was disposed to employ them. He possessed also in an eminent degree the sort of eloquence which can make the worse appear the better reason, and which, turning into ridicule the arguments derived from general principles of morality or honesty, which he was accustomed to term idiosyncrasy, makes all reasoning rest upon existing circumstances. Thus all the maxims of truth and honor might be plausibly parried by those arising out of immediate convenience, and the direct interest, or what seemed the direct interest of the party whom he wished to gain over, was put in immediate opposition to the dictates of moral sentiment and of princely virtue. In this manner, he might plausibly represent in many points that the wheel of Alexander's empire might require him to strain some of the maxims of truth and justice, and to do a little wrong in order to attain a great national advantage. The town of Tilsit was now declared neutral. Entertainments of every kind followed each other in close succession, and the French and Russian, nay, even the Prussian officers seemed so delighted with each other's society, that it was difficult to conceive that men so courteous and amiable had been for so many months drenching trampled snows and muddy wastes with each other's blood. The two emperors were constantly together, in public and in private, and on those occasions, their intimacy approached to the character of that of two young men of rank who are comrades in sport or frolic, as well as accustomed to be associates in affairs, and upon occasions of graver moment, they are well known to have had private and confidential meetings, where gaiety and even gallantry seemed to be the sole purpose, but where politics were not entirely forgotten. The King of Prussia at Tilsit. Upon the more public occasions, there were guests at the imperial festivities, for which they contained small mirth. On the 28th, the unfortunate King of Prussia arrived at Tilsit, and was presented to his formidable victor. Bonaparte did not admit him to the footing of equality on which he treated the Emperor Alexander, and made an early intimation that it would only be for the purpose of obliging his brother of the north that he might consent to relax his grasp on the Prussian territories. Those in the king's own possession were reduced to the petty territory of Memel, with the fortresses of Kolberg and Groditz. It was soon plain that the terms on which he was to be restored to a part of his dominions would deprive Prussia of almost all the accessions which had been made since 1773 under the system, and by the talents of the great Frederick, and reduce her at once from a first-rate power in Europe to one of the second class. The beautiful and unfortunate queen, whose high spirit had hastened the war, was anxious, if possible, to interfere with such weight as female intercession might use to diminish the calamities of the peace. It was but on the first day of the foregoing April that, when, meeting the Emperor Alexander at Königsberg, and feeling the full difference betwixt that interview and those at Berlin, which preceded the war, Alexander and Frederick William had remained locked for a time in each other's arms, the former shedding tears of compassion, the latter of grief. On the same occasion, the queen, as she saluted the emperor, could only utter amidst her tears the words "dear cousin," intimating at once the depth of their distress and their affectionate confidence in the magnanimity of their ally. This scene was melancholy, but that which succeeded it at Tilsit was more so, for it was embittered by degradation. The queen, who arrived at the place of treaty some days after her husband, was now not only to support the presence of Napoleon, in whose official prince she was personally abused, and who was the author of all the misfortunes which had befallen her country, but if she would in any degree repair these misfortunes, it could only be by exciting his compassion and propitiating his favor. Forgive us, she said, this fatal war. The memory of the great Frederick deceived us. We thought ourselves his equals because we are his descendants. Salas, we have not proved such with a zeal for the welfare of Prussia, which must have cost her own feelings exquisite pain. She used towards Napoleon those arts of insinuation by which women, possessed of high rank, great beauty, wit, and grace, frequently exercise an important influence. Desirous to pay his court, Napoleon on one occasion offered her a rose of uncommon beauty. The queen at first seemed to decline, receiving the courtesy, then accepted it, adding the stipulation at least with Magdeburg Bonaparte, as he boasted to Josephine, was proof against these ladylike artifices, as waxcloth is against rain. Your Majesty will be pleased to remember. He said that it is I who offer, and that your Majesty has only the task of accepting. It was discourteous to remind the unfortunate princess how absolutely she was at the mercy of the victor, and unchivalrous to dispute that a lady accepting a courtesy has a right to conceive herself as conferring an obligation, and is therefore entitled to annex a condition. But it is true, on the other hand, as Napoleon himself urged, that it would have been playing the gallant at a high price if he had exchanged towns and provinces in return for civilities. It is not believed that the Queen of Prussia succeeded to any extent in obtaining a modification of the terms to which her husband was subjected, and it is certain that she felt so deeply the distress into which her country was plunged that her sense of it brought her to an untimely grave. The death of this interesting and beautiful queen not only powerfully affected the mind of her husband and family, but the Prussian nation at large, who, regarding her as having died a victim to her patriotic sorrow for the national misfortunes, recorded her fate as one of the many injuries for which they were to call France and Napoleon to a severe accompting. Treaty of Tilsit. The terms imposed on Prussia by the Treaty of Tilsit were briefly these. That portion of Poland acquired by Prussia in the partition of 1772 was disunited from that kingdom and erected into a separate territory to be called the Grand Duchy of Warsaw. It was to be held by the King of Saxony under the character of Grand Duke, and it was stipulated that he was to have direct communication with this new acquisition by means of a military road across Silesia, a privilege likely to occasion constant jealousy betwixt the courts of Berlin and Warsaw. Thus ended the hope of the Poles to be restored to the condition of an independent nation. They merely exchanged the dominion of one German master for another, Prussia for Saxony Frederick William for Augustus, only difference being that the latter was descended from the ancient kings of Poland. They were, however, subjected to a milder and more easy yoke than that which they had hitherto borne, nor does it appear that the king, as he had been created of Saxony, derived any real addition of authority and consequence from the Grand Duchy of Warsaw. It seems indeed probable that the erection of this sovereignty was the effect of a composition between the emperors Napoleon, on the one hand renouncing all attempts at the liberation of Poland, which he could not have persevered in without continuing the war with Russia, and perhaps with Austria also, and Alexander consenting that Prussia should be deprived of her Polish dominions, under the stipulation that they were to be transferred to Saxony, from whose vicinity his empire could apprehend little danger. The constitution arranged for the Grand Duchy also was such as was not liable to lead to disturbances among those provinces of Poland, which were united with Austria, and Russia. Slavery was abolished, and the equality of legal rights among all ranks of citizens was acknowledged. The Grand Duke held the executive power, a Senate or upper house of 18 members and a lower house of nuncios or deputies amounting to 100, passed into laws or rejected at their pleasure such propositions as the Duke laid before them. But the diets, the pospolite, the liberum veto, and all the other turbulent privileges of the Polish nobles continued abolished as they had been under the Prussian government. Bonaparte made it his boast that he had returned the Prussian territories, not to the House of Brandenburg, but to Alexander, so that if Frederick William yet reigned, it was only, he said, by the friendship of Alexander, a term, he added, which he himself did not recognize in the vocabulary of sovereigns under the head of state affairs. Alexander, however, was not altogether so disinterested as Bonaparte, with something like a sneer, thus seemed to insinuate, there was accepted from the Grand Duchy of Warsaw, and added to the territory of Russia at the expense of Prussia, the province of Bialystok, serving materially to improve the frontier of the empire. Thus the Tsar in some degree profited by the distress of his ally. The apology for his conduct must rest first on the strength of the temptation to stretch his empire towards the Vistula as a great natural boundary, secondly on the plea that if he had declined the acquisition from a point of delicacy, Saxony, not Prussia, would have profited by his self-denial, as the territory of Bialystok would in that event have gone to augment the Duchy of Warsaw. Russia ceded the lordship of Jever to Holland as an ostensible compensation for her new acquisition. Danzig, with a certain surrounding territory, was by the Treaty of Tilsit recognized as a free city under the protection of Prussia and Saxony, there can be little doubt that the farther provision that France should occupy the town, until the conclusion of a maritime peace, was intended to secure for the use of Napoleon a place of arms so important in case of a new breach betwixt him and Russia. It followed as a matter of course that the Emperor Alexander and the King of Prussia ratified all the changes which Napoleon had wrought on Europe, acknowledged the thrones which he had erected, and recognized the leagues which he had formed on the other hand, out of deference to the emperor. Bonaparte consented that the Dukes of Saxe-Coburg-Oldenburg and Mecklenburg-Schwerin German princes connected with Alexander should remain in possession of their territories. The French, however, continuing to occupy the seaports of the two countries last named, until a final peace betwixt France and England. While these important negotiations were preceding a radical change, took place in the councils of the British nation, what was called the Fox and Grenville administration being dissolved, and their place supplied by one formed under the auspices of the Duke of Portland and comprehending Lords Liverpool Castlereagh Mr. Canning and other statesmen, professing the principles of the late William Pitt. It was an anxious object with the new cabinet to reconcile the Tsar to the alliance of England, and atone for the neglect with which he considered himself, as having been treated by their predecessors. With this purpose, Lord Levison Gower was dispatched with power to make such offers of conciliation as might maintain or renew an amicable intercourse between Britain and Russia. But the Emperor Alexander had taken his part at least, for the present, and being predetermined to embrace the course recommended by his new ally Bonaparte, he avoided giving audience to the British ambassador, and took his measures at Tilsit, without listening to the offers of accommodation, which Lord Gower was empowered to propose. By the Treaty of Tilsit, so far as made public, Russia offered her mediation betwixt Britain and France, on condition that the first-named kingdom should accept the proffer of her interference within a month. So far, therefore, the Tsar appeared to a certain extent careful of the interest of his late ally, but it is now perfectly well understood that among other private articles of this memorable treaty, there existed one by which the emperor bound himself in case of Britons, rejecting the proposed mediation to recognize and enforce what Bonaparte called the Continental System, by shutting his ports against British vessels and engaging the northern courts in a new coalition, having for its object the destruction of English maritime superiority, in a word, the armed northern neutrality, originally formed under the auspices of Catherine, and, in an evil hour adopted by the unfortunate Paul, was again to be established under the authority of Alexander. Denmark, smarting under the recollections of the Battle of Copenhagen, only waited, it was thought, the signal to join such a coalition, and would willingly consent to lend her still powerful navy to its support, and Sweden was in too weak and distracted a state to resist the united will of France and Russia, either regarding war with Britain or any other stipulations which it might be intended to impose upon her. But as there is no country of Europe to which the commerce of England is so beneficial as Russia, whose gross produce she purchases almost exclusively, it was necessary to observe strict secrecy upon these further, objects the ostensible proposal of mediation, was therefore resorted to less in the hope perhaps of establishing peace betwixt France and England, than in the expectation of affording a pretext which might justify in the eye of the Russian nation a rupture with the latter power. But in spite of every precaution which could be adopted, the address of the British ambassador obtained possession of the secret which France and Russia deemed it so important to conceal, and Lord Gower was able to transmit to his court an exact account of this secret article, and particularly of the two emperors having resolved to employ the Danish fleet in the destruction of the maritime rights of Britain, which had been so lately put upon a footing that to Alexander at least had, till his recent fraternization with Bonaparte, seemed entirely satisfactory. There were no doubt other secret articles, named in the Treaty of Tilsit, by which it seems to have been the object of these two great emperors, as they loved to term themselves, of the North and of the South, to divide the civilized world between them. It may be regarded as certain that Bonaparte opened to Alexander the course of unprincipled policy, which he intended to pursue respecting the kingdom of Spain, and procured his acquiescence in that daring usurpation, and it has been affirmed that he also stipulated for the aid of Russia to take Gibraltar, to recover Malta and Egypt, and to banish the British flag from the Mediterranean. All these enterprises were more or less directly calculated to the depression, or rather the destruction of Great Britain, the only formidable enemy who still maintained the strife against France, and so far the promised cooperation of Russia must have been in the highest degree grateful to Napoleon, but Alexander, however much he might be Bonaparte's personal admirer, did not follow his father's simplicity in becoming his absolute dupe, but took care in return for his compliance with the distant, and in some degree visionary projects of Bonaparte's ambition, to exact his countenance and cooperation in gaining certain acquisitions of the highest importance to Russia and which were found at a future period to have added powerfully to her means of defense. When she once more matched her strength with that of France to explain this, we must look back to the ancient policy of France and of Europe, when by supporting the weaker states and maintaining their dependence, it was the object to prevent the growth of any gigantic and overbearing power who might derange the balance of the civilized world. The growing strength of Russia, used in former times to be the natural subject of jealousy to the French government, and they endeavored to counterbalance these apprehensions by extending the protection of France to the two weaker neighbors of Russia, the Porte, and the Kingdom of Sweden, with which powers it had always been the policy of France to connect herself, and which connection was not only honorable to that kingdom, but useful to Europe. But at the Treaty of Tilsit, and in Bonaparte's subsequent conduct relating to these powers, he lost sight of this national policy, or rather, sacrificed it to his own personal objects. One of the most important private articles of the Treaty of Tilsit seems to have provided that Sweden should be despoiled of her provinces of Finland in favor of the Tsar, and be thus, with the consent of Bonaparte, deprived of all effectual means of annoying Russia. A single glance at the map will show how completely the possession of Finland put a Swedish army, or the army of France, as an ally of Sweden within a short march of St. Petersburg, and how by consenting to Sweden's being stripped of that important province, Napoleon relinquished the grand advantage to be derived from it, in case of his ever being again obliged to contend with Russia upon Russian ground. Yet there can be no doubt that at the Treaty of Tilsit, he became privy to the war which Russia shortly after waged against Sweden, in which Alexander deprived that ancient kingdom of her frontier province of Finland, and thereby obtained a covering territory of the last and most important consequence to his own capital. The Porte was no less made a sacrifice to the inordinate anxiety, which at the Treaty of Tilsit Bonaparte seems to have entertained for acquiring at any price, the accession of Russia to his extravagant desire of destroying England by the public treaty. Indeed, some care seems to have been taken of the interests of Turkey, since it provides that Turkey was to have the benefit of peace under the mediation of France, and that Russia was to evacuate Moldavia and Wallachia, for the acquisition of which she was then waging an unprovoked war. But by the secret agreement of the two emperors, it was unquestionably understood that Turkey in Europe was to be placed at the mercy of Alexander, as forming naturally a part of the Russian Empire, as Spain, Portugal, and perhaps Great Britain were from local position destined to become provinces of France. At the subsequent Congress, betwixt the emperors at Erfurt, their measures against the Porte were more fully adjusted. It may seem strange that the shrewd and jealous Napoleon should have suffered himself to be so much overreached in his treaty with Alexander, since the benefits stipulated for France in the Treaty of Tilsit were in a great measure vague, and subjects of hope, rather than certainty. The British naval force was not easily to be subdued. Gibraltar and Malta are as strong fortresses as the world can exhibit. The conquest of Spain was at least a doubtful undertaking, if the last war of the succession was carefully considered. But the Russian objects were nearer, and were within her grasp. Finland was seized on with little difficulty, nor did the conquest even of Constantinople possess anything very difficult to a Russian army if unopposed save by the undisciplined forces of the Turkish Empire. Thus it is evident that Napoleon exchanged for distant and contingent prospects his acquiescence in the Russian objects, which were near essential, and in comparison of easy attainment. The effect of this policy we shall afterwards advert to. Meanwhile, the two most ancient allies of France, and who were of the greatest political importance to her, in case of a second war with Russia, were most unwisely abandoned to the mercy of that power, who failed not to despoil Sweden of Finland, and but for intervening causes would probably have seized upon Constantinople with the same ease. If the reader should wonder how Bonaparte, able and astucious as he was, came to be overreached in the Treaty of Tilsit, we believe the secret may be found in a piece of private history. Even at that early period, Napoleon nourished the idea of fixing, as he supposed, the fate of his own family or dynasty by connecting it by marriage with the blood of one of the established monarchies of Europe. He had hopes even then that he might obtain the hand of one of the archduchesses of Russia, nor did the emperor throw any obstacle in the way of the scheme. It is well known that his suit was afterwards disappointed by the Empress Mother, who pleaded the difference of religion, but at the time of the Treaty of Tilsit, Napoleon was actually encouraged, or deceived himself into an idea that he received encouragement to form a perpetual family connection with Russia. This induced him to deal easily with Alexander in the matters which they had to discuss together, and to act the generous, almost the prodigal friend. And this also seems to have been the reason why Napoleon frequently complained of Alexander's insincerity, and often termed him the Greek according to the Italian sense of the name, which signifies a trickster or deceiver. But we must return from the secret articles of the Tilsit Treaty, which opened such long vistas in futurity, to the indisputable and direct consequences of that remarkable measure. The treaty betwixt Russia and France was signed upon the 7th that betwixt France and Prussia on the 9th July. Frederick William published upon the 24th of the same month, one of the most dignified, and at the same time, the most affecting proclamations that ever expressed the grief of an unfortunate sovereign. Dear inhabitants of faithful provinces, districts, and towns, said this most interesting document, my arms have been unfortunate, the efforts of the relics of my army have been of no avail, driven to the extreme boundaries of my empire, and having seen my powerful ally conclude an armistice, and sign a peace, no choice remained for me save to follow his example. That peace was necessarily purchased upon terms corresponding to imperious circumstances. It has imposed on me, and on my house it has imposed upon the whole country the most painful sacrifices, the bonds of treaties, the reciprocalities of love and duty. The work of ages have been broken asunder, my efforts have proved in vain, fate ordains it. And a father parts from his children, I release you completely from your allegiance to myself and to my house. My most ardent prayers for your welfare will always attend you in your relations to your new sovereign. Be, to him, what you have ever been to me. Neither force nor fate shall ever efface the remembrance of you from my heart. To trace the triumphant return of the victor is a singular contrast to those melancholy effusions of the vanquished monarch. The Treaty of Tilsit had ended all appearance of opposition to France upon the continent. The British armament, which had been sent to Pomerania too late in the campaign, was re-embarked, and the King of Sweden, evacuating Stralsund, retired to the dominions, which he was not very long destined to call his own, after having remained together for 20 days, during which they daily maintained the most friendly intercourse and held together long and secret conferences. The two emperors at last separated with demonstrations of the highest personal esteem, and each heaping upon the other all the honors which it was in his power to bestow. The Congress broke up on the 9th July, and on his return to France, Napoleon visited Saxony, and was there met at Botzen, doomed, for a very different reason, to be renowned in his history, by King Augustus, who received him with the honors due to one who had in outward appearance, at least, augmented the power which he might have overthrown. Paris. On 29th July, Napoleon, restored to his palace at St. Cloud, received the homage of the Senate and other official and constitutional bodies. The celebrated naturalist, Lacebede, as the organ of the former body, made a pompous enumeration of the miracles of the campaign and avowed that the accomplishment of such wonderful actions, as would seemingly have required ages, was but to Napoleon the work of a few months, while at the same time his ruling genius gave motion to all the domestic administration of his vast empire, and although 400 leagues distant from the capital, was present with and observant of the most complicated as well as extensive details. We cannot, concludes the orator, offer to your majesty praises worthy of you. Your glory is too much raised above us. It will be the task of posterity, removed at a distance from your presence, to estimate with greater truth its real degree of elevation. Enjoy, sire, the recompense, the most worthy of the greatest of monarchs, the happiness of being beloved by the greatest of nations, and may our great-grandchildren be long happy under your majesty's reign. So spoke the president of the French Senate, and who that wished to retain the name of a rational being dared have said that, within the period of 7 years, the same Senate would be carrying to the downfallen and dejected King of Prussia their congratulations on his share in the overthrow of the very man whom they were now adoring as a demigod. The fortunes and fame of Napoleon were indeed such as to excite in the highest degree the veneration with which men look upon talents and success. All opposition seemed to sink before him, and fortune appeared only to have looked doubtfully upon him during a part of the last campaign, in order to render still brighter the auspicious aspect under which she closed it. Many of his most confirmed enemies, who from their proved attachment to the House of Bourbon, had secretly disowned the authority of Bonaparte, and doubted the continuance of his success, when they saw Prussia lying at his feet and Russia clasping his hand in friendship, conceived they should be struggling against the decrees of Providence. Did they longer continue to resist their predestined master Austerlitz, had shaken their constancy Tilsit destroyed it, and with few and silent exceptions, the vows, hopes, and wishes of France seemed turned on Napoleon. As her heir by destiny perhaps, he himself only could finally have disappointed their expectations. But he was like the adventurous climber on the Alps, to whom the surmounting the most tremendous precipices and ascending to the most towering peaks only shows yet dizzier heights and higher points of elevation. Chapter Roman 37 British Expedition to Calabria, under Sir John Stuart character of the people opposed, by General Rainier Battle of May 4th, July 1806 defeat of the French Calabria, evacuated by the British erroneous commercial views and military plans of the British Ministry on successful attack on Buenos Aires General Whitelocke's Cheshire expedition against Turkey, and its dependencies Admiral Duckworth's squadron sent against Constantinople passes and repasses the Dardanelles, without accomplishing anything expedition, against Alexandria Rosetta attacked British troops defeated and, withdrawn from Egypt September 1807 Curaçoa, and Cape of Good Hope taken by England British expedition, against Copenhagen at Citadel forts, and fleet surrendered to the British effects of this proceeding upon France and Russia coalition of France, Russia, Austria, and Prussia, against British commerce. The Treaty of Tilsit is an important point in the history of Napoleon. At no time did his power seem more steadfastly rooted, more feebly assailed the cankerworm, by which it was ultimately to be destroyed, was like that of the forestry entrenched and hidden in the bosom of him, whom it was destined to sap and consume. It is a fitting time, therefore, to take a general survey of the internal character of his government, when the arrangements seemed to be at his own choice, and ere misfortune hitherto, a stranger dictated his course of proceeding, which had before experienced no control save his own. Will we propose, therefore, in the next chapter, to take a brief review of the character of Bonaparte's government during this, the most flourishing period of his power. But ere doing so, we must shortly notice some circumstances, civil and military, which though they had but slight immediate effect upon the general current of events, yet served to illustrate the character of the parties concerned, and to explain future incidents which were followed by more important consequences. These we have hitherto omitted in order to present in a continuous and uninterrupted form the history of the momentous warfare, in the course of which Prussia was for the time subjugated, and Russia so far tamed by the eventful struggle, as to be willing to embrace the relation of an ally to the conqueror, whose course she had proposed to stem and to repel. Among these comparatively minor incidents must be reckoned the attempt made by the British government to rescue the Calabrian dominions of the Neapolitan Bourbons from the intrusive government of Joseph. Bonaparte, the character of the inhabitants of that mountainous country, is well-known bigots in their religion, and detesting a foreign yoke, as is usual with natives of a wild and almost lawless region sudden in their passions, and readily having recourse to the sword in revenge whether of public or private injury, enticed also by the prospect of occasional booty, and retaining a wild species of attachment to Ferdinand, whose manners and habits were popular with the Italians, and especially with those of the inferior order, the Calabrians were readily excited to take arms by the agents sent over to practice among them by the Sicilian court, lawless at the time, cruel in their mode of conducting war, and incapable of being subjected to discipline. The bands which they formed amongst themselves acted rather in the manner, and upon the motives of banditti, than of patriots. They occasionally and individually showed much courage, and even a sort of instinctive skill, which taught them how to choose their ambushes, defend their passes, and thus maintain a sort of predatory war in which the French sustained considerable losses. Yet if their efforts remained unassisted by some regular force, it was evident that these insurrectionary troops must be destroyed in detail by the disciplined and calculated exertions of the French soldiers to prevent this, and to gratify at the same time the anxious wishes of the court of Palermo. Sir John Stuart, who commanded the British troops which had been sent to defend Sicily, undertook an expedition to the neighboring shore of Italy, and disembarked in the Gulf of St. Euphemia, near the frontier of Lower Calabria, in the beginning of July 1806, with something short of 5,000 men. The disembarkation was scarcely made, ere the British commander learned that General Rainier, who commanded for Joseph Bonaparte in Calabria, had assembled a force nearly equal to his own, and had advanced to Maida, a town, about 10 miles distant from St. Euphemia. With the purpose of giving him battle, Sir John Stuart lost no time in moving to meet him, and Rainier, confident in the numbers of his cavalry, the quality of his troops, and his own skill in tactics, abandoned a strong position on the further bank of the river Amata, and on the 4th July came down to meet the British in the open plain of all Bonaparte's generals. An Englishman would have desired in especial to be opposed to this leader, who had published a book on the evacuation of Egypt in which he denied every claim on the part of the British to skill or courage, and imputed the loss of the province exclusively to the incapacity of Menu, under whom Rainier the author had served as second in command. He was now to try his own fate with the enemy, for whom he had expressed so much contempt. At 9 in the morning, the two lines were opposite to each other, when the British light infantry, brigade forming the right of the advanced line, and the one air ledger on the French left, a favorite regiment, found themselves confronted, as if by mutual consent, when at the distance of about 100 yards the opposed corps threw in 2 or 3 close fires reciprocally, and then rushed on to charge each other with the bayonet. The British commanding officer, perceiving that his men were embarrassed by the blankets which they carried at their backs, halted the line that they might throw them down. The French saw the pause, and taking it for the hesitation of fear, advanced with a quickened pace. And loud acclamations, an officer, our informer, seeing their veteran appearance, mustached countenances, and regularity of order, could not forbear a feeling of anxiety, as he glanced his eye along the British line, which consisted in a great measure of young and beardless recruits, but disembarrassed of their load, and receiving the order to advance they cheered, and in their turn hastened towards the enemy with a rapid pace, and leveled bayonets. The French officers were now seen encouraging their men, whose courage began to falter when they found they were to be the assailed party, not the assailants. Their line halted, they could not be brought to advance by the utmost efforts of their officers, and when the British were within bayonet's length they broke, and ran, but too late for safety, for they were subjected to the most dreadful slaughter. An attempt made by Rainier to redeem the day with his cavalry was totally unsuccessful. He was beaten on all points, and in such a manner as left it indisputable that the British soldier, man to man, has a superiority over his enemy, similar to that which the British seaman possesses upon his peculiar element. It would be in vain to inquire whether this superiority, which we do not hesitate to say, has been made manifest, with very few exceptions, wherever the British have met foreign troops upon equal terms, arises from a stronger conformation of body or a more determined turn of mind. But it seems certain that the British soldier, inferior to the Frenchman in general intelligence and in individual acquaintance with the trade of war, has a decided advantage in the bloody shock of actual conflict, and especially when maintained by the bayonet body to body. It is remarkable also that the charm is not peculiar to any one of the three United Nations, but is common to the natives of all, different as they are in habits and education. The guards supplied by the City of London may be contrasted with a regiment of Irish recruited among their rich meadows, or a body of Scotch from their native wildernesses, and while it may be difficult to assign the palm to either over the other two, all are found to exhibit that species of dogged and desperate courage, which, without staying to measure force or calculate chances, rushes on the enemy as the bulldog upon the bear. This great moral encouragement was the chief advantage derived from the Battle of Maida, for such was the tumultuous, sanguinary, and unmanageable character of the Calabrian insurgents that it was judged impossible to continue the war with such assistance. The malaria was also found to affect the British troops, and Sir John Stuart, re-embarking his little army, returned to Sicily, and the efforts of the British were confined to the preservation of that island. But the Battle of Maida was valuable as a corollary to that of Alexandria. We have not learned whether General Rainier ever thought it equally worthy of a commentary. Plans of the British ministry. The eyes of the best-informed men in Britain were now open to the disadvantageous and timid policy of conducting this momentous war by petty expeditions and experimental armaments, too inadequate to the service to be productive of anything but disappointment. The paltry idea of making war for British objects, as it was called, that is, withholding from the general cause those efforts which might have saved our allies, and going in search of some petty object in which Britain might see an individual interest, was now universally acknowledged, although it became more difficult than ever to select points of attack where our limited means might command success. It was also pretty distinctly seen that the plan of opening a market for British manufactures by conquering distant and unhealthy provinces was as idle as immoral in the latter quality. It somewhat resembled the proceedings of the surgeon mentioned in Lesage's satirical novel, Who Converted Passengers into Patience by a Stroke of His Poniard. and then hastened in his medical capacity to cure the wounds he had inflicted in point of profit. We had frequently to regret that the colonists whom we proposed to convert by force of arms into customers for British goods were too rude to want and too poor to pay for them. Nothing deceives itself so willingly as the love of gain. Our principal merchants and manufacturers, among other commercial visions, had imagined to themselves an unlimited market for British commodities in the immense plains surrounding Buenos Aires, which are in fact peopled by a sort of Christian savages called gauchos, whose principal furniture is the skulls of dead horses, whose only food is raw beef, and water, whose sole employment is to catch wild cattle by hampering them with a gaucho's noose, and whose chief amusement is to ride wild horses to death. Unfortunately, they were found to prefer their national independence to cottons and muslins. Several attempts were made on this miserable country, and neither redounded to the honor or advantage of the British nation. Buenos Aires was taken possession of by a handful of British troops on the 27th June 1806, who were attacked by the inhabitants and by a few Spanish troops, and surrounded in the marketplace of the town under a general and galling fire, were compelled to lay down their arms and surrender prisoners of war. A small remnant of the invading forces retained possession of a town on the coast called Maldonado in October 1806. An expedition was sent out to reinforce this small body and make some more material impression upon the continent of South America, which the nation were under the delusion of considering as a measure extremely to the advantage of British trade. Montevideo was taken, and a large body of troops under command of General Whitelock, a man of factitious reputation, and who had risen high in the army without having seen much service, marched against Buenos Aires. This person proved both fool and coward. He pushed his columns of attack into the streets of Buenos Aires, knowing that the flat roofs and terraces were manned by excellent though irregular marksmen, and that the British might have no means of retaliation. They were not permitted to load their muskets as if stone walls could have been carried by the bayonet. One of the columns was obliged to surrender, and although another had, in spite of desperate opposition, possessed themselves of a strong position, and that a few shells might have probably ended the sort of defense which had been maintained, Whitelock thought it best to conclude a treaty with the enemy for recovery of the British prisoners, and so to renounce all further attempts on the colony. For this misconduct, he was cashiered by the sentence of a court-martial. An expedition against Turkey and its dependencies was as little creditable to the councils of Britain, and eventually to her arms, as were her attempts on South America. It arose out of a war betwixt England and the Porte, her late ally, against France, for so singular had been the turns of chance in this extraordinary conflict, that allies became enemies and enemies returned to a state of close alliance almost before war or peace could be proclaimed between them. The time was long past when the sublime Ottoman Porte could regard the quarrels and wars of Christian powers with the contemptuous indifference with which men look on the strife of the meanest and most unclean animals. She was now in such close contact with them as to feel a thrilling interest in their various revolutions. The invasion of Egypt excited the Porte against France and disposed them to a close alliance with Russia and England, until Bonaparte's assumption of the imperial dignity, on which occasion the Turks, overawed by the pitch of power to which he had ascended, sent an embassy to congratulate his succession, and expressed a desire to cultivate his friendship. Constantinople. Napoleon, whose eyes were sometimes almost involuntarily turned to the east, and who besides desired at that period to break off the good understanding betwixt the Porte and the cabinet of St. Petersburg, dispatched Sebastiani as his envoy to Constantinople, a man well known for his skill in oriental intrigues, as was displayed in the celebrated report, which had so much influence in breaking through the peace of Amiens. The effect of this ambassador's promises, threats, and intrigues was soon apparent. The Turks had come under an engagement that they would not change the hospodars or governors of Moldavia and Wallachia. Sebastiani easily alarmed Turkish pride on the subject of this stipulation, and induced them to break through it. The two hospodars were removed in defiance of the agreement made to the contrary, and although the Turks became aware of the risk to which they had exposed themselves, and offered to replace the governors whom they had dismissed, Russia, with precipitate resentment, declared war, and invaded the two provinces in question. They overran and occupied them, but to their own cost, as an army of 50,000 men thus rashly engaged against the Turks might have been of the last consequence in the fields of Eylau, Heilsberg, or Friedland. In the meanwhile, Great Britain sent a squadron under Sir Thomas Duckworth to compel the Porte to dismiss the French ambassador and return to the line of politics, which Sebastiani had induced them to abandon. Admiral Duckworth past the Dardanelles in spite of the immense cannon by which they are guarded, and which hurled from their enormous muzzles massive fragments of marble, instead of ordinary bullets. But if ever it was intended to act against the Turks, by any other means than intimidation, the opportunity was suffered to escape, and an intercourse by message and billet was permitted to continue until the Turks had completed a line of formidable fortifications, while the state of the weather was too unfavorable to allow even an effort at the destruction of Constantinople, which had been the alternative submitted to the Turks by the English admiral. The English repassed the Dardanelles in no very creditable manner, hated for the threats which they had uttered, and despised for not having attempted to make their menaces good. Neither was a subsequent expedition to Alexandria more favorable in its results. 5,000 men under General Fraser were disembarked and occupied the town with much ease, but a division dispatched against Rosetta was the cause of renewing in a different part of the world. The calamity of Buenos Aires, the detachment was incautiously and unskillfully on our part decoyed into the streets of an oriental town, where the enemy who had manned the terraces and the flat roofs of their houses slaughtered the assailants with much ease and little danger to themselves. Some subsequent ill-combined attempts were made for reducing the same place, and after sustaining a loss of more than a fifth of their number by climate and combat, the British troops were withdrawn from Egypt on the 23rd of September 1807. It was no great comfort under these repeated failures that the British were able to secure the Dutch island of Curaçao, but the capture of the Cape of Good Hope was an object of deep importance, and the more so as it was taken at a small expense of lives. Its consequence to our Indian trade is so great that we may well hope it will be at no future time given up to the enemy. Upon the whole, the general policy of England was at this period of an irresolute and ill-combined character. Her ministers showed a great desire to do something, but as great a doubt what that something was to be. Thus they either mistook the importance of the objects which they aimed at, or undertaking them, without a sufficient force, failed to carry them into execution, if the wealth and means, more especially, the brave troops frittered away in the attempts at Calabria, Buenos Aires, Alexandria, and elsewhere had been united with the forces sent to Stralsund and thrown into the rear of the French army before the fatal Battle of Friedland. Europe might in all probability have escaped that severe, and for a time decisive, blow. The evil of this error, which had pervaded our continental efforts from the beginning of the original war with France, down to the period of which we are treating, began now to be felt from experience. Britain gained nothing whatever by her partial efforts, not even settlements or sugar islands. The enemy maintained against her revenues, and commerce a constant and never-ceasing war. Her resistance was equally stubborn, and it was evident that the strife on both sides was to be mortal. Ministers were therefore called upon for bolder risks, the nation for greater sacrifices than had yet been demanded, and it became evident to everyone that England's hope of safety lay in her own exertions, not for petty or selfish objects, but such as might have a decided influence on the general events of the war. The urgent pressure of the moment was felt by the new administration, whose principles being in favor of the continuance of the war, their efforts to conduct it with energy began now to be manifest. Copenhagen. The first symptoms of this change of measures were exhibited in the celebrated expedition to Copenhagen, which manifested an energy and determination, not of late visible, in the military operations of Britain on the continent. It can hardly be made matter of serious doubt that one grand object by which Bonaparte meant to enforce the Continental System, and thus reduce the power of England without battle or invasion, was the re-establishment of the great alliance of the northern powers for the destruction of Britain's maritime superiority. This had been threatened towards the conclusion of the American War, and had been again acted upon in 1801, when the unnatural compact was dissolved by the cannon of Nelson and the death of the Emperor Paul. The Treaty of Tilsit, according to the information which the British ambassador had procured, certainly contained an article to this purpose, and ministers received from other quarters the most positive information of what was intended. Indeed, the Emperor Alexander had shown, by many indications, that, in the new friendship which he had formed with the Emperor of the East, he was to embrace his resentment and further his plans against England. The unfortunate Gustavus of Sweden could scarcely be expected voluntarily to embrace the proposed Northern Alliance, and his ruin was probably resolved upon. But the accession of Denmark was of the utmost consequence. That country still possessed a fleet, and the local situation of the island of Zealand gave her the key of the Baltic. Her confessed weakness could not have permitted her, for an instant, to resist the joint influence of Russia and France, even if her angry recollection of the destruction of her fleet by Nelson had not induced her inclinations to lean in that direction. It was evident that Denmark would only be permitted to retain her neutrality till it suited the purposes of the more powerful parties to compel her to throw it off in this case. And finding the French troops approaching Holstein Jutland and Fiume, the British government acting on the information which they had received of the purpose of their enemies, conceived themselves entitled to require from Denmark a pledge as to the line of conduct which she proposed to adopt on the approach of hostilities, and some rational security that such a pledge, when given, should be redeemed. A formidable expedition was now fitted out humanely, as well as politically calculated on a scale of such magnitude, as it might be expected, would render impossible the resistance which the Danes, as a high-spirited people, might offer to such a harsh species of expostulation. 27 sail of the line and 20,000 men under the command Lord Cathcart were sent to the Baltic to support a negotiation with Denmark, which it was still hoped might terminate without hostilities. The fleet was conducted with great ability through the intricate passages called the Belts, and was disposed in such a manner that 90 pendants flying round Zealand entirely blockaded the shores of that island. Under these auspices, the negotiation was commenced. The British envoy, Mr. Jackson, had the delicate task of stating to the Crown Prince, in person, the expectation of England, that His Royal Highness should explain unequivocally his sentiments, and declare the part which he meant to take between her and France. The unpleasant condition was annexed that to secure any protestation which might be made of friendship or neutrality, it was required that the fleet and naval stores of the Danes should be delivered into the hands of Great Britain, not in right of property, but to be restored so soon as the state of affairs which induced her to require possession of them should be altered for more peaceful times. The closest alliance and every species of protection which Britain could afford was proffered to obtain compliance with these proposals. Finally, the Crown Prince was given to understand that so great a force was sent in order to afford him an apology to France, should he choose to urge it, as having been compelled to submit to the English demands. But at the same time, it was intimated that the forces would be actually employed to compel the demands if they should be refused. In the ordinary intercourse betwixt nations, these requisitions on the part of Britain would have been with respect to Denmark severe and unjustifiable. The apology arose out of the peculiar circumstances of the times. The condition of England was that of an individual who, threatened by the approach of a superior force of mortal enemies, sees close beside him, and with arms in his hand, one of whom he had a right to be suspicious as having cooperated against him on 2 former occasions, and who he has the best reason to believe is at the very moment engaged in a similar alliance to his prejudice. The individual in the case supposed would certainly be warranted in requiring to know this third party's intention, nay, in disarming him, if he had strength to do so, and retaining his weapons as the best pledge of his neutrality. However this reasoning may be admitted to justify the British demands, we cannot wonder that it failed to enforce compliance on the part of the Crown Prince. There was something disgraceful in delivering up the fleet of the nation, under a menace that violence would otherwise be employed. And although for the sake of his people and his capital, he ought in prudence to have forborne an ineffectual resistance, yet it was impossible to blame a high-minded and honorable man for making the best defense in his power. So soon as the object of the Danes was found to be delay and evasion, while they made a hasty preparation for defense, the soldiers were disembarked, batteries erected, and a bombardment commenced which occasioned a dreadful conflagration. Some forces which had been collected in the interior of the island were dispersed by the troops under Sir Arthur Wellesley, a name already famous in India, but now for the first time heard in European warfare. The unavailing defense was at last discontinued, and upon the 8th September the citadel and forts of Copenhagen were surrendered to the British general. The Danish ships were fitted out for sea with all possible dispatch, together with the naval stores, to a very large amount which, had they fallen into the hands of the French, must have afforded them considerable facility in fitting out a fleet. As the nature and character of the attack upon Copenhagen were attended by circumstances which were very capable of being misrepresented, Fransuho, through the whole war, had herself shown the most total disregard for the rights of neutral nations with her leader Napoleon, the invader of Egypt when in profound peace with the Port of Hanover, when in amity with the German Empire, and who was at this very moment meditating the appropriation of Spain and Portugal. France was filled with extreme horror at the violence practiced on the Danish capital Russia was also offended, and to a degree which showed that a feeling of disappointed schemes mingled with her affectation of zeal for the rights of neutrality. But the daring and energetic spirit with which England had formed and accomplished her plan struck a wholesome terror into other nations, and showed neutrals that if, while assuming that character, they lent their secret countenance to the enemies of Great Britain, they were not to expect that it was to be done with impunity. This was indeed no small hardship upon the lesser powers, many of whom would no doubt have been well contented to have observed a strict neutrality, but for the threats and influence of France against whom they had no means of defense. But the furious conflict of such two nations as France and England is like the struggle of giants, in which the smaller and more feeble who have the misfortune to be in the neighborhood are sure to be borne down and trodden upon by one or both parties. The extreme resentment expressed by Bonaparte, when he received intelligence of this critical and decisive measure, might serve to argue the depth of his disappointment at such an unexpected anticipation of his purposes. He had only left to him the comfort of railing against Britain in the Moniteur, and the breach of peace and of the law of nations was gravely imputed to England as an inexpiable crime by one who never suffered his regard either for his own word or the general good faith observed amongst nations to interfere with any wish or interest he had ever entertained. Coalition British commerce. The conduct of Russia was more singular. An English officer of literary celebrity was employed by Alexander, or those who were supposed to share his most secret counsels, to convey to the British ministry the emperor's expressions of the secret satisfaction which his imperial majesty felt at the skill and dexterity which Britain had displayed in anticipating and preventing the purposes of France by her attack upon Copenhagen. Her ministers were invited to communicate freely with the Tsar, as with a prince who, though obliged to give way to circumstances, was nevertheless as much attached as ever to the cause of European independence. Thus invited, the British cabinet entered into an explanation of their views for establishing a counterbalance to the exorbitant power of France by Northern Confederacy of an offensive and defensive character. It was supposed that Sweden would enter with pleasure into such an alliance, and that Denmark would not decline it if encouraged by the example of Russia, who was proposed as the head and soul of the coalition. Such a communication was accordingly made to the Russian ministers, but was received with the utmost coldness. It is impossible now to determine whether there had been some overconfidence in the agent, whether the communication had been founded on some hasty and fugitive idea of a breach with France, which the emperor had afterwards abandoned, or finally whether, as is more probable, it originated in a wish to fathom the extent of Great Britain's resources and the purposes to which she meant to devote them. It is enough to observe that the countenance with which Russia received the British communication was so different from that with which she had invited the confidence of her ministers, that the negotiation proved totally abortive. Alexander's ultimate purpose was given to the world so soon as Britain had declined the offered mediation of Russia in her disputes with France. In a proclamation, or manifesto, sent forth by the emperor, he expressed his repentance for having entered into agreements with England, which he had found prejudicial to the Russian trade. He complained with justice of the manner in which Britain had conducted the war by petty expeditions, conducive only to her own selfish ends, and the attack upon Denmark was treated as a violation of the rights of nations. He therefore annulled every convention entered into between Russia and Britain, and especially that of 1801, and he avowed the principles of the armed neutrality, which he termed a monument of the wisdom of the great Catherine, in November 1807. An ukase, or imperial decree, was issued imposing an embargo on British vessels and property, but by the favor of the Russian nation, and even of the officers employed by government. The shipmasters were made aware of the impending arrest, and not less than 80 vessels setting sail, with a favorable wind, reached Britain with their cargoes in safety. Austria and Prussia found themselves under the necessity of following the example of Russia and declaring war against British commerce, so that Bonaparte had now made an immense stride towards his principal object of destroying every species of intercourse which could unite England with the continent. Chapter Roman 38 View of the internal government of Napoleon. At the period of the peace of Tilsit, the tribunate abolished council of state prefectures their nature, and objects described the code. Napoleon its provisions, its merits and defects comparison betwixt that code and the jurisprudence of England laudable efforts of Napoleon to carry it into effect. Internal government. At this period of Bonaparte's elevation, when his power seemed best established, and most permanent, it seems proper to take a hasty view, not indeed of the details of his internal government, which is a subject that would exhaust volumes, but at least of its general character of the means by which his empire was maintained, and the nature of the relations which it established betwixt the sovereign and his subjects. The ruling, almost the sole principle, on which the government of Bonaparte rested was the simple proposition, upon which despotism of every kind has founded itself in every species of society, namely, that the individual who is to exercise the authority and power of the state shall on the one hand dedicate himself and his talents exclusively to the public service of the empire, while on the other the nation subjected to his rule shall requite this self-devotion on his part by the most implicit obedience to his will. Some despots have rested this claim to universal submission upon family descent and upon their right, according to Filmer's doctrine, of representing the original father of the tribe and becoming the legitimate inheritors of a patriarchal power. Others have strained scripture and abused common sense to establish in their own favor a right through the especial decree of Providence to the hereditary title. Bonaparte could of course assert no claim, but he founded not a little on the second principle, often holding himself out to others and no doubt occasionally considering himself in his own mind as an individual destined by heaven to the high station which he held, and one who could not therefore be opposed in his career, without an express struggle being maintained against destiny, who leading him by the hand, and at the same time protecting him with her shield, had guided him by paths as strange as perilous too. The post of eminence which he now occupied, no one had been his tutor in the lessons, which led the way to his preferment. No one had been his guide in the dangerous ascent to power. Scarce anyone had been of so much consequence to his promotion as to claim even the merit of an ally, however humble. It seemed as if Napoleon had been wafted on to this stupendous pitch of grandeur by a power more effectual than that of any human assistance, nay, which surpassed what could have been expected from his own great talents, unassisted by the especial interposition of destiny in his favor. Yet it was not to this principle alone that the general acquiescence in the unlimited power which he asserted is to be imputed. Bonaparte understood the character of the French nation so well that he could offer them an acceptable indemnification for servitude, first in the height to which he proposed to raise their national preeminence, secondly, in the municipal establishments, by means of which he administered their government, and which, though miserably defective in all which would have been demanded by a nation accustomed to the administration of equal and just laws, afforded a protection to life and property that was naturally most welcome to those who had been so long under the republican system, made the victims of cruelty, rapacity, and the most extravagant and unlimited tyranny, rendered yet more odious as exercised under the pretext of liberty. To the first of these arts of government we have often adverted, and it must be always recalled to mind whenever the sources of Bonaparte's power over the public mind in France come to be treated of. He himself gave the solution in a few words, when censuring the imbecility of the directors to whose power he succeeded. These men, he said, know not how to work upon the imagination of the French nation. This idea, which in phraseology is rather Italian than French, expresses the chief secret of Napoleon's authority. He held himself out as the individual upon whom the fate of France depended, off whose 100 decisive victories France enjoyed the glory. It was he whose sword, hewing down obstacles which her bravest monarchs had accounted insurmountable, had cut the way to her now undeniable supremacy over Europe. He alone could justly claim to be absolute monarch of France, who, raising that nation from a perilous condition, had healed her discords, reconciled her factions, turned her defeats into victory, and from a disunited people about to become the prey to civil and external war had elevated her to the situation of Queen of Europe. This had been all accomplished upon one condition, and as we have stated elsewhere, it was that which the tempter offered in the wilderness after his ostentatious display of the kingdoms of the earth. All these will I give thee if thou wilt fall down and worship me. Napoleon had completed the boastful promise, and it flattered a people more desirous of glory than of liberty, and so much more pleased with hearing of national conquests in foreign countries than of enjoying the freedom of their own individual thoughts and actions, that they unreluctantly surrendered the latter, in order that their vanity might be flattered by the former. Thus did Napoleon avail himself of, or to translate his phrase more literally, play upon the imagination of the French people, he gave them public festivals, victories, and extended dominion, and in return claimed the right of carrying their children in successive swarms to yet more distant and yet more extended conquests, and of governing according to his own pleasure the bulk of the nation which remained behind. To attain this purpose, one species of idolatry was gradually and ingeniously substituted for another, and the object of the public devotion was changed. While the worship was continued, France had been formerly governed by political maxims, was now ruled by the name of an individual formerly. The Republic was everything, forget Tuileries or Pichegru were nothing. Now the name of a successful general was of more influence than the whole code of the rights of man. France had submitted to murder, spoliation, revolutionary tribunals, and every species of cruelty and oppression, while they were gilded by the then talismanic expressions liberty and equality, fraternization, public welfare, and the happiness of the people. She was now found equally compliant when the watchword was the honor of his imperial and royal majesty, the interests of the great empire, the splendors of the imperial throne. It must be owned that the sacrifices under the last form were less enormous. They were limited to taxes at the imperial pleasure, and a perpetual anticipation of the conscription. The republican tyrants claimed both life and property. The emperor was satisfied with a tithe of the latter, and the unlimited disposal of that portion of the family who could best support the burden of arms for augmenting the conquests of France. Such were the terms on which this long distracted country attained once more, after its revolution, the advantage of a steady and effective government. The character of that government, its means and principles of action, must now be briefly traced. It cannot be forgotten that Bonaparte, the heir of the revolution, appropriated to himself the forms and modifications of the directorial government, altered in some degree by the ingenuity of Sieyès, but they subsisted as forms only and were carefully divested of all effectual impulse on the government. The Senate and legislative bodies became merely passive and pensioned creatures of the emperor's will, whom he used as a medium for promulgating the laws, which he was determined to establish. The tribunate had been instituted for the protection of the people against all acts of arbitrary power, whether by imprisonment, exile, assaults on the liberty of the press, or otherwise. But after having gradually undermined the rights and authority of this body, after having rendered its meetings partial and secret, and having deprived it of its boldest members, Bonaparte suppressed it entirely on account, as he alleged, of the expense which it occasioned to the government. It had indeed become totally useless. But this was because its character had been altered, and because originating from the Senate and not from popular election, the tribunate never consisted of that class of persons who are willing to encounter the frown of power when called upon to impeach its aggressions. Yet, as the very name of this body, while it subsisted, recalled some ideas of republican freedom, the emperor thought fit altogether to abolish it. The Council of State, the deliberative council of the emperor, existed in his own personal council of state, of whose consultations, in which he himself presided, he made frequent use during the course of his reign. Its functions were of an anomalous character, comprehending political legislation or judicial business according to the order of the day. It was in short Bonaparte's resource when he wanted the advice or opinion or information of others in aid of his own, and he often took the assistance of the Council of State in order to form those resolutions which he afterwards executed by means of his ministers. Monsieur de Law's cases himself, a member of it, has dwelt with complacence upon the freedom which Bonaparte permitted to their debates, and the good humor with which he submitted to contradiction, even when expressed with obstinacy or vivacity, and would have us consider the council as an important barrier afforded to the citizens against the arbitrary will of the sovereign. What he has said, however, only amounts to this, that Bonaparte, desirous to have the advice of his counselors, tolerated their freedom of speech and even of remonstrance. Mahmoud or Amurath, seated in their divan, must have done the same, and yet would not have remained the less absolutely masters of the lives of those who stood around them. We have no doubt that Bonaparte on certain occasions permitted his counselors to take considerable freedoms, and that he sometimes yielded up his opinion to theirs, without being convinced in such cases, at least where his own passions or interest were no way concerned. But we further read of the emperor's using to extremely stubborn persons such language as plainly intimated that he would not suffer contradiction beyond a certain point. "You are very obstinate," he said to such a disputant. "What if I were to be as much so as you? You are wrong to push the powerful to extremity. You should consider the weakness of humanity, too. Another, he said, after a scene of argumentative violence, pray pay some attention to accommodate yourself a little more to my humor yesterday. You carried it so far as to oblige me to scratch my temple. That is a great sign with medical care in future, not to drive me to such an extremity. Such limits to the freedom of debate in the Imperial Council of State correspond with those laid down in the festive entertainments of Sans Souci, where the great Frederick professed to support and encourage every species of familiar raillery. But when it attained a point that was too personal, used to hint to the facetious guests that he heard the king's step in the gallery, there were occasions accordingly, when not satisfied with calling their attention to the distant murmurs of the imperial thunder Napoleon, launched its bolts in the midst of his trembling counselors. Such a scene was that of Portales, this statesman, a man of talent and virtue, had been eminently useful, as we have seen in bringing about the Concordat, and had been created in recompense minister of religious affairs and counsellor of state in the subsequent disputes betwixt the Pope and Bonaparte. A relation of the minister had been accused of circulating the bulls or spiritual admonitions of the Pope, and Portales had failed to intimate the circumstance to the emperor. On this account Napoleon, in full council, attacked him in the severest terms as guilty of having broken his oath as a counsellor, and minister of state deprived him of both offices, and expelled him from the assembly as one who had betrayed his sovereign. If any of the members of the Council of State had ventured, when this sentence rung in their ears, to come betwixt the dragon and his wrath, for the purpose of stating that hasty charge ought not instantly to be followed with immediate censure and punishment, that it was possible Roman 1000 Portales might have been misled by false information, or by a natural desire to screen the offense of his cousin, or finally, that his conduct might have been influenced by views of religion which, if erroneous, were yet sincere and conscientious. We should then have believed that the Council of State of Bonaparte formed a body in which the accused citizen might receive some protection against the despotism of the government. But when or in what country could the freedom of the nation be entrusted to the keeping of the immediate counselors of the throne? It can only be safely lodged in some body, the authority of which emanates directly from the nation, and whom the nation therefore will protect and support in the existence of their right of opposition or remonstrance. The deliberations of the Council of State, or such resolutions as Bonaparte chose to adopt without communication with them, for it may be easily supposed that they were not admitted to share his more secret political discussions, were as in other countries adjusted with and executed by the ostensible ministers. Prefectures. But that part of the organization of the imperial government upon which Bonaparte most piqued himself was the establishment of the prefectures, which certainly gave facilities for the most effectual agency of despotism that was ever exercised. There is no mistaking the object and tendency of this arrangement, since Bonaparte himself and his most bitter opponents hold up the same picture, one to the admiration, the other to the censure of the world. These prefects, it must be understood, were each the supreme governor of a department, answering to the old lieutenants and governors of counties, and representing the imperial person within the limits of the several prefectures. The individuals were carefully selected as persons whose attachment was either to be secured or rewarded. They received large, and in some cases exorbitant salaries, some amounting to 15, 20, and even 30,000 francs. This heavy expense Napoleon stated to be the consequence of the depraved state of moral feeling in France, which made it necessary to attach men by their interests rather than their duties. But it was termed by his enemies one of the leading principles of his government, which treated the public good as a chimera and erected private and personal interest into the paramount motive, upon which alone the state was to be served by efficient functionaries. The prefects were chosen in the general case as men whose birth and condition were totally unconnected with that of the department in which each was to preside, lest depacer to place them in a country to which they were strangers, being an especial point of Napoleon's policy. They were entirely dependent on the will of the emperor, who removed or cashiered them at pleasure. The administration of the departments was entrusted to these important officers. With the authority and local resources placed at their disposal, said Bonaparte, the prefects were themselves emperors on a limited scale, and as they had no force excepting through the impulse which they received from the throne, as they owed their whole power to their immediate commission, and as they had no authority of a personal character, they were of as much use to the crown as the former high agents of government, without any of the inconveniences which attached to their predecessors. It was by means of the prefects that an impulse given from the center of the government was communicated without delay to the extremities of the kingdom, and that the influence of the crown and the execution of its commands were transmitted, as if by magic through a population of 40 millions. It appears that Napoleon, while describing with self-complacency this terrible engine of unlimited power, felt that it might not be entirely in unison with the opinions of those favorers of liberal institutions, whose sympathy at the close of life he thought worthy of soliciting. My creating that power, he said, was on my part a case of necessity. I was a dictator called to that office by force of circumstances. There was a necessity that the filaments of the government which extended over the state should be in complete harmony with the keynote which was to influence them. The organization which I had extended over the empire required to be maintained at a high degree of tension, and to possess a prodigious force of elasticity to enable it to resist the terrible blows directed against it without cessation. His defense amounts to this: the men of my time were extravagantly fond of power, exuberantly attached to place and wealth. I therefore bribed them to become my agents by force of places and pensions, but I was educating the succeeding race to be influenced by better motives. My son would have been surrounded by youths sensible to the influence of justice, honor, and virtue, and those who were called to execute public duty would have considered their doing so as its own reward. The freedom of France was therefore postponed till the return of a golden age when personal aggrandizement and personal wealth should cease to have any influence upon regenerated humanity. In the meanwhile, she had the dictatorship and the prefects. The impulse, as Napoleon terms it, by which the crown put in action these subordinate agents in the departments, was usually given by means of a circular letter or proclamation communicating the particular measure which government desired to be enforced. This was subscribed by the minister to whose department the affair belonged, and concluded with an injunction upon the prefect to be active in forwarding the matter, enjoined, as he valued the favor of the emperor or wished to show himself devoted to the interests of the crown. Thus conjured, the prefect transmitted the order to the subprefect and mayors of the communities within his department, who, stimulated by the same motives that had actuated their principal, endeavored each to distinguish himself by his active compliance with the will of the emperor, and thus merit a favorable report as the active and unhesitating agent of his pleasure. It was the further duty of the prefects to see that all honor was duly performed towards the head of the state upon the days appointed for public rejoicings, and to remind the municipal authorities of the necessity of occasional addresses to the government, declaring their admiration of the talents and devotion to the person of the emperor. These effusions were duly published in the Moniteur, and if examined closely would afford some of the most extraordinary specimens of composition which the annals of flattery can produce. It is sufficient to say that a mayor, we believe, of Amiens affirmed in his ecstasy of loyal adoration that the deity, after making Bonaparte, must have reposed as after the creation of the universe. This and similar flights of rhetoric may appear both impious and ridiculous, and it might have been thought that a person of Napoleon's sense and taste would have softened or suppressed them, but he well knew the influence produced on the public mind by ringing the changes to different time on the same unvaried subject. The ideas, which are often repeated in all variety of language and expression, will at length produce an effect on the public mind, especially if no contradiction is permitted to reach it. A uniform, which may look ridiculous on a single individual, has an imposing effect when worn by a large body of men, and the empiric, whose extravagant advertisement we ridicule upon the first perusal, often persuades us by sheer dint of repeating his own praises to make trial of his medicine. Those who practice calumny know, according to the vulgar expression, that if they do but throw dirt sufficient, some part of it will adhere, and acting on the same principle for a contrary purpose. Bonaparte was well aware that the repetition of his praises in these adulatory addresses was calculated finally to make an impression on the nation at large, and to obtain a degree of credit as an expression of public opinion. Faber, an author too impassioned to obtain unlimited credit, has given several instances of ignorance amongst the prefects, many of whom, being old generals, were void of the information necessary for the exercise of a civil office, and all of whom, having been upon principle nominated to a sphere of action with the local circumstances, of which they were previously unacquainted, were sufficiently liable to error. But the same author may be fully trusted when he allows that the prefects could not be accused of depredation or rapine, and that such of them as improved their fortune during the date of their office did so by economizing upon their legitimate allowances. Such was the outline of Napoleon's provincial administration, and of the agency by which it was carried on without check or hesitation in every province of France at the same moment, the machinery has been in a great measure retained by the royal government, to whom it appeared preferable doubtless to the violent alterations, which an attempt to restore the old appointments, or create others of a different kind, must necessarily have occasioned. The Code Napoleon. But a far more important change, introduced by the emperor, though not originating with him, was the total alteration of the laws of the Kingdom of France, and the introduction of that celebrated code to which Napoleon assigned his name, and on the execution of which his admirers have rested his claim to be considered as a great benefactor to the country, which he governed. Bacon has indeed informed us that when laws have been heaped upon laws in such a state of confusion as to render it necessary to revise them, and collect their spirit into a new and intelligible system, those who accomplish such an heroic task have a good right to be named amongst the legislators and benefactors of mankind. It had been the reproach of France before the Revolution, and it was one of the great evils which tended to produce that immense and violent change that the various provinces, towns, and subordinate divisions of the kingdom, having been united in different periods to the general body of the country, had retained in such union the exercise of their own particular laws and usages, to the astonishment, as well as to the great annoyance of the traveler, who in journeying through France found that in many important particulars the system and character of the laws to which he was subjected were altered almost as often as he changed his post-horses. It followed from this discrepancy of laws and subdivision of jurisdiction that the greatest hardships were sustained by the subjects, more especially when the district being of small extent, those authorities who acted there were likely neither to have experience nor character sufficient for exercise of the trust reposed in them. The evils attending such a state of things had been long felt, and at various periods before the Revolution, it had been proposed repeatedly to institute a uniform system of legislation for the whole kingdom. But so many different interests were compromised, and such were besides the pressing occupations of the successive administrations of Louis Roman XVI and his grandfather, that the project was never seriously adopted or entered upon when, however, the whole system of provinces, districts, and feudal jurisdictions, great and small, had fallen at the word of the absies, like an enchanted castle, at the dissolution of a spell, and their various laws, whether written or consuetudinary, were buried in the ruins. All France, now united into one single and integral nation, lay open to receive any legislative code which the National Assembly might dictate, but the revolutionary spirit was more fitted to destroy than to establish, and was more bent upon the pursuit of political objects than upon affording the nation the protection of just and equal laws. Under the Directory, 2 or 3 attempts towards classification of the laws had been made in the Council of 500, but never had gone farther than a preliminary and general report. Cambyses, an excellent lawyer and enlightened statesman, was one of the first to solicit the attention of the state to this great and indispensable duty. The various successive authorities had been content with passing such laws as affected popular subjects of the day, and which, like that which licensed universal divorce, partook of the extravagance that gave them origin. The project of Cambyses, on the contrary, embraced a general classification of jurisprudence through all its branches, although too much tainted, it is said, with the prevailing revolutionary opinions of the period, to admit its being taken for a basis when Bonaparte, after his elevation, determined to supersede the republican by monarchical forms of government. After the revolution of the 18th, Brumaire, Napoleon saw no way more certain of assuring the popularity of that event and connecting his own authority with the public interests of France than to resume a task which former rulers of the Republic had thought too heavy to be undertaken, and thus at once show a becoming confidence in the stability of his own power and a laudable desire of exercising it for the permanent advantage of the nation. An order of the consuls, dated 24th Thermidor, in the year Roman 8, directed the Minister of Justice, with a committee of lawyers of eminence, to examine the several projects, 4 in number, which had been made towards compiling the civil code of national law, to give their opinion on the plan most desirable for accomplishing its formation, and to discuss the bases upon which legislation in civil matters ought to be rested. The preliminary discourse upon the first project of the Civil Code is remarkable for the manner in which the reporters consider and confute the general and illusory views entertained by the uninformed part of the public upon the nature of the task to which they had been called. It is the common and vulgar idea that the system of legislation may be reduced and simplified into a few general maxims of equity sufficient to lead any judge of understanding and integrity to a just decision of all questions which can possibly occur betwixt man and man, it follows as a corollary to this proposition that the various multiplications of authorities, exceptions particular cases, and especial provisions, which have been introduced among civilized nations, by the address of those of the legal profession, are just so many expedients to embarrass the simple course of justice with arbitrary modifications and refinements in order to procure wealth and consequence to those educated to the law whose assistants must be used as its interpreters, and who became rich by serving litigants as guides through the labyrinth of obscurity which had been raised by themselves and their predecessors. Such were the ideas of the law and its professors, which occurred to the Parliament of Praise God Barebones, when they proposed to Cromwell to abrogate the whole common law of England, and dismiss the lawyers as drones who did, but encumber the national hive. Such was also the opinion of many of the French statesmen, who, as rash in judging of jurisprudence as in politics, imagined that a system of maxims modified on the plan of the 12 tables of the ancient Romans might serve all the purposes of a civil code in modern France. They who thought in this manner had entirely forgotten how soon the laws of these 12 tables became totally insufficient for Rome herself, how, in the gradual change of manners, some laws became obsolete, some inapplicable, how it became necessary to provide for emerging cases successively, by the decrees of the Senate, the ordinances of the people, the edicts of the consuls, the regulations of the praetors, the answers or opinions of learned jurisconsults, and finally by the rescripts, edicts, and novels of the emperors, until such a mass of legislative matter was assembled as scarcely the efforts of Theodosius or Justinian were adequate to bring into order or reduce to principle. But this, it may be said, was the very subject complained of. The simplicity of the old laws, it may be urged, was gradually corrupted, and hence by the efforts of interested men, not by the natural progress of society, arose the complicated system, which is the object of such general complaint. The answer to this is obvious: so long as society remains in a simple state, men have occasion for few and simple laws. But when that society begins to be subdivided into ranks, when duties are incurred, and obligations contracted of a kind unknown in a ruder or earlier period, these new conditions, new duties, and new obligations must be regulated by new rules and ordinances, which accordingly are introduced as fast as they are wanted, either by the course of long custom or by precise legislative enactment. There is no doubt one species of society in which legislation may be much simplified, and that is where the whole law of the country, with the power of enforcing it, is allowed to reside in the bosom of the king or of the judge who is to administer justice. Such is the system of Turkey, where the cadi is bound by no laws, nor former precedents, save what his conscience may discover from perusing the Koran, but so apt are mankind to abuse unlimited power, and indeed so utterly unfit is human nature to possess it, that in all countries where the judge is possessed of such arbitrary jurisdiction, he is found accessible to bribes, or liable to be moved by threats. He has no distinct course, prescribed no beacon on which to direct his vessel, and trims therefore his sails to the pursuit of his own profit. Civil Code. The French legislative commissioners, with these views, wisely judged it their duty to produce their civil code upon such a system as might afford as far as possible protection to the various kinds of rights known and acknowledged in the existing state of society. Less than this they could not do, nor in our opinion is their code as yet adequate to attain that principal object by the implied social contract. An individual surrenders to the community his right of protecting and avenging himself, under the reserved and indispensable condition that the public law shall defend him or punish those by whom he has sustained injury, as revenge has been said by Bacon to be a species of wild justice. So the individual pursuit of justice is often a modified and legitimate pursuit of revenge, which ought indeed to be qualified by the moral and religious sentiments of the party, but to which law is bound to give free way in requital for the bridle which she imposes on the indulgence of man's natural passions. The course of litigation, therefore, cannot be stopped. It can only be diminished by providing beforehand as many regulations as will embrace the greater number of cases likely to occur, and trusting to the authority of the judges, acting upon the spirit of the law, for the settlement of such as cannot be decided according to its letter. The organization of this great national work was preceded in with the caution and deliberation, which the importance of the subject eminently deserved, dividing the subjects of legislation According to the usual distinctions of jurisconsults, the commissioners commenced by the publication and application of the laws in general, passed from that preliminary subject to the consideration of personal rights under all their various relations, then to rights respecting property, and lastly to those legal forms of procedure by which the rights of citizens, whether arising out of personal circumstances or as connected with property, are to be followed forth explicated and ascertained, thus adopting the division. And in some degree, the forms of the Institutes of Justinian, the Commission proceeded according to the same model to consider each subdivision of this general arrangement, and adopt respecting each such maxims or brocards of general law as were to form the future basis of French jurisprudence. Their general principles being carefully connected and fixed, the ingenuity of the commissioners was exerted in deducing from them such a number of corollaries and subordinate maxims as might provide so far as human ingenuity could for the infinite number of questions that were likely to emerge on the practical application of the general principles to the varied and intricate transactions of human life. It may be easily supposed that a task so difficult gave rise to much discussion among the commissioners, and as their report, when fully weighed among themselves, was again subjected to the Council of State, before it was proposed to the legislative body. It must be allowed that every means which could be devised were employed in maturely considering and revising the great body of national law, which finally, under the name of the Code Napoleon, was adopted by France and continues under the title of the Civil Code, to be the law by which her subjects still possess and enforce their civil rights. It would be doing much injustice to Napoleon to suppress the great personal interest, which amid so many calls upon his time, he nevertheless took in the labors of the Commission. He frequently attended their meetings, or those of the Council of State, in which their labors underwent revision. And though he must be supposed entirely ignorant of the complicated system of jurisprudence as a science, yet his acute calculating and argumentative mind enabled him, by the broad views of genius and good sense, often to get rid of those subtleties by which professional persons are occasionally embarrassed, and to treat as cobwebs difficulties of a technical or metaphysical character, which to the jurisconsults had the appearance of bonds and fetters. There were times, however, on the other hand, when Napoleon was led by the obvious and vulgar views of a question to propose alterations, which would have been fatal to the administration of justice, and the gradual enlargement and improvement of municipal law. Such was his idea that advocates and solicitors ought only to be paid in the event of the cause being decided in favor of their client. 316A regulation, which had he ever adopted, it would have gone far to close the gates of justice, since what practitioner would have forfeited at once one large portion of the means of his existence, and consented to rest the other upon the uncertainty of a gambling transaction? A lawyer is no more answerable for not gaining his cause than a horse jockey for not winning the race. Neither can foretell with any certainty the event of the struggle, and each injustice can only be held liable for the utmost exertion of his skill and abilities. Napoleon was not aware that litigation is not to be checked by preventing lawsuits from coming into court, but by a systematic and sage course of trying and deciding points of importance, which being once settled betwixt two litigants cannot in the same shape, or under the same circumstances, be again the subject of dispute among others. The Civil Code of Napoleon is accompanied by a code of procedure in civil cases, and a code relating to commercial affairs, which may be regarded as supplemental to the main body of municipal law. There is besides a penal code, and a code respecting the procedure against persons accused under it. The whole forms a grand system of jurisprudence drawn up by the most enlightened men of the age, having access to all the materials which the past and the present times afford, and it is not surprising that it should have been received as a great boon by a nation who, in some sense, may be said previous to its establishment, to have been without any fixed or certain municipal law since the date of the Revolution. And while we admit the full merit of the Civil Code of France, we are under the necessity of observing that the very symmetry and theoretical consistency, which form at first view its principal beauty, render it, when examined closely, less fit for the actual purposes of jurisprudence than a system of national law, which, having never undergone the same operation of compression and abridgment and condensation, to which that of France was necessarily subjected, spreads through a multiplicity of volumes, embraces an immense collection of precedents, and to the eye of inexperience seems, in comparison of the compact size and regular form of the French Code, a labyrinth to which no clue is afforded. It is of the greater importance to give this subject some consideration, because it has of late been fashionable to draw comparisons between the jurisprudence of England and that of France, and even to urge the necessity of numiddling the former upon such a concise and systematic plan as the latter exhibits. In arguing this point, we suppose it will be granted that that code of institutions is the most perfect which most effectually provides for every difficult case as it emerges, and therefore averts as far as possible the occurrence of doubt and of course of litigation, by giving the most accurate and certain interpretation to the general rule when applied to cases as they arise now in this point, which comprehends the very essence and end of all jurisprudential protection, namely of the rights of the individual of English law, is preferable to the French in an incalculable degree, because each principle of English law has been the subject of illustration for many ages by the most learned and wise judges, acting upon pleadings conducted by the most acute and ingenious men of each successive age. This current of legal judgments has been flowing for centuries, deciding, as they occurred, every question of doubt which could arise upon the application of general principles to particular circumstances, and each individual case, so decided, fills up some point which was previously disputable, and becoming a rule for similar questions, tends to that extent to diminish the debatable ground of doubt and argument with which the law must be surrounded like an unknown territory, when it is first partially discovered. It is not the fault of the French jurisconsults that they did not possess the mass of legal authority arising out of a regular course of decisions, by a long succession of judges competent to the task, and proceeding not upon hypothetical cases supposed by themselves and subject only to the investigation of their own minds, but upon such as then actually occurred in practice, and had been fully canvassed and argued in open court. The French lawyers had not the advantage of referring to such a train of decisions, each settling some new point or ascertaining and confirming some one which had been considered as questionable. By the Revolution, the ancient French courts had been destroyed together with their records. Their proceedings only served as matter of history or tradition, but could not be quoted in support or explanation of a code which had no existence until after their destruction. The commissioners endeavored, we have seen, to supply this defect in their system by drawing from their general rules such a number of corollary propositions as might so far as possible serve for their application to special and particular cases. But rules founded in imaginary cases can never have the same weight with precedents emerging in actual practice, where the previous exertions of the lawyers have put the case in every possible light, and where the judge comes to the decision not as the theorist whose opinion relates only to an ideal hypothesis of his own mind, but as the solemn arbiter of justice betwixt man and man, after having attended to and profited by the collision and conflict of opposite opinions, urged by those best qualified to state and to illustrate them. The value of such discussion is well known to all who have experience of courts of justice, where it is never thought surprising to hear the wisest judge confess that he came into court with a view of the case at issue wholly different from that which he was induced to form, after having given the requisite attention to the debate before him. But this is an advantage which can never be gained unless in the discussion of a real case, and therefore the opinion of a judge given tota recognita must always be a more valuable precedent than that which the same learned individual could form upon an abstract and hypothetical question. It is besides to be considered that the most fertile ingenuity with which any legislator can be endued is limited within certain bounds, and that when he has racked his brain to provide for all the ideal cases which his prolific imagination can supply, it will be found that he has not anticipated or provided for the hundredth part of the questions which are sure to occur in actual practice, to make a practical application of what we have stated to the relative jurisprudence of France and England. It may be remarked that the title Roman 5 of the first book of the Civil Code, upon the subject of marriage, contains only 161 propositions respecting the rights of parties arising in different circumstances out of that contract, the most important known in civilized society. If we deduce from this gross amount the great number of rules, which are not doctrinal, but have only reference to the forms of procedure, the result will be greatly diminish the English law. On the other hand, besides its legislative enactments, is guarded, as appears from Roper's Index, by no less than 1,000 decided cases or precedents, each of which affords ground to rule any other case in similar circumstances. In this view, the certainty of the law of England, compared to that of France, bears the proportion of 10 to 1. It is therefore a vulgar though a natural and pleasing error to prefer the simplicity of an ingenious and philosophically code of jurisprudence to a system which has grown up with a nation, augmented with its wants extended according to its civilization, and only become cumbrous and complicated because the state of society to which it applies has itself given rise to a complication of relative situations, to all of which the law is under the necessity of adapting itself. In this point of view, the Code of France may be compared to a warehouse built with much attention to architectural uniformity, showy in the exterior, and pleasing from the simplicity of its plan, but too small to hold the quantity of goods necessary to supply the public demand, while the common law of England resembles the vaults of some huge Gothic building dark, indeed, and ill-arranged, but containing an immense store of commodities, which those acquainted with its recesses seldom fail to be able to produce to such as have occasion for them the practiques or adjudged cases in fact form a breakwater as it were to protect the more formal bulwark of the statute law, and although they cannot be regularly jointed or dovetailed together each independent decision fills its space on the mound, and offers a degree of resistance to innovation and protection to the law in proportion to its own weight and importance. The certainty of the English jurisprudence, for in spite of the ordinary opinion to the contrary, it has acquired a comparative degree of certainty rests upon the multitude of its decisions, the views which a man is disposed to entertain of his own rights under the general provisions of the law are usually controlled by some previous decision on the case, and a reference to precedents furnished by a person of skill saves in most instances the expense and trouble of a lawsuit which is thus stifled in its very birth. If we are rightly informed, the number of actions at common law tried in England yearly does not exceed betwixt 25 and 30 on an average from each county, an incredibly small number when the wealth of the kingdom is considered as well as the various and complicated transactions incident to the advanced and artificial state of society in which we live. But we regard the multitude of precedents in English law as eminently favorable not only to the certainty of the law, but to the liberty of the subject, and especially as a check upon any judge who might be disposed to innovate either upon the rights or liberties of the lieges, if a general theoretical maxim of law be presented to an unconscientious or partial judge, he may feel himself at liberty by exerting his ingenuity to warp the right cause the wrong way. But if he is bound down by the decisions of his wise and learned predecessors, that judge would be venturous, indeed, who should attempt to tread a different and more devious path than that which is marked by the venerable traces of their footsteps, especially as he well knows that the professional persons around him, who might be blinded by the glare of his ingenuity in merely theoretical argument, are perfectly capable of observing and condemning every departure from precedent. In such a case, he becomes sensible that, fettered as he is by previous decisions, the law is in his hands to be administered indeed, but not to be altered or tampered with, and that if the evidence be read in the court, there are and must be many present who know as well as himself what must according to precedent be the verdict or the decision. These are considerations which never can restrain or fetter a judge, who is only called upon to give his own explanation of the general principle, briefly expressed in a short code and susceptible, therefore, of a variety of interpretations, from which he may at pleasure select that which may be most favorable to his unconscientious or partial purposes. It follows also from the paucity of laws afforded by a code, constructed not by the growth of time, but suggested by the ingenuity of theorists suddenly called to the task, and considering its immense importance executing it in haste, that many provisions most important for the exercise of justice must of course be neglected in the French code. For example, the whole law of evidence, the very key and cornerstone of justice between man and man, has been strangely overlooked in the French jurisprudence. It is plain that litigation may proceed forever unless there be some previous adjustment, called technically an issue, betwixt the parties at the sight of the judge tending to ascertain their averments in point of fact, as also the relevancy of those averments to the determination of the cause in England. Chiefly during the course of last century, the law of evidence has grown up to a degree of perfection which has tended perhaps more than any other cause at once to prevent and to shorten litigation. If we pass from the civil to the penal mode of procedure in France, the British lawyer is yet more shocked by a course which seems in his view totally to invert and confound every idea which he has received upon the law of evidence. Our law, it is well known, is in nothing so scrupulous as in any conduct towards the prisoner which may have the most indirect tendency to entrap him into bearing evidence against himself. Law sympathizes in such a case with the frailties of humanity, and aware of the consequence, which judicial inquiries must always have on the mind of the timid, and ignorant never pushes the examination of a suspected person farther than he himself in the natural hope of giving such an account of himself as may procure his liberty shall choose to reply to it. In France, on the contrary, the whole trial sometimes resolves into a continued examination and cross-examination of the prisoner, who is not only under the necessity of giving his original statement of the circumstances on which he founds his defense, but is confronted repeatedly with the witnesses and repeatedly required to reconcile his own statement of the case with that which these have averred with respect to the character of evidence. The same looseness of practice exists, no distinction seems to be made between that which is hearsay and that which is direct, that which is spontaneously given and that which is extracted or perhaps suggested by leading questions. All this is contrary to what we are taught to consider as the essence of justice towards the accused. The use of the rack is indeed no longer admitted to extort the confession, but the mode of judicial examination seems to us a species of moral torture, under which a timid and ignorant, though innocent man, is very likely to be involved in such contradictions and inextricable confusion that he may be under the necessity of throwing away his life by not knowing how to frame his defense. We shall not protract these remarks on the Code Napoleon, the rather that we must frankly confess that the manners and customs of a country make the greatest difference with respect to its laws, and that a system may work well in France and answer all the purposes of jurisprudence, which in England would be thought very inadequate to the purpose. The humane institution, which allows the accused the benefit of counsel, is a privilege which the English law does not permit to the accused, and may have its own weight in counterbalancing some of the inconveniences to which he is subjected in France. It seems also probable that the deficiencies in the code, arising from its recent origin and compressed form, must be gradually remedied as in England by the course of decisions pronounced by intelligent and learned judges, and that what we now state as an objection to the system will gradually disappear under the influence of time. Considered as a production of human science and a manual of legislative sagacity, the Code may challenge general admiration for the clear and wise manner in which the axioms are drawn up and expressed. There are but few peculiarities making a difference betwixt its principles and those of the Roman law, which has in most contracts claimed to be considered as the mother of judicial regulation. The most remarkable occurs perhaps in the articles regulating what is called the family councilla subject, which does not seem of importance sufficient to claim much attention. The civil code being thus ascertained, provision was made for its regular administration by suitable courts, the judges of which did not, as before the Revolution, depend for their emoluments upon fees payable by the litigants, but were compensated by suitable salaries at the expense of the public, as France does not supply that class of persons who form what is called in England the unpaid magistracy. The French justices of peace received a small salary of from 800 to 1800 francs. Above them in rank came judges in the first instance, whose salaries amounted to 3,000 francs at the utmost. The judges of the supreme tribunals enjoyed about 4 or 5,000 francs, and those of the High Court of Cassation had not more than 10,000 francs, which scarcely enabled them to live and keep some rank in the metropolis. But though thus underpaid, the situation of the French judges was honorable in the eyes of the country, and they maintained its character by activity and impartiality in their judicial functions. The system of juries had been introduced in criminal cases by the acclamation of the Assembly. Bonaparte found them, however, scrupulously restive and troublesome. There may be some truth in the charge that they were averse from conviction, where a loophole remained for acquitting the criminal, and that many audacious crimes remained unpunished from the punctilious view which the juries took of their duty. But it was from other motives than those of the public weal that Napoleon made an early use of his power for the purpose of forming special tribunals, invested with a half-military character, to try all such crimes as assumed a political complexion with power to condemn without the suffrage of a jury. We have already alluded to this infringement of the most valuable political rights of the subject. In giving some account of the trials of Georges Pichegru and Moreau, no jury would ever have brought in a verdict against the latter, whose sole crime was his communication with Pichegru, a point of suspicion certainly, but no proof whatever of positive guilt. Political causes being out of the field, the trial by jury was retained in the French Code so far as regarded criminal questions, and the general administration of justice, seems to have been very well calculated for protecting the right and punishing that which is wrong. Taxation foreign trade. The fiscal operations of Bonaparte were those of which the subjects complained the most, as indeed these are generally the grievances to which the people in every country are the most sensible. High taxes were imposed on the French people, rendered necessary by the expenses of the government, which with all its accompaniments were very considerable. And although Bonaparte did all in his power to throw the charge of the eternal wars which he waged upon the countries he overran or subdued, yet so far does the waste of war exceed any emolument which the armed hand can wrest from the sufferers, so imperfect a proportion do the gains of the victor bear to the losses of the vanquished, that after all the revenue which was derived from foreign countries, the continual campaigns of the emperor proved a constant and severe drain upon the produce of French industry. So rich, however, is the soil of France, such are the extent of her resources, such the patience and activity of her inhabitants, that she is qualified, if not to produce at once the large capitals which England can raise upon her national credit, yet to support the payment of a train of heavy annual imposts for a much longer period. And with less practical inconvenience, the agriculture of France had been extremely improved since the breaking up of the great estates into smaller portions and the abrogation of those feudal burdens which had pressed upon the cultivators, and it might be considered as flourishing in spite of war taxes. And what was worse, the conscription itself, under a fixed and secure, though a severe and despotic government property was protected. And agriculture received the best encouragement, namely the certainty conferred on the cultivator of reaping the crop which he sowed. It was far otherwise with commerce, which the maritime war carried on so long, and with such unmitigated severity had very much injured, and the utter destruction of which was in a manner perfected by Bonaparte's adherence to the Continental System. This indeed was the instrument by which in the long run he hoped to ruin the commerce of his rival, but the whole weight of which fell in the first instance on that of France, whose seaports showed no other shipping save coasters and fishing vessels, while the trade of Marseille, Bordeaux, Nantes, and other great commercial towns had in a great measure ceased to exist. The government of the emperor was proportionally unpopular in those cities, and although men kept silence, because surrounded by the spies of a jealous and watchful despotism, their dislike to the existing state of things could not entirely be concealed. Capitalists' manufactures. On the other hand, capitalists who had sums invested in the public funds, or who were concerned with the extensive and beneficial contracts for the equipment and supply of Napoleon's large armies, with all the numerous and influential persons upon whom any part of the gathering in or expenditure of the public money devolved, were necessarily devoted to a government under which, in spite of the emperor's vigilance, immense profits were often derived even after those by whom they were made had rendered to the ministers, or perhaps the generals by whom they were protected, a due portion of the spoil. Economist and calculator, as he was to a most superior degree of excellence, Napoleon seems to have been utterly unable, if he really sincerely desired to put an end to the peculations of those whom he trusted with power. He frequently, during his conversations at St. Helena, alludes to the venality and corruption of such as he employed in the highest offices, but whose sordid practices seem never to have occurred to him, in the way of objection to his making use of their talents. Fouch, Talleyrand, and others are thus stigmatized, and as we well know how long and upon how many different occasions he employed those statesmen, we cannot but suppose that whatever may have been his sentiments as to the men, he was perfectly willing to compound with their peculation, in order to have the advantage of their abilities, even when practices of this kind were too gross to be passed over. Napoleon's mode of censuring and repressing them was not adapted to show a pure sense of morality on his own part, or any desire to use extraordinary rigor in preventing them in future. This conclusion we form from the following anecdote, which he communicated to Law's cases. Speaking of generals and praising the disinterestedness of some, he adds Massena, Augereau, Brune, and others were undaunted depredators. Upon one occasion, the rapacity of the first of these generals had exceeded the patience of the emperor. His mode of punishing him was peculiar. He did not dispossess him of the command of which he had rendered himself unworthy by such an unsoldier-like vice, did not strip the depredator by judicial sentence of his ill-won gains, and restore them to those from whom they were plundered, but, in order to make the general sensible that he had proceeded too far, Bonaparte drew a bill upon the banker of the delinquent for the sum of 2 or 3 millions of francs to be placed to Massena's debit, and the credit of the drawer great was the embarrassment of the banker, who dared not refuse the imperial order, While he humbly hesitated that he could not safely honor it without the authority of his principal pay, the money was the emperor's reply. And let Massena refuse to give you credit at his peril. The money was paid accordingly, and placed to that general's debit without his venturing to start any objections. This was not punishing peculation, but partaking in its gains, and the spirit of the transaction approached nearly to that described by Lesage, where the Spanish Minister of State insists on sharing the bribes given to his secretary. Junot, in like manner, who upon his return from Portugal, gave general scandal by the display of diamonds and other wealth which he had acquired in that oppressed country, received from Bonaparte a friendly hint to be more cautious in such exhibitions. But his acknowledged rapacity was never thought of as a reason disqualifying him for being presently afterwards sent to the government of Illyria. We are informed in another of the emperor's communications that his council of state was of admirable use to him in the severe inquisition which he was desirous of making into the public, accounts the proceedings of the Star Chamber, and the fear of being transmitted to the cognition of the grand judge, usually brought the culprits to composition, and when they had disgorged 1, 2, or 3 millions, the government was enriched, or according to Bonaparte's ideas, the laws were satisfied. The truth seems to be that Bonaparte, though he contemned wealth in his own person, was aware that avarice, which after all is but a secondary and sordid species of ambition, is the most powerful motive to mean and vulgar minds, and he willingly advanced gold to those who chose to prey upon it, so long as their efforts facilitated his possessing and retaining the unlimited authority to which he had reached in a country where distress and disaster of every kind, public and private, had enabled many to raise large fortunes by brokerage and agiotage. A moneyed interest of a peculiar character was soon formed, whose hopes were of course rested on the wonderful ruler, by whose gigantic ambition new schemes of speculation were opened in constant succession, and whose unrivaled talents seemed to have found the art of crowning the most difficult undertakings with success. It might be thought that the manufacturing interest must have perished in France from the same reasons which so strongly and unfavorably afflicted the commerce of that country. In ceasing to import there must indeed have been a corresponding diminution of the demand for goods to be exported, whether these were the growth of the soil or the productions of French labor. Accordingly, this result had in a great degree taken place, and there was a decrease to a large amount in those goods, which the French were accustomed to export in exchange for the various commodities supplied to them by British trade. But though the real and legitimate stimulus to manufactures had thus ceased, Napoleon had substituted an artificial one, which had to a certain extent supplied the place of the natural trade. We must remark that Napoleon, practically and personally frugal, was totally a stranger to the science of political economy. He never received or acted upon the idea that a liberal system of commerce operates most widely in diffusing the productions, which are usually the subjects of exchange, and in affording to every country the greatest share of the bounties of nature, or the produce of industry at the easiest rates. On the contrary, he had proceeded to act against the commerce of England, as in a military capacity he would have done in regard to the water which supplied a besieged city. He strove to cut it off and altogether to destroy it, and to supply the absence of its productions by such substitutes as France could furnish. Hence the factitious encouragement given to the French manufactures, not by the natural demand of the country, but by the bounties and prohibitions by which they were guarded. Hence the desperate efforts made to produce a species of sugar from various substances, especially from the beetroot. To this unnatural and unthrifty experiment Bonaparte used to attach so much consequence that a piece of the new composition, which with much time and trouble had been made to approximate the quality of ordinary loaf sugar, was preserved in a glass case over the imperial mantelpiece, and a pound or two of beet sugar highly refined was sent to foreign courts to illustrate the means by which Napoleon consoled his subjects for the evils incumbent on the Continental System. No way of flattering or gratifying the emperor was so certain as to appear eager in supporting these views, and it is said that one of his generals, when tottering the imperial good graces, regained the favor of his master by planting the whole of a considerable estate with beetroot in these, and on similar occasions Napoleon, in his eager desire to produce the commodity desiderated, became regardless of those considerations which a manufacturer first ascertains when about to commence his operations, namely the expense at which the article can be produced, the price at which it can be disposed of, and its fitness for the market which it is intended to supply. The various encouragements given to the cotton manufacturers and others in France, by which it was designed to supply the want of British goods, proceeded upon a system equally illiberal and impolitic. Still, however, the expensive bounties and forced sales, which the influence of government afforded enabled these manufacturers to proceed and furnished employment to a certain number of men who were naturally grateful for the protection which they received from the emperor in the same manner, although no artificial jet dough upon the grandest scale of expense can so much refresh the face of nature as the gentle and general influence of a natural shower. The former will nevertheless have the effect of feeding and nourishing such vegetable productions as are within the reach of its limited influence. It was thus that the efforts of Napoleon at encouraging arts and manufactures, though proceeding on mistaken principles, produced in the first instance results apparently beneficial. Public works. We have already had occasion to observe the immense public works which were undertaken at the expense of Bonaparte's government temples. Bridges and aqueducts are indeed the coin with which arbitrary princes in all ages have endeavored to compensate for the liberty of which the people are deprived. Such monuments are popular with the citizens, because the enjoyment of them is common to all, and the monarch is partial to a style of expenditure promising more plausibly than any other to extend the memory of his present greatness far into the bosom of futurity. Bonaparte was not and could not be insensible to either of these motives. His mind was too much enlarged to seek enjoyment in any of the ordinary objects of exclusive gratification. And undoubtedly, he who had done so much to distinguish himself during his life above ordinary mortals must have naturally desired that his public works should preserve his fame to future ages. Accordingly, he undertook and executed some of the most splendid labors of modern times. The road over the Simplon and the basins at Antwerp may be always appealed to as gigantic specimens of his public spirit. On the other hand, as we have before hinted, Napoleon sometimes aimed at producing immediate effect by proposals and plans hastily adopted as hastily decreed and given in full form to the government journal, but which were either abandoned immediately after having been commenced or perhaps never advanced farther than the plan announced in the Moniteur. Bonaparte's habits of activity, his powers of deciding with a single glance upon most points of either military or civil engineering, were liberally drawn upon to strike his subjects with wonder and admiration during the few peaceful intervals of his reign. His impatience of inaction found amusement in traversing with great rapidity, and often on the shortest notice the various departments in France, traveling with incredible celerity. Though usually accompanied by the Empress Josephine, he had no sooner visited any town of consequence than he threw himself on horseback, and followed only by his aide-de-camp and his Mameluke Rustin, who with difficulty kept him in view. He took a flying survey of the place, its capacities of improvement, or the inconveniences which attached to it. With this local knowledge thus rapidly acquired, he gave audience to the municipal authorities, and overwhelmed them very often with liberal and long details concerning the place round which he had galloped for the first time, but in which they had spent their days. Amazement at the extent and facility of the emperor's powers of observation was thus universally excited, and his hints were recorded in the Moniteur for the admiration of France. Some public work solicited by the municipality, or suggested by the enlightened benevolence of the emperor himself, was then projected, but which in many if not most cases remained unexecuted, the imperial funds not being in all circumstances adequate to the splendor of Napoleon's undertakings, or which was the more frequent case, some new absorbing war or project of ambition, occasioning every other object of expenditure to be postponed. Even if some of Bonaparte's most magnificent works of public splendor had been completed, there is room to doubt whether they would have been attended with real advantage to his power, bearing the least proportion to the influence which their grandeur necessarily produces upon the imagination. We look with admiration, and indeed with astonishment, on the splendid dockyards of the Scheldt. But had they been accomplished, what availed the building of first-rates which France could hardly find sailors to man, which being man dared not venture out of the river, or hazarding themselves upon the ocean, were sure to become the prizes of the first British men of war with whom they chanced to encounter? Almost all this profuse expense went to the mere purposes of vainglory, for more mischief would have been done to British commerce, which Bonaparte knew well was the assailable point by 6 privateers from Dunkirk, than by all the ships of the line, which he could build at the new and most expensive dockyard of Antwerp, with Brest and Toulon to boot. In such cases as these Napoleon did in a most efficient manner that which he ridiculed the Directory for being unable to do, wrought on the imagination of the French nation, which indeed had been already so dazzled by the extraordinary things he had accomplished, that had he promised them still greater prodigies than were implied in the magnificent works which he directed to be founded, they might still have been justified in expecting the performance of his predictions. And it must be admitted, looking around the city of Paris, and traveling through the provinces of France that Bonaparte has in the works of peaceful grandeur, left a stamp of magnificence, not unworthy of the soaring, and at the same time profound spirit which accomplished so many wonders in warfare. Personal and family life. The personal and family life of Napoleon was skillfully adapted to his preeminent station. If he had foibles connected with pleasure and passion, they were so carefully veiled to remain unknown to the world at least, they were not manifested by any of those weaknesses, which might serve to lower the emperor to the stamp of common men. His conduct towards the Empress Josephine was regular and exemplary, from their accession to grandeur, till the fatal divorce as Napoleon once termed it. They shared the privacy of the same apartment, and for many years partook the same bed. Josephine is said indeed to have given her husband upon, whom she had many claims some annoyance by her jealousy, to which he patiently submitted, and escaped the reproach thrown on so many heroes and men of genius that proof too. Everything else they are not so against the allurements of female seduction. What amours he had were of a passing character. No woman, excepting Josephine and her successor, who exercised their lawful and rightful influence, was ever known to possess any power over him. The dignity of his throne was splendidly and magnificently maintained, but the expense was still limited by that love of order which arose out of Bonaparte's powers of arithmetical calculation, habitually and constantly employed, and the trusting to which contributed it, may be to that external regularity and decorum which he always supported. In speaking of his own peculiar taste, Bonaparte said that his favorite work was a book of logarithms, and his choicest amusement was working out the problems. The individual to whom the emperor made this singular avowal mentioned it with surprise to an officer near his person, who assured him that not only did Napoleon amuse himself with arithmetical ciphers and the theory of computation, but that he frequently brought it to bear on his domestic expenses and diverted himself with comparing the price at which particular articles were charged to him with the rate which they ought to have cost at the fair market price, but which for reasons unnecessary to state was in general greatly exceeded. Law's cases mentions his detecting such an overcharge in the gold fringe, which adorned one of his state apartments. A still more curious anecdote respects a watch which the most eminent artist of Paris had orders to finish with his utmost skill, in a style which might become a gift from the Emperor of France to his brother. The King of Spain, before the watch was out of the artist's hands, Napoleon, received news of the Battle of Vittoria. "All is now over with Joseph," were almost his first words, after receiving the intelligence send to countermand the order for the watch. Properly considered, this anecdote indicates no indifference as to his brother's fate, nor anxiety about saving a petty sum. It was the rigid calculation of a professed accountant, whose habits of accuracy induce him to bring every loss to a distinct balance, however trivial the offset may be. But although the emperor's economy descended to minute trifles, we are not to suppose that among such was its natural sphere. On the contrary, in the first year of the consulate, he discovered and rectified an error in the statement of the revenue to the amount of no less than 2 millions of francs, to the prejudice of the state. In another instance, with the skill which only a natural taste for calculation brought to excellence by constant practice could have attained, he discovered an enormous overcharge of more than 60,000 francs in the pay accounts of the garrison of Paris. Two such discoveries, by the head magistrate, must have gone far to secure regularity in the departments in which they were made in future. Attending to this remarkable peculiarity throws much light on the character of Bonaparte. It was by dint of his rapid and powerful combinations that he succeeded as a general, and the same laws of calculation can be traced through much of his public and private life. The palace charges and ordinary expenses of the emperor were completely and accurately regulated by his imperial majesty's own calculation. He boasted to have so simplified the expenditure of the ancient kings of France that his hunting establishment, though maintained in the utmost splendor, cost a considerable sum less than that of the Bourbons. But it must be recollected first that Napoleon was free from the obligation which subjected the Bourbons to the extravagant expenses which attended the high appointments of their household. Secondly, that under the imperial government, the whole establishment of falconry was abolished, a sport which is, in the opinion of many, more strikingly picturesque and interesting than any other variety of the chase, and which, as it infers a royal expense, belongs properly to sovereign princes. The imperial court. The imperial court was distinguished not only by a severe etiquette, but the grandees by whom its principal duties were discharged were given to understand that the utmost magnificence of dress and equipage was required from them upon public occasions. It was indeed a subject of complaint amongst the servants of the crown, that though Bonaparte was in many respects attentive to their interests, gave them opportunities of acquiring wealth, invested them with large dotations and endowments, and frequently assisted them, with an influence not easily withstood in the accomplishment of advantageous marriages, yet still the great expenditure at which they were required to support their appearance at the imperial court prevented their realizing any fortune which could provide effectually for their family. This expense Bonaparte loved to represent as a tax which he made his courtiers pay to support the manufactures of France, but it was extended so far as to show plainly that determined, as he was to establish his nobility on such a scale, as to grace his court, it was far from being his purpose to permit them to assume any real power, or to form an existing and influential barrier between the crown and the people. The same inference is to be drawn from the law of France concerning succession in landed property, which is, in ordinary cases, equally divided amongst the children of the deceased, a circumstance which must effectually prevent the rise of great hereditary influence, and, although for the support of dignities granted by the crown, and in some other cases, an entail of a portion of the favored persons, a state called a majorate is permitted to follow the title, yet the proportion is so small as to give no considerable weight to those upon whom it devolves. The composition of Bonaparte's court was singular. Amid his military dukes and marshals were mingled many descendants of the old noblesse, who had been struck out of the lists of emigration on these Bonaparte, spread the cruel reproach, I offered them rank in my armithy, declined the service I opened my antechambers to them. Thigh rushed in and filled them in this. The emperor did not do justice to the ancient noblesse of France. A great many resumed their natural situation in the military ranks of their country, and a still greater number declined in any capacity to bend the knee to him whom they could only consider as a successful usurper. The ceremonial of the Tuileries was upon the most splendid scale, the public festivals were held with the utmost magnificence, and the etiquette was of the most strict and indefeasible character. To all this Bonaparte himself attached consequence as ceremonies characterizing the spirit and dignity of his government, and he had drilled even his own mind into a veneration for all those outward forms connected with royalty, as accurately as if they had been during his whole life the special subject of his attention. There is a curious example given by Monsieur Law's cases. Bonaparte, in good-humored trifling, had given his follower the titles of Your Highness, Your Lordship, and so forth, amidst which it occurred to him, in a fit of abstraction, to use the phrase, Your Majesty. The instant that the word sacred to his own ears had escaped him, the humor of frolic was ended, and he resumed a serious tone, with the air of one who feels that he has let his pleasantry trespass upon an unbecoming and almost hallowed subject. There were many of Bonaparte's friends and followers bred like himself, under the influence of the Revolution, who doubted the policy of his entering into such a strain of imitation of the ancient courts of Europe, and of his appearing anxious to emulate them in the only points in which he must necessarily fail. Antiquity and long observance, giving to ancient usages an effect upon the imagination which could not possibly attach to the same ceremonial introduced into a court of yesterday, these would willingly have seen the dignity of their master's court rested upon its real and preeminent importance, and would have desired that though republican principles were abandoned, something of the severe and manly simplicity of republican manners should have continued to characterize a throne whose site rested upon the Revolution. The courtiers who held such opinions were at liberty to draw consolation from the personal appearance and habits of Napoleon, amid the gleam of embroidery of orders, decorations, and all that the etiquette of a court demands to render ceremonial, at once accurate and splendid. The person of the emperor was to be distinguished by his extreme simplicity of dress and deportment. A plain uniform with a hat having no other ornament than a small three-colored cockade was the dress of him who bestowed all these gorgeous decorations, and in honor of whom these costly robes of ceremonial had been exhibited. Perhaps Napoleon might be of opinion that a person under the common size, and in his latter days somewhat corpulent, was unfit for the display of rich dresses, or it is more likely he desired to intimate that, although he exacted from others the strict observance of etiquette, he held that the imperial dignity placed him above any reciprocal obligation towards them. Perhaps also in limiting his personal expenses, and avoiding that of a splendid royal wardrobe, Bonaparte might indulge that love of calculation, an order which we have noticed as a leading point of his character. But his utmost efforts could not carry a similar spirit of economy among the female part of his imperial family, and it may be a consolation to persons of less consequence to know that, in this respect, the emperor of half the world was nearly as powerless as they may feel themselves to be. Josephine, with all her amiable qualities, was profuse, after the general custom of Creoles and Pauline de Bourghes, was no less so. The efforts of Napoleon to limit their expenses sometimes gave rise to singular scenes. Upon one occasion, the emperor found in company of Josephine a certain milliner of high reputation and equal expense, with whom he had discharged his wife, to have any dealings incensed at this breach of his orders. He directed the Marchand Desmodes to be conducted to the Bicetre, but the number of carriages which brought the wives of his principal courtiers to consult her in captivity convinced him that the popularity of the milliner was too powerful even for his imperial authority, so he wisely dropped a contention which must have appeared ludicrous to the public, and the artist was set at liberty to charm and pillage the gay world of Paris at her own pleasure. On another occasion, the irregularity of Josephine in the article of expense led to an incident which reminds us of an anecdote in the history of some Oriental sultan. A creditor of the empress, become desperate from delay, stopped the imperial calèche, in which the emperor was leaving St. Cloud with Josephine by his side, and presented his account with a request of payment. Bonaparte did as Saladin would have done in similar circumstances, forgave the man's boldness in consideration of the justice of his claim, and caused the debt to be immediately settled. In fact, while blaming the expense and irregularity, which occasioned such demands, his sense of justice and his family affection equally inclined him to satisfy the creditor. The same love of order as a ruling principle of his government must have rendered Bonaparte a severe censor of all public breaches of the decencies of society. Public morals are in themselves the accomplishment and fulfillment of all laws. They alone constitute national code. Accordingly, the manners of the imperial court were under such regulation as to escape public scandal, if they were not beyond secret suspicion. In the same manner, gambling, the natural and favorite vice of a court, was not practiced in that of Bonaparte, who discountenanced high play by every means in his power, but he suffered it to be licensed to an immense and frightful extent by the minister of police. Nor can we give him the least credit when he affirms that the gambling houses which paid such immense rents to Fouche existed. Without his knowledge, Napoleon's own assertion cannot make us believe that he was ignorant of the principal source of revenue which supported his police. He compounded on this, as on other occasions, with a good will in consideration of the personal advantage which he derived from it. In the public amusements of a more general kind, Bonaparte took a deep interest. He often attended the theatre, though commonly in private, and without eclat. His own taste, as well as political circumstances, led him to encourage the amusements of the stage, and the celebrated Talma, whose decided talents placed him at the head of the French performers, received as well in personal notice from the emperor, as through the more substantial medium of a pension, an assurance that the kindness which he had shown in early youth to the little Corsican student had not been forgotten. The strictest care was taken that nothing should be admitted on the stage which could awaken feelings or recollections unfavorable to the imperial government. When the acute wit of the Parisian audience seized on some expression or incident which had any analogy to public affairs, the greatest pains were taken not only to prevent the circumstance from recurring, but even to hinder it from getting into general circulation. This secrecy respecting what occurred in public could not be attained in a free country, but was easily accomplished in one where the public papers, the general organs of intelligence, were under the strict and unremitted vigilance of the government. There were periods when Bonaparte, in order to gain the approbation and sympathy of those who claimed the exclusive title of lovers of liberty, was not unwilling to be thought the friend of liberal opinions, and was heard to express himself in favor of the liberty of the press and other checks upon the executive authority to reconcile his opinions, or rather what he threw out as his opinions, with a practice diametrically opposite, was no easy matter. Yet he sometimes attempted it on observing one or two persons who had been his silent and surprised auditors on such an occasion. Unable to suppress some appearance of incredulity, he immediately entered upon his defense. I am, he said, at bottom, and naturally, for a fixed and limited government, you seem not to believe me, perhaps because you conceive my opinions and practice are at variance, but you do not consider the necessity arising out of persons and circumstances. Were I to relax the reins for an instant, you would see a general confusion. Neither you nor I probably would spend another night in the Tuileries. Such declarations have often been found in the mouths of those who have seized upon an unlawful degree of authority over their species. Cromwell was forced to dissolve the parliament, though he besought the Lord rather to slay him state necessity, is the usual plea of tyrants, by which they seek to impose on themselves and others. And by resorting to such an apology, they pay that tribute to truth in their language, to which their practice is in the most decided opposition. But if there are any to whom such an excuse may appear valid, what can be or must be their sentiments of the French Revolution, which instead of leading to national liberty, equality, and general happiness, brought the country into such a condition that a victorious soldier was obliged, contrary to the conviction of his own conscience, to assume the despotic power and subject the whole empire to the same arbitrary rules which directed the followers of his camp. The press at no time and in no civilized country was ever so completely enchained and fettered, as at this period it was in France. The public journals were prohibited from inserting any article of public news, which had not first appeared in the Monitor, the organ of government, and this, on all momentous occasions, was personally examined by Bonaparte himself, nor were the inferior papers permitted to publish a word, whether in the way of explanation, criticism, or otherwise, which did not accurately correspond with the tone observed in the leading journal. They might, with the best graces of their eloquence, enhance the praise or deepen the censure which characterized the leading paragraph, but seizure of their paper, confiscation, imprisonment, and sometimes exile, were the unfailing reward of any attempt to correct what was erroneous in point of fact or sophistical in point of reasoning. The Monitor, therefore, was the sole guide of public opinion, and by his constant attention to its contents, it is plain that Napoleon relied as much on its influence to direct the general mind of the people of France as he did upon the power of his arms, military reputation, and extensive resources to overawe the other nations of Europe. Chapter Roman 39 System of Education, introduced into France by Napoleon. National University, its nature, and objects Lyceum's proposed establishment at Meudon. The reputation of Bonaparte as a soldier was the means which raised him to the imperial dignity, and unfortunately for himself, his ideas were so constantly associated with war and victory that peaceful regulations of every kind were postponed as of inferior importance, and thus war, which in the eye of reason ought always, even when most necessary and justifiable, to be regarded as an extraordinary state into which a nation is plunged by compulsion, was certainly regarded by Napoleon as almost the natural and ordinary condition of humanity. He had been bred on the battlefield, from which his glory first arose the earthquake voice of victory, according to the expression of Britain's noble and lost bard, was to him the breath of life. And although his powerful mind was capable of applying itself to all the various relations of human affairs, it was with war and desolation that he was most familiar, and the tendency of his government accordingly bore an aspect decidedly military. Public education. The instruction of the youth of France had been the subject of several projects during the Republic, which was the more necessary, as the Revolution had entirely destroyed all the colleges and seminaries of public instruction, most of which were more or less connected with the Church, and had left the nation almost destitute of any public means of education. These schemes were, of course, marked with the wild sophistry of the period. In many cases they failed in execution from want of public encouragement, in others from want of funds. Still, however, though no fixed scheme of education had been adopted, and though the increasing vice and ignorance of the rising generation was sufficiently shocking, there existed in France 2 or 3 classes of schools, for different purposes, as indeed it is not to be supposed that so great and civilized a nation could under any circumstances tolerate a total want of the means of educating their youth. The schemes to which we allude had agreed in arranging that each commune, answering perhaps to our parish, should provide a school and teacher for the purpose of communicating the primary and most indispensable principles of education. This plan had in a great measure failed owing to the poverty of the communes, on whom the expense was thrown in some cases. However, the communes had found funds for this necessary purpose, and in others the expense had been divided betwixt the public body and the pupils who received the benefit of the establishment, so that these primary schools existed in many instances, though certainly in a precarious and languishing state. The secondary schools were such as qualified persons, or those who held themselves out as such had established upon speculation, or by the aid of private contributions, for teaching the learned and modern languages, geography, and mathematics. There was besides evinced on the part of the Catholic clergy, so soon as the Concordat had restored them to some rank, and influence, a desire to resume the task of public education, which before the revolution had been chiefly vested in their hands. Their seminaries had been supported by the public with considerable liberality, and being under the control of the bishop, and destined chiefly to bring up young persons intended for the church, they had obtained the name of ecclesiastical schools. Lyceums. Matters were upon this footing when Bonaparte brought forward his grand project of a national university, composed of a grand master, a chancellor, a treasurer, 10 councillors for life, 20 councillors, in ordinary, and 30 inspectors general, the whole forming a sort of imperial council, whose supremacy was to be absolute on matters respecting education. All teachers and all seminaries of education were subjected to the supreme authority of the national university, nor could any school be opened without a brevet or diploma from the Grand Master, upon which a considerable tax was imposed. It was indeed the policy of the government to diminish as far as possible the number of secondary and of ecclesiastical schools, in order that the public education might be conducted at the public seminaries called lyceums or academies. In these lyceums, the discipline was partly military, partly monastic. The masters, censors, and teachers in the lyceums and colleges were bound to celibacy. The professors might marry, but in that case, were not permitted to reside within the precincts. The youth were entirely separated from their families and allowed to correspond with no one, save their parents, and then only through the medium. And under the inspection of the censors, the whole system was subjected to the strict and frequent investigation of the university. The Grand Master might dismiss any person he pleased, and such a sentence of dismission disqualified the party receiving it from holding any civil employment. In the general case, it is the object of a place of learning to remove from the eyes of youth that pomp and parade of war by which, at an early age, they are so easily withdrawn from severe attention to their studies. The lyceums of Bonaparte were conducted on a contrary principle. Everything was done by beat of drum. All the interior arrangements of the boys were upon a military footing at a period when the soldier's profession held out the most splendid prospects of successful ambition. It was no wonder that young men soon learned to look forward to it as the only line worthy of a man of spirit, to pursue the devotion of the young students to the emperor, carefully infused into them by their teachers, was farther excited by the recollection that he was their benefactor for all the means of instruction afforded them. And thus they learned from every circumstance around them that the first object of their lives was devotion to his service, and that the service required of them was of a military character. There were in each lyceum 150 exhibitions, or scholarships, of which 20 were of value sufficient to cover the students' full expenses, while the rest of smaller amount were called half or three-quarter bursaries, in which the parents or relations of the lad supplied a portion of the charge from these lyceums. 250 of the most selected youth were yearly drafted into the more professional and special military schools maintained by the emperor, and to be included in this chosen number was the prime object of every student. Thus everything induced the young men brought up at these lyceums to look upon a military life as the most natural and enviable course they had to pursue, and thus Bonaparte accomplished that alteration on the existing generation which he intimated when he said, the clergy regard this world as a mere diligence which is to convey us to the next. It must be my business to fill the public carriage with good recruits for my army. Of the whole range of national education, that which was conducted at the lyceums or central schools was alone supported by the state, and the courses there taught were generally limited to Latin and mathematics, the usual accomplishments of a military academy. Undoubtedly, Brienne was in Napoleon's recollection, nor might he perhaps think better or a more enlarged course of education necessary for the subjects of France than that which had advanced their sovereign to the supreme government. But there was a deeper reason in the limitation. Those who, under another system of education, might have advanced themselves to that degree of knowledge which becomes influential upon the mind of the public or the fortunes of a state by other means than those of violence, were disqualified for the task by that which they received in the lyceums, and the gentle, studious, and peaceful youth was formed, like all the rest of the generation, to the trade of war, to which he was probably soon to be called by the conscription if the father chose to place his son at one of the secondary schools, where a larger sphere of instruction was opened. It was still at the risk of seeing the youth withdrawn from thence and transferred to the nearest lyceum, if the directors of the academy should judge it necessary, for the encouragement of the schools, which appertained more properly to government. Yet Napoleon appears to have been blind to the errors of the system, or rather to have been delighted with them, as tending directly to aid his despotic views. My university, he was accustomed to say to the very last, was a masterpiece of combination, and would have produced the most material effect on the public mind, and he was wont on such occasions to throw the blame of its failure on Monsieur Fontines, the Grand Master, who he said afterwards took merit with the Bourbons for having encumbered its operation in some of its most material particulars. Bonaparte, it must be added at a later period, resolved to complete his system of national education by a species of Corinthian capital. He proposed the establishment of an institution at Meudon for the education of his son, the King of Rome, where he was to be trained to the arts, becoming a ruler in the society of other young princes of the imperial family, or the descendants of the allies of Napoleon. This would have been reversing the plan of tuition imposed on Cyrus and on Henry Roman IV, who were bred up among the common children of the peasants, that their future grandeur might not too much or too early obscure the real views of human nature and character. But it is unnecessary to speculate on a system which never was doomed to be brought to experiment. Only we may presume it was intended to teach the young Napoleon more respect to the right of property, which his princely companions held in their toys and playthings, than his father evinced towards the crowns and scepters of his brothers and allies. Chapter Roman 40 Military Details Plan of the conscription. Its nature reigned, effects enforced with unsparing rigor its influence upon the general character of the French soldiery. New mode of conducting hostilities, introduced by the Revolution Constitution of the French armies, forced marches. Law marred its nature reigned effects in the enemy's country, and on the French soldiers themselves. Policy of Napoleon in his personal conduct to his officers and soldiers altered character of the French soldiery during and after the Revolution. The conscription. We have shown that the course of education practiced in France was so directed as to turn the thoughts and hopes of the youth to a military life, and prepare them to obey the call of the conscription. This means of recruiting the military force, the most formidable ever established in a civilized nation, was originally presented to the Council of 500 in 1,798,330. It comprehended a series of lists containing the names of the whole youth of the kingdom, from the age of 20 to 25, and empowering government to call them out successively, in such numbers, as the exigencies of the state should require. The classes were 5 in number. The first contained those who were aged 20 years complete before the commencement of the year, relative to which the conscription was demanded, and the same rule applied to the other 4 classes of men, who had attained the 21st, 22nd, 23rd, 24th, and 25th years, successively, before the same period. In practice, however, the second class of conscripts were not called out until the first were actually in service, nor was it usual to demand more than the first class in any one year. But as the first class amounted to 60 or 80,000, so forcible and general, a levy presented immense facilities to the government, and was proportionally burdensome to the people. This law undoubtedly has its general principle in the duty which everyone owes to his country. Nothing can be more true than that all men capable of bearing arms are liable to be employed in the defense of the state, and nothing can be more politic than that the obligation which is incumbent upon all should be in the first instance imposed upon the youth, who are best qualified for military service by the freshness of their age, and whose absence from the ordinary business of the country will occasion the least inconvenience. But it is obvious that such a measure can only be vindicated in defensive war, and that the conduct of Bonaparte, who applied the system to the conduct of distant offensive wars, no otherwise necessary than for the satisfaction of his own ambition, stands liable to the heavy charge of having drained the very lifeblood of the people entrusted to his charge, not for the defense of their own country, but to extend the ravages of war to distant and unoffending regions. The French conscription was yet more severely felt by the extreme rigor of its conditions. No distinction was made betwixt the married man, whose absence might be the ruin of his family, and the single member of a numerous lineage, who could be easily spared. The son of the widow, the child of the decrepit and helpless, had no right to claim an exemption. 3 sons might be carried off in 3 successive years. From the same desolated parents, there was no allowance made for having already supplied a recruit. Those unable to serve were mulcted in a charge, proportioned to the quota of taxes, which they or their parents contributed to the state, and which might vary from 50 to 1,200 francs. Substitutes might indeed be offered, but then it was both difficult and expensive to procure them, as the law required that such substitutes should not only have the usual personal qualifications for a military life, but should be domesticated within the same district as their principal, or come within the conscription of the year, suitable persons were sure to know their own value, and had learned so well to profit by it that they were not to be bribed to serve without excessive bounties. The substitutes also had the practice of deserting upon the road, and thus cheated the principal who remained answerable for them, till they joined their colors on the whole. The difficulty of obtaining exemption by substitution was so great that very many young men well educated and of respectable families were torn from all their more propitious prospects to bear the life, discharge the duties, and die the death of common soldiers in a marching regiment. There was no part of Napoleon's government enforced with such extreme rigor as the levy of the conscriptions. The mayor, upon whom the duty devolved of seeing the number called for selected by lot from the class to whom they belonged, was compelled, under the most severe penalties, to avoid showing the slightest indulgence at brand the pillory, or the galleys awaited the magistrate himself, if he was found to have favored any individuals on whom the law of conscription had claims. The same laws held out the utmost extent of their terrors against refractory conscripts, and the public functionaries were everywhere in search of them. When arrested, they were treated like convicts of the most infamous description, clothed in a dress of infamy, loaded with chains and dragging weights which were attached to them. They were condemned like galley slaves to work upon the public fortifications. Their relations did not escape, but were often rendered liable for fines and penalties. But perhaps the most horrible part of the fate of the conscript was that it was determined for life. 2 or 3, even 4 or 5 years spent in military service might have formed a more endurable, though certainly a severe tax upon human life with its natural prospects and purposes. But the conscription effectually and forever changed the character of its victims. The youth, when he left his father's hearth, was aware that he was bidding it adieu in all mortal apprehension forever, and the parents who had parted with him, young, virtuous, and ingenuous, and with a tendency perhaps to acquire the advantages of education, could only expect to see him again, should so unlikely an event ever take place, with the habits, thoughts, manners, and morals of a private soldier. But whatever distress was inflicted on the country by this mode of compulsory levy, it was a weapon particularly qualified to serve Bonaparte's purposes. He succeeded to the power which it gave the government amongst other spoils of the revolution, and he used it to the greatest possible extent. The conscription, of course, comprehended recruits of every kind, good, bad, and indifferent, but chosen as they were from the mass of the people, without distinction, they were upon the whole much superior to that description of persons among whom volunteers for the army are usually levied in other countries, which comprehends chiefly the desperate, the reckless, the profligate, and those whose unsettled or vicious habits render them unfit for peaceful life. The number of young men of some education, who were compelled to serve in the ranks, gave a tone and feeling to the French army of a very superior character, and explains why a good deal of intellect and power of observation was often found amongst the private sentinels. The habits of the nation also being strongly turned towards, or the French formed upon the whole, the most orderly, most obedient, most easily commanded, and best regulated troops that ever took the field in any age or country. In the long and protracted struggle of battle, their fiery courage might sometimes be exhausted before that of the determined British. But in all that respects the science, practice, and usages of war, the French are generally allowed to have excelled their more stubborn, but less ingenious rivals. They excelled especially in the art of shifting for themselves, and it was one in which the wars of Napoleon required them to be peculiarly adroit. The French Revolution first introduced into Europe a mode of conducting hostilities which transferred almost the whole burden of the war to the country, which had the ill fortune to be the seat of its operations, and rendered it a resource, rather than a drain, to the successful belligerent. This we shall presently explain. The conscription corps d'armée. At the commencement of a campaign, nothing could be so complete as the arrangement of a French army. It was formed into large bodies called corps d'armée, each commanded by a king viceroy marshal, or general officer of high pretensions founded on former services. Each corps d'armée formed a complete army within itself, and had its allotted proportion of cavalry, infantry, artillery, and troops of every description. The corps d'armée consisted of from 6 to 10 divisions, each commanded by a general of division. The divisions again were subdivided into brigades, of which each, comprehending 2 or 3 regiments consisting of 2 or more battalions, was commanded by a general of brigade. A corps d'armée might vary in number from 50 to 80,000 men and upwards, and the general of such a body exercised the full military authority over it without the control of anyone excepting the emperor himself. There were very few instances of the emperors putting the officers who were capable of this high charge under command of each other, indeed, so very few as might almost imply some doubt on his part of his commands to this effect being obeyed, had they been issued this system of dividing his collected forces into separate and nearly independent armies, the generals of which were each entrusted with and responsible for his execution of some separate portion of an immense combined plan, gave great celerity and efficacy to the French movements, and superintended as it was by the master spirit, which planned the campaign often contributed to the most brilliant results. But whenever it became necessary to combine two corps d'army in one operation, it required the personal presence of Napoleon himself. Thus organized, the French army was poured into some foreign country by forced marches, without any previous arrangement of stores or magazines for their maintenance, and with the purpose of maintaining them solely at the expense of the inhabitants. Bonaparte was exercised in this system, and the combination of great masses by means of such forced marches was one great principle of his tactics. This species of war was carried on at the least possible expense of money to his treasury, but it was necessarily at the greatest possible expenditure of human life, and the incalculable increase of human misery. Napoleon's usual object was to surprise the enemy by the rapidity of his marches, defeat him in some great battle, and then seize upon his capital, levy contributions, make a peace with such advantages as he could obtain, and finally return to Paris. La Maraude. In these dazzling campaigns, the army usually began their march with provisions, that is, bread or biscuit, for a certain number of days on the soldiers' backs. Cattle also were for a time driven along with them, and slaughtered as wanted. These articles were usually provided from some large town or populous district, in which the troops might have been cantoned. The horses of the cavalry were likewise loaded with forage for the consumption of 2 or 3 days. Thus provided, the army set forward on its expedition, by forced marches, in a very short time, the soldiers became impatient of their burdens, and either wasted them by prodigal consumption or actually threw them away. It was then that the officers, who soon entertained just apprehensions of the troops suffering scarcity before another regular issue of provisions, gave authority to secure supplies by what was called la maraude, in other words, by plunder, to ensure that these forced supplies should be collected and distributed systematically. A certain number of soldiers from each company were dispatched to obtain provisions at the villages and farmhouses in the neighborhood of the march or of the ground upon which the army was encamped. These soldiers were authorized to compel the inhabitants to deliver their provisions without receipt or payment, and such being their regular duty, it may be well supposed that they did not confine themselves to provisions, but exacted money and articles of value, and committed many other similar abuses. The French soldiery. It must be owned that the intellectual character of the French, and the good nature, which is the real ground of their national character, rendered their conduct more endurable under the evils of the system than could have been expected, provided always that provisions were plenty, and the country populace. A sort of order was then observed even in the disorder of the maraude, and pains were taken to divide regularly the provisions thus irregularly obtained. The general temper of the soldiery, when unprovoked by resistance, made them not wholly barbarous, and their original good discipline, the education which many had received with the habits of docility, which all had acquired, prevented them from breaking up into bands of absolute banditti, and destroying themselves by their own irregularities. No troops except the French could have subsisted in the same manner, for no other army is sufficiently under the command of its officers. But the most hideous features of this system were shown when the army marched through a thinly peopled country, or when the national character, and perhaps local facilities, encouraged the natives and peasants to offer resistance. Then the soldiers became animated alike by the scarcity of provisions, and irritated at the danger which they sometimes incurred in collecting them. As their hardships increased, their temper became relentless and reckless, and besides indulging in every other species of violence, they increased their own distresses by destroying what they could not use. Famine and sickness were not long of visiting an army which traversed by forced marches a country exhausted of provisions. These stern attendants followed the French columns as they struggled on without hospitals, and without magazines. Every straggler who could not regain his ranks fell a victim to hunger, to weather, to weariness, to the vengeance of an incensed peasantry. In this manner, the French army suffered woes which till these tremendous wars had never been the lot of troops in hostilities carried on between civilized nations. Still, Bonaparte's object was gained. He attained amid these losses and sacrifices, and at the expense of them, the point which he had desired displayed his masses to the terrified eyes of a surprised enemy, reaped the reward of his dispatch in a general victory, and furnished new subjects of triumph to the monitor. So much did he rely upon the celerity of movement, that if an officer asked time to execute any of his commands it was frequently his remarkable answer ask me for anything except time. That celerity depended on the uncompromising system of forced marches without established magazines, and we have described how wasteful it must have been to human life. But when the battle was over, the dead were at rest and could not complain. The living were victors, and soon forgot their sufferings, and the loss of the recruits who had been wasted in the campaign was supplied by another draft upon the youth of France in the usual forms of the conscription. Bonaparte observed with respect to his army an adroit species of policy. His marshals, his generals, his officers of high rank were liberally honored and rewarded by him, but he never treated them with personal familiarity. The forms of etiquette were upon all occasions strictly maintained. Perhaps he was of opinion that the original equality in which they had stood with regard to each other would have been too strongly recalled by a more familiar mode of intercourse. But to the common soldier who could not misconstrue or intrude upon his familiarity, Bonaparte observed a different line of conduct. He permitted himself to be addressed by them on all suitable occasions, and paid strict attention to their petitions, complaints, and even their remonstrances. What they complained of was in all instances inquired into and reformed. If the complaints were just after a battle, he was accustomed to consult the regiments which had distinguished themselves concerning the merits of those who had deserved the Legion of Honor or other military distinction. In these moments of conscious importance, the sufferings of the whole campaign were forgotten, and Napoleon seemed to the soldiery who surrounded him not as the ambitious man who had dragged them from their homes to waste their valor in foreign fields, and had purchased victory at the expense of subjecting them to every privation, but as the father of the war to whom his soldiers were as children, and to whom the honor of the meanest private was as dear as his own. Every attention was paid to do justice to the claims of the soldier, and provide for his preferment as it was merited. But with all this encouragement, it was the remark of Bonaparte himself that the army no longer produced under the empire such distinguished soldiers as Pichegru, Kleber, Moro, Massena, de Saix-Hoch, and he himself, above all, who, starting from the ranks of obscurity like runners to a race, had astonished the world by their progress. These men of the highest genius had been produced as Bonaparte thought in and by the fervor of the revolution, and he appears to have been of opinion that since things had returned more and more into the ordinary and restricted bounds of civil society, men of the same high class were no longer created. There is, however, some fallacy in the statement times of revolution do not create great men, but revolutions usually take place in periods of society when great principles have been under discussion. The views of the young and of the old have been turned by the complexion of the times towards matters of grand and serious consideration, which elevate the character and raise the ambition. When the collision of mutual violence, the explosion of the revolution itself, actually breaks out, it neither does nor can create talent of any kind, but it brings forth and in general destroys in the course of its progress all the talent which the predisposition to discussion of public affairs had already encouraged and fostered. And when that talent has perished, it cannot be replaced from a race educated amidst the furies of civil war. The abilities of the Long Parliament cease to be seen under the Commonwealth, and the same is true of the French Convention, and the empire which succeeded it. Revolution is like a conflagration which throws temporary light upon the ornaments and architecture of the house to which it attaches, but always ends by destroying them. It is said also, probably with less authority, that Napoleon, even when surrounded by those imperial guards, whose discipline had been so sedulously carried to the highest pitch, sometimes regretted the want of the old revolutionary soldiers whose work revived La République. Identified each individual with the cause which he maintained. Napoleon, however, had no cause to regret any circumstance which referred to his military power. It was already far too great, and had destroyed the proper scale of government in France by giving the military a decided superiority over all men of civil professions, while he himself, with the habits and reasoning of a despotic general, had assumed an almost unlimited authority over the fairest part of Europe, over foreign countries. The military renown of France streamed like a comet, inspiring universal dread and distrust, and whilst it rendered indispensable similar preparations for resistance, it seemed as if peace had departed from the earth for ever, and that its destinies were hereafter to be disposed of according to the laws of brutal force alone. Chapter Roman 41 Effects of the Peace of Tilsit. Napoleon's views of a state of peace contrasted with those of England, the Continental System, Berlin, and Milan decrees British orders, in Council Spain retrospect of the relations of that country with France, since the Revolution God, his influence character and political views Ferdinand, Prince of Asturias, applies to Napoleon for aid affairs of Portugal Treaty of Fontainebleau departure, of the Prince Regent for Brazil entrance of Junot, into Lisbon his unbounded rapacity disturbances at Madrid Ferdinand, detected in a plot against his father and imprisoned King Charles applies to Napoleon while policy of Bonaparte, orders the French army to enter Spain. The Peace of Tilsit had been of that character, which while it settled the points of dispute between two rival monarchies, who had found themselves hardly matched in the conflict, to which it put a period left both at liberty, to use towards the nations more immediately under the influence of either such a degree of discretion as their power enabled them. To exercise such was Napoleon's idea of pacification, which amounted to this: I will work my own pleasure with the countries over which my power gives me not indeed the right, but the authority and power, and you my ally shall in recompense do what suits you in the territories of other states, adjoining to you, but over which I have no such immediate influence. This was the explanation which he put upon the Treaty of Amiens, and this was the species of peace which long afterwards he regretted had not been concluded with England. His regrets on that point were expressed at a very late period in language, which is perfectly intelligible speaking of France and England. He said, "We have done each other infinite harm, we might have rendered each other infinite service by mutual good understanding. If the school of Fox had succeeded, we would have understood each other. There would only have been in Europe one army and one fleet. We would have governed the world. We would have fixed repose and prosperity everywhere, either by force or by persuasion. Yes, I repeat, how much good we might have done, how much evil we have actually done to each other." Now the fundamental principle of such a pacification which Bonaparte seems to the very last to have considered as the mutual basis of common interest was such as could not, ought not, nay, dared not have been adopted by any ministry which England could have chosen. So long as she possessed a free parliament, her principle of pacification must have been one that ascertained the independence of other powers, not which permitted her own aggressions, and gave way to those of France her wealth, strength, and happiness due, and must always consist in the national independence of the states upon the continent. She could not, either with conscience or safety, make peace with a usurping conqueror on the footing that she herself was to become a usurper in her turn. She has no desire or interest to blot out other nations from the map of Europe, in order that no names may remain save those of Britain and France, nor is she interested in depriving other states of their fleets or of their armies. Her statesmen must disclaim the idea of governing the world or a moiety of the world, and of making other nations either happy or unhappy by force of arms. The conduct of England in 1814 and in 1815 evinced this honest and honorable policy, since yielding much to others, she could not be accused of being herself influenced by any views to extend her own dominion in the general confusion and blending which arose out of the downfall of the external power of France, that however is a subject for another place. In the meanwhile, France, who with Russia had arranged a treaty of pacification on a very different basis, was now busied in gathering in the advantages which she expected to derive from it. In doing so, it seems to have been Bonaparte's principal object so to consolidate and enforce what he called his Continental System, as ultimately to root out and destroy the remaining precarious communications which England, by her external commerce, continued to maintain with the nations of the continent. Effects of the Peace of Tilsit. To attain this grand object, the Treaty of Tilsit, and its consequences had given him great facilities. France was his own Holland, was under the dominion nominally of his brother Louis, but in a great measure at his devotion. His brother Jerome was established in the kingdom of Westphalia. It followed therefore in the course of his brother's policy that he was to form an alliance worthy of his new rank. It has been already noticed that he had abandoned by his brother's command Elizabeth Patterson, daughter of a respectable gentleman of Baltimore, whom he had married in 1803. He was now married at the Tuileries to Frederica Catherine, daughter of the King of Württemberg. Prussia and all the once free ports of the Hanseatic League were closed against English commerce, so far as absolute military power could effect that purpose. Russia was not so tractable in that important matter, as the terms of the Treaty of Tilsit and Napoleon's secret engagements with the Tsar had led him to hope, but Alexander was too powerful to be absolutely dictated to in the enforcement of this anti-commercial system, And indeed, the peculiar state of the Russian nation might have rendered it perilous to the Tsar to enforce the non-intercourse to the extent which Napoleon would have wished the large, bulky, and heavy commodities of Russia hemp and iron and timber and wax and pitch and naval stores that, produce upon which the boyards of the empire chiefly depended for their revenue, would not bear the expense of transportation by land and England, in full, and exclusive command of the sea was her only and at the same time her willing customer under various illusory devices. Therefore England continued to purchase Russian commodities and pay for them in her own manufactures, in spite of the decrees of the French emperor, and in defiance of the ukases of the Tsar himself. And to this, Bonaparte was compelled to seem blind as what his Russian ally could not or would not put an end to. The strangest struggle ever witnessed in the civilized world began now to be maintained betwixt Britain and those countries who felt the importation of British goods as a subject not only of convenience, but of vital importance on the one hand and France on the other, whose ruler was determined that on no account should Britain either maintain intercourse with the continent or derive the inherent advantages of a free trade. The decrees of Berlin were reinforced by others of the French emperor, yet more peremptory and more vexatious by these, and particularly by one promulgated at Milan 17th December 1807. Napoleon declared Britain in a state of blockade. All nations, whatever were prohibited, not only to trade with her, but to deal in any articles of British manufacturers. Agents were named in every seaport and trading town. On the part of Bonaparte, there was an ordinance that no ship should be admitted into any of the ports of the continent without certificates, as they were called, of origin, the purpose of which was to show that no part of their cargo was of British produce. These regulations were met by others on the part of Britain, called the Orders in Council. They permitted all neutrals to trade with countries at peace with Great Britain, providing they touched at a British port, and paid the British duties. Neutrals were thus placed in a most undesirable predicament betwixt the two great contending powers. If they neglected the British Orders in Council, they were captured by the cruisers of England with which the sea was covered. If they paid duties at British ports, they were confiscated. If the fact could be discovered on arrival at any port under French influence, this led to every species of deception, by which the real character of the mercantile transaction could be disguised. False papers, false entries, false registers were everywhere produced, and such were the profits attending the trade that the most trusty and trusted agents of Bonaparte, men of the highest rank in his empire, were found willing to wink at this contraband commerce and obtained great sums for doing so. All along the seacoast of Europe, this struggle was keenly maintained betwixt the most powerful individual the world ever saw, and the wants and wishes of the society which he controlled, wants and wishes not the less eagerly entertained that they were directed towards luxuries and superfluities. But it was chiefly the Spanish peninsula, in which the dominion of its ancient and natural princes still nominally survived, which gave an extended vent to the objects of British commerce. Bonaparte, indeed, had a large share of its profits, since Portugal in particular paid him great sums to connive at her trade with England. But at last, the weakness of Portugal and the total disunion of the royal family in Spain suggested to Napoleon the thoughts of appropriating to his own family, or rather to himself, that noble portion of the continent of Europe. Hence arose the Spanish contest, of which he afterwards said in bitterness, "That wretched war was my ruin. It divided my forces, obliged me to multiply my efforts, and injured my character for morality." But could he expect better results from a usurpation executed under circumstances of treachery perfectly unexampled in the history of Europe? Before entering, however, upon this new and most important era of Napoleon's history, it is necessary hastily to resume some account of the previous relations between France and the Peninsula since the Revolution. Manuel de Gaude, Spain. Manuel de Gaude, a favorite of Charles Roman IV, and the paramour of his profligate queen, was at this time the uncontrolled minister of Spain. He bore the title of Prince of the Peace, or of Peace, as it was termed for brevity's sake on account of his having completed the pacification of Ball, which closed the revolutionary war betwixt Spain and France. By the subsequent treaty of St. Ildefonso, he had established an alliance offensive and defensive betwixt the two countries, in consequence of which Spain had taken from time to time, without hesitation, every step which Bonaparte's interested policy recommended. But notwithstanding this subservience to the pleasure of the French ruler, Gaudo seems in secret to have nourished hopes of getting free of the French yoke, and at the very period when the Prussian War broke out without any necessity which could be discovered, he suddenly called the Spanish forces to arms, addressing to them a proclamation of a boastful, and at the same time, a mysterious character indicating that the country was in danger, and that some great exertion was expected from the Spanish armies in her behalf. Bonaparte received this proclamation on the field of battle at Jena, and is said to have sworn vengeance against Spain. The news of that great victory soon altered Godot's military attitude, and the minister could find no better excuse for it than to pretend that he had armed against an apprehended invasion of the Moors. Napoleon permitted the circumstance to remain unexplained. It had made him aware of Godot's private sentiments in respect to himself, and to France if he had before doubted them, and though passed over without farther notice, this hasty armament of 1806 was assuredly not dismissed from his thoughts. In the state of abasement under which they felt their government and royal family to have fallen, the hopes and affections of the Spaniards were naturally turned on the heir apparent, whose succession to the crown they looked forward to as a signal for better things, and who was well understood to be at open variance with the all-powerful Godo. The Prince of the Asturias, however, does not seem to have possessed any portion of that old heroic pride and love of independence, which ought to have marked the future King of Spain. He was not revolted at the sway which Bonaparte held in Europe and in Spain, and far from desiring to get rid of the French influence, he endeavored to secure Bonaparte's favor for his own partial views by an offer to connect his own interest in an indissoluble manner with those of Napoleon and his dynasty, assisted by some of the grandees who were most especially tired of God and his administration. The prince wrote Bonaparte a secret letter 11th October expressing the highest esteem for his person, intimating the condition to which his father, whose too great goodness of disposition had been misguided by wicked counselors, had reduced the flourishing kingdom of Spain, requesting the counsels and support of the Emperor Napoleon to detect the schemes of those perfidious men, and entreating that, as a pledge of the paternal protection which he solicited, the Emperor would grant him the honor of allying him with one of his relations. In this manner, the heir apparent of Spain threw himself into the arms, or more properly at the feet of Napoleon. But he did not meet the reception he had hoped for. Bonaparte was at this time engaged in negotiations with Charles Roman IV, and with that very Gade whom it was the object of the prince to remove or ruin. And as they could second his views with all the remaining forces of Spain, while Prince Ferdinand was in possession of no actual power or authority, the former were for the time preferable allies. The prince's offer, as what might be useful on some future occasion, was for the present neither accepted nor refused. Napoleon was altogether silent. The fate of the royal family was thus in the hands of the stranger. Their fate was probably already determined. But before expelling the Bourbons from Spain, Napoleon judged it most politic to use their forces in subduing Portugal. The flower of the Spanish army, consisting of 16,000 men under the Marquis de la Romana, had been marched into the north of Europe under the character of auxiliaries of France. Another detachment had been sent to Tuscany, commanded by O'Farrell. So far, the kingdom was weakened by the absence of her own best troops. The conquest of Portugal was to be made a pretext for introducing the French army to dictate to the whole peninsula. Portugal was under a singularly weak government. Her army was ruined. The soul and spirit of her nobility was lost. Her sole hope for continuing in existence under the name of an independent kingdom rested in her power of purchasing the clemency of France and some belief that Spain would not permit her own territories to be violated for the sake of annihilating an unoffending neighbor. And out. Shortly after the Treaty of Tilsit, the Prince Regent of Portugal was required by France and Spain jointly to shut his ports against the English, to confiscate the property of Britain, and to arrest the persons of her subjects, wherever they could be found within his dominions. The prince reluctantly acceded to the first part of this proposal. The last he peremptorily refused, as calling upon him at once to violate the faith of treaties and the rights of hospitality. And the British merchants received intimation that it would be wisdom to close their commercial concerns and retire from a country which had no longer the means of protecting them. In the meantime, a singular treaty was signed at Fontainebleau for the partition of the ancient kingdom of Portugal. By this agreement, a regular plan was laid for invading Portugal, with French and Spanish armies, accomplishing the conquest of the country and dividing it into three parts. The province of Entre Minho y Douro, with the town of Oporto, was to belong to the King of Etruria, who was to cede his Italian dominions to Napoleon with the title of King of Northern Lusitania. another portion, consisting of Alentejo and the Algarves, was to be given in sovereignty to Gade with the title of Prince of the Algarves, and a third was to remain in sequestration till the end of the war. By the Treaty of Fontainebleau, Napoleon obtained two important advantages. The first, that Portugal should be conquered; the second, that a great part of the Spanish troops should be employed on the expedition, and their native country thus deprived of their assistance. It is impossible to believe that he ever intended Gade or the King of Etruria should gain anything by the stipulations in their behalf. Junot advances upon Lisbon. Junot, one of the most grasping, extravagant, and profligate of the French generals, a man whom Bonaparte himself has stigmatized as a monster of rapacity, was appointed to march upon Lisbon, and entrusted with the charge of reconciling to the yoke of the invaders a nation who had neither provoked war nor attempted resistance. Two additional armies, consisting partly of French and partly of Spaniards, supported the attack of Junot. A French army, amounting to 40,000 men, was formed at Bayonne, in terms of the Treaty of Fontainebleau destined. It was pretended to act as an army of reserve, in case the English should land troops for the defense of Portugal, but which it had been stipulated was on no account to enter Spain, unless such a crisis should demand their presence. It will presently appear what was the true purpose of this army of reserve, and under what circumstances it was really intended to enter the Spanish territory. Meantime, Junot advanced upon Lisbon with such extraordinary forced marches as very much dislocated and exhausted his army, but this was of the less consequence, because aware that he could not make an effectual resistance, the Prince Regent had determined that he would, not by an ineffectual show of defense, give the invaders a pretext to treat Portugal like a conquered country. He resolved at this late hour to comply even with the last and harshest of the terms dictated by France and Spain, by putting the restraint of a register on British subjects and British property, but he had purposely delayed compliance till little was left that could be effected by the measure. The British factory, so long domiciliated at Lisbon, had left the Tagus on the 18th of October, amid the universal regret of the inhabitants. The British resident minister, Lord Strangford, although feeling compassion for the force under which the Prince Regent acted, was nevertheless under the necessity of considering these unfriendly steps as a declaration against England. He took down the British arms, departed from Lisbon accordingly, and went on board Sir Sidney Smith's squadron. Then, lying off the Tagus, the Marquis of Marialva was then sent as an ambassador extraordinary to state to the courts of France and Spain that the Prince Regent had complied with the whole of their demands, and to request that the march of their forces upon Lisbon should be countermanded. Junot and his army had by this time crossed the frontiers of Portugal, entering, he said, as the friends, allies, and protectors of the Portuguese, come to save Lisbon from the fate of Copenhagen and relieve the inhabitants from the yoke of the maritime tyrants of Europe. He promised the utmost good discipline on the part of his troops, while at the same time the constant plunder and exactions of the French were embittered by wanton scorn and acts of sacrilege which to a religious people seemed peculiarly horrible. Nothing, however, retarded the celerity of his march, for he was well aware that it was his master's most anxious wish to seize the persons of the Portuguese royal family, and especially that of the Prince Regent. Royal family embarked for Brazil. But the prince, although his general disposition was gentle and compromising, had on this occasion impressions not unworthy of the heir of Braganza. He had determined that he would not kiss the dust at the feet of the invader, or be made captive to enhance his triumph. The kingdom of Portugal had spacious realms beyond the Atlantic, in which its royal family might seek refuge. The British ambassador offered every facility which her squadron could afford, and, as is now known, granted the guarantee of Great Britain that she would acknowledge no government which the invaders might establish in Portugal to the prejudice of the House of Braganza. The Prince Regent, with the whole royal family, embarked on board the Portuguese vessels of the line, hastily rigged out as they were and indifferently prepared for sea, and thus afforded modern Europe, for the first time, an example of that species of emigration, frequent in ancient days, when kings and princes expelled from their native seats, by the strong arm of violence, went to seek new establishments in distant countries. The royal family embarked 27th Nov amid the tears, cries, and blessings of the people from the very spot whence Vasco da Gama loosened his sails to discover for Portugal new realms in the east. The weather was as gloomy as were the actors and spectators of this affecting scene, and the firmness of the Prince Regent was applauded by the nation, which he was leaving aware that his longer presence might have exposed himself to insult, but could have had no effect in ameliorating their own fate. Junot, within a day's march of Lisbon, was almost frantic with rage. When he heard this news, he well knew how much the escape of the prince, and the resolution he had formed would diminish the luster of his own success in the eyes of his master. Once possessed of the Prince Regent's person, Bonaparte had hoped to get him to cede possession of the Brazils and transmarine acquisitions, had for Napoleon all the merit of novelty. The empire of the House of Braganza in the New World was now effectually beyond his reach, and his general, thus far unsuccessful, might have some reason to dread the excess of his master's disappointment. Upon the 1st of December, exhausted with their forced marches, and sufficiently miserable in equipment and appearance, the French vanguard approached the city, and their general might see the retreating sails of the vessels, which deprived him of so fair a portion of his prize. Junot, however, was soon led to resume confidence in his own merits. He had been connected with Bonaparte ever since the commencement of his fortunes, which he had faithfully followed such qualifications, and his having married a lady named Comnene, who affirmed herself to be descended from the blood of the Greek emperors, was sufficient, he thought, to entitle him to expect the vacant throne of Lisbon from the hand of his master. In the meantime, he acted as if already in possession of supreme power. He took possession of the house belonging to the richest merchant in the city, and although he received 1,200 cruzados a month for his table, he compelled his landlord to be at the whole expense of his establishment, which was placed on the most extravagant scale of splendor. His inferior officers took the hint, nor were the soldiers slow in following the example. The extortions and rapacity practiced in Lisbon seemed to leave all former excesses of the French army far behind. This led to quarrels betwixt the French, and the natives' blood was shed. Public executions took place, and the invaders, proceeding to reduce and disband the remnant of the Portuguese army, showed their positive intention to retain the kingdom under their own exclusive authority. This purpose was at last intimated by an official document or proclamation issued by Junot 1st Feb under Bonaparte's orders. It declared that by leaving his kingdom, the Prince of Brazil had in fact abdicated the sovereignty, and that Portugal, having become a part of the dominions of Napoleon, should for the present be governed by the French General-in-Chief, in name of the Emperor. The French flag was accordingly displayed, the arms of Portugal, everywhere removed the property of the Prince Regent, and of all who had followed him, was sequestrated with a reserve in favor of those who should return before the 15th day of February, the proclamation being published upon the first day of that month. The next demand upon the unhappy country was for a contribution of 40 millions of cruzados, or 4.5 millions sterling, which laid upon a population of something less than 3 millions came to about 30 shillings a head, while the share of the immense numbers who could pay nothing fell upon the upper and middling ranks who had still some property remaining. There was not specie enough in the country to answer the demand, but plate valuables, British goods, and colonial produce were received instead of money. Some of the French officers turned jobbers in these last articles, sending them off to Paris, where they were sold to advantage. Some became money brokers, and bought up paper money at a discount. So little does the profession of arms retain of its disinterested and gallant character, when its professors become habituated and accustomed depredators. The proclamation of 2d February, vesting the government of Portugal in General Junot as the representative of the French Empire, seemed entirely to abrogate the Treaty of Fontainebleau, and in fact really did so, except as to such articles in favor of Napoleon as he himself chose should remain in force. As for the imaginary princedom of Algarves, with which Gade was to have been invested, no more was ever said or thought about it, nor was he in any condition to assert his claim to it, however formal the stipulation. Intrigues at Madrid. While the French were taking possession of Portugal, one of those scandalous scenes took place in the royal family at Madrid, which are often found to precede the fall of a shaken throne. We have already mentioned the discontent of the Prince of Asturias with his father, or rather his father's minister. We have mentioned that he had desired to ally himself with the family of Bonaparte in order to secure his protection, but that the Emperor of France had given no direct encouragement to his suit. Still, a considerable party headed by the Duke del Infantado and the Canon Escaquiz, who had been the prince's tutor, relying upon the general popularity of Ferdinand, seemed to have undertaken some cabal having for its object probably the deposition of the old king, and the removal of Godoy. The plot was discovered, the person of the prince was secured, and Charles made a clamorous appeal to the justice of Napoleon and to the opinion of the world, he stated that the purpose of the conspirators had been aimed at his life and that of his faithful minister, and produced in support of this unnatural charge 2 letters from Ferdinand, addressed to his parents, in which he acknowledges in general terms having failed in duty to his father and sovereign, and says that he has denounced his advisers, professes repentance, and craves pardon. The reality of this affair is not easily penetrated. That there had been a conspiracy is more than probable. The intended parricide was probably an aggravation of which so weak a man as Charles Roman IV might be easily convinced by the arts of his wife and her paramour. So standing matters in that distracted house, both father and son appealed to Bonaparte as the august friend and ally of Spain, and the natural umpire of the disputes in its royal family, but Napoleon nourished views, which could not be served by giving either party an effectual victory over the other. He caused his ambassador Beauharnois to intercede in favor of the Prince of Asturias Charles Roman IV, and his minister were alarmed and troubled at finding his powerful ally take interest even to this extent in behalf of his disobedient son. They permitted themselves to allude to the private letter from the Prince of Asturias to Napoleon, and to express a hope that the great emperor would not permit a rebellious son to shelter himself by an alliance with his imperial family. The touching discord was what Bonaparte desired. It gave him a pretext to assume a haughty, distant, and offended aspect towards the reigning king, who had dared to suspect him of bad faith, and had mentioned with less than due consideration the name of a lady of the imperial house. Gade was terrified at the interpretation put upon the remonstrances made by himself and his master by the awful arbiter of their destiny Izquierdo. The Spanish ambassador was directed to renew his applications to the emperor, for the especial purpose of assuring him that a match with his family would be in the highest degree acceptable to the King of Spain. Charles wrote with his own hand to the same purpose, but it was Napoleon's policy to appear haughty, distant, indifferent, and offended, and to teach the contending father and son, who both looked to him as their judge, the painful feelings of mutual suspense. In the meantime, a new levy of the conscription put into his hands, a fresh army, and 40,000 men were stationed at Bayonne to add weight to his mediation in the affairs of Spain. Projects against Spain. About this period, he did not hesitate to avow to the ablest of his counselors Talleyrand and Fouch the resolution he had formed that the Spanish race of the House of Bourbon should cease to reign. His plan was opposed by these sagacious statesmen, and the opposition on the part of Talleyrand is represented to have been obstinate. At a later period, Napoleon found it more advantageous to load Talleyrand with the charge of being his advisor in the war with Spain, as well as in the tragedy of the Duc d'Enghien. In Fouch's memoirs, there is an interesting account of his conversation with the emperor on that occasion, of which we see room fully to credit the authenticity. It places before us in a striking point of view arguments for and against this extraordinary and decisive measure. Let Portugal take her fate, said Fouch. She is in fact little else than an English colony, but that King of Spain has given you no reason to complain of him. He has been the humblest of your prefects. Besides, take heed, you are not deceived in the disposition of the Spaniards. You have a party amongst them now, because they look on you as a great and powerful potentate, a prince and an ally, but you ought to be aware that the Spanish people possess no part of the German phlegm. They are attached to their laws, their government, their ancient customs. It would be an error to judge of the national character by that of the higher classes, which are there as elsewhere corrupted and indifferent to their country. Once more take heed, you do not convert by such an act of aggression a submissive and useful tributary kingdom into a second La Vendée. Bonaparte answered these prophetic remarks by observations on the contemptible character of the Spanish government, the imbecility of the king, and the worthless character of the minister. The common people who might be influenced to oppose him by the monks would be dispersed, he said, by one volley of cannon. The stake I play for his immensi will continue in my own dynasty, the family system of the Bourbons, and unite Spain forever to the destinies of France. Remember that the sun never sets on the immense empire of Charles Roman 53-56. Fouch urged another doubt whether, if the flames of opposition should grow violent in Spain, Russia might not be encouraged to resume her connection with England, and thus place the empire of Napoleon betwixt two fires. This suspicion Bonaparte ridiculed as that of a minister of police whose habits taught him to doubt the very existence of sincerity. The Emperor of Russia, he said, was completely won over and sincerely attached to him. Thus warned in vain of the wrath and evil to come, Napoleon persisted in his purpose. But ere yet he had pounced upon the tempting prey, in which form Spain presented herself to his eyes, Napoleon made a hurried expedition. To Italy this journey had several motives. One was to interrupt his communications with the royal family of Spain, in order to avoid being pressed to explain the precise nature of his pretensions, until he was prepared to support them by open force. Another was to secure the utmost personal advantage which could be extracted from the Treaty of Fontainebleau, before he threw that document aside like waste paper, it being his purpose that it should remain such in so far as its stipulations were in behalf of any others than himself. Under pretext of this treaty, he expelled from Tuscany, or Etruria, as it was now called, the widowed queen of that territory. She now for the first time learned that by an agreement to which she was no party she was to be dispossessed of her own original dominions, as well as of those which Napoleon himself had guaranteed to her, and was informed that she was to receive a compensation in Portugal. This increased her affliction. She did not desire, she said, to share the spoils of anyone, much more of a sister and a friend, upon arriving in Spain. And having recourse to her parent, the King of Spain, for redress and explanation, she had the additional information that the Treaty of Fontainebleau was to be recognized as valid, in so far as it deprived her of her territories, but was not to be of any effect in as far as it provided her with indemnification at another time, or in another history. This would have been dwelt upon as an aggravated system of violence and tyranny over the unprotected, but the far more important affairs of Spain threw those of Etruria into the shade. After so much preparation behind the scenes, Bonaparte now proposed to open the first grand act of the impending drama. He wrote from Italy to the King of Spain that he consented to the proposal which he had made for the marriage betwixt the Prince of Asturias and one of his kinswomen, and having thus maintained to the last the appearances of friendship, he gave orders to the French army lying at Bayonne to enter Spain on different points, and to possess themselves of the strong fortresses by which the frontier of that kingdom is defended. Chapter Roman 42, Pamplona, Barcelona, Montjuïc, and St. Sebastian's are fraudulently seized by the French King. Charles proposes to sail for South American insurrection at Aranjuez. Charles resigns the crown in favor of Ferdinand. Murat enters Madrid. Charles disavows his resignation. General Savary arrives at Madrid. Napoleon's letter to Murat touching the invasion of Spain. Ferdinand sets out to meet Napoleon, halts at Vittoria, and learns too late Napoleon's designs against him. Joins Bonaparte at Bayonne. Napoleon opens his designs to Esquiques and Cevallos, both of whom he finds intractable. He sends for Charles, his queen and god, to Bayonne. Ferdinand is induced to abdicate the crown in favor of his father, who resigns it next day to Napoleon. This transfer is reluctantly confirmed by Ferdinand, who, with his brothers, is sent to splendid imprisonment at Valencay. Joseph Bonaparte is appointed to the throne of Spain and joins Napoleon at Bayonne. Assembly of notables convoked. Seizure of Spanish fortresses. Not a word was spoken, or a motion made to oppose the entrance of this large French army into the free territories of a friendly power. Neither the King Gaudet nor any other dared to complain of the gross breach of the Treaty of Fontainebleau, which, in stipulating the formation of the army of reserve at Bayonne, positively provided that it should not cross the frontiers unless with consent of the Spanish government, received into the cities as friends and allies. It was the first object of the invaders to possess themselves, by a mixture of force and fraud, of the fortresses and citadels, which were the keys of Spain on the French frontier. The details are curious. At Pamplona, Feb. 9, a body of French troops, who apparently were amusing themselves with casting snowballs at each other on the esplanade of the citadel, continued their sport till they had an opportunity of throwing themselves upon the drawbridge, possessing the gate, and admitting a body of their comrades who had been kept in readiness, and the capture was thus effected. Duhesme, who commanded the French troops detached upon Barcelona, had obtained permission from the Spanish governor to mount guards of French, along with those maintained by the native soldiers. He then gave out that his troops were about to march, and as if previous to their moving had them drawn up in front of the citadel of the place. A French general rode up under pretense of reviewing these men, then passed forward to the gate as if to speak to the French portion of the guard. A body of Italian light troops rushed in close after the French officer and his suite, and the citadel was surrendered. Another division summoned the fort of Montjuïc, the key, as it may be termed, of Barcelona, which shared the same fate. St. Sebastian's was overpowered by a body of French, who had been admitted as patients into the hospital. Thus the first fruits of the French invasion were the unresisted possession of these four fortresses, each of which might have detained armies for years under its walls. Nothing could exceed the consternation of the Spanish nation when they saw their frontier invaded, and four of the most impregnable forts in the world thus easily lost, and one there was indignation as well as sorrow in every countenance. And even at this late hour had Charles and his son attempted an appeal to the spirit of the people, it would have been vigorously answered. But God, who was the object of national hatred, and was aware that he would instantly become the victim of any general patriotic movement, took care to recommend only such measures of safety as he himself might have a personal share in. He had at once comprehended Napoleon's intentions of seizing upon Spain, and could discern no better course for the royal family than that they should follow the example to which their own invasion of Portugal had given rise and transport themselves like the house of Braganza to their South American provinces. But what in the Prince of Brazil, surrounded by such superior forces, was a justifiable, nay, a magnanimous effort to avoid personal captivity, would have been in the King of Spain the pusillanimous desertion of a post which he had yet many means of defending.